Chapter 1: The Dropout Martial Arts Prodigy, the Killer of Flies and Mosquitoes. Class teacher Wang Fong sent a message in the group. At everyone, this year's martial arts exam standard chi and blood level is 120, and 150 can get you into a top-tier school. There are only 10 days left. Keep it up, classmates. As soon as the message was sent, the group immediately became lively. Currently at 117, that's just one chi blood pill away. No problem at all. I'm ranked 145, I've got a shot at making it into a top-tier school. Zhong Qing's vitality level has already reached 160. No wonder she's the class belle, I'm genuinely envious. Where's Chen Fan? He used to be as renowned as the class beauty. Why even bring him up? He dropped out half a year ago. I lay on the bed in the shabby room, the glow from my phone illuminating my delicate features. Reading the group chat messages, I thought to myself, everyone seems so confident. Pass the martial arts exam, and you can enter a martial arts university. Basically, you'll become a warrior. To say I wasn't envious would be a lie. In this era of spiritual energy revival, with savage beasts running rampant and demons wreaking havoc, after conventional weapons lost all combat value, warriors became the absolute core force protecting our homeland. Not only do they possess noble statuses, but they also enjoy various social privileges and can effortlessly amass wealth beyond ordinary imagination. Every day I go to the job market looking for work, doing backbreaking labor from dawn till dusk, barely making over 100 yuan. As for martial artists, even killing the lowest level beast could earn them thousands, while higher level beasts could fetch tens of thousands, even hundreds of thousands or millions. On one side are the revered, privileged martial artists living in luxury, on the other are the struggling commoners barely scraping by. The impenetrable class divide between martial artists and ordinary people has long been established. Even without mentioning status or privileges, just the income alone, who wouldn't want to become a martial artist? Even fools would. However, to become a martial artist, one's vitality level must reach 200. Today is scorching hot, I roll over, vigorously fanning myself. Speaking of vitality, mine was 82 when I dropped out of school, and it's still firmly at 82 now. Steady as ever. It's not that you can't improve your chi and blood after leaving school, but you need money to do so. Even the most common chi blood pill costs tens of thousands. I'd have to scrimp and save for months to afford just one. And the thing is, becoming a martial artist isn't something that can be achieved with just one pill. Every day, I leave home at dawn and drag my exhausted body back after dark, barely managing a quick dinner before collapsing into bed. These past 6 months, the hardships of working class life have worn down my spirit. The idea of becoming a martial artist? I don't dare dream of it anymore. Having a shelter from the wind and rain, with enough to fill my stomach, that's all I really need. This exhausting daily grind is something I can foresee from age 18 all the way to 80. Seems like this is the hand life's dealt me. As for my former classmates, even the least accomplished among them have left me far behind. The gap between us will only keep growing, making it certain we'll never inhabit the same world again. Feeling somewhat desolate, I set aside my phone and tried to sleep. Buzz. Before I could even doze off, a mosquito flew over and landed on my face. Smack! I swatted it dead without a second thought. Living in this old, dimly lit, damp tenement means dealing with swarms of insects, nothing unusual. I turned over and went back to sleep, but the next moment, ding! Killed a mosquito, vitality plus 0.01. I bolted upright, staring at the virtual panel before me. Name, Chen Fan. Age, 18 level, none vitality, 82.01/200. I slapped my cheeks repeatedly, confirming it wasn't a dream, and couldn't contain my joy. Having transmigrated into this world as a newborn for 18 years, my golden finger has finally arrived. System, quickly introduce yourself. No response. System? I roughly understood this system isn't too bright and can't communicate with me. But who cares whether it's smart or not, as long as it can increase my chi and blood. I just realized that squashing a mosquito gave me 0.01 health points, and a health pill roughly gives 6 points. Doesn't that mean if I kill 600 mosquitoes, it's equivalent to 1 health pill? I suddenly became excited. While I couldn't afford those 10,000 chi blood pills, could I possibly not manage to swat 600 mosquitoes? I immediately felt motivated. Even my body that had been exhausted all day didn't seem so tired anymore. I looked around. There were still 3 mosquitoes inside the mosquito net. Splat. Ding. Killed 1 mosquito, vitality plus 0.01. Splat. Ding. Killed 1 mosquito, vitality plus 0.01. Splat. Ding. Killed 1 mosquito, vitality plus 0.01. A faint warmth spread through my body. Though very subtle, I could indeed feel my vitality increasing. After clearing the mosquito net, I got out of bed, slipped on my shoes, and spent over 20 minutes hunting around the room. 6 mosquitoes met their end under my hands. My vitality now stood at 82.1. I originally thought 600 mosquitoes wouldn't be much trouble, but now it seems it won't be that easy after all. I suddenly noticed a fly on the dining table and thought, if mosquitoes work, Could flies too? Whack, I swatted one dead with the fly swatter. Ding, you killed a fly. Vitality plus 0.01. Delighted, I realized since flies also counted, my possibilities instantly expanded. If you're wondering where flies gather most, it's definitely the neighborhood trash dump. Every time I go to toss garbage, there's a dense swarm of them buzzing around loudly. With this in mind, I immediately lost interest in the paltry few insects at home. Grabbing my Golden Spear brand insecticide spray, I headed straight out the door. It's past 8 p.m. now, and there are still quite a few people strolling around the neighborhood, mostly elderly folks. Truth be told, I quite envy them. Being able to enjoy their golden years peacefully means they've saved enough for retirement, and they were likely martial artists in their youth. If it were the old me, where would I get retirement funds? I just have to work until I couldn't anymore. Work until death. Thinking about it is rather bleak. Thankfully, I have the system now, and I truly cherish this opportunity. I stood before the garbage pit, where flies swarmed in a dark cloud, buzzing chaotically. Grasping the insecticide, I began spraying them down, watching as one fly after another slowly tumbled to the ground. Ding, killed a fly, vital energy. Ding, killed a fly, vital energy. This is indeed much faster than using a fly swatter at home, though it'd be even better if it could be quicker. What are you up to, Xiaofan? Asked a hunchbacked old man, walking over with his hands behind his back. Oh, it's Grandpa Wang, just killing some flies here to pass the time, doing my bit for the people. I responded with a smile. Grandpa Wang Shanru shared the same apartment building as me. I lived on the 4th floor, while he occupied the first with a small courtyard. Often, I'd see him tending to the vegetable patch in his yard. That's thoughtful of you, but your method isn't very effective. This bottled insecticide works better when you spray it indoors with the windows closed. Out here, its effectiveness is greatly reduced. I've got pesticide and a sprayer at home. Need them? I can fetch them for you if you'd like, Wang Shanru said warmly. My eyes lit up. Then we'll trouble Grandpa Wang for help. Wang Shanru smiled, just serving the people, that's all. Wait a moment. Chapter 2. This isn't just awesome, it's absolutely mind-blowing. Before long, Wang Shanru returned with the medicine and water already mixed. Go give it a try. You bet. I hoisted the sprayer onto my back, pressed the switch, and started spraying immediately. Damn, the flies were dropping like raindrops, plopping down one after another. Ding 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 ding. The system's notification sounds in my ears were as dense as a spring shower. To me, this was the most beautiful music in the world. The battle ended in just 3 minutes. The trash pit was covered in a thick, black layer of flies, all poisoned to death. When I checked the panel, my vitality points read 94. I nearly jumped out of my skin. That was an increase of nearly 12 points, equivalent to 2 vitality pills. In terms of money, that'd be around 20 or 30,000 bucks. I took a deep breath. If this were before, I probably wouldn't have been able to save up that much money in a lifetime. Moreover, even if one could afford the blood chi pills, absorbing the full medicinal effects of a single pill required a month of rigorous physical training. Looking at myself, I didn't spend a single cent, and the time cost was almost negligible, just a mere 3 to 5 minutes. The results I had to achieve with 20 to 30,000 yuan in 2 months of intense cultivation were effortlessly accomplished here. This wasn't just impressive, it was downright mind-blowing. I was so thrilled I almost couldn't stop myself from howling in excitement. Wang Shanru stood with his hands behind his back, smiling faintly. He probably thought my youthful enthusiasm was amusing, as if eliminating a few insignificant pests had me as elated as someone who'd won a great battle or stumbled upon easy money. With my blood chi surging dramatically, the battle ended too quickly, leaving plenty of water still in the bucket. I said to Grandpa Wang, I'd like to walk around a bit more. Would it be alright if I return your things later? Grandpa Wang said, sure, no problem at all. Feel free to use it. This old man's going for another stroll now. Humming a tune, he walked off. Carrying the sprayer on my back, I left the neighborhood. The unexpected effectiveness at the garbage dump earlier had exceeded expectations, so naturally, I headed straight for another garbage dump next. The trash area in my apartment complex had been picked clean, so I set my sights on the neighboring Yichui Shangfu community, much larger than the Century complex where I lived. After wandering around inside, I finally located their garbage area. Even their trash zone was bigger than Century complexes. My face lit up with joy, and without another thought, I dove right into the hunt. Several residents noticed me rummaging through the bins. One remarked, "Is he from our neighborhood? He doesn't look like one." "I know him, he's from Century Garden next door. I think his name is Chen Fan." "Oh, so that's Chen Fan, the kid who got pulled out of school by his uncle and aunt half a year ago. That couple are real pieces of work. They made Chen Fan drop out, then turned around and used his parents' compensation money to educate their own son." "Tell me about it." "I heard Chen Fan had exceptional chi blood test results at school. If he hadn't dropped out, he'd have definitely become a martial artist. Ah, what a pity for this child." 10 minutes later, I walked out of the Yuekui Shangfu community, and the sprayer was completely out of water. I checked my attributes: name, Chen Fan, age, 18, realm, none, vitality, 112 to 200. From 94 to 112, my vitality had increased by 18, equivalent to the effect of 3 vitality pills. I felt a soothing warmth all over my body, an indescribable comfort. I went to the store and bought a bottle of ergotu liquor, 2 sausages, and 2 packs of instant noodles. I asked the shop owner, how much for these? The owner glanced at them and said, 115. In this chaotic world, prices were steep. My entire savings usually amounted to just a few hundred yuan. Spending 115 in one go was a luxury I'd never indulged in before. I didn't buy these to celebrate, though I'd already had dinner. Maybe because my vitality increased and my physique strengthened, I'm feeling hungry again now. The ergotu liquor was for Grandpa Wang. He helped me a great deal today, and knowing he enjoys a drink or two, I wanted to show my gratitude. Though I couldn't afford anything fancy, a bottle of ergotu was what I could manage. Grandpa Wang said, "Oh, I know money doesn't come easy for you, kid. Why go spending on this old man? It was just a bit of pesticide help. You're being too formal." He even insisted on giving me the money back, which I naturally refused. After quite some back and forth, I finally made it home. I boiled water to cook noodles, tossing in a large ham as well. After wolfing it all down in one go, I let out a long sigh. The feeling of a full stomach was pure bliss. After taking a quick shower, I drifted into sleep with excitement in my heart. The night passed quickly, and when the 4:30 alarm rang, I turned it off, swiftly got dressed, did a quick wash up, and headed out the door. It was still dark outside, but roadside breakfast stalls were already open. Breakfast was non-negotiable. Without knowing how physically demanding this new day would be, skipping it would make survival difficult. Normally my breakfast consists of 4 baozi and a bowl of congee. Today I ate 12 large baozi and down 2 bowls of congee, barely reaching about 70% full. Of course, with the increase in qi and blood, not only has my appetite grown, but my strength, speed, and agility have also improved. This is a good thing, and I couldn't be happier. After finishing my meal, I headed straight to the job market. Even though I now have a system, I can't afford to quit my job since I still need to eat. Until I become a martial artist, I plan to keep working. Additionally, employers at the job market recruiting temporary workers span all industries. I've already made up my mind. I'll find slaughterhouse work so I can earn money while leveling up my skills simultaneously. From home to the job market, it usually takes me half an hour walking at a normal pace. Today, even though I walked just as casually, it only took 20 minutes. The job market is huge. There must be at least 10,000 people like me coming daily to pick up work. I arrived a bit early today, but the place was already crowded with people. There are stable jobs available within the safe zone too, but those are highly sought after. You'd need connections to land one. Without connections, you can only come to the talent market. Xiao Fan. As soon as I arrived, someone waved at me from a distance. Pleased, I walked over and saw it was Uncle Lu, Uncle Han, and Uncle Wang, my 3 closest co-workers who often teamed up for jobs together. I usually have the lowest vitality level, so they've helped me out a lot at work. Uncle Lu, full name Lu Jian, was a burly man with a round face and dark complexion, boasting a vitality level of 170. He asked me, "Had breakfast yet?" "Yeah," I replied. Uncle Han, Hong Kong, nodded approvingly. "Good. Not bad, Xiao Fan. Yesterday's job was pretty heavy. I thought you'd be too worn out to get up today, but here you are, 10 minutes early." His vitality was at 141 yesterday and he already felt a bit drained. Meanwhile, mine is only at 82. I said, I was completely drained yesterday, but a good night's sleep brought me back to life. Everyone laughed. Lu Jian said, "I've already checked. There's a warehouse cleaning job today, easy work, pays 150, and includes lunch. Let's work quickly later." Hong Kong and Wang Jin both nodded. It was indeed a good opportunity, but they'd have to fight for it. Then I said, "Uncles, you go ahead. I'm planning to work at the slaughterhouse today." Lu Jian and the other 2 froze, asking, "What's wrong? Need money urgently?" The slaughterhouse paid relatively well, over 200 a day, but that money wasn't easy to earn. The dirt and exhaustion were secondary. The main issue was the inherent danger. Against the backdrop of spiritual energy resurgence, poultry could mutate into first-level savage beasts, equivalent to human 1-star martial artists. And 1-star martial artists wouldn't linger in slaughter workshops every day. Each mutation was a disaster, as frequently reported in the news. Other jobs required hustling, but slaughterhouse work would take anyone who showed up. Often, they couldn't even fill the positions. Typically, only those desperate for cash or completely jobless would choose it. I said, "No, I just want to earn more." Lu Jian and the others exchanged glances but didn't press further. Uncle Lu said, "What do you guys think we should do?" Someone suggested, "How about the slaughterhouse? Xiao Fan hasn't been to the slaughterhouse yet. Let's show him the ropes first." Another person chimed in, "Huh, it's settled then. I could use some extra cash anyway, haven't had meat in over half a month." Gotta admit, the food at the slaughterhouse is pretty decent. That chicken stew with potatoes is absolutely killer. They've taken care of me so many times. Though I never voiced it, I've silently remembered each instance. Soon, the employers arrived one after another, and we boarded the truck heading to the slaughterhouse. When we arrived at the 6th slaughterhouse in Jiangnan Bay City, The workshop was a scene of bustling activity. I'm a complete beginner, and at first, I couldn't help but be all over the place. Fortunately, under the guidance of Lu Jian and the others, things started to improve significantly. Ding! Slayed 1 chicken, vitality points plus 0.1. Ding! Slayed 1 chicken, vitality points plus 0.1. For killing a mosquito or a fly, vitality increases by 0.01, while killing a chicken raises it by 0.1. 1 chicken is equivalent to 10 times that of flies and mosquitoes. I'm not sure how the system determines the vitality gains, but I guess it has something to do with size. The morning passed quickly, and I managed to kill 200 chickens in total, boosting my vitality from 112 to 132. In the afternoon, I'm confident I can kill even more. As for mutated beasts, none had appeared. I thought to myself, if I encountered a mutation on my very first day, my luck would be truly terrible. The slaughterhouse provided lunch, and the cafeteria was buzzing with noise. Lu Jian, Hong Kong, Wang Zhen, and I sat together at one table. I wolfed down my food while the three of them stared at me in astonishment, forgetting to eat their own meals. Like a whirlwind sweeping away clouds, I had already devoured 8 bowl-sized steamed buns and 2 large plates of side dishes. Judging by the situation, I could keep eating for quite a while longer. My mouth stuffed full, I said to them, Uncle Lu, Uncle Han, Uncle Wang, eat up, don't just stare at me. Lu Jian said, Xiaofan, your appetite has exploded. Before this, for steamed buns would have been your absolute limit. I chuckled, heh, hunger calls. The three of them laughed at that. Wang Zhen said, a big appetite's a good sign. A sudden increase usually means your vital energy's growing. Come on, Xiaofan, give me a hand here. As he spoke, he reached out to test my strength. Our hands clasped together, and Wang Zhen suddenly widened his eyes in shock after feeling the power in my grip. Xiaofan, judging by this arm strength, your qi and blood must definitely be over 100, around 105, I'd say. I was surprised. Afraid of drawing too much attention, I hadn't dared to use my full strength. Yet, Uncle Wang's guess based solely on my raw power was incredibly accurate. Hearing Wang Zhen's words, Lu Jian and Han Kong also got excited and insisted on testing my strength themselves. After the test, they all looked astonished and said, Old Wan was right. Xiaofan's vital energy value is around 100 to 105. Not bad, kid. Your vital energy has improved so much. Good, good. Eat more now. They knew about my situation. I used to be a promising talent, but now I'd become a bottom-tier odd-job worker, which truly saddens them. Now that my vital energy has improved, they're all happy for me. Lu Jian encouraged me, Xiaofan, you've already broken past 100. Push a little harder, and 200 is within reach. Once you hit 200, you'll officially be a martial artist, no more of this hard life. I smiled and said, thanks for your kind words, Uncle Lu. If I ever become a martial artist, I'll treat all three of you to a fine meal. Ha ha ha, we'll hold you to that. After lunch, I went back to work, and the afternoon passed quickly. That afternoon, I slaughtered 240 chickens, gaining 24 chi blood points. Now the chi blood value on my panel has reached 156, bringing me a big step closer to becoming a martial artist. I lined up to collect my wages of 220 yuan, bid farewell to Lu Jian and the others, and returned to the residential complex. Back at the complex, I first checked the garbage dump. Perhaps because I had killed too many yesterday, there were some flies but not many, so I simply gave up. Now I'm absolutely certain I can become a martial artist, so one more day won't make a difference. Back home, I used to be half dead with exhaustion after work and would just grab a quick bite for dinner. Now with increased chi and blood, my body has grown much stronger, and I don't feel too tired after work anymore. For once, I actually cooked a proper dish and steamed a pot of rice, then ate while scrolling through my phone. Today the class group chat was buzzing. Turns out Zhongqing's chi and blood level rose again, from 160 yesterday to 163 today. A 3-point increase in one day made all the classmates green with envy, flooding the chat with endless praises and admiration. I touched the tip of my nose. My chi and blood were at 82 yesterday, but now they're at 156, an increase of 74. Zhongqing is my deskmate. We get along well, but neither of us is willing to admit the other is better. We've been occupying the top 2 spots in the class for years, sometimes me in first, sometimes her, always neck and neck. Because I dropped out, she's been outperforming me for the past 6 months. But now, with my chi and blood at 156, I'll surpass her tomorrow. What can I say? That damn competitive spirit of a man. The alarm went off at 4:30 sharp. As usual, I got up, washed up, went out, had breakfast, and then headed to the talent market. Lu Jian asked me, Xiaofan, can you handle going to Factory 6 by yourself today? I smiled and replied, don't worry, uncle. I'll be fine. Alright then, we won't accompany you today. Take care of yourself. MHM. I climbed onto the truck heading to Slaughterhouse 6 alone. The workshop was bustling as usual. With a swift motion, I beheaded a chicken. Ding! 1 chicken slain, vitality plus 0.1. The morning passed quickly. By lunchtime, I'd slaughtered 300 chickens, gaining 30 vitality points, bringing my current total to 186. I feel a little excited inside. If nothing unexpected happens, I should be able to break through to martial artist level this afternoon. After lunch, I went back to work and kept killing non-stop. When I checked my panel later, my chi and blood value had already surpassed the 200 mark. Name, Shin Fan, age, 18, realm, 1-star martial artist, chi and blood, 204/500. I'd become a martial artist. Although I've been preparing for this, when I actually broke through 200, I couldn't help but feel thrilled. These past 6 months of living at the bottom have been too tough. There hasn't been a single moment when I didn't want to escape it. Now that my chi and blood have surpassed 200, once I pass the official martial artist certification, my fate will completely change. While envisioning a brighter future ahead, I didn't stop working. A 1-star martial artist is just a new starting point. My next goal is reaching 500 in chi and blood to become a 2-star martial artist. Another 2 hours passed, and there was just over half an hour left until the end of my shift. As I expertly slaughtered one chicken and reached for the next, a sudden, bizarre transformation occurred. The chicken, originally about the size of a basketball, abruptly swelled to the dimensions of an ostrich. Its thick, razor-sharp talons easily warped the steel beneath the conveyor belt. I was utterly stunned. At that moment, a rapid, deep alarm sounded. The workshop was equipped with a monstrous beast detector, and whenever a beast awakened, the alarm would activate. At the sound of the alarm, everyone in the workshop turned pale. Has there been a mutation? Run for your lives. Help! The workshop immediately descended into chaos. In the blink of an eye, the mutant chicken lunged with savage ferocity. As the closest target, its massive beak struck directly toward me. Instinctively terrified, yet in that life-or-death moment, quick as lightning, I seized it by the neck. Its razor-sharp claws, capable of piercing steel effortlessly, lunged toward my abdomen. My eyelids twitched violently. Before those chicken talons could strike, I mustered all my strength into my arms and hurled it away. This only enraged it further. Scrambling to its feet, it flapped its massive wings with astonishing speed, closing the distance in the blink of an eye to strike down with its beak. My scalp prickled with terror. Leveraging newfound physical abilities far beyond my past capabilities, I barely managed to dodge with the narrowest margin. The colossal beak struck a limestone concrete pillar behind me, shattering more than half of it in a single devastating peck. I wiped the cold sweat from my forehead as my mind raced. Though the mutated chicken was weaker than me in terms of brute strength, its wings gave it terrifying speed, and its claws and beak were downright horrifying. It charged at me again. "Bring it on!" I shouted. Standing my ground just as its beak was about to strike, I seized its neck again and slammed it onto the floor. This time I didn't let go. Before it could recover, I lifted it and smashed it against the ground once, twice, again and again. I knew full well that every second wasted would only lead to more casualties. It's been 3 minutes now. I can't even imagine what the scene inside the workshop looks like at this moment. Another minute later, we finally arrived at the workshop. The entire security team, including myself, stood frozen in shock. The imagined carnage, bodies strewn everywhere, rivers of blood, was nowhere to be seen. Instead, there was only a young man gripping the giant-beaked chicken, slamming it repeatedly against the ground with thunderous crashes, leaving craters and indentations in the concrete floor. I shouted, "Kid, stop smashing, they're dead stiff." Ha! Only then did I snap out of it. That moment between life and death had kept my nerves stretched to the limit. Now that the security team had arrived and the crisis was resolved, the tension in my heart instantly relaxed. I approvingly patted the young man's shoulder and said, "You must be exhausted. Come, let's go to my office for some tea first." Only when the young man had calmed down somewhat did I realize I'd already invited him into the office. I just checked the surveillance footage. It's hard to believe this young man who single-handedly slaughtered the ferocious giant-beaked chicken was actually a temporary workshop worker. I handed him a cup of hot tea and asked, "Little brother, since you're already a martial artist, why are you still working in the factory as a laborer?" "I really can't figure it out." The young man smiled and said, "I'm not a martial artist. A warrior still going to the workshop to kill chickens." That really wasn't easy to explain. So I simply said I wasn't a warrior, which wasn't technically a lie anyway. After all, I hadn't gotten certified yet. I burst out laughing. "Little brother, you're definitely a martial artist now. You should visit the martial arts building for testing when you have time." The young man nodded. I handed the boy a bulging envelope along with 220 yuan, saying, "You helped the factory avert a disaster. The higher-ups specially authorized this bonus for you. Here's your payment of 220 yuan for today's work. Oh, and take one of my business cards. After you get certified as a martial artist, if you still want to work at Factory 6, just give me a call. We're both 1-star martial artists, so you'd come in as the security team leader. The pay is 20k base salary plus bonuses. Pretty easy work too. This is the difference between martial artists and ordinary people. Before, I worked myself to death for just over 3,000 a month. Now they're actively recruiting me with a base salary of 20,000 as a junior manager, mostly drinking tea in the office with bonuses. The contrast is striking. I accepted the offerings, but as a freshly minted martial artist, I had no intention of resting on my laurels just yet. It's time, end of shift. Someone shouted in a warehouse covering thousands of square meters, and workers began filing out one after another. Lu Jian and his two companions followed the crowd to queue for their wages. During the wait, Wang Jin casually scrolled through his phone when suddenly his expression changed. There was a mutation at Factory 6 today, he said. What? Lu Jian and Han Kong were both shocked. Xiao Fan is at Factory 6, call him right away. Okay. Wang Jin immediately dialed the number for me. Beep, beep, beep. Lu Jian and Han Kong leaned in closer, listening to the dial tone. Their hearts were pounding in their throats. Answer it. Hurry up and answer. Don't panic. Don't panic. Little Fan is blessed with heavenly grace, protections and blessings. At this moment, the call connected, and my cheerful voice came through. Hello, Uncle Wang. Wang Jin and the two others finally breathed a long sigh of relief. Little Fan, someone in the worker group chat said something mutated happened at Factory 6 today. Are you alright? No need to worry, uncles. I'm fine. It's good that you're okay, it's really good. Lu Jian snatched the phone and said, Xiao Fan, don't go back to Factory 6 tomorrow. The money there isn't worth the risk. No matter how much you make, you can't gamble with your life. Got it, Uncle Lu, I replied with a smile before ending the call after a brief exchange. At this point, Hong Kong quickly scanned through the messages in the group chat and exclaimed in amazement, the world is truly full of wonders. What's the matter now? Lu Xian asked casually. Hong Kong said, there was mutation at Plant 6 today, but no casualties. The reason was that among the temporary workers hired for the workshop, there was actually a martial artist. Before the security team arrived, the martial artist had already killed the giant beaked chicken. A martial artist? A martial artist working as a temporary laborer in a slaughterhouse? That's genuinely bizarre. Maybe they just want to experience something different. Ha ha. It wasn't until after 8 tonight that I got home. For the first time ever, I ate dinner out alone and spent over 200 yuan. In the past, this would have been considered luxurious, but now things are different. The 6th factory gave me a 3,000 yuan bonus, and today my vitality officially broke through the 200 threshold, elevating me to the rank of martial artist. It's truly worth celebrating. I sat on the bed fanning myself while staring at the virtual panel, which displayed, name, Zhen Fan, age, 18, rank, 1-star martial artist, vitality, 218 for 500. I remembered the last time I checked the panel, my vitality was at 204. Afterward, I spent 2 hours slaughtering chickens and then killed a mutated one. I hadn't expected my vitality to reach 218 already. I'm not sure exactly how much vitality a level 1 fierce beast adds, as I was too focused on the fight to even hear the system notification. But it doesn't matter, I'll naturally find out eventually. I took out my phone and turned off the alarm set for 4:30 a.m. I wasn't planning to go to work tomorrow, I was going to certify as a martial artist instead. Besides, it was too hot, and I'd need to buy a fan on my way back. I believed my life would keep getting better. The night passed quickly, and by 4 or 5 a.m., the temp labor market was already bustling. Lu Xian and the other two never spotted me among the crowd. Xiaofan didn't come today. Should we call and ask? Don't. Maybe yesterday scared him, let him rest. After work today, we can invite Xiaofan out for a meal to help him settle his nerves. What do you think? All right. The sun blazed overhead as I looked up at the skyscraper piercing the heavens amidst the bustling city center, marveling, what an impressive sight. This was the Martial Arts Tower, the landmark building of Jiangnan Bay City. Everything related to martial artists, certification, training, competitions, recuperation, task assignments all revolved around this place. Beyond that, the Warrior Tower also housed numerous corporate entities, covering all aspects, martial techniques, elixirs, accommodations, leisure and entertainment, shopping, and more, making it a true super complex. Stepping inside, I was awestruck by its sheer scale. Right at the entrance hall stood a directory map. I saw that the Martial Arts Tower had 9 underground floors and 88 above ground. The service counters handling basic martial artist affairs were all located on the first floor. I walked up to a window, handed over my identity card, and said, "Hello, warrior certification." The person who received me was a cute, slightly plump young woman in uniform, her outfit strained around certain areas, revealing an exceptionally generous bosom. She instinctively took the ID card and looked at me with surprise. Having handled hundreds of certification requests daily, she'd never seen anyone as young as me. A warrior at this age? Frankly, she found it hard to believe. She swiped the magnetic card, and my details immediately appeared on the computer screen. Photo, name, phone number, ID number, address, everything was comprehensive. If I were a student, it would have even listed my school. Outside the window, there was a connected screen where I could also see my information clearly displayed, 3rd Junior Martial Arts Academy. I understand why they still keep school records. Back when I dropped out, my homeroom teacher Wang Fong felt particularly regretful and specially preserved my student status, wanting to leave me with a graduation certificate. Although a graduation certificate from a primary martial arts academy isn't very useful, I'm still very grateful to teacher Wang Fong. The young lady smiled and said, Go to window number 36 for your chi blood test. If it exceeds 200, they'll give you a form. Bring it back here, and we'll issue you a martial artist badge. If you don't succeed, don't be discouraged. You're still young, just keep trying. Her emphasis was entirely on the latter part of the sentence. I'm only 18, still a student at the Primary Martial Arts Academy. At this stage, having 120 or 150 in chi blood would already be considered quite good. She clearly thought I wouldn't dare to come back later. I did as told and soon returned with a stamped form in hand. The buxom receptionist was utterly shocked. Had I actually succeeded? When she saw the chi blood value of 218, her jaw nearly dropped. Considering the upcoming martial arts exam in a few days, the last time a warrior level examinee appeared was over a decade ago. I successfully passed the certification and became a martial artist, with my chi blood value reaching 218, far surpassing the mere 200-point threshold required. Don't underestimate those extra 18 points of chi blood, they represent 3 months of grueling cultivation. I secretly thrilled with excitement, knowing something big was about to happen. Congratulations on your promotion to martial artist, said the staff member, a young woman, reciting the routine terminology as she handed me a martial artist badge. This is your badge of honor, the symbol of a martial artist's identity, absolutely vital. It also functions as wilderness communication, mapping, emergency positioning, and bank card services. Please safeguard it diligently. Martial artists receive a monthly allowance of 5,000 yuan, which I've already deposited into your martial artist badge for this month. Additionally, newly inducted martial artists can visit the martial arts hall to select one earth-tier lower-grade martial technique free of charge, and collect 2 blood chi pills from the alchemy hall. Just scan your badge when you go. You can also download the Martial Artist Home app on your phone. It contains a lot of useful information that should be helpful to you. Okay, I responded, accepting the badge. After I left, the young lady eagerly dialed an internal number. Meanwhile, in the leader's office of the Martial Artist Hall, a spirited old man picked up the call. What's the matter, kiddo? The old man asked with a chuckle. Grandpa, come over here, hurry, the older sister urged urgently. Grandpa's busy right now, the old man replied. Hurry up, you'll regret it if you don't come, the young woman continued urging. I can't do anything with you, the old man said, torn between laughter and exasperation, then rose and approached the authentication window. The old man looked at the young lady dotingly and said, Grandpa is here now, you can tell me. Grandpa, look. The elder sister directly showed the screen to the old man. His heart skipped a beat, an 18-year-old warrior, quite rare indeed. From the 3rd Primary Martial Arts Academy, old Yao's student? That old guy was just complaining yesterday about how his school would be crushed again by the 1st and 2nd Martial Arts Academies in the upcoming martial exams. Turns out he was just putting on an act. His own school has already produced a warrior. Well then, I'll have to have a proper chat with him. Without a grand feast at Stellar Tide Hotel, this matter definitely won't be settled. It turned out this old man was Guan Jinshan. He and the principal of the 3rd Primary Martial Arts Academy, old Yao, were old comrades in arms who had fought side by side in the underground caverns, sharing life and death bonds. After retiring from the front lines due to age, Guan Jinshan took over the Warrior Hall, while old Yao became the principal of the 3rd Primary Martial Arts Academy. Guan Jinshan dialed the number. Hey, Lao Yao, inviting me for drinks again? A hearty, booming voice came from the other end. Drinks my ass. Lao Yao, you're something else, hiding so well. I'll give you one more chance to come clean, Guan Jinshan said. Hiding what? Coming clean about what? You're not making any sense. Lao Yao was completely baffled. A few days ago you were complaining in the veterans group chat about your academy's martial exam results always being crushed by the top 2 martial institutes. We were all comforting you back then, but who knew your school actually produced a martial artist? Deceiving us old brothers' feelings won't end well without a feast at Stellar Tide Grand Hotel, Guan Jinshan declared. What? A student from my school became a martial artist? That's not funny at all. Old Guan, are you serious or not? If not, I'm hanging up. Old Yao instinctively thought Guan Jinshan was teasing him. You really don't know? Guan Jinshan sounded surprised. How the hell would I know? And with my big mouth, you ought to know, if my student had become a martial artist, do you think I could keep it to myself? I'd have already bragged about it to the heavens. Look, La Guan, how about this? You give me a 3rd-year high school student who's a martial artist. No, forget being a martial artist, just someone with 170 chi blood levels, and I'll treat you to 10 meals at Stellar Tide Hotel, old Yao said. Hearing this, Guan Jinshan finally understood old Yao truly had no idea. His expression turned serious as he said, Old Yao, I'm not joking with you. Your school really produced a martial artist, an 18-year-old. Probably a senior high student. The certification they brought today clearly states 3rd Martial Arts Academy. Holy shit! Old Yao's astonished voice came through the phone. Lao Guan, are you sure? I'm seriously about to believe this. Absolutely, Guan Jinshan affirmed. At Guan Jinshan's confirmation, Old Yao felt his heart tremble with excitement. Their school had actually produced a martial artist. This was nothing short of earth-shattering news. It had been years since anyone advanced to martial artist status before the martial exams. Previously, their exam results had always been crushed by the top 2 martial arts academies. This year, they finally got their chance to hold their heads high. Hurry, tell me his name, Old Yao said urgently. Old Yao, I can't tell you that. Remember, the Alliance strictly prohibits disclosing warrior information for any reason. I've already done you a big favor by telling you this much. Don't put an old brother in a tough spot. Besides, you're the principal, why don't you investigate your own students? Guan Jinshan replied. Alright, thanks, Old Guan, Old Yao said. No need to thank me, you owe me 10 meals at Qingqiao Grand Hotel. Your words, Guan Jinshan joked. Get lost, Old Yao chuckled and hung up. After ending the call, Old Yao rubbed his hands excitedly, trying to guess which student had broken through to warrior level. Could it be Wang Hu from class 1? Zhao Yiba from class 3? Zhong Cheng from class 9? He knew every promising student in the school by heart. He had initially planned to conduct a Qi blood test on these talented students, but then decided to test the entire senior year all at once. Why are we suddenly doing Qi blood tests again? Didn't we just have them a few days ago? The students whispered among themselves. Who knows? Hey teach, do you know why? You lot talk too much. Get in line properly, the teacher scolded. More than an hour later, all senior high school students completed the tests, and the data was presented before Old Yao. The highest belonged to Zhong Qing from class 9, with a vitality value of 166. Old Yao frowned, why wasn't it there? Moreover, according to the enrollment records reported by all senior classes, there were exactly 1,140 students, and today's Qi blood tests also covered 1,140 students. No one was missed. Old Yao knew Guan Jinshan well. From the tone Guan Jinshan used later, he could tell it wasn't a joke. So why hadn't he found it? As for me, after completing the martial artist certification, I didn't immediately go to the martial skills hall to pick out martial techniques. The thing is, I don't really understand either. Before becoming a martial artist, the main focus was on boosting Qi and blood vitality. Martial techniques weren't even touched upon. When it comes to what kinds of martial techniques exist, how powerful they are, or how to choose the right one for yourself, I'm a complete newbie. I decided to browse the martial artist's home first to get a better understanding. The martial artist's home app downloaded quickly. This app had an access threshold. You needed the serial number from a martial artist badge to register and enter. After fiddling around for a while, I reached the forum homepage, which was densely packed with posts. I clicked on the first post, essential preparations for warriors before hunting ferocious beasts, pinned. It is well known that non-martial artists are forbidden from leaving the city. Many brothers, upon becoming martial artists, eagerly yearn to venture beyond the city walls to hunt savage beasts. However, hunting ferocious beasts outside the city is no child's play. Today, I'll summarize the essential preparations before venturing out. These are just my personal opinions, and additions are welcome. The combat suit provides excellent defense. As for martial arts skills, you should at least reach a minor mastery level unless you prefer going barehanded against ferocious beasts relying solely on physical prowess, in which case disregard my advice. Weapons, paired with martial skills, that goes without saying. Backpack. Daily necessities for wilderness survival. Second floor, thanks, may good people live in peace. Third floor, why bother with backpacks? Just use a spatial ring and go. Fourth floor, upstairs must be loaded. Fifth floor, martial techniques are so hard to master. It took me 2.5 years just to reach minor accomplishment level with a low-grade yellow rank manual. Sixth floor, same here. Seventh floor, same realm, same martial arts. But someone at the great achievement level can beat 10 of me at minor achievement. There are still 3,659 reply threads below. I didn't scroll further down yet, so I bookmarked it first. I'm definitely going to venture outside the city to hunt beasts in the future. This post is really useful to me. Bottom tier yellow rank, and it took me 2.5 years just to reach minor mastery. Are martial skills really this difficult? My heart sank. Then I clicked on the second post. Fuck, got robbed outside the city today. Don't let me run into you again, or I'll beat the shit out of you. As the title says, first floor, Pat's head. Second floor, outside the city walls, that's lawless territory. Consider yourself lucky if you didn't get killed. Third floor, like anyone here hasn't been robbed before. Third post, documenting a novice warrior's growth journey mod. Can we get this pinned? Day 1, couldn't sleep last night because I was too excited about heading outside the city. Catching up on sleep now. Day 2, raining. Weather didn't cooperate. Definitely tomorrow. Day 3, not in the mood. Day 4, ate too much for breakfast. Day 5, why haven't I left the city yet after all these days? This is a serious problem. I've decided to spend today reflecting. Day 6, the fourth post, marker .0499 reports the appearance of a level 6 dire beast. Everyone be careful. The fifth post, Shocking. Here's what I did outside the city today. Chapter 7, The Dueling Hall, truly full of it. The forum was filled with all kinds of posts. Plenty of them were just pointless chatter. Of course, many posts are quite valuable. Chen Fan browsed for a long time. He put away his phone. Now he generally has some understanding. Martial arts techniques are categorized into 4 tiers: Heaven, Earth, Mystic, and Yellow. Each tier is further divided into upper, middle, and lower grades. Mastering martial techniques presents considerable challenges. Proficiency levels progress from entry, minor achievement, major achievement, to perfection. Most starters only reach elementary proficiency. De Cheng was definitely a master among his peers. Few can master martial skills to perfection. Moreover, weapons and combat suits are extremely costly. A set of equipment for leaving the city, even relatively ordinary gear, would cost several $100,000. Chen Fan suddenly felt that becoming a martial artist had actually made him poorer. Right now, he couldn't even afford a complete set of equipment. He couldn't even afford a weapon. They needed to hurry and leave the city to hunt fierce beasts. This was precisely how martial artists made their fortunes. With money, they could purchase better cultivation resources than chi blood pills, accelerating their progress in martial realms. When your strength grows, you can hunt more formidable beasts, earn more money, and purchase better cultivation resources. A virtuous cycle where the strong grow stronger. This is the path every martial artist strives for. However, given Chen Fan's current situation, there's still much preparation needed before venturing beyond the city walls. Luckily, I found out about a good spot from the forum. Dueling Hall. Provide weapons, and even pays an appearance fee. It's an excellent place to hone martial skills and gain combat experience. On the 6th underground floor of the Warrior Tower. Of course, the duel hall wouldn't operate at a loss. They live-stream the battles to reap profits. Consider it a mutual benefit arrangement. Chen Fan was deeply tempted. He sorely lacked combat experience. Yesterday at Factory 6, facing the giant beaked chicken, he had really relied on pure instinct during that brawl. If only he had more extensive combat experience, he would certainly be much more composed then. And if coupled with combat techniques, these were precisely the skills Chen Fan lacked most. Chen Fan arrived at the martial arts hall. I picked a saber technique straight away, Swift Wind Slash, low-grade yellow rank, priced at 25,000. This was the most recommended technique for new martial artists on the forum. Popular recommendations always have their reasons. As for martial techniques like boxing and palm strikes, there were very few. Almost no one chooses it. Barehanded against armed opponents naturally puts one at a disadvantage. Chen Fan approached the counter. He handed over the Gale Slash technique scroll and his martial badge. The staff members scanned it with a swipe. Price: 25,000. Deduction: 25,000. Amount received: 0. Here are your belongings. Please take them and have a safe trip. Chen Fan nodded in thanks. Just stepped out of the martial arts hall. The system's notification suddenly rang in his ears. Detected low-grade yellow rank technique Gale Slash. Learn it now? Chen Fan was taken aback. This was the second sentence he heard from the system, aside from things like slaying something or other and chi and blood plus some amount. Chen Fan tentatively chose yes. Immediately, the Windblade Slash manual in his hand vanished into thin air. A surge of memories flooded his mind. In a secret chamber, I kept swinging my blade, day after day. Spring passed and autumn came. My understanding of the Wind Slash technique continued to deepen. This memory seamlessly merged into Chen Fan's mind without the slightest sense of abruptness. It was as if Chen Fan had truly experienced that period himself. Simultaneously, the virtual panel before his eyes underwent changes. Name: Chen Fan. Age: 18. Cultivation level: 1-star martial artist. Vitality: 218 of 500. Martial skill: Gale Slash, beginner level. Is this considered initiation already? You should know, others cultivate martial techniques very slowly. If the system can detect techniques and automatically initiate them, could it also elevate them to minor mastery, major mastery, or even perfection? Chen Fan couldn't help but wonder. The system can learn techniques, since it can achieve initial mastery. Small accomplishments, great achievements, logically, those should be possible too. But how exactly should one go about it? Should I have the system learn another copy of Gale Slash? That sounds rather absurd. But upon reflection, there didn't seem to be a better alternative. Chen Fan decided to give it a try. Moreover, he realized one more thing. Earlier in the martial arts hall, with so many techniques available, the system didn't prompt him to learn any. It seemed only techniques that truly belonged to him could trigger the system's notification. That meant he'd need to purchase another copy of Gale Slash. 25,000 yuan for one copy. Chen Fan suddenly felt financially strained. Even with today's 5,000 yuan martial artist stipend, all his assets amounted to barely over 8,000 yuan. Wait, I still have 2 blood chi pills to collect. Chen Fan headed straight for the pill hall. He had a system. The blood chi pills are so expensive, it's not worth it. When he was browsing the warrior's home earlier, he had already learned that there was a place in the warrior building where pills could be sold for recycling. Done. Chen Fan immediately went to cash in the 2 vitality pills. The selling price of vitality pills is 13,500. Obviously they wouldn't offer full price for buybacks. 2 chi blood pills fetched Chen Fan 22,000. The merchant just made a quick turnaround, pocketing 5,000 with tears in their eyes. Chen Fan returned to the martial arts hall. Holding a copy of Gale Slash, he stood before the counter once more. The staff member was taken aback. Didn't you just get one? Sir, newly promoted martial artists can only receive 1 copy for free. After that, you'll have to pay. The staff member reminded him. I know. Watching Chen Fan's retreating figure. What a strange guy. The staff member couldn't help but grumble inwardly. Getting 2 identical martial skill manuals, would that make practice faster or what? Ding! Detected the martial skill Swift Wind Slash. Would you like to learn it? Just as Chen Fan had suspected. 2 bad martial skills are treated as vital strategic resources. Authorities strictly prohibit anyone from privately copying them, no matter the reason. This isn't just empty talk. Martial arts manuals have a strict and comprehensive encryption tracking system. The moment you photocopy one, it triggers an alarm. Slap on the silver bracelets, and the state will take care of your room and board. Otherwise, one manual costs 25,000, and that's just for the lowest level. Sure enough, the most profitable ventures are all written in the criminal code. Chen Fan shook his head with a laugh, then said, back to studying. Immediately, another memory surfaced of practicing the Gale Slash technique in the secret chamber. Sunrise followed sunset, day and night without cease, completely immersed in the moment. Chen Fan digested the memories in his mind. Although the panel still showed his Gale Slash cultivation level as beginner, yet Chen Fan could clearly sense it himself. His Gale Slash had improved significantly compared to before. Continuing to study like this, minor achievements and major breakthroughs, even perfection, were virtually guaranteed. However, this time he had nothing valuable left to sell. He would simply have to save up bit by bit. At noon, Chen Fan had a quick lunch at a fast food restaurant on the 3rd floor of the office building. After taking the elevator, I arrived at the underground 6th floor. There are thousands of dueling halls here. The appearance fee for a 1-star martial artist is 1,000 yuan per match. We'll match you with an appropriate beast based on your paper strength. Don't worry, since you're newly certified, we'll definitely give you the weakest level 1 beast available. How about it? Want to give it a try? The lobby manager here glanced at Chen Fan. A moment later, Chen Fan stood in the duel hall, holding a long blade. There is a screen in the hall. It's a live streaming room, currently broadcasting live footage from here. Chen Fan, 1-star martial artist, first certification day vs. Some bullet comments flew across the live stream. Just got verified and already rushing to the duel hall. Too eager. How bold. I can already picture this newbie howling like a terrified wolf begging for help. Hearing you say that, I suddenly don't feel sleepy anymore. Mind your words. Everyone was a rookie once. I hope this won't traumatize him later. Chen Fan stood quietly, though it was his first time wielding a weapon. Yet held in hand, it felt like an old friend who had accompanied me for many years. This eased his initial nervousness considerably. Snap. The alloy walls parted. A ferocious beast appeared before Chen Fan. Giant-beaked chicken? Chen Fan was taken aback. Old rivals. However, this giant-beaked chicken was much larger than the one Chen Fan had encountered at Factory 6. The giant-beaked chicken was ferocious by nature. Spotting humans across from it, it charged straight at them. Chen Fan's eyes narrowed intently. Brandishing a long sword, I kicked off the ground and launched myself towards the giant-beaked chicken. The show's about to begin. This newcomer seems remarkably calm. Probably just pretending. Chapter 8 Classmates. Shock. Chen Fan has become a martial artist. Who wouldn't put on an act? Knowing full well it's being live-streamed with so many people watching, even if terrified, you'd still have to pretend to be fearless. Holy crap. Holy shit, holy shit, holy shit. The livestream chat had been filled with laughter and casual banter. Suddenly, in perfect unison, all messages turned into shocked expletives. On the screen, the giant-beaked chicken could be seen collapsed in a pool of blood. Chen Fan, holding a long blade, turned and walked away without looking back. I just went to pour some water. What the hell happened here? You went to pour water? I barely blinked and the fight was over. You're telling me this is a rookie on his first day of certification? I'm not as good as him. I was looking forward to seeing a joke, only to realize the joke was on me. Ding! Slayed a level 1 ferocious beast, Great Beaked Chicken, Vitality +3. The appearance fee was automatically settled to the martial artist badge. Chen Fan returned the weapon and left. The duel hall is a place to hone martial skills and gain combat experience. It's indeed a great venue, but resources are limited. The Alliance regulates that each warrior can only apply once per day. Chen Fan suddenly felt like he'd gotten a bad deal. One slash and he was finished. Martial skills went without saying. Practical combat experience was practically negligible. Chen Fan patted his head. I can't let this happen again. The 3rd Junior Martial Arts Academy. Training grounds. Zhong Qing was using equipment to strengthen her body. Delicate beads of sweat glistened on her refined cheeks. The form-fitting outfit perfectly accentuated her graceful curves. Whispers circulated among the surrounding students. Zhong Qing works so hard. That's right, no wonder she's so outstanding. I should learn from her. Zhong Qing took all these words to heart. There wasn't the slightest ripple in her heart. She had heard far too much of such praise. She had never considered these classmates as competitors to begin with. Throughout high school, she had only one rival. That was Chen Fan. Unfortunately, Chen Fan dropped out of school. They would hardly be rivals anymore. That jerk, I sent him so many messages, and not a single reply. I wonder how he's doing now. After 6 months apart, Zhong Qing still missed him quite a bit. At this moment, holy shit, holy shit, holy shit, holy shit. A sudden exclamation caught all the classmates' attention. What's wrong? Seriously, what's with all the fuss? The man raised his phone and shouted, Chen Fan, it's Chen Fan. He entered the duel hall. What? Your eyes must be failing you. Only martial artists can enter the duel hall. Chen Fan dropped out of school and can barely afford meals. Where would he get the means to become a martial artist? The man grew anxious. It really is Chen Fan. If you don't believe me, see for yourselves. Let me have a look. Some classmates gathered around. Then came a flurry of startled exclamations. It really is Chen Fan. Holy shit, that's amazing. To be honest, I'm so envious I could cry. Initially, Zhong Qing hadn't planned on coming, but it was Chen Fan they heard. She was the first to rush over. Inside the duel hall, she saw Chen Fan wielding a battle knife, slaying a giant beaked fowl, a level 1 fierce beast. The expression on Zhong Qing's face instantly became indescribably vivid. Surprised that Chen Fan has become a martial artist. Instinctively happy for him too. Good for you, Chen Fan. No wonder you haven't replied to my messages. You were brewing something big here. But I won't admit defeat. We'll keep competing. Zhong Qing's fighting spirit was further ignited. What are all of you gathered here for? Class teacher Wang Fong walked over with a smile. Teacher, come quick. Chen Fan has become a martial artist. Hearing this, Wang Fong was startled. She hurried over. Yesterday after the hematology tests, Principal Yao called a meeting for all senior year homeroom teachers. It was announced at the meeting that a martial artist had emerged among the senior high school students, but no one knew who it was. They were told to pay more attention to the students in their classes. This news thoroughly shocked all the homeroom teachers at the time. They couldn't help but fantasize that such a prodigy was their own student. To have mentored such a student, that would undoubtedly be the crowning achievement of their teaching career. Something to boast about for a lifetime. Wang Fong went back and thought about all the students in her class one by one. The blood test results from that day were still there. Clearly, none of them were. Wang Fong also thought of Chen Fan. This was her exceptionally outstanding student. Yet in the end she shook her head. Chen Fan dropped out of school. Wanting to enhance one's vitality would become doubly difficult. It's impossible for it to be him. But now, in the live stream on his phone, Chen Fan was unmistakably standing in the dueling hall. It was Chen Fan. That martial artist was indeed Chen Fan. The principal's office. What? Found him? It's Chen Fan? Dropped out? Excellent, excellent. Convene a high-level school meeting immediately. Teacher Wang, you'll attend as well. Yao Fu stood up excitedly. After leaving the martial arts building, Chen Fan wasn't in a hurry to return home. He went to the shopping mall and bought the fan he'd been longing for. After returning, install the fan. A cool breeze slowly drifted in. Chen Fan felt wonderful. With electric ones in the future, manual operation won't be needed. Enjoyed a while in bed. He checked the time. Only 4 p.m. I'll call Uncle Lu and the others when they get off work at 6 and treat them to dinner tonight. Chen Fan thought to himself. He hadn't forgotten his earlier promise. Back then, he'd promised himself a good feast if he ever became a martial artist. Now the dream had come true. Actions speak louder than words. Time flies by swiftly. In the blink of an eye, it's already 6 o'clock. Time to clock out. The workers filed out one after another. Let's call Little Fan. Lu Xian took out his phone. But before he could even dial, his phone rang. What a coincidence, it's Xiao Fan calling. Lu Xian smiled. Hey, Xiao Fan. What? Lu's restaurant wants to treat us to dinner? What's going on? We were just about to ask you out for dinner to help you calm your nerves. Alright, let's head over there now. Hung up the phone. What's going on? Hong Kong and Wang Jin asked. Xiao Fan said he wants to treat us to a meal. When I asked him why, he told us we'd find out once we got there. Lu Xian said. Lu's isn't cheap. Xiao Fan must have something good going on. Wang Jin suddenly remembered what Chen Fan had said the day before yesterday. If there ever comes a day when I become a martial artist, I must treat myself to a good meal. Could Xiao Fan have actually become a martial artist? Wang Jin himself found the idea absurd. At the same time, he faced merciless ridicule from Lu Jian and Hong Kong. Xiao Fan's vitality was still at 100 the day before yesterday. In just over a day, less than 2 days, it doubled to 200? Does that seem possible to you? We'll know when we get there. Let's go. Lu's Tavern. Lu Jian, Hong Kong, and Wang Jin stared dumbfounded at the martial artist badge on the table, momentarily speechless with shock. Uncles, stop staring and eat before the food gets cold. Chen Fan didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Good lad. Lu Jian gave Chen Fan a hearty pat on the shoulder. Well, they say a golden phoenix has flown out of the chicken coop. Nonsense, Xiao Fan was never meant for a chicken coop in the first place. He was just going through a rough patch. Now everything's back on track where it belongs. Xiao Fan, everyone in the workers group is talking about the warrior who's been killing giant beat chickens at Factory 6. That wouldn't happen to be you, would it? Chen Fan nodded in agreement. It's me. Ha ha ha, mystery solved then. Xiao Fan, work hard. Old Wang here will be counting on you for bragging rights in the future. Chapter 9, Chen Fan's murderous intent, the silver cat with blood-red eyes. By the time they left, it was already past 9 in the evening. The meal was thoroughly enjoyable for both host and guests, with an extraordinarily lively atmosphere. Chen Fan returned to Century Community. Upon reaching his floor, he noticed several people standing at his doorstep. Mr. Wang? Chen Fan was astonished. As for the others, Chen Fan also recognized them. They were none other than the principal of the 3rd Junior Martial Arts Academy, Yao Fu, and other high-ranking officials like the vice principals. Hello, esteemed leaders. Yao Fu laughed and said, Student Chen Fan, you're finally back. We've been waiting for you for quite a while now. My apologies. Chen Fan quickly opened the door and invited everyone to enter. Classmate Chen Fan, you've already become a martial artist, right? Yao Fu asked. Chen Fan nodded. Yes. Then are you interested in returning to school? You're already a martial artist. The martial arts exam is just a few days away, and you're sure to be admitted to a top-tier martial arts university. You could say your future is exceptionally bright. Additionally, Teacher Wang has already informed us about your situation. The school has specially discussed it and set up a 100,000 yuan scholarship for you, so you won't have any worries. Yao Fu said. If Chen Fan had simply become a martial artist, faced with the dean's invitation, he would undoubtedly accept without hesitation, because it's the best choice. But he had a system, martial arts university training, courses, and such. It would only affect how fast he could draw his blade. Thank you for your kindness, school leaders, and my gratitude to Teacher Wang Fong for preserving my student status. I'll graduate from 3rd Junior Martial Arts Academy in this lifetime. As for martial arts universities and such, I won't even consider them. Chen Fan said. Yao Fu gave Wang Fong an approving glance. Fortunately, his student status was preserved. Otherwise, no matter how exceptional Chen Fan might be, or how brilliant his achievements, none of it would have had the slightest connection to the school anymore. It was already past 10 in the evening when everyone left. Chen Fan escorted them to the neighborhood gate. He watched the cars drive away before turning back home. Yao Fu didn't insist on persuading Chen Fan. In his words, the school respects your decision. Also, the 100,000 yuan scholarship was still awarded to Chen Fan. You are the pride of our school, and this is what you deserve. The fan blew a gentle, cooling breeze. Chen Fan lay in bed, making plans for tomorrow. Before he knew it, he had drifted into dreamland. While Chen Fan slept soundly, someone was destined to spend this night sleepless. Over in Jiangnan Base City, the Public Security Bureau building remained brightly lit. The victim's identity has been confirmed. Name, Chen Fan, male, 39 years old. A team member came to report. Chen Fan again? Captain Zhang Li clutched his hair with both hands, looking utterly overwhelmed. This is already the 13th deceased named Chen Fan in Jiangnan Base City this year. The victims include both martial artists and ordinary civilians. They span across different age groups. One could say they are completely unrelated to each other. The only thing they had in common was being named Chen Fan. This was clearly a targeted, premeditated serial killing. Moreover, the perpetrator's methods were extremely covert. So far, the Public Security Bureau hasn't got a single lead. I've also heard that similar incidents have occurred in other Alliance-based cities, with Chen Fan as the victim in those cases as well. The team member added. Zhang Li took a deep breath. This signals something major is about to happen. Have you finished organizing the citywide files on Chen Fan? Zhang Li asked. It's done. The team member placed a file on the table. In our Jiangnan base city, there are currently 3,255 people named Chen Fan. The file includes their ages, phone numbers, addresses, and whether they're martial artists or non-martial artists. Over 3,000 people. The protection and prevention efforts were extremely challenging. Zhang Li rubbed his temples and said, All right, thanks for your hard work, Xiaolu. Also, keep this information confidential for now to avoid causing public panic. I understand. Soon, the night passed. Martial Artist Building, Martial Arts Hall. Chen Fan placed 2 more tornado/manuals on the counter. Paid the fee. took them and left. The staff members were left scratching their heads in confusion. That makes 4 now. Ding! Detected martial skill, Gale/*2. Would you like to learn it? Chen Fan immediately chose yes. Another memory of practicing the blade passed by. Gale/ minor achievement. Chen Fan was stunned. It had already reached minor achievement. He still remembered browsing forums where martial artists would complain about taking 2.5 years just to reach minor mastery. He assessed the situation. With the same 221 chi in blood, now that he'd attained minor mastery in Gale/, taking on 10 versions of yesterday's self would be effortless. Mastering the Gale/ technique wouldn't have progressed this quickly under normal circumstances, because Chen Fan couldn't have saved up enough money to afford the Gale/ technique in such a short time. Fortunately, the principal's visit yesterday helped tremendously with the 100,000 yuan scholarship. Still too poor though. Becoming a martial artist is just the first step. One must venture outside the city to hunt ferocious beasts. Simply staying within the city walls won't earn you much money, and your vital energy cultivation will progress painfully slowly. Leaving the city, martial skills were no longer a weakness. The only thing lacking was real combat experience. Chen Fan once again arrived at the dueling hall, because of the clean achievements last time. This time, Chen Fan was matched with a more powerful first-level ferocious beast, the red-eyed silver cat. It was 2 meters long. Though called a cat, it more closely resembled a leopard. A pair of crimson eyes radiated a bloodthirsty gleam. Simply standing there, the oppressive aura it exuded was incomparable to that of a giant-beaked chicken. A silver flash streaked by. The crimson-eyed silver cat's razor-sharp claws came slashing toward his face. Chen Fan dodged. The claws left deep gouges in the alloy wall. Again, Chen Fan entered combat mode. The red-eyed silver cat let out a piercing roar. It seemed highly displeased with the previous strike. Whoosh! A silver flash cut through the air again. Bang! This time, the crimson-eyed silver cat was sent flying by Chen Fan's combat blade before it could even get close. Indeed. Whack! If we kept chopping like this, the battle would be over. The red-eyed silver cat's fur stood on end. It was ferocious. It charged again for another attack. Bang! 2 hours later, the red-eyed silver cat crouched in the corner, trembling uncontrollably. All its earlier ferocity had vanished. Even when Chen Fan poked it with a knife, he didn't dare resist anymore. Now that's just boring. The sword rises and falls. Ding! You've slain a level 1 fierce beast, crimson-eyed silver cat. Vitality +3. In the live stream room, that blade technique has got something special. Graceful as flowing clouds, a feast for the eyes. I must have learned a fake Gale/ red-eyed silver cat. Whoa, I'm finally dead. It's so terrifying. Chen Fan had lunch on the 3rd floor as usual. After the meal, Chen Fan went to the weapons hall. His afternoon plan was to purchase equipment. Although I don't have much money on hand, but I'll try to scrape together what I can. Hello sir, what can I get for you? As soon as Chen Fan entered, a staff member came forward to greet him. I'll just browse around casually. Certainly, take your time. The weapons hall was massive, spanning several thousand square meters. Blades, spears, swords, hammers, axes. A dazzling array of weapons filled the display. Chen Fan glanced at the prices. Prices ranging from hundreds of thousands to millions were common. Some even cost over $1 million. Chen Fan couldn't find a single blade priced below 100,000 yuan in the weaponry display section. Having no choice, Chen Fan approached the staff again. He explained his requirements. A long sword, cheap one. Chapter 10 Leaving the city, marker .0431. Sir, please follow me. The staff member showed no sign of looking down on Chen Fan, speaking with the same courtesy as always. As a newly minted martial artist, he hadn't yet gone out to hunt ferocious beasts. Where would there be so much money? Those first weapons all cost tens or hundreds of thousands, and none of it comes without family backing. The staff pulled out a wooden crate from beneath a shelf. Inside were piled numerous blades. Chen Fan selected a long sword from among them. Its total length was approximately 1.4 meters. The entire weapon bore a deep black hue. He weighed it in his hand, not too bad. At that moment, the staff member said, "These weapons are a bit inferior to the alloy swords displayed outside, but they'll do just fine against first-level beasts. For second-level beasts, though, they're practically useless. It's hard enough to break through the defenses of a second-level beast, let alone the risk of the weapon snapping under its fierce attacks." Chen Fan nodded. "I'm just a 1-star martial artist, barely competent against level 1 ferocious beasts. When faced with a level 2 beast, forget about the knife failing, even I wouldn't stand a chance." The staff member chuckled. "You're quite the humorist. How much is this knife?" Chen Fan asked. 45,000. "I'll take it." Chen Fan emerged from the armory. He couldn't bear to part with the long blade. The price didn't matter, mostly because this was his very first weapon. Next, Chen Fan went to buy a backpack. Again, the cheapest one. $3,000. It doesn't need to be fancy, just functional for now. As for the combat apparel hall, Chen Fan didn't even bother going. He had already learned about it during his previous visit to the warrior's home. Combat suits enhance defense and might just save your life at critical moments. The price is no less than that of weapons. Chen Fan currently only has a few thousand yuan in hand, there's no need to even think about it. The next day, the sky had just begun to lighten at dawn. Chen Fan left the city. According to the Alliance's regulations, non-martial artists were prohibited from leaving the city. Thus, this was Chen Fan's first time leaving the city in 18 years. He had already planned everything the previous night. Today's destination is marker 0431. It's the closest marked point to the base city, about 10 kilometers away. It used to be a small town. Now it's become a playground for low-level monstrous beasts. Most are level 1. Level 2 and 3 beasts occasionally appear in the core area. Chen Fan's plan is to operate in the outskirts. If one is careful enough, it shouldn't be a problem. Walking along the pothole-ridden road, all Chen Fan saw was desolation and decay. On both sides of the road, weeds grew wildly. Occasionally, massive bones of fierce beasts could be seen amidst the grass. On the eastern horizon, the sun had just risen above the edge of the earth. Chen Fan could already feel the touch of sweltering heat. He quickened his pace. After 40 minutes or so, the buildings marked at point 0431 came into distant view. However, at that moment, Chen Fan also encountered a challenge. Two enormous scorpion-like beasts, their bodies seemingly cast from steel and exuding a ghostly chill, prowled along the highway. Seeing Chen Fan, their tails immediately arched high, poised in an attacking stance. Chen Fan also tightened his grip on the combat saber in his hand. A fierce battle was inevitable. Two iron-tailed scorpions attacked Chen Fan simultaneously. Their metallic tails lashed through the air with a piercing whistle. Chen Fan's combat saber whirled, driving one back, but the other scorpion's assault arrived in the blink of an eye. In the blink of an eye, Chen Fan remained calm and composed. With a swift reverse slash, quick as the howling wind, pierced through the skull of the second iron-tailed scorpion. The raised iron tail instantly went limp and crashed to the ground. Ding! You have slain a level 1 ferocious beast, the iron-tailed scorpion. Vitality +3. With its companion slain, the previously repelled iron-tailed scorpion became even more ferocious, emitting shrill roars towards Chen Fan. This time, Chen Fan didn't wait for the creature to attack. He immediately closed the distance himself. His long sword danced with sweeping strokes, moving so swiftly it became a blur. The iron-tailed scorpion could barely put up any resistance. Cut down with a single stroke. Ding! You have slain a level 1 ferocious beast, the iron-tailed scorpion. Vitality +3. Current vitality has reached 230. Chen Fan crouched down to collect materials from the iron-tailed scorpion. Both the iron tail and the two large pincers were valuable loot. They could fetch over 3,000. Two specimens would bring in nearly 7 grand. The beast meat could fetch some money too. However, given its massive size, even carrying it back would be a struggle for Chen Fan, so he had to leave it behind. While collecting the materials, Chen Fan also reflected on the earlier battle. I've grown too accustomed to passive counterattacks. When it's time to take the initiative, one must strike first. Just like when facing those two iron-tailed scorpions earlier. If I'd taken the initiative myself, I might have been a bit more composed. Caught between the iron-tailed scorpion's assault, they attacked from both front and rear. Thankfully, my blade work was swift enough. Had I been even slightly slower, the consequences would have been unthinkable. After collecting the spoils, Chen Fan continued forward. He arrived at the outskirts of the town. In the distance, he could see some martial artist teams moving inside. Chen Fan deliberately avoided them. In the wild, sometimes danger comes not just from beasts. Daring to venture that deep would surely require formidable strength. The sun had already begun its westward descent. Inside a derelict building, Chen Fan was hungrily chewing on dried meat. This jerky was his specially prepared lunch from yesterday. After eating the jerky, he took a big gulp of water. Only then did Chen Fan let out a satisfied belch. Beside him lay a bulging backpack. It looked about ready to burst at the seams. The entire morning, aside from the initial two iron-tailed scorpions, Chen Fan once again slew 20 level 1 ferocious beasts. The chi and blood value rose to 290, one step closer to becoming a 2-star martial artist. Also, the morning's fierce battle made Chen Fan realize the power of the small achievement realm of the swift wind slash. Level 1 ferocious beasts could hardly pose a threat to him now. Even, at most, Chen Fan once faced the simultaneous attack of 5 level 1 ferocious beasts. In the end, they were all cut down by the blade. Chen Fan felt greatly reassured. Gradually, he grew more confident. He was no longer the same Chen Fan who instinctively feared when seeing the giant beaked chicken at Factory 6. Chen Fan checked the time. It wasn't even 2 o'clock yet, but he had to go back. His backpack simply couldn't hold anymore. Chen Fan packed up briefly and set off on his journey home. The backpack weighed about 10 kilograms. To Chen Fan, it wasn't heavy at all. he sprinted the entire way. In just over half an hour, they arrived at the city gate. The city gate served as the portal to the base city. It was perpetually guarded by military forces. A soldier shot Chen Fan a puzzled glance. There were many people leaving the city in the morning, but Chen Fan left an exceptionally deep impression on him, carrying the lowest grade weapon. Even his backpack was the cheapest available, not even a combat suit. One glance told him this was a one-star warrior. The crucial point was he'd ventured beyond the city walls alone. Such scenarios weren't unfamiliar to him. There are no more than two possible outcomes. One is never coming back. The other, even if fortunate enough to survive the return, often comes back empty-handed. And now, Chen Fan had not only returned, but came back with substantial gains. Chen Fan swiped his warrior badge and entered the city immediately after being granted passage. Didn't expect this kid to have some tricks up his sleeve. The soldier gazed appreciatively at Chen Fan's retreating figure. Looks like we misjudged him. His comrade in arms teased beside him. The soldier responded with a non-committal smile. Martial arts building, 4th floor. This floor was entirely occupied by shops specializing in reclaimed mutated beast materials. Chen Fan stepped out from a store called Wancheng Pavilion. Chapter 11, 3-Star Warrior, Wolfpack. Those materials sold for 77,000 here. Chen Fan wasn't stupid. He compared quotes from several vendors. Some shops, seeing Chen Fan was young, lowballed him aggressively. None of them offered more than 70,000. Wancheng Pavilion gave the fairest quote. And the boss is very kind. Doing business with someone like this is downright pleasant. Over 70,000. This sum, earned in less than a day, surpassed what Chen Fan had made in an entire year at the job market. Such is the money-making power of a martial artist. And Chen Fan was still merely a one-star martial artist, the lowest rank. But speaking of which, martial artists do have substantial expenses. Tens of thousands, even hundreds of thousands at a time. Descending from the 4th floor, Chen Fan gritted his teeth and spent 30,000 to buy a larger backpack. If not for the backpack holding him back today, he could have killed more. After finishing everything, Chen Fan walked out of the warrior building. The sun was still high in the sky. Glancing at the time, only 3 o'clock. What should I do next? Heading out of town again? It's too late. It would be dark soon if he rushed over. The wilderness after dark was terrifying. After some thought, Chen Fan decided to go kill the chicken. Although just one chicken adds only 0.1 HP. But the numbers add up fast. Chen Fan needed to roam the wilds in the future. Every bit of extra HP counted. You'll have a better chance of surviving. If I can break through to a 2-star martial artist right now, the situation will definitely improve considerably. And if I reach 3-star level, that checkpoint 0431 can already move sideways on its own. Chen Fan pulled out his phone. He was calling Zhou Song. Zhou Song, a squad leader in the security team of Slaughterhouse Number 6. He had previously left a business card with Chen Fan. It was now afternoon. Having missed the early morning job fair recruitment at around 4 o'clock, Chen Fan wondered if Zhou Song could help out. At this moment, Zhou Song was having tea in his office. The phone suddenly rang. Hello? Oh, it's you, brother Chen Fan. You finally called me. So, are you planning to come to Factory 6? What? Go to the workshop to slaughter chickens? You're already qualified to be a team leader. What nonsense is this about slaughtering chickens? Alright, no problem. Just come over. Zhou Song wore a puzzled expression. A martial artist slaughtering chickens? Could it be that he's developed a taste for chicken slaughtering? Chen Fan arrived at Factory 6 by car. Zhou Song was already waiting at the entrance. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Zhou Song led Chen Fan into the slaughterhouse workshop. Thanks, brother Zhou. I'll treat you to a meal someday. Don't mention it, bro. It was nothing. After Zhou Song left, Chen Fan deftly grabbed a chicken. Ding, slaughtered one chicken. Vitality plus 0.1. Chen Fan raised his hand and brought the blade down swiftly. His chicken slaying speed had undoubtedly improved manifold compared to before. The minor achievement realm's Gale Slash was no laughing matter. More than 2 hours later, the shift changed from day to night. Chen Fan went to the cafeteria to grab a bite, then returned to continue working. He worked straight until dawn. 9 hours straight. Chen Fan accomplished what would normally take 2 full days. 1,200 units. Opened the system panel. Name, Chen Fan. Age, 18. Cultivation level, 1-star martial artist. Health, 410 out of 500. Martial skill, Gale Slash, small achievement. Your Chi and blood level has already reached 410. When it comes to increasing Chi and blood, Chen Fan progresses faster working at Factory 6 than hunting fierce beasts in the wild. Come to think of it, that makes sense. In the wilderness, your top priority is ensuring your own safety. A Qi and blood level of 500 makes him a 2-star martial artist. Chen Fan had originally planned to go back and rest. That way, it wouldn't delay his departure from the city the next day. But seeing he was just 90 points short, he simply stopped replying. Tonight's goal, reach 2 stars. The night passed swiftly. At 6 in the morning, shift change arrived again. Chen Fan left with the night shift workers. Now looking at the panel again. Realm, 2-star warrior. Qi and blood, 501 out of 1000. Chen Fan's physique is now different from ordinary people. A single sleepless night had little impact on him. After leaving slaughterhouse number 6, Chen Fan had breakfast by the roadside before hurrying toward the city gates again. An hour later, marker point 0431. I'll return today. Chen Fan was much more relaxed than yesterday. After all, he had already become a 2-star warrior. Today's target was still a first-level ferocious beast, though he was more capable now. But Chen Fan was worried the knife wouldn't hold up. Ding! Slayed a tier 1 beast, rattlesnake, vitality +3. Ding! Slayed a tier 1 beast, saber-tooth pig, vitality +3. Ding! Slain level 1 ferocious beast. The system notifications kept ringing. Noon, atop the rooftop of an abandoned residential complex. Chen Fan had eaten and drunk his fill. In the morning, he'd slain 61st level ferocious beasts, with limbs now loosened up. It was terrifying. Chen Fan gazed into the depths of the small town. The outskirts were safe enough, but the savage beasts were too scattered. Finding the ferocious beasts took considerable time. Chen Fan decided to venture slightly deeper. Around 3 in the afternoon, Chen Fan encountered a wolf pack within an abandoned school. Ding! Slain first-tier blood-crazed green wolf, +3 vitality points. Ding! Slain first-tier blood-crazed green wolf, +3 vitality points. Ding! Slain first-tier blood-crazed green wolf, +3 vitality points. Ding! The wolves charged forward relentlessly, while Chen Fan's long blade danced through the air. With every swing, a spray of blood blossomed. Clang, 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 clang. The system's rapid ping notifications never ceased. The battle lasted for over half an hour. When Chen Fan finally stopped, a pile of blood-stained green wolf corpses lay beneath his feet. He was covered in blood. In his hair, on his face, his clothes were thoroughly soaked with blood. He looked like a man made of blood. However, not a single drop of it belonged to Chen Fan. It was all from the wolf pack. Chen Fan casually glanced at the panel. He glanced at it. He startled himself. Name, Chen Fan. Age, 18. Realm, 3-star martial artist. Blood Qi, 1051 of 5000. Martial skill, Gale/small achievement. 3 stars already? Did you go all out killing today? Chen Fan could scarcely believe it himself. However, he had killed 60 by noon. Come afternoon, he surveyed the pile of wolf carcasses. Truly merciless. At the same time, Chen Fan also noticed that the leap from 3 stars to 4 stars required a significantly greater increase in blood Qi energy. It reached 5000. Though Chen Fan was elated about advancing to become a 3-star martial artist, he dared not delay. It's already 3:30 now. There are still so many materials left to pack. At this rate, it might be dark by the time I'm done. Chen Fan immediately sprang into action. The neon lights of Jiangnan Base City began illuminating the evening streets. Martial artists who had ventured outside were gradually returning through the city gates. The gates would be closing in half an hour. That young lad went out through the gates today, didn't he? The soldier glanced at his comrade beside him. Yes, left the city a little past 6. The soldier sighed, still not back by now, might not make it. He stood out yesterday, I was expecting great things from him. Who would have thought, a flash in the pan. What a pity. At that moment, a comrade suddenly exclaimed in surprise, look, someone's coming back. The soldier also looked over. In the hazy night, faint figures could be seen sprinting rapidly towards this direction. The back was tall and bulging. That was 2 backpacks? Sorry, I got back a bit late today. Chen Fan swiped his warrior badge and hurried into the city after being granted passage. The soldiers and their comrades were completely baffled. For a long while, that's him, right? That's him. With 2 packs, 1 large, 1 small, he must have killed 100 or 2. He killed more people single-handedly than an entire squad. Chapter 12, Holding Great Wealth, Spatial Ring. Chen Fan arrived at the martial artist's tower. 4th floor, Wancheng Pavilion. The owner of Wancheng Pavilion, Du Chuanru, was startled when he saw Chen Fan covered in bloodstains. Noticing the 2 bulging sacks on his back, his pupils contracted even more. Xiao Chen, you're pushing yourself too hard. Are you injured? Du Chuanru asked with concern. Chen Fan smiled, no, it's all from the beasts. Hearing this, Du Chuanru felt somewhat relieved. At the same time, he couldn't help but marvel in amazement. Please take inventory, Boss Du. Chen Fan said. All right. Du Chuanru took out a pen and paper. While tallying, he called out the prices to Chen Fan one by one, then recorded them. One after another after another. It took over 10 minutes to tally just half of them. Suddenly, Du Chuanru picked up a document and couldn't help exclaiming in surprise, "Xiao Chun, have you become a two-star warrior?" "Master Du, whatever makes you say that?" Chen Fan was somewhat surprised. Du Chuanru said with a smile, "What more proof is needed? These are materials from a level 2 fierce beast, the bloodthirsty Cyan Wolf King. If you can kill even the bloodthirsty Cyan Wolf King, 9 out of 10 chances you're a 2-star martial artist." The bloodthirsty Cyan Wolf King? Chen Fan scratched his head. "No impression. I did encounter a pack of wolves, might have killed it along the way." Du Chuanru chuckled admiringly. "How long have you been at 1 star? About half a year? Your chi and blood have improved pretty quickly. Breaking through to 2-star is good, your survival skills in the wild will improve significantly." Chen Fan simply smiled. He didn't answer. "Half a year? It's only been about 5 days, counting. And what else? I'm no longer a 2-star martial artist. Now I'm already at 3 stars. After some time, all the materials were finally counted. The total came to something over 710,000. Du Chuanru rounded the figure up for Chen Fan, 720,000. Once the work was done, Chen Fan was about to leave. Du Chuanru called out to him, "Xiao Chen, don't rush off. If you go out like this, you'll get 100% head turning rate for sure. There's a shower in the back, go wash up. My son's clothes are in the wardrobe. They're all freshly washed. My son's about your height, so they should fit well." Chen Fan looked himself up and down, that sticky feeling all over his body. "Then thank you, Boss Du." Chen Fan went inside to wash himself clean. He took the opportunity to wash his clothes too. When he came out, he directly put on the still damp clothes. "Xiao Chen, didn't I tell you there are clothes in the wardrobe?" "It's alright, Boss Du, the weather's so hot, they'll dry in no time." Leaving Wancheng Pavilion behind, Chen Fan arrived on the 3rd floor. He's been busy until now and still hasn't eaten dinner. Holding 720,000 in his hand, Chen Fan decided to treat himself to a nice dinner. Before long, a sumptuous feast covered the table. Chen Fan ate while lost in thought. His mind was preoccupied with matters, specifically, how to spend these over 700,000. Not that he was vexed by having too much money. There are too many places that require money. Where should it be used first? First comes martial skills. Chen Fan's survival in the wild owes much to the enhancement of his martial techniques. Xiao Chang is already this formidable. Just how powerful would the Greater De Chang, or the perfected stage, be? By purchasing the Gale/combat technique ourselves, the system can automatically learn and even upgrade it. 25,000 yuan for 1 copy. Wonder how many manuals it would take to reach De Chang mastery. Besides, the Gale/ is only a basic yellow rank martial skill. Should I switch to a higher level martial skill? Next comes the combat saber. He had already reached the 3-star warrior level, capable of killing level 3 ferocious beasts. The combat blade in hand, when purchased, the seller explicitly stated, it's adequate for dealing with level 1 ferocious beasts, hardly capable of breaching level 2 beasts' defenses. Under their fierce assaults, there's a risk of snapping. Clearly, the knife is kind of a letdown. Then there's the combat suit. Didn't buy it before because I was broke. I've got over 700,000 on hand, can afford it now. Should I buy it or not? Finally, there's the spatial ring. Carrying a backpack in the wilderness is just too inconvenient. Sometimes during combat, Chen Fan even had to put his backpack down first. If there were a spatial ring, that would be so much more convenient. Chen Fan had gone to see it. A spatial ring with 100 cubic meters of internal space was priced at 599,900. 100 cubic meters. Plenty of space. Chen Fan contemplated back and forth. He wanted to do it all. But for now, probably only 1 or 2 can be sorted out. Before I knew it, the meal was finished. Chen Fan still hadn't come up with a clue. Used the process of elimination. Chen Fan first ruled out the combat suit. Next, he was certain to remain active at marker point 0431. Now he had become a 3-star martial artist. At 0431, if not entirely invincible, his life was at least secure. What remained were martial arts techniques, combat knives, and spatial rings. Chen Fan ultimately chose the martial arts techniques and a spatial ring. He currently had 720,000 in hand, while the spatial ring cost slightly under 600,000. That left him with 120,000. Take out 100,000 from it to purchase 4 copies of Whirlwind Slash. As for the combat blade, it's just a matter of a day's difference. Also, don't be fooled by Chen Fan being a 3-star martial artist now. He still plans to focus on first-level beasts tomorrow. Don't ask why. Just know it's more efficient. It's the same reason why killing first-level beasts these past 2 days has boosted his vital energy faster than slaughtering chickens. Since the decision was made, Chen Fan no longer dwelled on it. He purchased a spatial ring. Over 100 years ago, the Alliance unearthed a batch of ancient texts in the secret realm. It includes elixirs, artifact forging, and formation arrays. Many years have passed, and both elixirs and artifact forging have found widespread applications. However, formation arrays remain too profound and mysterious. Currently, only spatial rings have been successfully deciphered and put into practical use. It could be considered the last remaining fruit of significance. But speaking of which, the formation may be difficult, but the artifact is truly invaluable. Chen Fan had a tiny chip implanted behind his ear. The chip was bound to the spatial ring. Chen Fan could now control it with his thoughts. With just a thought, the long blade in his hand vanished. Almost simultaneously, it appeared within the spatial ring. Another thought. The long blade materialized from the spatial ring into his hand. With this thing, everything would be much more convenient from now on. Ding! Detected 4 copies of the yellow tier low-grade Gale Slash. Learn now? Yes. Familiar sword training memories flooded his mind. Name, Chen Fan. Age, 18. Realm, 3-star martial artist. Blood Chi, 1051 of 5000. Martial skill, Gale Slash, Mastery. The 3rd Junior Martial Arts Academy. The girls' dormitory. Zhongqing sat on the bed. Since this was the dormitory, she was dressed rather lightly. The top was a little camisole, paired with ultra-short hot pants. A pair of fair, shapely legs that could be called the creator's masterpiece. On Zhongqing's phone was the chat window with Chen Fan. She had originally typed out a lot, but it didn't feel right, so I deleted everything. How did I become like this? We used to be best friends who told each other everything. Even when Chen Fan dropped out of school back then, he became the lowest rung of society. Zhongqing didn't distance herself from Chen Fan because of this. In her heart, no matter what Chen Fan might become in the future, he would always remain her good friend. But now, Chen Fan has become a martial artist. Want to send him a message. Why am I still nervous? Kept deleting and rewriting for quite a while. Zhongqing was furious with herself. She simply stopped measuring her words. Big bad egg, big bad egg, big bad egg, big bad egg. Outside. Chapter 13 Zhongqing, Chen Fan, I will definitely catch up to you. Chen Fan was on his way home from the warrior mansion. Suddenly, his phone rang. He glanced at it. It was a message from Zhongqing. He smiled knowingly. Why's this again? What are you scolding me for? Followed by an emoji. A little figure crouched in the corner, whimpering with a caption. What did I do wrong this time? After sending it, Zhongqing nervously clutched her phone. She was afraid Chen Fan wouldn't reply, and even more afraid he might be displeased. The phone rang at that moment. Zhongqing hurriedly opened it. Seeing Chen Fan's reply, she burst out laughing. Her heart settled with relief. Chen Fan is still that Chen Fan. Nothing's changed. Zhongqing, I sent you so many messages before. Why didn't you reply? Chen Fan, you've always wanted to help me, but I didn't want to trouble you. Zhongqing, now that you're a great warrior, aren't you afraid I'll trouble you? Chen Fan, serving a beauty is my honor. Zhongqing smiled, smooth talker. Chen Fan, I will definitely catch up to you. Chen Fan, well, good luck then. Zhongqing, what's got you so happy? Why that love-struck grin? Ha, and no reason. You're acting really suspicious, you know. Don't talk nonsense. Chen Fan returned home and changed into dry clothes. He turned on the fan and lay comfortably on the bed. Taking out his phone, he logged into Warrior's Home. The Warrior's Home is the gathering place for all martial artists in the Alliance. Many kinds of information can be found here. Browsing the Warrior's Home before sleep has become Chen Fan's daily habit. Marked location 0511 suddenly infested with level 7 savage beasts. A 6-star warrior team wiped out. RIP. There are still 3 days left until the annual martial arts examination, and it's shocking to hear that the 3rd Junior Martial Arts Academy has produced a martial artist. The Elite Martial Arts Tournament is approaching. For those of you at 6 stars and above, are you ready? The glow of the phone screen reflected on Chen Fan's face. After browsing through the posts for a while, he seemed lost in thought. Although the Alliance has largely grasped the situation of the beasts at each marked location, but beasts are constantly on the move. It's not absolute. Be careful when you're out there by yourself. Elite Warrior Tournament? Right. It's held not long after the annual martial arts exam every year. Chen Fan has lived in this world for over a decade. Naturally, he knows about the Elite Warrior Tournament. The Elite Martial Artists competition is far more advanced than the martial examinations. The martial exam is for Martial Arts Academy students. The Elite Martial Artists competition targets martial artists from 6-star to 9-star levels. It is a grand spectacle. The rewards were also quite substantial. However, in all the previous Elite Martial Artist competitions, Chen Fan wasn't even a martial artist. He could only read about them as news. He browsed his phone for a while. Chen Fan began to feel drowsy. After all, he had pulled an all-nighter the day before. The night passed swiftly. The next morning, Chen Fan woke up early as usual. Wash up, have breakfast, then leave the city, bouncing along the rugged road, heading towards marker point 0431. Ding, slain level 1 ferocious beast iron-tailed scorpion, vitality +3. Ding, slain level 1 ferocious beast. Ding, slain level 2 ferocious beast, goldenhorn savage ox, vitality +10. Ding. The morning passed quickly. Chen Fan felt even more grateful for his decision yesterday, having bought the spatial ring and upgraded his gale/technique. No need to fight while carrying a backpack. How much more convenient this is. Also, the great achievement level gale slash is truly terrifying. Forget cheap black blades. Even with just a kitchen knife in hand, cutting through enemies is as easy as splitting melons and chopping vegetables. This made Chen Fan look forward to achieving the perfected level of swift wind slash. Time flies by swiftly. Chen Fan remained busy until the sun was about to set. A thought occurred. A wild boar beast that had just been slain at his feet was stored into his spatial ring. There's a pile of materials inside the spatial ring now, and a wild boar. These items occupy only a tiny portion of space. There's still plenty of room left. Now with the spatial ring, it was very convenient, so Chen Fan decided to take this wild boar back to distribute some to Uncle Lu and the others. Eating the meat of mutated beasts does bring certain benefits to one's chi and blood. Chen Fan returned from landmark 0431. He arrived at the city gate just in time, neither early nor late. It happened to be the peak time when various warrior squads were returning to the city. Among the crowd, the soldier spotted Chen Fan. Today, Chen Fan was different from usual. Surprisingly, he wasn't carrying a backpack. But considering Chen Fan's impressive performance these past 2 days, he didn't think Chen Fan would return empty-handed today. He instinctively glanced at Chen Fan's hands. Sure enough, a spatial ring. Just think back to how shabby Chen Fan looked during his first trip outside the city. Look at things now, straight from muskets to cannons. Just a few days later, the soldier clicked his tongue in amazement. His expectations for Chen Fan were growing by the day. Martial Arts Building, 4th floor, Wancheng Pavilion. Finally, the tally is complete. 220 level 1 ferocious beasts and 10 level 2 ferocious beasts. The total for the level 1 beasts is 770,000, and the level 2 beasts come to 150,000. Altogether that's 920,000 yuan. Du Chuanru did the math for Chen Fan. No problem. Boss, do I trust your way of doing business? Shall I make the transfer then? Alright. The massive payment of 920,000 yuan arrived swiftly. Du Chuanru chuckled warmly. Xiao Chen, no, brother Chen, each time you deliver more than the last, you're practically becoming my fortune god. Are you free tonight? How about joining me for dinner? Boss Du, you're too kind. Chen Fan replied bashfully, I actually have plans tonight. Now that I've got some funds, I'm thinking of upgrading my weapon. Du Chuanru nodded understandingly. Got it. Let's plan for next time then. Alright. Chen Fan exited Wancheng Pavilion, grabbed a quick bite on the 3rd floor, then headed straight to the armory hall. Most of the squads active outside at night had already returned by now. Thus, the warrior tower remained quite crowded even at this hour. Hello sir, what can I get for you? A staff member politely stepped forward to greet them. Hello, I'm here again. Chen Fan laughed. Oh, it's you, sir. Only then did the staff recognize Chen Fan. This time Chen Fan didn't wander around aimlessly. He directly stated his needs to the staff. The staff demonstrate exceptional professional competence. Before long, Chen Fan had selected suitable weaponry. An alloy battle blade, 870,000. This alloy combat blade is considered quite expensive even in the armory. With it, it's completely sufficient for the Chi Blood realm. Additionally, Chen Fan's previous black blade had a trade-in value of 30,000. Chen Fan paid 840,000. Hey, Uncle Lu, you're off work now, right? Chen Fan walked out of the martial artist building while on the phone. In no time, Chen Fan met up with Lu Jian and the other two. With a loud thud, a massive wild boar weighing 500 to 600 pounds crashed onto the ground. Lu Jian, Han Kong, and Wang Zhen's pupils constricted sharply. A spatial ring? Level 2 Tusk Boar King? Xiaofan, you're already 2-star rated? A string of shocked expressions left the trio utterly dumbfounded. Chen Fan smiled faintly. Just got lucky. You're just too amazing. All 3 of them were exhilarated. Chen Fan had broken through to become a 2-star martial artist. Of course they were thrilled for him. Next, Chen Fan divided the Tusk Boar King's remains into 3 portions. Then he thoughtfully cut them into small pieces. You have to understand, these were after all level 2 ferocious beasts. Even first-level martial artists would struggle to penetrate their defenses, let alone Lu Jian and his 2 non-martial artist companions. Chapter 14 The Hidden Piece, Smilodon. The 3 of them, Lu Jian and his companions, grinned from ear to ear. Grade 2 ferocious beast meat costs over 300 yuan per gene. We normally can't afford such luxury. This time we're all benefiting from Xiaofan's generosity. Eating these beast meats will give our chi and blood another boost. Chen Fan laughed. Then eat to your heart's content. I'll bring you more later. Wang Zhen looked at Chen Fan with gratitude. He spoke earnestly. Xiaofan, we're all so happy to see you doing so well, but the wilds are full of danger. You must have your share of hardships too. Uncle doesn't have much to say except this: stay safe out there. Don't worry, Uncle Wang. At this moment, Hong Kong said, by the way, Xiaofan, we also have good news for you. Remember the warehouse where we used to work temporarily? We've been working there frequently recently. They're planning to select a few regular employees from the temporary workers. Uncle Lu, Uncle Wang, and I have all applied. We should get the results in a day or two. If we're selected, we'll have stable incomes and better benefits. No more working from dawn to dusk. Hearing this, Chen Fan was delighted. That sounds fantastic. The three uncles had taken good care of him before. Chen Fan had been thinking recently about how to give the three uncles a lift now that he had become a martial artist, but he hadn't come up with any ideas yet. I never expected to hear such great news now. Chen Fan returned home, took a shower, and lay down on the bed. He glanced at the panel. He couldn't help but be startled. Name, Chen Fan. Age, 18. Realm, 3-star martial artist. Chi and blood, 1811 of 5000. Martial skill, Gale/Mastery. My chi and blood has actually reached 1811? Chen Fan did the calculations. Today, he had slain 221st tier fierce beasts. His chi and blood increased by 660. He had slain 10 second tier fierce beasts. Increase vitality by 100. Originally, my vitality was 1051. Calculating it this way, it should be 1811. It's not that Chen Fan doesn't trust the panel. The main thing is how ridiculously fast this progress is. Just became a 3-star warrior yesterday, and already reached 1811 today. The standard for a 4-star warrior is 5000 chi blood, although the difficulty was slightly higher. But for Chen Fan, it would only take a few days. If he pushed harder, he might even be able to participate in this year's Elite Warrior competition. Keep it up! Chen Fan was full of energy. At that moment, just 2 intersections away from Century Community, a stray cat so plump it was practically spherical was lazily wandering about. Just another stray cat by the roadside. Nothing unusual. Passers-by paid no attention to it. Yet no one noticed the blue eyes of the chubby cat shimmering with an almost human-like expression. It seemed like Sundura, a bunch of foolish humans. If Lord Cat revealed his true form, you'd all be scared to death. The fat cat thought smugly. After crossing 2 intersections, the fat cat stopped in front of Century Community. This is the place. The fat cat swished its tail as it walked in. Don't be fooled by its current round and clumsy appearance. Its true form was that of a second-grade savage beast, the fang-toothed tiger cat. It was fortunate enough to gain the favor of a demon king. Using secret techniques, its spiritual intelligence was awakened. Disguised as a plump cat, it successfully infiltrated Jiangnan Base City and went into hiding. It knew there were many others like it. Not long ago, many sleeper agents were activated, including itself. Each received a list of names. Everyone on the list was named Chen Fan. It contained detailed information such as addresses and cultivation realms. The Chen Fan from Fat Cat's list. There were 20 in total. Either they weren't warriors, or they were only 1 star. None were any higher. For a fat cat like him, a second-rank vicious beast, there was simply no challenge at all. Admittedly, the Demon King has always pursued just one word: stability. Absolute stability. 19 of its 20 targets had already been eliminated. Today it came to Century Village to take care of the last one, a newly certified 1-star martial artist. The fat cat found the apartment building. Leisurely, it made its way to the 4th floor. It showed no tension or caution before taking action. More like taking a stroll. Just a 1-star martial artist. Might as well kill them casually. Not the slightest challenge. It could only feel somewhat interested when it could feast after killing its target. Arriving at Chen Fan's doorstep, the fat cat directly revealed its true form, larger than even a fearsome tiger by a full size. His tongue licked the sharp teeth. With a single swipe of its paw, Chen Fan's iron gate was torn apart as if made of paper. Chen Fan was browsing the martial artist forum from his bed. Breaking down his own door in the middle of the night? There are still people in the house. Nowadays thieves are getting way too bold. Chen Fan immediately got up. He had just gotten out of bed when the sharp-toothed tiger cat walked in. Saber-toothed tiger cat? Chen Fan was somewhat taken aback. He wasn't actually afraid. I'm just really surprised. There have been occasional news reports of ferocious beasts breaking into the base city over the years, but having one invade a home is truly unheard of. Moreover, and such a massive one at that, how did it manage to go undetected? Can pedestrians on the road, security guards at the gates, and elderly folks taking strolls in the neighborhood really not see it? Logically speaking, if a ferocious beast were to intrude, there should have been chaos by now. Chen Fan couldn't quite figure it out. Fortunately, it had barged into his own home. A second-level savage beast delivered right to his doorstep. He would gladly take care of it. An alloy combat blade appeared in his hand. The saber-toothed tiger cat was initially eager to flaunt its might, baring fangs at this pitifully feeble prey. Yet its mouth hadn't opened. The head fell off. The saber-toothed tiger cat's brass bell-like eyes widened into perfect circles. What's going on? Its eyes remained open in death. A single slash finishes me, and you're telling me this is a one-star warrior? Demon King, you've led me astray. Chen Fan didn't ponder too much. He stored the shark-toothed tiger cat into his spatial ring, then took a mop to clean up the bloodstains on the ground. As for the door, we'll fix it tomorrow. The next day, Chen Fan left the city early again. Another day of hard work at 0431. The sun rose from the eastern horizon until it stood directly overhead. Unnoticed, it had already begun its westward descent toward the mountains. Today's harvest was plentiful. 12 third-tier beasts were slain. 30 second-level beasts, 180 first-level beasts. A simple comparison with yesterday. Yesterday's sales were 920,000. Today's definitely going to break 1 million. Beyond the financial gains, what's even more crucial is the life essence. A first-level ferocious beast enhances life essence by 180 by 3, totaling 540. A second-tier magical beast increases vitality by 30 by 10, totaling 300. A third-tier magical beast increases vitality by 12 by 20, totaling 240. Chen Fan's original vitality was 1811, plus today's gains, reached 2,891. Another big step closer to the 5,000 threshold for 4 stars. Warrior Building, 4th floor, Wancheng Pavilion. Seeing Chen Fan, Du Chuanru warmly came out to greet him. Another busy moment passed. Chen Fan received a transfer of 1.35 million. Thanks, Boss Du. Chen Fan waved goodbye. After Chen Fan left, only then did Du Chuanru's astonished tremor show on his face. Materials from 12 third-level fierce beasts. Brother Chen must have reached 3 stars, but this time he wisely kept his mouth shut and didn't ask anything further. Now in his eyes, Chen Fan was no longer the green youngster he first met, but rather a client of great importance. He needed to treat him with the utmost seriousness. Everyone has their own secrets. Be mindful of what you say. After leaving Wancheng Pavilion, Chen Fan had dinner on the 3rd floor as usual. Then he headed to the martial arts hall. Chen Fan's purpose was very clear. Before long, he carried a stack of Gale/books to the counter. Chapter 15, The Blade-Obsessed Chen Fan, The Name of Awakening. The staff member's gaze toward Chen Fan grew increasingly peculiar. Let's not mention all those previous times. This time it's 20 books at once. Are you here to stock up? Chen Fan automatically ignored the staff's odd looks, paid the money and left. Systematically study the Gale/. Chen Fan didn't know how many books were needed for perfection, perhaps 4, maybe 5. It could also be 10, or even more. So he simply bought 20 copies at once. There might be some left over, but Chen Fan didn't really care. Now that he had money and could earn even more, there was no need to pinch pennies like before. Ding! Detecting a yellow-grade lower-tier martial skill, Gale/*20. Learn now? Yes. Chen Fan was already quite familiar with these procedures. Chen Fan closed his eyes, ready to experience another extraordinary life. Bang! A flood of memories surged into his mind. Chen Fan discovered that this time, he wasn't in a secluded chamber. Instead, he found himself amid the bustling streets of an ancient marketplace, as a humble street vendor. Yet, the blade in hand clearly held more allure than his peddling business. Swinging it stroke by stroke, he lost himself in the rhythmic dance of his movements. The scene shifts. A howling gale blows fiercely. Chen Fan stands atop the mountain peak, the violent winds making it hard for him to keep his footing. Yet he stubbornly swings his blade against the raging wind. The scene shifts again. By the riverside, in the family courtyard, beneath the waterfall, across vast grasslands, everywhere bore witness to Chen Fan practicing his blade techniques. Seasons turned, spring to autumn, year after year. Chen Fan transformed from a spirited young man into an unkempt, bearded uncle. He became renowned far and wide as the blade fanatic, Gale/, perfected realm. One day, Chen Fan gripped his sword with both hands and laughed heartily at the sky. But the memories didn't end. The scenes continued to unfold. Time flew by, and another 20-some years passed in the blink of an eye. Before he knew it, Chen Fan's temples had turned gray, and his back had grown slightly hunched. He had turned into quite an old man, clad in coarse hemp garments. In his youth, blades never left his hands. Now, he hadn't touched a knife in years, living a peaceful life in this small mountain village. Until one day, a bandit gang shattered the tranquility of the remote hamlet, burning, killing, and plundering. The village was filled with wails of despair, resembling hell on earth. At last, Chen Fan picked up the blade again, a rust-covered firewood cleaver. This made all the mountain bandits burst into laughter. Yet, in the very next instant, Chen Fan swung his knife with a single strike. 10 meters away, the bandit leader was split in two. His eyes bulged wide, and in his final moment of terror, he uttered the last 2 words of his life, blade, strength. The memory ends here. Chen Fan opened his eyes, but his heart remained unsettled for a long time. Slaughtering the mountain bandits from 10 meters away, and with nothing but a rusty firewood cleaver at that. This borders on the realm of transcending material constraints. Truly formidable. Chen Fan was amazed. He unleashed a blade force. This was an entirely new realm of swordsmanship. If compared to the perfected Gale Slash from before, the gap was so vast it couldn't even be measured. After all, this was the pinnacle achievement that Chen Fan, the blade-obsessed, had spent his entire life striving for. Chen Fan stepped out of the warrior tower. He didn't head straight home. He went to the building materials market. His own house's door was still broken. He left his phone number and address. The shop promised to send someone over to take measurements tonight and then customize it. It could be installed as early as tomorrow. Chen Fan left satisfied. Truth be told, he wasn't worried about theft. There wasn't anything particularly valuable at home anyway, but having no door at home just didn't feel right. The shop owner worked with impressive efficiency. Not long after Chen Fan returned home, the dispatched workers arrived. The measurement was quick. It'll be over in a moment. Chen Fan lay on the bed, searching for posts about Blade Force on the Warriors' home forum. So this world also has Blade Force. A martial artist of profound cultivation can unleash blade energy relying solely on their exceptionally powerful physical prowess. Yet their blade energy depends on brute strength, not on comprehension of blade techniques. There's still some difference compared to someone like Chen Fan, unless they're an awakener. Awakeners is the collective term for people who possess special talents. If they were awakeners of the blade domain, they possessed an innate advantage when it came to swords. One post mentioned how a blade awakener, at the age of 36, stunned the world by unleashing blade energy through his profound understanding of sword techniques. He was later revered by generations as the Blade King. The name of the awakened was like thunder to Chen Fan's ears. They were a bunch of lucky ones favored by the heavens, one in a million. They were also regarded as the most valuable treasure by the Alliance. In memory, the blade-obsessed Chen Fan spent his entire life mastering blade energy. The Blade King, an awakened one, achieved the same feat by age 36. This reveals the terrifying potential of the awakened. The night passed swiftly. That night, Chen Fan slept restlessly. The visit of the razor-toothed tiger cat the night before last served as a wake-up call for him. Even at home, vigilance cannot be relaxed. Under the blazing sun, Chen Fan set out from the city once again, heading towards marker 0431. Current vitality is at 2891. Time to push harder and aim to break through to a 4-star warrior within 2 days. Chen Fan was brimming with fighting spirit. Living in such a perilous environment, strength is the foundation of everything. All else is merely illusion. Chen Fan walked along the pothole-ridden road. Landmark 0431 wasn't far now, and just ahead lay the territory of the iron-tailed scorpions. By now he knew 0431 and its surroundings like the back of his hand. Sure enough, ahead, an iron-tailed scorpion truly appeared. Spotting Chen Fan, the iron-tailed scorpion raised its high-arching tail and charged at him with lightning speed. Chen Fan merely chuckled nonchalantly. Perfect timing to test the edge of his blade. The alloy battle blade appeared in his hand as he executed a slash. The iron-tailed scorpion 10 meters away didn't even have time to react before being cleaved in half. Chen Fan spent the entire morning engaged in fierce combat deep within Area 0431. Having mastered the hurricane slash technique, he'd already become a formidable presence among his peers. Now the Gale Slash technique is perfected, and he has even developed blade energy. He's practically invincible among his peers. Most third-level ferocious beasts can't withstand more than 2 strikes from him. Slaying them is just as easy. That definitely reaches the 3rd-tier kill. After all, the increase in chi and blood is substantial. The day passed quickly. On Chen Fan's way back to the city, he checked his stats panel. Name, Chen Fan. Age, 18. Realm, 3-star martial artist. Vitality, 4,200 of 5,000. Martial art, Gale Slash, perfected, Blade Force, from 2891 to 4200. Gained over 1,300 vitality points in a single day. Chen Fan was absolutely unstoppable. Still 800 units of chi blood away from becoming a 4-star warrior. Breaking through tomorrow is absolutely certain. Returning to the city, Chen Fan hurried straight to the warrior tower. 4th floor, outside Wancheng Pavilion. Chen Fan was about to enter when he noticed the shop had different staff today. Boss Du wasn't there. Today, it was a young, chubby fellow. Coincidentally, he actually knew this chubby little guy. It was Du Chanza, a former classmate from 3rd junior high with whom he'd been on good terms. Fan? The rotund Du Chanza looked quite delighted upon seeing Chen Fan at the doorway and immediately rose to greet him. Negasawa, is this your family's shop? Yeah, brother Fan. Chen Fan couldn't help but smile. What a coincidence indeed. It turns out Nagasawa is Boss Du's son. Chapter 16 Chen. Bro Chen? You should be at school right now. Why are you here? Isn't Boss Du in today? Chen Fan stepped inside and asked this question. The martial arts exam is coming up soon, so the school let us out early. The last 2 days are for students to arrange their own time. My dad went to the warehouse today, so he dragged me here to take his shift. Brother Fan, it's been over half a year since we last met, hasn't it? You're still as impressive as ever, already a 1-star martial artist. You wouldn't believe how envious our classmates are. Du Changza exclaimed excitedly. How much chi and blood do you have now? You'll definitely pass the martial exam, right? Chen Fan asked with a smile. Just over 150, should be enough for a key school. Du Changza chuckled. That's pretty good. You'll become a martial artist too someday. Follow Brother Fan's lead. When classmates met, the two had a pleasant chat. From Du Zi's, Chen Fan learned quite a bit about school matters, though barely more than half a year had passed. But Chen Fan felt that school life was already very far away from him. It gave him a sense of being in a different era. After chatting for a while, Chen Fan didn't forget his main business. Changza, since Boss Du isn't here, can you handle the goods receipt? I've been working in the shop with my dad since I was a kid, no problem at all. Du Changza said confidently. Good. Then I'll leave the rest to you. Chen Fan took out all the materials from his spatial ring. It piled up into a small mountain in an instant. Du Changza gasped sharply, the fat on his face trembling from shock. The reason for his astonishment was twofold. First, the sheer quantity was staggering. One more. This is a Class 2 beast. This is a Class 3 beast. This is still a Class 3 beast. Oh my goodness. He looked at Chen Fan in disbelief. Bro Fan, am I dreaming or something? You're already a 3-star warrior? Yes, I reached 3 stars. Chen Fan saw no reason to hide this. Besides, it wasn't his first day selling materials from 3rd-level ferocious beasts. Boss Du had known this all along. Nearly half an hour later, Du Changza, with overwhelming astonishment, finally finished counting everything. Brother Fan, it's 1.95 million in total. Does that work for you? Sounds good. Pretty fair. Yesterday, Chen Fan earned 1.35 million. With Tier 1 beasts making up a significant portion. Today, the proportion of Tier 2 and Tier 3 beasts Chen Fan killed increased considerably, so the payout went up too. Du Changza transferred the money. Knowing Chen Fan hadn't had dinner yet, Du Changza insisted on keeping Chen Fan for a meal, but he couldn't leave just yet. Chen Fan went to the 3rd floor to pack some food, and the two ate at the shop. Just after finishing his meal, Chen Fan's phone rang. It was the shop owner, informing him that the door had been installed. Chen Fan went over and settled the bill. Chen Fan had just left Wancheng Pavilion when Du Chuanru returned. Du Changza rushed over excitedly. Dad, has my classmate Chen Fan been selling goods at our place all this time? Chen Fan? Your classmate? Du Chuanru looked somewhat surprised. That's right. Son, how's your relationship then? Du Chuanru pressed further. It's pretty good. We just had a meal together earlier. Good, good, good. Upon hearing this, Du Chuanru smiled and patted Du Changza's shoulder, saying, Son, you must maintain this relationship well. Brother Chen is no ordinary man, his future achievements will be boundless. Got it, Dad. Du Changza hadn't expected his father, who was usually so discerning, to hold Chen Fan in such high regard. His instinctive response. However, something suddenly felt wrong. Chen, old buddy. Du Changza wore a face as bitter as a gourd. Alright son, I've got another engagement later. Hold the fort a while longer. Enough talk, I'm off. After settling the bill, Chen Fan didn't head home. He took out his phone and called Uncle Lu. When Chen Fan had delivered pork to them 2 days prior, the 3 uncles had also shared some good news. It's about the warehouse hiring for permanent positions. Chen Fan has been keeping it in mind all along. Back then, they said the results would come out in a day or two. That makes it today. If the 3 uncles could have stable jobs, then he'd have one less thing to worry about. Beep beep beep. The phone rang for quite a while before being answered. Hey, Xiaofan. Lu Jian's slightly dejected voice came from the other side. Chen Fan's heart sank. Just from this, even without asking, the outcome could pretty much be guessed. Uncle Lu, where are you? Chen Fan acted as if nothing had happened and asked as usual. Drinking outside with your Uncle Han and Uncle Wang. Lu Jian forced a smile as he replied. Drinking sounds great. Where are you? I'll come over. Chen Fan laughed. Ah, Xiaofan, you'd better not come. At the mention of Chen Fan coming over, Lu Jian immediately became somewhat awkward. Old Lu, Xiaofan is no stranger. Come on, join us for a while. It was Wang Zhen's voice. All right. Lu Jian gave Chen Fan an address. Chen Fan headed straight over. They said they were going for a drink, but not at a restaurant. Instead, outside a convenience store. When Chen Fan arrived, Lu Jian, Han Kong, and Wang Zhen were squatting by the roadside. 3 people sharing 1 bottle of liquor, a packet of peanuts, a pitiful sight, though none of them were martial artists, but they still had plenty of stamina left. their alcohol tolerance was quite high. With just this one bottle of liquor, the three took turns drinking, round after round. They drank very sparingly. Fans here, I'll go get another bottle of wine. Han Kong was the first to spot Chen Fan and immediately stood up. Uncle Han. Chen Fan quickly stepped forward and stopped him. Don't bother, have you eaten yet? I'm eating it right now. Han Kong laughed. This can hardly be called a meal, he said. Perfect timing, I haven't eaten either. Uncles, let's all go have a meal together. Chen Fan had actually already eaten. Lu Jian, Han Kong, and Wang Jin all hastily waved their hands. No. They knew Chen Fan was about to treat them to another meal. Ever since Chen Fan became a martial artist, he had been treating them to meals and gifting them beast meat. They've already been quite helpful. They didn't want Chen Fan to spend any more money. But Chen Fan is a 3-star martial artist after all. All three of them combined couldn't even measure up to Chen Fan alone. Just like that, Lu Jian and the other two were forcibly dragged away by Chen Fan. This time, Chen Fan didn't go to Lu's family restaurant. Instead, he went to Star-Tide Grand Hotel. Star-Tide Grand Hotel could be considered quite upscale even within Jiangnan Base City. Hello sir, how many in your party? 4. Right this way. Soon Chen Fan and his companions were seated. Chen Fan had originally wanted a private room, but Star-Tide Hotel's business was overwhelmingly busy. Moreover, they had arrived rather late, and private rooms were no longer available. They had to settle for the main dining hall. Chen Fan ordered an entire table full of dishes. Lu Jian and the other two couldn't stop him no matter how hard they tried. In the end, Chen Fan ordered 4 more bottles of wine, each costing over 3,000. Even considering current price levels, 3,000 yuan bottles still qualify as decent liquor. Wang Jin's mouth twitched. A single bottle of wine was equivalent to a month of his sweat and toil. 4 bottles would cost over 10,000. And this entire table of dishes. Xiao Fan, this is too extravagant. How much must this meal have cost? Han Kong and the others were horrified. Chapter 17. A chance encounter at Star-Tide, make it a job well done. Uncles, don't worry about the money. Eat to your heart's content. What's the cost of a single meal? At most 20 or 30,000. That's just me killing a level 3 beast with 2 strikes. Chen Fan was busy pouring drinks for everyone. Lu Jian exclaimed in amazement. We work hard all year for just over 30,000. While you earn that much with 2 swings. Making money is definitely a warrior's game. Wang Jin also nodded in complete agreement. Xiao Fan, you've truly become capable. Han Kong sighed repeatedly. Alright, uncles, the success Chen Fan has today wouldn't have been possible without your support back then. Don't just stand there, dig in and drink up. The food and wine are already on the table, and they definitely won't take it back, so it's up to you now. Fong joked with a smile. Hearing this, the 3 of them couldn't help but chuckle. Alright, let's make the first toast then. Thanks for the treat, Xiao Fan. After a few rounds of drinks, the atmosphere at the table grew lively. Lu Jian took the initiative to bring up the interview topic. We really got rejected. Disappointed sure, but no big deal. We've scraped by at the job market before, none of us starved to death. Ha, old Lu's right. Let's just keep working the job market. Stable jobs are too competitive these days. Everyone's got connections somehow, not like us 3. Alright, old Wang, enough said. Let's drink. At this moment, Chen Fan spoke up. Actually, I invited you all here today because there's something I'd like to discuss with you. Oh, all 3 men turned their attention to Chen Fan. I'll be straight with you 3 uncles. Yesterday I made 1.35 million. And today it's 1.95 million. Now that I've got some spare cash on hand, I've been thinking about maybe starting some kind of business, but I'm destined to spend most of my time in the wilderness from now on, so I'd like to invite you 3 uncles to form a partnership. I'll just provide the funds, and you 3 uncles can handle everything else. Chen Fan said earnestly. He had always wanted to help support his 3 uncles. If they succeeded in this interview and became regular employees, that would have been fine. But now that they've failed, I'll have to do it myself. How to help? That's the real question. Chen Fan had been drawing a blank until now. Giving money directly wouldn't work. Given the 3 uncles' character, they would definitely refuse. So we'll have to be more subtle about it. Hearing Chen Fan's words, Lu Jian, Han Kong, and Wang Jin exchanged glances. They weren't fools. Where can't you see that Chen Fan wants to help them out? Suddenly, they all laughed. Xiao Fan, you're a good kid with a kind heart, and we appreciate your thoughtfulness. But let's not talk about business, we're not cut out for that sort of thing. Now that you're a martial artist, making money has indeed become easier for you. But money doesn't just fall from the sky, it's earned by risking your life in the wild. Don't worry about us, the 3 of us won't starve to death. Yes, from what I know, warriors earn a lot but their expenses are huge too. A combat knife might cost over 100,000, martial arts techniques can be tens or even hundreds of thousands, not to mention battle suits, vitality powders. Old Han is right. especially about vitality powders. Even the vitality pills for non-warriors cost over 10,000 each. The warrior-grade vitality powders are much more effective. A single dose can run close to 100 grand. If you've got money, invest it well in yourself nowadays. Strength is what truly matters. Xiao Fan, the three of us can't really help you anymore now. But we don't want to become your burden either. If it ever comes to that, we'll cut ties with you completely. No more meals or drinks together. You understand what I mean, don't you, kid? Lu Xian spoke with gravitas. Chen Fan had initially wanted to argue further, but seeing the unwavering stance of the three uncles, he could only swallow his words. Then from now on, when I call you for meals, you'll come anytime. That won't be a problem, right? Chen Fan said with a wry smile. All three of them burst into laughter. All right, that's no problem. Du Chuanru was also dining at Startide Grand Hotel today. He had been in a private room upstairs. Having finished his meal, he was now descending the stairs. Following closely behind him was a middle-aged man wearing glasses. As I passed through the hall, I accidentally caught sight of Chen Fan. Du Chuanru felt a surge of delight. Instinctively, he wanted to go over and greet him, but he had barely taken a step when he stopped himself, seeing Chen Fan laughing and clinking glasses with friends. After brief consideration, he decided it would be better not to interrupt their gathering uninvited. Outside the Xingqiao Grand Hotel, Manager's son, go settle the bill for that table. Du Chuanru pointed in Chen Fan's direction. Sun Haijie looked where his boss was pointing. At that table sat three middle-aged men in their 40s and a young man. What surprised him was that he actually recognized those three middle-aged men. Aren't those Lu Jian, Han Kong, and Wang Jin who've been working temporarily at the warehouse under his supervision lately? He had just interviewed them earlier today. But it's all sorted, the spots have been filled. So those three were eliminated. What puzzled Sun Haijie was this: how did they end up at Startide Grand Hotel? Given their income, this wasn't a place they could afford. Could it be because of the young man beside him? That young man looks barely of age, probably still a student. Where would he get that kind of money? A rich second-generation heir? Boss, do you know that table over there? Sun Haijie cautiously asked. See that young man? He's Chen Fan, the one I've been talking about so much lately, Brother Chen. He's become our shop's cash cow now, and at such a young age, he's already a 3-star martial artist. His future achievements will be immeasurable. The three people beside him are truly fortunate. Last time I took the initiative to invite Brother Chen to dinner, and he turned me down. Looks like Brother Chen is treating them to dinner this time. Their relationship must be extraordinary. How enviable. Du Chuanru sighed. Is that Chen Fan? Sun Haijie couldn't help but take a few more glances. He knew full well how unstinting the boss had been in his praise of Chen Fan recently. Never would he have guessed that Lu Jian and the other two were acquainted with such an influential figure. After some thought, he said, Boss, I know those three. Oh, Du Chuanru looked at Sun Haijie with some surprise. Those three have been working odd jobs at our warehouse recently. Since we're hiring full-time workers these past couple days, they signed up too, but were rejected today. Sun Haijie reported truthfully. Hearing this, Du Chuan remained silent, but his brows furrowed, and his expression turned less pleasant than before. Sun Haijie, observant of expressions, instantly understood the boss was displeased. He quickly responded, Boss, I know what to do. Make this look good. Du Chuanru gave special instructions. Yes, yes, yes. After eating and drinking his fill, Chen Fan went to the counter to settle the bill. He was informed that a certain Boss Du had already settled the bill on his behalf. Boss Du. Chen Fan only knew one person by that name, Du Chuanru. After leaving the Xingqiao Grand Hotel, Chen Fan hailed a taxi to send each of the three friends home separately. Chen Fan didn't go home. The recent incident with the saber-toothed tiger cat had left him too unsettled to rest properly yesterday. He decided not to return at all today. Instead, he booked a room directly on the 17th floor of the Warrior Tower. The Warrior building is absolutely safe inside, though it's a bit pricey, costing 2,000 a day. Chen Fan, now flush with cash, doesn't care at all. Chapter 18, The Awakened, Arrogant and Domineering. On the other side, as soon as Lu Jian and the others returned home, they received calls from Sun Haijie one after another. He sincerely invited them to work at the warehouse. His attitude was exceptionally enthusiastic. Moreover, the previously mentioned monthly salary of 6,000 yuan was now directly raised to 8,000 yuan, and they even get weekends off, with other benefits significantly improved as well. The three of them, Lu Jian and company, didn't let the pleasant surprise cloud their judgment. This was a bit unusual. Logically speaking, given their circumstances, Supervisor's son shouldn't have been this excessively enthusiastic, and the salary and everything got bumped up significantly. There must be a reason for this. They all asked about it. Supervisor's son just grinned and said, Mr. Chen Fan is friends with our boss. Hearing this, Lu Jian and the other two were stunned. To them, someone of manager's son's status was already beyond reach. Xiao Fan was actually friends with the boss behind manager's son? Afterward, the three of them had a phone call. In the end, it was Xiao Fan who helped us out. By the next day, the incident involving Lu Jian and the other two had already spread through the group chat of their fellow workers. This made quite a few people green with envy. So it was Qin Fan who took down that giant beaked chicken at Factory 6 a while back. Back then, I used to laugh at old Lu and the other two barely scraping by themselves yet dragging along some wet behind the ears kid. Absolute lunacy. Now I see, the real lunatic was me all along. Among the workers, are there any young lads around 18 or 19? Preferably those who just dropped out of school, and it'd be best if their surname is Chen. Just go ahead and read out Chen Fan's ID number. The crowd burst into laughter. But honestly speaking, the envy is real. Of course, it must be said that Chen Fan is a man of loyalty and principle. If he were an ungrateful wretch, no amount of achievement would count for anything. Marker point 0431. Chen Fan arrived here early in the morning. He was still unaware that Lu Jian and the other two had become regular employees, spending another morning immersed in fierce combat. Yesterday his vital energy had reached 4,200 points, just 800 short of the 5,000 threshold required for the 4-star level. Through this morning's relentless fighting, Chen Fan had just surpassed it. Chen Fan opened the status panel. Name, Chen Fan. Age, 18. Realm, 4-star martial artist. Stamina, 5001/10,000. Martial art, Gale / Perfected, Blade Force. Breaking through to 5 stars requires 10,000 chi and blood. Chen Fan noticed that as one's realm advances, the gap in chi and blood needed grows increasingly larger. Push harder, strive to break through to 5 stars within 3 days. Chen Fan set this goal for himself. The day passed quickly. Martial Artist Building, 4th floor, Wancheng Pavilion. Du-Ru looked cheerful as he accompanied Chen Fan to the door with pleasant conversation. Boss Du, no need to see me off. Alright, see you tomorrow then. See you tomorrow. Chen Fan left the Wancheng Pavilion and headed to the 3rd floor for dinner, as was his usual routine. Today has been incredibly fruitful. Not only did I break through to become a 4-star martial artist, but my income also surpassed 2 million for the first time. It reached 2.33 million. Just half a month ago, Chen Fan wouldn't have dared to imagine this. During his meal break, Chen Fan took out his phone, initially intending to browse the Warriors' home website. To his surprise, there were several missed calls, all from Uncle Lu. Chen Fan immediately called back. He hadn't touched his phone all day while fighting outside the city, and the signal was terribly weak beyond the city walls. Uncle Lu had called several times. Could something urgent have happened? At this thought, his worry deepened. The phone connected. Hey, Xiaofan. Lu Jian's cheerful voice came through from the other end. Only then did Chen Fan heave a long sigh of relief. Uncle Lu, the phone signal's weak outside the city. I just noticed your call now. He explained with a smile. It's alright, I called to share some good news with you. Also, Uncle Han, Uncle Wang, and I all want to thank you. Good news? Thank me? Chen Fan was completely baffled. Lu Jian then recounted what had happened with the supervisor's phone call the previous night. Chen Fan suddenly understood. So the warehouse where Uncle Lu and the others worked belonged to Boss Du. Alright, he'd remembered this favor from Boss Du. Xiaofan, you've helped us so much. We can't just say thank you with empty words. The 3 of us have agreed, we're treating you to dinner tomorrow. Though we can't afford somewhere fancy like Startide Hotel, how about Lu's restaurant? Hope you won't mind. Sounds good. I won't stand on ceremony then. Chen Fan didn't insist on polite refusals and accepted straightforwardly. Today, Chen Fan still didn't return to Century Residential District. After the meal, we booked a room at the Warrior Tower. Lying comfortably on the large bed, Chen Fan browsed through martial artist's home. Today, the warrior's home was unusually bustling. The reason is simple. Tomorrow is the martial arts examination. Although the martial arts examination targets students still in primary martial arts academies, it has little to do with martial artists like them anymore. Yet, recalling the past, those magnificent days, the scenes from sprinting through the martial exams back then remain vivid in my mind, yet 10 years have passed in the blink of an eye. Indeed, time flies so quickly. I scored 153 in the martial arts exam, graduated from a top-tier martial arts university 5 years ago, and still haven't broken through to 9 stars. Is there still hope for me? Hopeless, just die already. Not being able to participate in the martial examination became the greatest regret of my life. Didn't take the martial exam? A self-taught martial artist. No, got recommended for exemption. Damn, stop humble bragging. Petting the guaranteed admission boss. Those who get guaranteed admission are no ordinary folks. Tell me, are you an awakened one? Guess. Recently Sanchu produced a martial artist who should logically dominate Ichu and Urchu. But even so, Ichu's principal still sounds super confident in their words. They must have something up their sleeve. Has Ichu Hai also produced a martial artist? Inside a private room at Xingqiao Grand Hotel, The table was laden with sumptuous dishes. A broad-faced student in Ichu's uniform was wolfing down his food. Beside him stood the principal, vice principals, academic dean, and other senior administrators of Ichu Academy. None of them had touched their chopsticks. They simply watched the broad-faced student eat, grinning from ear to ear. "Principal, I really don't think you all need to keep me company here," the student said. "I'm cultivating right now, and having you around makes me a bit restrained." The broad-faced student had narrow eyes and a face covered in pimples. He was eating eagerly, greasy juice dribbling from his lips, as he spoke somewhat incoherently. All right, Su-Wen, take your time eating. I've already instructed Director Song to leave enough money at the counter, don't hold back at all. Order whatever's most expensive. With Sanchu producing a martial artist this year, upholding our Ichu's honor now rests on your shoulders. Principal, rest assured, it is our duty to uphold the glory of First Middle School. Su-Wen said proudly, "That guy is just a newly certified one-star martial artist, how can he compare to me? Who am I? I'm one in a million, an awakened one. If anyone was supposed to shine before the martial arts exam, it should have been me. But unfortunately, he met me destined to pale in comparison beneath my brilliance." Nicely put. The senior executives burst into applause together. They didn't consider Su-Wen arrogant in the slightest. It actually felt perfectly natural. Just for those 3 words, the awakened one. Su-Wen-chun proudly lifted his chin. After devouring a large piece of meat, his vitality increased a bit more. Exactly. His awakened talent was simply eating. Eating makes you stronger. Chapter 19. Hey, dummy dog. Ding dong. Chen Fan was browsing the martial artist's home forum when a message notification suddenly popped up. It was from Zhong Cheng. "Chen Fan, the martial exam is tomorrow. How are you doing now?" Zhong Cheng, 180 chi blood level. "Chen Fan, not bad at all. This year's banner of Sanshu will be on your shoulders." Zhong Cheng, too bad you're not coming. Annoyed. Chen Fan sent a silly grinning emoji. "By the way, Chen Fan, you've been a certified martial artist for several days now. What are you busy with? Honing your combat skills? You'll surely venture outside the city eventually too. As a 1-star martial artist, it might be tough finding a team. Need me to make introductions for you? My brother has a team, and he's a 9-star martial artist. He can show you the ropes." Zhong Cheng sent a voice message, her voice crisp and melodious. "Don't trouble yourself. Thank you for the offer. Good luck tomorrow. Alright, just let me know if you need anything." MHM, a high-end residential community. In the spacious and bright living room, Zhong Qing curled up comfortably on the sofa. Her delicate fingers glided across her phone. As she scrolled through her recent chat history with Chen Fan, an unconscious sweet smile bloomed across her exquisite face. "Oh, Miss Zhong, who are you chatting with that's got you smiling so sweetly?" A teasing voice came from behind Zhong Qing. Instinctively, Zhong Qing shielded her phone between her breasts, then immediately tossed a throw pillow at the speaker before grabbing another one, poised to throw again. She recognized who it was just by the voice. The person behind was dressed in fresh sportswear with a neat haircut. After catching the pillow, he quickly apologized with a smile. "Little sister, stop throwing things, stop. I was just teasing you. Bro, you're picking on me. I'll go tell mom and dad." Zhong Qing pouted. My bad. I'll make it up to you," her brother said. Zhong Bo put on a pained expression and took out a gift. The gift was exquisitely wrapped. Clearly, it had been prepared in advance. Zhong Bo knew that his younger sister Zhong Qing would be taking the martial arts exam the next day, so he had specifically prepared a gift for her. The siblings had a 10-year age difference. The older brother had always doted on his younger sister. After playing around for a while, Zhong Qing asked, "Brother, according to the usual schedule, the Elite Warrior Tournament follows the martial examination. How's your preparation going? You'll know when the time comes." Zhang Bo picked up an apple from the table and with a wave of his hand, a fruit knife flew from the kitchen through the air, landing steadily in his palm. He peeled the apple and handed it to Zhong Cheng with doting affection. Zhong Qing wasn't the least bit surprised by this spectacle. Her beautiful eyes curved into crescents as she raised a delicate fist. "Go get him, bro." Zhong Bo smiled and ruffled his younger sister's hair. The night passed swiftly. Chen Fan rose early and once again headed towards marker point 0431 under the morning sun. Although marker point 0431 was primarily a gathering ground for first, second, and third level savage beasts, he was already a 4-star martial artist. But Chen Fan had no immediate plans to visit other marked locations. "Hey, stupid dog." Deep within marker 0431, on the wide road, Chen Fan was running at tremendous speed, now a 4-star martial artist. A dark mass of ferocious beasts chased closely behind him. There were iron-armored giant apes, one-horned rhinoceroses, striped tigers, sharp-toothed lynxes, and all sorts of ferocious beasts. Even so, while running, Chen Fan still found time to provoke a few hyenas by the roadside. Each hyena was the size of a calf. Their savage eyes locked onto Chen Fan before they bared razor-sharp teeth and charged at him at lightning speed. That must be over 100 now. That should be enough. Chen Fan calculated in his heart. Then it's time to kill. With a sweeping strike of his ally Battle Blade, the force of the slash erupted. Several hyenas were instantly cleaved apart before they could even get close. Immediately after, that dark mass of ferocious beasts also rushed forward in pursuit. Like a tidal wave, the torrent rushed towards Chen Fan. With sweeping strokes of his ally Combat Blade, Chen Fan cared not whether the beasts were first tier, second tier, or third tier, each slash dispatched them to the afterlife. Ding! Slain third tier Armored Giant Ape, plus 20 vitality points. Ding! Slain first tier Blood-Crazed Green Wolf, plus 3 vitality points. Ding! Slain level 2 Ferocious Beast Saber-Toothed Tiger Cat, vital energy plus 10. Ding! After a fierce battle, the corpses of ferocious beasts piled up beneath Chen Fan's feet. Collecting materials took some time. Then Chen Fan repeated the same trick. He pulled another wave of monsters. This time there seemed to be more. Time slowly passed by. Don't underestimate the low-level vicious beasts here. But Chen Fan's energy cultivation speed is faster here than at higher-tier marked locations. He certainly wouldn't have dared to be so bold before. But now, he's a 4-star warrior. It's no exaggeration to say that one could practically swagger through 0431 with impunity. The day passed quickly. Chen Fan appeared once more at Wancheng Pavilion, his body drenched in blood. Du Chuanru was startled. Only after inquiring and learning that Chen Fan was unharmed did relief wash over him. Brother Chen, money's clearly no object for you now. You should buy yourself a combat suit. Defense is one thing, but at least you wouldn't be sticking to yourself like you are now. Boss Du makes a good point. I'll leave the arrangements to you. No trouble at all. Chen Fan emptied all his materials onto the floor, creating a massive pile right in the middle of Wancheng Pavilion's main hall. Du Chuanru's pupils contracted sharply. A rough estimate showed Chen Fan's gains today were about 2 to 3 times his usual haul. Too ruthless. Counting it all would take ages. Boss Du, take your time tallying up. Just wire the money when you're done. Chen Fan finished speaking and turned to leave. He knew exactly how many he had killed today. Also, having collaborated so many times before, he had complete confidence in Boss Du. Brother Chen, don't forget to check your phone when you get back. Big news broke out today in our Jiangnan base city. Du Chuanru gave a reminder. Oh, Chen Fan raised an eyebrow. Brother Chen, did you forget what day it is today? It's martial exam day, Du Chuanru said with a laugh. Chen Fan slapped his forehead. Right, today's the martial exam. Boss Du, how did Nagasawa do on the test? Not bad, 153. Barely enough for a key school. Though Du Chuanru said not bad, inwardly he was bursting with joy. That's good. By the way, what was the big news you mentioned earlier? Chen Fan asked. Du Chuanru said, it's the first junior martial arts academy. They've produced an awakened one. Not sure what talent was awakened, but by the time of the martial arts exam, they'd already reached 4 stars, shattering all previous exam records. Hearing the words awakened one, Chen Fan's heart skipped a beat. Who would have thought that a Waker actually appeared in the martial exams this year? The awakened are uniquely blessed by heaven. Chen Fan couldn't help but feel envious by instinct. But then again, thinking about it, he was already a 4-star martial artist himself. Having left Wancheng Pavilion, Chen Fan headed straight to the 17th floor. Yesterday when checking into the hotel, he booked the room for several consecutive days. After returning to his room, he took a shower and changed into fresh, dry clothes. No sooner had he finished settling in than Uncle Wang's call came through. Xiaofan, we're off work now. Wang Zhen's cheerful voice rang out clearly. Alright Uncle Wang, I've just finished packing up here too. Lu Ji's place, right? I'll head over right away. Got it. Chapter 20, Triggering the Beast Tide, the Watershed Moment. After hanging up the phone, Chen Fan went downstairs, exited the martial artist building, hailed a taxi, and hurried straight toward Lu Ji's place. He had originally planned to buy 2 bottles of fine wine, but after some thought, he decided against it. It wasn't that he was unwilling to spend the money. Mainly, he was considering the feelings of his 3 uncles. If it were just a simple dinner invitation, it would make sense for them to bring their own drinks. But right now they're trying to express gratitude. For a meal worth $300 to $500, they brought liquor valuing over 10,000. This somewhat crosses the line of stealing the host's thunder. When Chen Fan arrived at Lu's place, the 3 uncles were already there. Xiao Fan, you're here, come sit down quickly. The 3 men greeted him warmly. Oh wow, such a feast. Chen Fan looked at the table full of dishes. Give it up already, your acting is terrible. Han Kong laughed and retorted. Then they all burst into laughter. The meal was thoroughly enjoyable. As they were leaving, Chen Fan took out another level 3 savage beast, a single-horned bison, from his spatial ring. After dividing it into portions, he asked the 3 uncles to take them home. Lu Jian and the other 2 didn't hesitate either and accepted the gift generously. From Lu Ji's place, Chen Fan returned to the martial artist tower. Instead of heading straight back to his room, he went to the combat suit hall. After deliberating for a while, Chen Fan spent 750,000 on a combat suit. He hadn't bought one before simply because he chose not to, but when he does buy, he buys something decent. The key point is, money isn't an issue now. The combat suit is made of nanomaterials, incredibly comfortable to wear. Even in this scorching weather, it doesn't feel hot at all, on the contrary, it's wonderfully cooling. According to the salesperson, it also provides excellent insulation during winter. There's good reason for the premium price tag. Chen Fan had just finished paying when his payment confirmation notification arrived. It was transferred by Boss Du, 6.03 million. Immediately afterward, Du Chuanru also sent Chen Fan a list. Chen Fan took a look. Exactly. Thanks, Boss Du. I should be the one thanking you, Brother Chen. Du Chuanru sent a voice message, his barely contained glee evident in the recording. Looked like he'd made quite a profit from this deal. Chen Fan returned to his room to find over 99 unread messages in the class group chat on his phone. There were also messages from Zhong Qing. Zhong Qing had immediately shared her martial arts exam results with Chen Fan after finishing. Her Qi and blood level reached 180. Admitted to Zhongnan Martial Arts University. Report in 3 days. Chen Fan had lived 2 lives. In this lifetime, the martial arts entrance exam was roughly equivalent to the college entrance exam in his previous life. Just like entering test scores a few days after the Gaokao, applying for schools, waiting for admissions, and then enjoying over 2 months of vacation. In this lifetime, with ferocious beasts surrounding the city, everyone was like tightly wound springs, and every schedule was packed. The martial arts exams announced results on the spot, with immediate admissions, and students had to report just 3 days later. Jiangnan Martial Arts University was one of the top-tier martial arts institutions, the very university Zhong Qing had dreamed of attending, and now she'd gotten her wish. The rest of the lengthy discussion focused on how a candidate had awakened during the martial arts exams. He's reached 4-star warrior level already. Chen Fan sent Zhong Qing a congratulatory message, then checked the class group chat where discussion about Awakened dominated the conversation beyond just shared scores. Awakened ones, the darlings of fate. The kind heaven itself would chase to spoon-feed, possessing limitless potential. It caused quite a sensation when it appeared. Chen Fan glanced at the panel. Name, Chen Fan. Age, 18. Realm, 4-star martial artist. Vitality, 7511/10,000. Martial art, Gale / Perfected, Blade Force. Back when he was a 3-star martial artist, he could only raise his Qi and blood by 12 or 1300 points per day. Now he's become a 4-star martial artist. At waypoint 0431, he moved as if through unguarded territory. Efficiency has improved significantly. Daily Qi and blood increased by over 2,500. Chen Fan's original goal was to reach 5-star warrior level within 3 days. Look now, 2 days will be enough. Time flies by swiftly. The next day, Chen Fan once again arrived at marker 0431. He kept weaving through the deserted streets and alleys. The ferocious beasts behind him could no longer be described as just a pack. It was practically a small-scale beast tide already. Jiangnan Base City. The warrior's home was buzzing with activity today. On one hand, there were lingering repercussions from yesterday's martial exam where an awakened had emerged. Additionally, as per tradition, details regarding the Elite Warrior Tournament would be announced the day after the martial exam. Many martial artists deliberately stayed indoors today, waiting for the official announcement. They waited all morning, but instead of the Elite Martial Arts Tournament announcement, they received a different official notice. The post was pinned to the homepage of Martial Artists' Home. The Beast Tide Monitoring Center warns, a minor beast tide has occurred at marker 0431 for unknown reasons. All martial artists are advised to exercise caution when approaching. First floor, holy shit, beast tide. Second floor, I don't want to hear about beast tide, I want the Elite Warrior Tournament. Third floor, did you guys hear? In yesterday's martial arts exam, that awakened kid from Ichu has already announced he'll participate in this year's Elite Warrior Tournament. Fourth floor, the Elite Warrior Tournament requires at least 6-star ranking. He's only 4-star, what the hell is he thinking? 5/F, that guy's getting a bit full of himself. The Elite Warrior Tournament starts in 10 days to 2 weeks at most. Could he really advance 2 whole ranks in such a short time? 6/F, hard to say with awakened ones. 7/F, quit the chit-chat. The Elite Warrior Tournament announcement just dropped. 8/F, later. The Elite Martial Artist competition could be said to have captured the attention of the masses. However, Chen Fan was temporarily not included. At this moment, he was still battling furiously amidst the beast tide. The savage beasts surged like waves, completely engulfing Chen Fan until his figure disappeared from sight. In just a few breaths, blood splattered and severed limbs flew as Chen Fan, like an undefeated war god, stood tall between heaven and earth once more. Time swiftly passed until evening. Chen Fan returned to the city. Such fierce slaughter would have left anyone else utterly exhausted by the end of the day, even if they had the strength for it. Looking at Chen Fan now, he still appears vigorous and energetic. Far from being tired, his condition seems even better than when he set out in the morning. No wonder. His Qi and blood have been increasing all day long. Chen Fan glanced at the stats panel. He had already reached the 5-star warrior level. Vitality, 10-530/50-000. Today's progress was even more impressive than yesterday. His vitality had increased by 3,000 points in a single day. At the same time, Shinfan also noticed something. To break through to 6 stars, one's vitality must reach 50,000. 1-star warrior vitality, 200. 2-star warrior vitality, 500. A 3-star martial artist has 1,000 chi and blood. A 4-star martial artist has 5,000 chi and blood. A 5-star martial artist has 10,000 chi and blood. The chi and blood required for 6 stars is several times more than the combined total needed from 1 to 5 stars. No wonder 6-star is considered the watershed moment for chi and blood martial artists. Chen Fan thought to himself. In real life, there are many examples where 6 stars serve as the boundary. For example, the elite martial arts tournament requires a minimum of 6 stars. For example, newly certified martial artists receive a monthly allowance of 5,000, which remains unchanged for 2-star, 3-star, 4-star, and 5-star ranks. 6-star adjustment once, 20,000 per month. There's another very important point, that is military service. Non-martial artists and those below 6-star are exempt from military service. 6-star and above are all required to serve in the military. Countless examples like this exist. A 6-star martial artist. Chen Fan's eyes gleamed with anticipation. He was very excited. Martial artist building, 4th floor, Wancheng Pavilion. Just like yesterday, Chen Fan left right after putting down the materials. After having dinner on the 3rd floor, Chen Fan exited the martial artist building. Come to think of it, he hadn't been home for several days now. Chen Fan decided to go home for a visit. Master, to Century Community. Got it. Chapter 21, Tournament Rewards, The Arrogant Awakened. Before long, the taxi stopped at the entrance of Century Community. Chen Fan paid the fare and walked toward the residential compound, arriving at the building where his home was located. In the small yard on the 1st floor, Wang Shanru lay reclined in a chair reading a newspaper. Grandpa Wang. Chen Fan greeted with a smile as he passed by. Hey, Xiao Fan. Wang Shanru sat up abruptly. It's been a while since this old man has seen you. What have you been busy with lately? Everything good? Sounds fine to me. Chen Fan smiled. That's good then. After exchanging a few simple words, Chen Fan went upstairs. He returned home. The house remained exactly as before. Perhaps because no one had lived here recently, it felt somewhat lifeless. After sitting blankly in the living room for a while, Chen Fan got up, locked the door, and left. He just came back for a visit today, with no intention of staying. His room on the 17th floor of the Warrior Tower had been booked for many days in advance. Returning to Warrior Tower, after taking a shower and changing into fresh clothes, Chen Fan lay on the bed. Out of habit, he pulled out his phone and opened Warrior Home. Now he is out there fighting every day. Basically, all the information I get comes from Warrior's Home. The announcement for the Elite Martial Artist Competition is out. Chen Fan was the first to see this. The annual Elite Warrior Competition is always held with great fanfare. The generous rewards offered drive countless eligible warriors to compete with frenzied enthusiasm. It has also become the most eagerly discussed topic in the base cities. I wonder what this year's rewards will be. Chen Fan smiled and immediately clicked to enter. Right now, he was just an amused spectator. Chen Fan remained quite laid back about the Elite Martial Arts Tournament. Same as previous years, this year's Elite Martial Artist Competition still primarily targeted martial artists ranging from 6-star to 9-star levels. Registration is now open. The deadline is in 10 days. For prizes, the champion of the Elite Martial Arts Tournament will receive a reward of 300 million. The runner-up will receive 200 million. Third place, 100 million. The prize extends all the way to the top 500. With a minimum of 10 million. Beyond the cash rewards, Jiangnan Base City's martial arts library will open, allowing the top 300 to choose one martial skill. This is the martial arts repository of Jiangnan Base City, not the martial arts hall in the Warrior Tower. There lies the treasure vault of the base city. Apart from monetary rewards and the martial arts repository, there's another very important point. It's related to military service. First of all, it should be noted that martial warriors have no aversion to military service. Quite the opposite. Rather, they still yearn for it and are always ready to respond to conscription. Racial justice is one aspect. The exceptionally generous benefits of military service are another factor that cannot be ignored. The military protects the homeland and safeguards the nation, so the alliance naturally treats them well. All manner of resources are allocated preferentially to the armed forces, resources that might cost a fortune to acquire outside. In the military, they distribute them in fixed monthly allocations. If you really need to spend extra, no problem at all. The monthly allowance is also very generous. Plus there are military discounts available throughout the entire alliance. Returning to the topic of the Elite Martial Arts Tournament, those who can participate in the Elite Warrior Competition are all 6-star warriors or above, and all are required to serve in the military. Normally, they join as soldiers. However, the top 100 in the Elite Warrior competition become officers, non-commissioned officers and commissioned officers. A single word's difference, but the disparity isn't just about the material benefits. Chen Fan immediately detected it. Among this year's Elite Martial Artists competition rewards, it was the most valuable and meaningful. The third point stands out the most. This can also be seen from the number of recipients. 500 people could receive monetary rewards. 300 could enter the martial techniques library. Only 100 people can secure officer positions. The announcement was brief. It only outlined the rewards and registration details. Specific competition arrangements will be announced later. Under the announcement, hundreds of thousands of comments have already piled up. First floor, this year's prize pool is larger than previous years. Second floor, the prize money is secondary. Officer, I want to become an officer. Third floor, making it into the top 100 is too difficult. Fourth floor, come on, dude upstairs, add another 0. Even the top 1000 seems nearly impossible. Fifth floor, true. In previous years, there were always 70,000 to 80,000 participants. The competition is just too fierce. Sixth floor, I wonder how many will truly shine in this year's Elite Martial Artist competition, and who will ultimately take the crown. Seventh floor, me. Eighth floor, you've got a big face. Ninth floor, isn't floor 7 that awakened one from yesterday's martial arts exam? Chen Fan exited and browsed through several other posts. Right now, the entire Warrior Home forum is filled with posts about the Elite Warrior tournament. For quite some time after, Chen Fan tossed his phone onto the bed. 6-star martial artists are required to enlist in the military. With his system, becoming a 6-star martial artist definitely wouldn't be his limit, which meant that sooner or later, he would have to serve in the military. Since I must go, non-commissioned officers and commissioned officers, if given the choice. Officers, of course, but I'm only a 5-star martial artist. If every day's chi and blood improvement continues at today's rate of about 3,000, it would take at least 13 more days to break through to 6 stars. Yet the registration deadline is in just 10 days. Chen Fan shook his head with a wry smile. Do one's best and leave the rest to fate. It would be best if we make it in time. If not, there's nothing we can do. My greatest reliance is the Golden Finger. The Elite Martial Arts Tournament is just icing on the cake. At this moment, a transfer notification popped up on his phone. 6.8 million. Chen Fan glanced at it and knew it was payments settled by Boss Du. Go to sleep. At this moment, in the principal's office of the 3rd Junior Martial Arts Academy. This is too much, absolutely too much. Yao Fu was furious. During yesterday's martial arts examination, the 1st Junior Martial Arts Academy produced a 4-star martial artist. He's still an awakener. Truly astonishing. But if you're so damn impressive, go be impressive by yourself then. Why must you always lord it over others? After yesterday's martial arts exam, the smug Su-Wen couldn't resist posting several updates in a row. Every single one of them targeted Sanshu. Every single one aimed at Chen Fan. First one. I heard Sanshu has produced a 1-star warrior this year. Come out and show yourself, let's get acquainted. Article 2. Bro, sorry about this. By all rights, you should have been the standout star at the martial arts exam this year after becoming a warrior, but unfortunately, you ran into me. Article 3. Don't feel inferior, 3rd-year martial artist. Don't even try to compare yourself with me, I'm an awakened one. We're not on the same level. But when matched against your classmates, well, you might hold your own. A man ought to know his place. Article 4. Sanshu is just Sanshu. How dare they challenge Arichu's dominance this year? Overestimating themselves, get down on the ground. Yao Fuchi paced back and forth a few times. He simply couldn't take it anymore. Pick up the phone. This is for Principal Ichu. Hey, Gong Hai, rein in your students. Don't let them get too arrogant. How you all flaunt your achievements is none of my business, but don't you dare trample on Sanshu or its people. Damn it, Yao Fu said angrily. Yao Fu, you're no youngster anymore, why stoop to quarreling with a child? What youth isn't a bit wild at heart? Besides, he's got the means to back it up. And calling me won't help, he's already been admitted to Jiangnan Martial Arts University. Maybe you should try contacting them directly? Or perhaps, have your 3rd-ranked martial artist surpass Su-Wen? Principal Gong Hai forced a stiff smile as he spoke a few words. Hang up the phone. He let out a scornful laugh. I'm stepping on you, 3rd Junior. In this society, strength speaks. When you're powerless, take the beating standing tall. On the other end, Yao Fuchi nearly slammed the phone down. Chapter 22 Earth-shattering and heaven-startling, adding some intensity. All the freshman class group chats are buzzing like wildfire right now, one by one, brimming with righteous indignation. Especially high school class 9 where Chen Fan had been. This is too much. That Su fellow has completely let success go to his head. Bah, how the petty thrive. Be awesome on your own. Why must you trample on us juniors and step all over Chen Fan? If I wasn't outmatched, I'd have killed him by now. I wonder how furious Chen Fan must be right now. Classmates, I really can't take it anymore. Nagasawa, that goes without saying. Not just you, none of us can stand it either. No, I wasn't talking about being unable to tolerate that bastard Suwon. I meant I can't keep holding in this secret any longer. Oh, there's a secret? Hurry up and tell me. I love hearing secrets. Duchanza, Fanga, let me apologize first. Seeing that bastard Suwon strutting around like he owned the place at your expense, I just couldn't stomach it anymore. Does the secret you mentioned have anything to do with Chen Fan? This is Zhong Qing. Zhong Qing usually lurked in the group chat, rarely showing her presence. Now she was also quite angry. Duchanza, that's right. Not long ago, Brother Fan broke through to become a one-star martial artist, which amazed many people. I know everyone naturally assumes Brother Fan is still a one-star martial artist, since so little time has passed. But what I want to say is Brother Fan isn't one-star anymore. He's already a 3-star martial artist. What? What the fuck? Nagasawa, are you already talking in your sleep before even closing your eyes? Duchanza, it's true. Many classmates probably know my family has a shop in the Warrior Building. Brother Fan has been selling goods at our place all along. He started selling Tier 3 mutant beast materials several days ago already. And I've asked Brother Fan myself, he admitted it. He's a 3-star warrior. The moment these words were spoken, it was truly earth-shattering. Holy shit, awesome awesome awesome. Chen Fan is still the real deal. Chen Fan is a 3-star martial artist. Although his cultivation level might not measure up to Su Wen's 4-star status, Su Wen's rank is merely nominal, flimsy and insubstantial. Chen Fan, on the other hand, has actually hunted 3rd-tier savage beasts in the wild. Whether it's combat experience or martial techniques, he completely outclasses Su Wen. Exactly. If we're really comparing, Chen Fan could take on 10 Su Wens right now. A surge of boiling blood rushed straight to the crown of my head. It's lit, brothers. At this moment, homeroom teacher Ms. Wang Fong also chimed in. Nagasawa, are you sure? Teacher, it's the absolute truth. Okay. Yao Fu was still pacing back and forth in the office, fuming with anger. The phone on the desk rang at that moment. Hello, is that you, Teacher Wang? What's the matter calling so late? What? Chen Fan is already a 3-star martial artist? Are you sure? Teacher Wang, call Chen Fan immediately to confirm. No, I'll contact student Chen Fan myself. Yao Fu slapped the table excitedly. The last time he went to Century Community, he had exchanged phone numbers with Chen Fan. He dialed Chen Fan directly. Chen Fan was in a dazed half-sleep when suddenly the phone rang. Looking at the caller ID, it turned out to be Principal Yao calling. Quickly answered the call. Hello, Principal Yao. Student Chen Fan, I apologize for bothering you so late, but there's something urgent I need to confirm with you. I hope you can be completely honest with me. Yao Fu spoke with grave seriousness. Hearing this tone, Chen Fan also became more serious. Please speak, Principal. What level have you reached now? Are you a 3-star warrior? Yao Fu got straight to the point, then explained, here's the thing. During yesterday's martial arts exam, a student from Ichu Middle School awakened his powers, a boy named Suwon. Yao Fu briefly recounted the whole sequence of events. Got it. Chen Fan couldn't help feeling a surge of anger either. What kind of people are these? So you're impressive, why do you have to put me down? There were still 3 days until the start of school. Although he had dropped out, it was still his alma mater. Stepping on oneself, and stepping on one's alma mater too. How could Chen Fan not be furious? On the other end of the line, Yao Fu finished speaking and nervously awaited Chen Fan's response. It seems like waiting for an extremely important answer. At long last, Chen Fan's voice came through the phone. Principal, I'm not a 3-star martial artist. Hearing this, Yao Fu instantly grew somewhat despondent, his face unable to conceal his disappointment. The higher the hopes, the greater the disappointment. Thinking about it, it made sense. Chen Fan had only just broken through to become a 1-star martial artist. How could he possibly reach 3-star level so quickly? He had been far too idealistic in his expectations. It's alright, Chen Fan. Just keep working hard, and in the future. Though Yao Fu was disappointed, he instinctively offered Chen Fan a few words of encouragement. But before he could finish, Chen Fan's voice came through the phone again. Principal, you misunderstood. When I said I'm not a 3-star warrior, it's because I'm actually a 5-star. What? Yao Fu's heart leaped into his throat, his eyes widening instantly as his voice rose several pitches. Student Chen Fan, what did you just say? I've already reached 5-star martial artist level. My current chi blood measurement is 10,530. Chen Fan stated with utmost seriousness. Good. Yao Fu repeatedly exclaimed good several times in succession, when suddenly he seemed to realize something and exclaimed in shock, Chen Fan, could it be that you're also an awakener? How many days has it even been? Yet you've already risen from 1 star to 5 stars. Such a terrifying rate of improvement, perhaps only an awakener could achieve it. Chen Fan shook his head. Probably not, I might just be naturally gifted. The golden finger panel was definitely not something he could mention. But he truly wasn't an awakened, that was all Chen Fan could say. Yao Fu didn't dwell on this matter. It doesn't matter if you're awakened or not, as long as you can bring honor to Sanshu. Following this, Yaofu said, Chen Fan, the announcement for the Elite Warrior competition is out, and you must have seen it by now. Su Wen, who's only a 4-star warrior, has already declared he's participating in this year's competition. What about you? Are you confident you can break through to 6-star warrior before the registration deadline? I want you to compete in the Elite Warrior competition and earn some respect for yourself and for Sanshu. Put Su Wen and Ichu in their place. Chen Fan had done some rough calculations before. Time was originally quite tight, but now this has happened. Even if you're not steaming buns, you still have to fight for your pride. Principal, don't worry, leave this matter to me, Chen Fan said solemnly. Good. By the way, just let us know whatever you need next. The school will fully support you. Nothing's needed. Wait for my good news. Previously, Chen Fan's main problem was lack of funds. Now with several million still in hand, he truly lacks nothing. Chen Fan fetched the pen and paper from the nightstand. Given that he had to break through to a 6-star warrior in less than 10 days, he could no longer afford to take it easy as before. He needed to make new arrangements. Turn up the intensity. Chen Fan scribbled and sketched on paper. Gradually, the blueprint for the next 10 days took shape. The next day, beep beep beep, the alarm clock rang. This was the 4:30 alarm Chen Fan had set back when he visited the job market daily. Since becoming a martial artist, he hadn't needed this alarm anymore. Now it has been reactivated. After a quick preparation, Chen Fan hurried toward the city gate. Chapter 23, Layered Wave Saber, Indestructible Body. Out of the city. Although Chen Fan continued toward the marked location at 0431, but his true destination was no longer 0431. It was the marker point 0455, located farther away than 0431. Heading to marker point 0431 and attempting to break through to 6-star warrior within a limited time frame was indeed stressful. Marker point 0455 is 70 kilometers away from Jiangnan Bay City. It's mainly inhabited by beasts ranging from level 3 to level 6, posing certain risks for Chen Fan, a 5-star warrior. But this is what's normal. How could there be no danger at all when roaming in the wild? Chen Fan himself also felt that he had been living too comfortably in Zone 0431 these past few days. On the way to Zone 0455, Chen Fan ran at full speed. He is now a 5-star warrior, with a maximum speed of 70 kilometers per hour. In just 1 hour, the densely packed abandoned skyscrapers at marker 0455 came into view. Before the spiritual energy resurgence, 0455 was a relatively developed county-level city. It covered a vast area. It's not comparable to 0431. Chen Fan, holding his ally combat blade, stepped into the marked zone 0455. For Chen Fan, a 5-star martial artist who had mastered Gale Slash and could unleash blade energy, slaughtering the 3rd, 4th, and 5th level beasts here was as effortless as cutting melons and chopping vegetables. The only creatures requiring caution were the level 6 beasts. Ding, slaying the level 4 savage beast lynx. Chi and blood plus 30. Ding, killed a level 5 ferocious beast savage bull archer. Vitality plus 40. Ding, slaying a 5th level ferocious beast. Before they knew it, it was already noon. At an abandoned chemical plant, Chen Fan sat atop a towering cooling tower, taking a rare break after battling all morning, using this chance to have lunch as well. Indeed, people perform better when pushed to their limits. During this morning alone, Chen Fan's vital energy had risen from 10,530 to 13,000. It has increased by nearly 2,500. Calculating this way, it could increase by 50,000 in a single day. At this rate, he could break through to the 6-star warrior level in 8 days. Of course, all of this had been meticulously planned out by Chen Fan beforehand. Also, previously, Chen Fan had been relying on his perfected Gale Slash technique and sword energy from the 0431, which was completely sufficient. Chen Fan wasn't in a hurry to train in other martial techniques either. But now Chen Fan's thinking has changed. After returning, he planned to select higher-level martial techniques. With the system anyway, learning won't take much effort. What's learned becomes part of one's true capability. With that, it wouldn't be impossible to leap levels and slay a 6th-tier beast. After a brief rest and some food, Chen Fan threw himself back into combat. The setting sun painted half the sky crimson in a fleeting moment. Chen Fan glanced at the time. It was time to head back. After another hour of running, Chen Fan returned to Jiangnan Bay City. Martial Arts Tower, 4th floor, Wancheng Pavilion. Du Chuan's eyelids twitched in shock. 4th rank, 5th rank, 4th rank, 5th rank. Has Brother Chen broken through to become a 5-star martial artist? This speed. I'm afraid even some awakened individuals skilled at advancing realms would have to admit defeat compared to this. Du Chuanru forcefully suppressed his astonishment and began taking inventory. The quantity was somewhat less this time, but the quality had improved by leaps and bounds. More than 10 minutes later, the transfer of 7.6 million was completed. Take care, Brother Chen. Du Chuanru personally escorted Chen Fan to the door. Chen Fan waved farewell. "Hello, Uncle Lu." Chen Fan smiled as he made the call. "Ah, Xiao Fan." Lu Xian's cheerful voice came through from the other end. "Have you finished eating the beast meat I gave you last time?" "What? You still have leftovers? Those were just level 2 and 3. Set them aside for now. Xingqiao will be eating later. Today I went to a new marking spot and brought back a level 5 beast for you." Lu Xian, Han Kong, and Wang Jin had just gotten off work. Suddenly, Lu Xian, who was on the phone, froze. "What's wrong, old Lu?" Han Kong and Wang Jin both asked with laughter. Lu Xian gasped in astonishment. "Xiao Fan. Xiao Fan said he's brought us 5th grade ferocious beast meat." Hiss. Han Kong and Wang Jin both gasped in shock. Xiao Fan has become a 5-star martial artist? Not long after, at the Stellar Tide Grand Hotel. This time it wasn't too late, so Chen Fan had called ahead to reserve a private dining room. Chen Fan chatted and laughed with his 3 uncles. Admittedly, this is truly living. 2 hours later, the group emerged from Stellar Tide Grand Hotel. Chen Fan handed over the portioned 5th grade Savage Bull beast carcass to his 3 uncles. A 5th level beast's vitality is extremely vigorous. The effect of just 1 pound of its meat can almost rival that of a chi blood pill. "Xiao Fan, the beast meat you gave us before has already boosted our vitality a bit. Now, with this 5th level beast meat, maybe the 3 of us actually have a chance to become martial artists in this lifetime." Lu Xian and the others were extremely excited. Becoming martial artists had originally been an unattainable dream for them. Now they can see the hope of their dreams coming true. Though they are no longer young and may not go out to fight in the city after becoming warriors, but after becoming warriors, their wages can increase several times over. Currently, their wages are 8,000. When Chen Fan had just become a martial artist, Zhou Song invited him to serve as the security team leader at Factory 6, with a base salary of 20,000, plus bonuses. Hearing this, Chen Fan also smiled. "Uncles, keep pushing yourselves and strive to become martial artists too." After parting ways with the 3 uncles, Chen Fan returned to the martial artist tower. First floor, Martial Arts Hall. The staff member behind the counter at the Martial Arts Hall instinctively froze when she saw Chen Fan. He wasn't here to stock up again, was he? Chen Fan wandered inside for quite some time. Sure enough, as expected, he carried 3 stacks of books and placed them on the counter. One stack contained 20 copies of Overlapping Wave Blade, a high-grade profound tier martial technique. The 4 tiers, Heaven, Earth, Profound, and Yellow, weren't the reason Chen Fan didn't choose Heaven or Earth tier techniques. The Martial Arts Hall's highest level only goes up to Xian rank. For higher levels, you'd have to go to the Martial Arts Repository in Jiangnan Base City. Of course, getting into the Martial Arts Repository isn't that easy. You need to meet certain conditions. For example, distinguishing oneself by joining the military, or achieving a high ranking in elite martial arts competitions. When Chen Fan purchased the low-grade Gale/technique back then, the price was 25,000 yuan per copy. The price of the top-grade layered wave blade technique had reached an astonishing 250,000 yuan. The price increased tenfold. But now that Chen Fan had over 20 million in hand, he didn't even blink as he took 20 copies, totaling 5 million. Aside from stacking Wave's blade technique, there were 2 other stacks of books, one containing the defensive martial skill Diamond Body, and the other holding the movement technique Fleeting Shadow. All of them were also upper-grade Earth rank techniques. Compared to the staggering price of 250,000 for the stacking Waves blade technique, the costs of the Iron Shield Body and Phantom Steps were nearly half as much, 130,000 per manual. Yet upon reflection, this wasn't hard to understand. Martial skills being difficult to master was common knowledge even for a basic yellow-grade technique like Gale Slash. Most warriors needed 1 or 2 years just to reach minor proficiency. As for the more profound and advanced top-grade Shen level techniques, the difficulty is immeasurably greater. But a person's energy is limited. Martial artists often prioritize offensive martial skills. Fewer people would choose titles like Diamond Body or Fleeting Glimpse. These tend to be cheaper. When Chen Fan placed dozens of books on the counter, the staff member took a deep breath. Previously, he'd thought Chen Fan seemed a bit mentally unhinged. But now, look. Holy cow, that's my lucky fortune god right there. Chapter 24, Comprehensive Upgrade, the Azure-Scaled Python King. 20 copies of Surging Waves Blade Technique alone cost 5 million, plus 20 copies of Indestructible Body at 2.6 million, and another 20 copies of Fleeting Shadows also totaling 2.6 million. That adds up to exactly 10.2 million yuan. My commission alone would be substantial. She instantly became noticeably warmer. Chen Fan paid and was handed a business card as he left. She twisted her graceful figure seductively, dropping subtle hints. Buy more books and she'll throw herself at you? Chen Fan knew he certainly wasn't the first, nor would he be the last. But he had no intention of boarding that particular bus. He stored 60 books in his space ring and left without hesitation. Returning to his room on the 17th floor, Chen Fan placed the Crashing Waves Blade, Indestructible Body, and fleeting shadow techniques on the table. Ding! Detected Earth-class high-grade martial skill, Crashing Waves Blade. Learn it? Yes. Ding! Xian grade high-tier martial skill, Indestructible Body detected. Would you like to learn? Yes. Ding! Xian grade high-tier martial skill, Fleeting Shadow detected. Would you like to learn? Yes. 3 lengthy segments of memory successively flooded Chen Fan's mind. All the memories were exceedingly long, but the speed of integration was rapid. A segment of memory took but 3 to 5 minutes to merge, yet encompassed decades of time. Chen Fan had mastered Swift Wind Slash to perfection, even achieving Blade Energy, giving him a solid foundation for learning Layered Wave Saber. In memory, Chen Fan's cultivation of Layered Wave Saber progressed by leaps and bounds. Chen Fan opened the status panel. Name, Chen Fan. Age, 18. Realm, 5-star martial artist. Chi and Blood, 15-500/50-000. Martial skills, Gale Slash, perfected. Wave Stacking Blade, perfected. Blade Force, Indestructible Body, perfected. Fleeting Shadow, perfected. The Stacking Waves Blade, the Diamond Body, and the Fleeting Shadow techniques had all reached perfection. However, there was no breakthrough akin to when the Swift Wind Slash had been perfected, unleashing Blade Energy. Perhaps the higher-tier Earth-grade techniques required more refining cycles to achieve such a breakthrough. Chen Fan didn't dwell on it too much. Right now, with 3 combat skills perfected, he's far stronger than before. Attack, defense, speed, all aspects enhanced comprehensively. 4 combat skills brought to perfection. For ordinary martial artists, this would be an achievement nearly impossible to complete in a lifetime. In the blink of an eye, the night passed. Chen Fan left the city early, heading towards marker point 0455. As mentioned before, marker point 0455 was much farther from the base city than marker point 0431. It took Chen Fan a full hour to get there. Now he had achieved perfect mastery of Flash Step. The speed increased from the previous 70 km per hour to 150 km per hour. Today, it only took a little over 20 minutes to travel from Jiangnan base city to marker point 0455. The speed on the road could be described as lightning fast. Chen Fan weaved through the abandoned city. Soon he found a solitary level 3 savage beast, an ironclad centipede, nearly 10 meters long, covered in legs and exuding murderous intent. The ironclad centipede charged at Chen Fan with deadly force. In the past, Chen Fan would have effortlessly sliced it down, but this time he remained still. He wanted to test his newly strengthened golden diamond body. Snap! The ironclad centipede's attacks rained down upon Chen Fan like a furious storm. Chen Fan stood there motionless. This level of force couldn't even qualify as tickling. Chen Fan casually cleaved the armored centipede in half with a single stroke. A 3rd grade won't do. Bring me a 4th grade specimen to test. Soon. Level 4 wouldn't work either. Then level 5. Even a level 5 savage beast is just SOSO, it can't break through the defense of Vajra body. Chen Fan let out a hearty laugh. He felt even more confident about his upcoming adventures. He had tried both the fleeting light technique and the indestructible body. Both satisfied him greatly. However, Chen Fan knew that the most formidable skill was still the wavering blade technique. The layered wave saber technique lives up to its name, continuously building momentum, wave upon rising wave. Exquisite indeed. Mastering the layered wave saber initially enables slicing through 3 consecutive strikes. These 3 strikes are about as powerful as a perfected Gale Slash. At the minor mastery level, one could unleash 6 strikes. At the major mastery level, 9 strikes could be delivered. Each strike stronger than the last, accumulating momentum up to 9 strikes. Chen Fan felt that even against a 6th level savage beast, he would have a fighting chance. He could deliver 12 flawless strikes. Chen Fan was confident he could slay the 6th grade beast with his blade. The wave stacking blade technique is highly sought after among warriors because it allows the accumulation and layering of combat potential. But it's usually just 3 or 5 strokes. Few can wield 9 slashes. As for 12 slashes, they're as rare as phoenix feathers. Chen Fan is one of them, though it cost him over 10 million. But these 10 million were well spent. At the same time, Chen Fan gained a deeper understanding of the importance of martial techniques. Even the Xian grade techniques already possessed such divine might. What about Earth grade and Heaven grade martial techniques then? He couldn't help but feel a growing yearning for the martial arts repository of Jiangnan Base City. The morning passed by quickly. With the boost from the 3 profound grade superior martial arts techniques, Chen Fan's efficiency improved even further. When I first arrived this morning, my chi and blood was still at 15,500. The count has already reached 19,000. He was one step closer to the 50,000 benchmark of 6-star warriors. In the blink of an eye, it was already around 3 p.m. At the central square of this abandoned city, Chen Fan encountered a level 6 ferocious beast, the azure-scaled Python King. A colossal creature, over 20 meters long and as thick as a bucket, with a triangular serpent's head flicking its forked tongue. Its chilling gaze sent an involuntary shiver down anyone's spine. In the past, encountering such a formidable being would have sent Chen Fan fleeing without a second thought. It was a simple equation: escape meant survival, failure meant death. But now his fighting spirit was surging. Though he was merely a 5-star warrior, victory was still anyone's game. HSSSS. Despite its massive size, the emerald-scaled Python King moved with startling agility, flicking its forked tongue as it lunged at Chen Fan like lightning. A snake's head towered even taller than Chen Fan. Kill! Chen Fan unleashed his wave-stacking blade technique. 3 strikes merely scraped sparks off the scales of the azure-scaled Python King. The erupting blade force caused the cyan-scale Python King some pain. This further enraged the cyan-scale Python King. Its massive tail came whipping through with lightning speed, arriving almost in the blink of an eye. Chen Fan had no time to react. Bang! An overwhelming force came crashing down, sending Chen Fan flying like a cannonball. Crashing heavily onto a stone pillar in the square, the solid column shattered upon impact. Such terrifying force would have instantly pulverized an ordinary 5-star warrior into mush. Yet Chen Fan climbed back to his feet with merely a slight surge of chi and blood, sustaining no real injuries. A glimmer of astonishment flashed through the Serpent King's eyes. It seemed baffled that this weak human hadn't died. Not only hadn't he died, but he could actually get back up. Your defense is strong, but mine isn't bad either. You're fast? Then let me show you my speed. Chen Fan muttered to himself. Whoosh! He exerted force through his feet, shattering the stone slab beneath him into fragments. In the next instant, he appeared before the azure-scaled Python King, bringing down his long blade with a slash that sparked a series of crackling flames. The azure-scaled Python King opened its cavernous maw, preparing to swallow Chen Fan whole. Snap! The massive jaws snapped shut violently, but Chen Fan had already reappeared 5 meters away. Enraged, the Python King swung its enormous tail toward Chen Fan almost simultaneously. Chen Fan chuckled lightly. A flickering shadow flitted by, effortlessly evaded. Chen Fan swung his blade down repeatedly. Chapter 25, The Trouble at Wancheng Pavilion, the Golden Spear Warrior Team. You should know that his swordsmanship is based on the swift wind slash. His strikes were lightning fast. 4th strike, 5th strike, 6th strike. With the 6th strike, a scale was severed from the azure-scaled Python King. The azure-scaled Python King grew even more frenzied, attacking from both ends with relentless ferocity. Man and serpent battled in savage frenzy. Blade gleams flashed through howling winds as the battlefield became littered with wreckage. The 9th strike, the 10th, the 11th. The 9th slash left a wound on the massive body of the green-scaled Python King. Blood gushed out. The 11th slash buried the alloy combat blade deep into the python's flesh. Then came the 12th strike. Boom! The enormous serpent's head was severed, crashing into the ground and creating a deep pit. Chen Fan gasped for breath. Ding! Slain the level 6 ferocious beast, green-scaled Python King. Vital energy plus 60. Nightfall arrived. Chen Fan also returned to Zhongnan Base City. As usual, it was the 4th floor of the warrior building, the Wancheng Pavilion. Chen Fan arrived at the Wancheng Pavilion. To Chen Fan's surprise, the Wancheng Pavilion was actually closed today. Chen Fan initially intended to call Boss Du to ask about it, but after some thought, he decided against it. The owners must have had their reasons for keeping the shop closed. Chen Fan stood for a moment, then left. Wancheng Pavilion was closed today, and Chen Fan didn't go to any other shops to sell his goods. He'd already learned his lesson before. Seeing how young he was, everyone had fiercely lowballed him. Although Chen Fan wasn't short of money, he absolutely refused to be taken for a sucker. He could just as well sell it tomorrow when Wancheng Pavilion reopened. After all, he wasn't in urgent need of cash. After dinner and a shower, Chen Fan comfortably stretched out on the large bed. Almost all posts on the martial artist forum are now related to the elite martial artist competition. Various discussions. It is undoubtedly the hottest topic, bar none. Chen Fan even saw a screenshot showing that the registration count for the elite martial artist competition had already surpassed 30,000 in just over a day. Some have predicted that this year's elite martial arts competition may see record-breaking participation numbers. Additionally, the most discussed topics revolve around the top contenders for the championship. Among them, Chen Fan spotted Zhong Bo. Though Chen Fan didn't know Zhong Bo personally, his close relationship with Zhong Qing made him aware that Zhong Bo was Zhong Qing's elder brother. Seems like an awakened one. Chen Fan was browsing the forum. Suddenly his phone rang. It was Du Chuanru calling. Chen Fan smiled. Just now, he had intended to call Boss Du but ended up not doing so. To his surprise, Boss Du actually called him first. Has the door opened? Hello, Boss Du. Chen Fan answered the call. Brother Chen, did you run into any trouble outside the city today? Du Chuanru asked with immediate concern. Chen Fan was thoroughly puzzled. No, nothing happened. You could hear Du Chuanru sigh in relief on the other end of the line. That's good then. Then he explained, here's the situation. Some shops grew jealous seeing my business thrive and started using unethical competitive tactics. I wouldn't have known about it, but today several of my regular customers were robbed by the Golden Spear Warrior squad outside the city. They were injured and threatened not to sell materials at my Wancheng pavilion anymore. That's how I found out. Brother Chen, it'd be best if you avoid leaving the city these next few days. I'm truly sorry about this. It's trouble originating from my shop, yet it's affecting you too. But rest assured, Brother Chen, knowing this delay affects your plans, I'll compensate you with 100,000 yuan daily until this matter gets resolved. Please bear with me, I'll handle this situation as quickly as possible. Hearing this, Chen Fan finally understood the whole picture. No wonder Wancheng Pavilion was closed today. Turns out they got into trouble. Not leaving the city for the next few days? That won't do. He's currently pushing hard to break through as a 6-star warrior. If we delay for a few days, he'll miss the registration for the Elite Warrior Tournament. But if one insists on forcing their way out, they might end up like today's unfortunate customers at Wancheng Pavilion, beaten and robbed. The Golden Spear Warrior Squad? Chen Fan hadn't heard of them. Boss Du, how strong are they? The Golden Spear Warrior Squad is quite formidable. Their captain is a 6-star warrior, with 2 vice-captains at 5-star level, and the rest are 3 or 4-star warriors. The entire squad has about 100 members. Du Chuanru let out a long sigh. How does Boss Du plan to deal with this? Chen Fan asked. I've already met with the leader of the Golden Spear Fighter Squad today. They're demanding an exorbitant price, basically trying to swallow up my Wancheng Pavilion whole. Of course, I can't agree to that. They wouldn't dare act recklessly within the city walls, but outside its lawless land. If negotiations fail, then we'll have to meet force with force. I've already started recruiting warriors. Du Chuanru's tone carried a trace of madness and determination. Even a rabbit will bite when cornered. Alright then, thank you for the warning. Boss Du, I'll be careful. Chen Fan said. Brother Chen, please don't say that. It's me who dragged you into this trouble. If you thank me, I'll only feel more ashamed. By the way, recruiting martial artists may take a few more days. Let me first transfer the 5-day compensation to you, Du Chuanru said. Chen Fan quickly responded, no need, Boss Du, if you act so formally with me like this, I'll truly be displeased. Alright, my apologies, Brother Chen. Du Chuanru said another sentence before hanging up the phone. Chen Fan also put down his phone. His collaboration with Du Chuanru had been quite pleasant. There's no way I'll accept any compensation. Besides, there's still the connection with my classmate Du Changzi to consider. Also, Chen Fan wasn't planning to stay in the city tomorrow anyway. As a 6-star martial artist, he wasn't really afraid of them now. It'd be best if the Tuna warriors knew better than to mess with him, but if they came looking for trouble, then returning old Du's favor by having Uncle Lu, Uncle Han and Uncle Wang assign jobs here would be a convenient bonus. Early the next morning, Chen Fan arrived at the city gates. There are already quite a few people here now. Chen Fan left the city. That's him, right? That's him, Chen Fan, the one who's always selling materials at Wancheng Pavilion. Come on, lads, let's all follow him. A group of people immediately began tailing Chen Fan. They were all clad in custom-made combat uniforms, emblazoned with 2 crossed golden pistols. Those who recognized this insignia would know these were members of the Golden Gun Warrior Squad. Chen Fan continued walking down the road. Yesterday, after Du Chuanru's warning, he naturally took precautions when leaving the city today. Soon, he genuinely noticed a group of people following him. More than 10 individuals, maintaining a steady distance without rushing or lagging behind. Chen Fan chuckled lightly. He effortlessly perfected his cultivation to completion, reaching an astonishing speed of 150 kilometers per hour. Shaking off these persistent followers would be as easy as flipping his hand. But he chose not to. They actually dared to set their sights on him. Then they should be ready to face the consequences. Chen Fan walked on, then suddenly stopped. Boss Meow, he's stopped. According to intel, this rookie just got his martial artist certification about half a month ago. He's been active around marker point 0431, definitely a 1-star little noob. We're far enough from the base city now. Let's get him. Got it. Chen Fan's pause only made the group accelerate, rapidly closing the distance toward him. During these days of fighting in the wilderness, Chen Fan hadn't failed to encounter other squads. Yet whenever they crossed paths, both sides maintained a distance. Keeping one's distance in the wild is considered an act of goodwill. Approaching strangers is, by its very nature, seen as a provocation. Chapter 26. Taken at face value, the shocked Du Chuanru. In no time, over 10 people had surrounded Chen Fan. It was then that Chen Fan noticed the golden gun emblem on their combat uniforms. So this was the Golden Gun Warrior team, after all. Kid, be smart and hand over everything valuable, the money in your account, the dimensional ring, combat knives, battle suits, hurry up. Miao Lu lounged with a toothpick in his mouth, looking down his nose at Chen Fan with an air of command. He was the deputy leader of the Golden Spear team, a 5-star martial artist. A gang member nearby smirked maliciously, pointing at Chen Fan and saying, "Kid, know why we're robbing you? Keep your eyes wide open from now on. Remember this, don't ever set foot in Wansheng Pavilion again. If you do, next time won't just be a simple robbery. We'll beat the shit out of you. Got it?" The thug was incredibly arrogant, his finger practically jabbing into Chen Fan's face. Swish! A blade's gleam flashed through the air. A pig slaughter-like scream erupted from the underling's mouth as blood sprayed everywhere. The finger that had been pointing at Chen Fan moments ago now lay fallen on the ground. The scene unfolded with shocking suddenness. No one had time to react. Miao Lu never expected this 1-star novice would dare resist when facing so many of them. Then he angrily threw away the toothpick. "Harming my brothers, today your miserable life ends here." Miao Lu summoned a long axe into his grasp, swinging it with terrifying force as he viciously hacked toward Chen Fan. Chen Fan's eyes turned icy. The alloy battle blade slashed through the air once more. Before Miao Lu could even move closer, the blade's energy shot forth. A fissure began spreading downward from Miao Lu's forehead, past the nose, the mouth, then across the chest. Crimson blood seeped out. Miao Lu's eyes bulged wide open. He simply couldn't believe it. Saber, energy? With great difficulty, he uttered the last 2 words of his life. Then his body split completely down the middle from side to side. Ding! Executed 5-star martial artist Miao Lu. Blood chi plus 40. The system's notification tone rang out. This came as a slight surprise to Chen Fan. Previously, he'd only killed savage beasts. He hadn't expected killing humans would also increase his blood chi. Chief Miao has been killed. Was that sword energy just now? To think he could unleash sword energy. My god! What kind of monster have we provoked? What are you standing around for? Send the distress signal. Stop messaging, just run. With Miao Lu dead, the other dozen or so people immediately descended into chaos. Some sent emergency signals to the team, while others simply bolted. Chen Fan had never killed a human before, but he had slaughtered so many mutated beasts that he'd long grown accustomed to bloodshed. Killing Miao Lu now barely registered with him. This is how society is. If you don't oppress others, they will oppress you. If you don't kill, you'll be killed. To live with dignity and clarity, strength is the only way. Watching more than a dozen people scattering in panic, Chen Fan dashed forward. Hostility had already been established. He certainly didn't want numerous people bearing grudges against him in the future. In for a penny, in for a pound, destroy everything, root and stem. Within just a few short minutes, only Chen Fan remained standing in the room. All the others lay on the ground, very peaceful. Chen Fan collected the spoils of war. 14 spatial rings, 14 weapons. Chen Fan didn't take the combat suit. However, just the 14 spatial rings alone are worth several million. After collecting them, Chen Fan didn't leave. Instead, he sat down right where he was. He knew these people had already sent out signals, and the Spearhead squad members would likely arrive soon. His thought was simple. Since things had come to this, he might as well settle everything thoroughly. Like they always say, Chen Fan didn't want enemies keeping grudges against him. Approximately 10 minutes later, a dark mass of people came charging rapidly from the horizon toward them. They weren't coming from the direction of the base city. By the looks of it, they must have traveled to a faraway marker point and, upon receiving the signal, rushed back at full speed. Soon, Chen Fan found himself surrounded once more. This time, there were even more people, dozens of them. Leading them was Kong Wu, the captain of the Golden Spear Warriors team, a fierce-looking man standing 2 meters tall, wielding twin swords as his weapons. Now his eyes were burning with rage. At this moment, it was clearly a fight to the death. Without wasting a single word, both sides clashed in combat. Kong Wu, a 6-star martial artist, was formidable, but compared to the level 6 fierce beast, the Cyan Scale Python King, it still falls a bit short. As for the dozens of other people nearby, they're all cannon fodder. It will only make Chen Fan stronger. Half an hour later, corpses were strewn everywhere. As Chen Fan swung the 12th strike of his surging wave blade, Kong Wu collapsed to his knees, his arms hanging lifelessly, devoid of any vitality. Chen Fan collected the spoils of battle, continuing towards marked point 0455. The fierce battle just now was nothing more than a minor episode to him. The day passed quickly. Chen Fan glanced at the stats panel. Vitality, 29,900/50,000. There are still 6 days left until the registration deadline for the Elite Martial Artist competition. Chen Fan returned to the Martial Artists Tower. I wonder if Boss Du is open for business today. Chen Fan habitually made his way to the 4th floor. Thank goodness, Wansheng Pavilion is open today. Boss Du was here too. Previously, whenever I saw Boss Du, he was always radiant and smiling warmly, but today, he's pacing back and forth in the shop with a worried look on his face. It seems the recruitment of warriors isn't going particularly well, and indeed, that was the case. Lower-level warriors were easy to recruit, but capable ones who could shoulder major responsibilities were hard to come by. To challenge the Golden Spear Warriors squad, Du Chuanru would need at least a 6-star martial artist to take the lead. 6-star martial artists represent a watershed. Those who reach this level usually have better options available to them. Recruiting a 6-star martial artist is extremely difficult. Forget about anything higher than 7 or 8 stars. Du Chuanru knew full well his humble temple couldn't house such lofty Buddhas. This was the current situation. Without pillars to hold up the roof, hiring more low-level martial artists was useless. Frustrating. These past couple of days had really weighed heavily on Du Chuanru's mind. Chen Fan walked in. "Boss Du." "Brother Chen?" Turning around and spotting Chen Fan, Du Chuanru was quite surprised, then quickly gestured, "Please, have a seat." Chen Fan smiled and said, "I just came over for a casual stroll and noticed your Wancheng pavilion is open. Have you managed to resolve the trouble?" Du Chuanru shook his head and sighed deeply. "Skilled martial artists are hard to come by, Brother Chen. I initially thought this trouble could be settled in 3 to 5 days, but now it seems it might take much longer. My apologies to you. I'm fine. By the way, Boss Du, there's no need for you to worry anymore. The Golden Spear Warriors team shouldn't trouble you anymore in the future," Chen Fan said. Upon hearing this, Du Chuanru was stunned. "Brother Chen, what do you mean by that?" "Exactly what the words mean." Chen Fan spoke very calmly. A puzzled expression appeared on Du Chuanru's face. Then it seemed he thought of something. His heart couldn't help but leap. Could it be? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. An absurd speculation that had just taken root in his mind was immediately dismissed. Although Brother Chen's cultivation progress has been rapid, but this time is different. 6-star is a watershed moment. The leap from 5-star to 6-star is enormous. The amount of blood and qi required is several times greater than the total needed from 1-star to 5-star combined. He only discovered Chen Fan's breakthrough to 5 stars the day before yesterday. That was just 2 days ago. Breaking through to 6 stars in just 2 days? It's practically a fairy tale. Chapter 27, Brother Chen, Gratitude Beyond Words. Even if Chen Fan miraculously broke through to 6 stars, he still wouldn't be a match for Kongwu. Kongwu isn't your average 6-star warrior. His qi and blood energy hovers around 80,000 units. After reaching 6-star, the difference in vitality between practitioners of the same realm could easily amount to tens of thousands. "Boss Du?" Not knowing what Du Chuanru was pondering so deeply, Chen Fan called out softly. Du Chuanru gave a start before snapping out of his reverie. "Sorry about that, Brother Chen, my mind wandered." Chen Fan smiled. "No problem. Boss Du, you're already open for business, so you must be here to do business." Du Chuanru knew that since the shop had been closed yesterday, Chen Fan probably had some materials piled up waiting to be processed. Thinking about this, he felt genuinely moved. Wancheng Pavilion didn't open its doors, and Brother Chen didn't go to sell at other shops either. Brother Chen, take out all the materials now." "All right." With a single thought from Chen Fan, materials from his spatial ring poured out with a clatter, instantly filling the hall with a large pile of items. Du Chuanru's pupils contracted sharply. He had managed the Wancheng Pavilion for 20 to 30 years, and could be considered an expert in this field. Half of the materials Chen Fan had taken out could be identified as having been killed yesterday, but the other half still had very fresh bloodstains. This is clearly freshly killed today. "Brother Chen, did you venture outside the city today?" Du Chuanru exclaimed in astonishment. "Been fighting outside the walls every day now, can't sit idle anymore." Chen Fan smiled. "Didn't encounter any Golden Spear martial artists?" Du Chuanru instinctively inquired, but halfway through his sentence, he suddenly cried out in astonishment. His eyes were fixed on an object atop the pile of materials with an expression of utter disbelief. "The bile of a green-scaled python king? Shun. Brother Chen, did you kill it?" Du Chuanru's voice trembled as he spoke. Chen Fan nodded in agreement. Receiving Chen Fan's affirmative response, an overwhelming surge of emotions swept through Du Chuanru's heart. A 6-star martial artist. Is Brother Chen already a 6-star martial artist? Moreover, this azure-scaled python king is no ordinary creature. Kongwu had once led his entire Golden Spear warrior team to hunt it down, but in the end, they retreated at a heavy cost. Brother Chen actually possessed the ability to slay the azure-scaled python king. Recalling Chen Fan's earlier words, Du Chuanru suddenly felt as if a veil had been lifted from his eyes. Brother Chen must have encountered the Golden Spear warrior team in the wilderness, and he helped me solve a huge problem. Shock, excitement, surprise, gratitude. A torrent of emotions overwhelmed Du Chuanru, leaving him momentarily speechless with excitement. He gripped Chen Fan's hand tightly. "Brother Chen, words can't express my gratitude. Boss Du, you're too kind. I hardly did anything deserving thanks. If anything, I should be thanking you for providing stable jobs to Uncle Lu, Uncle Han, and Uncle Wang." Du Chuanru paused for a moment before catching on. Right, hardly did anything. Being sharp-witted, Du Chuanru perfectly understood the underlying meaning in Chen Fan's words. Brother Chen doesn't want this matter to be publicized. And what else? The main reason Brother Chen stepped in to help this time was to repay the favor from last time when work was arranged for him. Du Chuanru sighed inwardly. At first, it was just a casual gesture to befriend Chen Fan, but looking back now, I feel incredibly fortunate. Next, Du Chuanru began inventorying the materials. He discovered that among these materials wasn't just one level 6 monstrous beast. To be more precise, one had been killed yesterday. 3 were killed today. The count is complete, totaling 15 million. However, Du Chuanru transferred 20 million to Chen Fan. The extra 5 million is a token of gratitude. Chen Fan handed it all back to Du Chuanru. This made Du Chuanru feel extremely uneasy. Broker, I have quite a few spatial rings and weapons on hand. Do you have any channels? Before leaving, Chen Fan asked one last question. Du Chuanru immediately guessed that Chen Fan was referring to the spoils obtained after eliminating the Golden Spear Warrior Squad. Brother Chen, leave it to me. I'll handle it. Alright, I appreciate it. By the way, Brother Chen, you're now a 6-star warrior, and with the Elite Warrior competition coming up soon, you should sign up. I know you're not short on money, but the Southern Base City's martial arts library and officer status are worth striving for. Even if you don't succeed, it'll be good experience for next year's competition. Du Chuanru gave a reminder. Chen Fan chuckled, Boss Du, I'm still just a 5-star martial artist, not eligible to sign up yet. Du Chuanru was dumbfounded again. A 5-star warrior slaying a level 6 beast? Chen Fan returned to his room. The 9th class senior year group chat was buzzing with activity. Chen Fan took a look. The conflict between Ichu and Sanshu has completely erupted now, with both sides fiercely trading insults. As the instigator, Suwon showed no signs of restraint. Instead, he intensified his provocations. Many of the verbal attacks crossed all boundaries of decency. They targeted Sanshu mercilessly, mocking Chen Fan. Chen Fan only got a general idea of what happened from the group chat. He didn't bother with Su Wen's specific comments. When the elite martial arts tournament arrives, he'd make him shut up. Chen Fan also obtained another piece of information. Suwon has been eating non-stop these past 2 days. His cultivation has already reached the 5-star martial artist level. Awakened ones are truly inhuman. Chen Fan couldn't help but sigh. In addition to the class group chat, Zhong Qing had also sent him some personal messages. She had already gone to report at Jiangnan Martial Arts University. She even deliberately sent a selfie taken at the university's entrance gate. She knew Chen Fan's original goal was also Jiangnan University of Technology. Unfortunately, he dropped out and took a different path. She wanted to use this method to show Chen Fan what Jiangnan University of Technology was like. Consider it a small consolation. However, Chen Fan replied with just 3 words after seeing it. Such fair legs. This made Zhong Qing clench her pink fists in anger. If Chen Fan had been right beside her, he would have undoubtedly received a sound thrashing. Who told you to look at my legs? Who told you to look at my legs? However, at least you've got some taste. Also, according to the Warrior Forum statistics, the number of applicants for the Elite Warrior competition has already reached 80,000, and there are still 6 days left before the registration deadline, yet we're already close to matching previous year's numbers. It seems certain that this year's competition will break the record for participant numbers. 3 days passed in a blink. The registration count for the Elite Martial Artists Tournament has now surpassed 100,000. During these 3 days, Chen Fan maintained his usual routine of leaving early and returning late. Over these 3 days, his qi and blood increased by an average of over 7,000 daily. On the status panel now. Name, Chen Fan. Age, 18. Realm, 6-star martial artist. Qi and blood, 51 500/100 000. Martial skills, Gale Slash, perfected. Wave Stacking Blade, perfected. Blade Force, Indestructible Body, perfected. Fleeting Shadow, perfected. Where there's a will, there's a way. Finally reached 6 stars. This achievement came 3 days earlier than Chen Fan had originally anticipated. His cultivation realm had advanced by leaps and bounds. During these days, Chen Fan's wealth had also skyrocketed. 3 days ago, he sold materials for 15 million, adding to his previous savings, leaving him with roughly 20 million in hand. Over the past 3 days of selling materials, he had earned another 20 million. Also, there were also the spatial ring weapons and other items entrusted to Boss Du for handling last time. Boss Du worked very efficiently, transferring over 60 million in total to Chen Fan today. Chen Fan was quite satisfied with this amount. Although spatial ring weapons and similar items are extremely valuable, one definitely can't expect to recover their original price when reselling. 20-some million plus 60-some million. Now Chen Fan's account balance had surpassed 100 million for the first time, reaching over 110 million. Chapter 28, Shocked Guantong in Guanjinshan. Night. Principal Sanchu's office. Since his last phone call with Chen Fan, Yao Fu has been filled with anticipation every day, anticipating that Chen Fan might make it to this year's elite martial artist competition, looking forward to shutting up that Chu Chu and that awakened named Suwon with a slap to the face. But concern breeds confusion. Every day he wanted to call Chen Fan to ask about his progress in boosting qi and blood, yet in the end, he barely managed to restrain himself. It's too early. Just be thankful if we can catch the last day of registration before the deadline. Besides, keeping such a close watch and asking every day would put too much psychological pressure on Chen Fan. Stay calm at all costs. Yao Fu let out a long sigh and reluctantly put down his phone once more. At this moment, ding, ding, ding. His phone rang. A glance told him it was Chen Fan calling. Yao Fu hastily answered the call at the fastest speed of his life. Hello, Chen Fan, do you need backup? What do you need? Just tell me. He instinctively thought that Chen Fan needed help. Of course, he was always ready to support Chen Fan. No, Principal, I just wanted to inform you that I've broken through to 6-star warrior level. Chen Fan's voice came through the phone. Ha, this counts as a breakthrough? Yao Fu's lips trembled. Then came unrestrained excitement. Good, great, well done, Chen Fan. He had feared that the greater the hope, the greater the disappointment. Yet, Chen Fan broke through to the 6-star level 3 days early. That's beyond incredible. This kid, truly reliable. Chen Fan, you're now a 6-star martial artist. Go register tomorrow, and remember, stay humble and avoid complacency. There are only 3 days left. Make good preparations. Since you've decided to participate, let's strive to secure a ranking position. A 6-star warrior participating in the competition for the top 100, 300, 500, 3,000, or 5,000 spots officially set by the organizers. We won't hold any grand expectations. Just making it into the top 50,000 would be quite an achievement. The main thing is to take part. Keep pushing forward, Yao Fu encouraged. To have a newly advanced 6-star warrior compete against over 100,000 participants, half of whom are 7-, 8-, or 9-star warriors, and break into the top 50,000. Moreover, Chen Fan surged from 1-star to 6-star in a remarkably short time. Counting from his certification until now, it hasn't even been 20 days. Mastering martial techniques is notoriously difficult to begin with. Now aiming to break into the top 50,000. He himself felt it was somewhat unrealistic, but dreams are still worth having. What if they come true? Moreover, Chen Fan was no ordinary person. Though he claimed not to be an awakened, Yao Fu wasn't foolish. Such rapid progress could only mean he was indeed one. 50,000? All right, Chen Fan acknowledged with a sound. Perhaps no one knew that Yao Fu was so excited he couldn't sleep that night. The next day, Chen Fan unexpectedly woke up later than usual. He had to wait until the registration office opened to sign up. Then he would go outside the city. Indeed, today he still needed to go outside the city. Although I've now broken through to become a 6-star warrior, being a 6-star warrior is merely the entry requirement. Competing with tens of thousands of 7-star, 8-star, and 9-star powerhouses, if you want to achieve a decent ranking, you'll still need to work hard to improve your strength. Speaking more broadly, the Elite Warrior Tournament is just a minor episode in Chen Fan's life, more like icing on the cake. His ambitions reached far beyond this. In the lobby of the Warrior Building's first floor, dozens of registration booths for the Elite Warrior competition stood lined up in a row. Long queues snaked before each table. Chen Fan didn't join the line. He needed to get his cultivation level certified first. A 6-star martial artist isn't something you can just claim to be. Chen Fan arrived at the certification counter. It was the same counter where he had first gotten certified as a martial artist. Inside was still that big bear girl. Didn't pay attention last time. This time, I noticed her name from the ID badge on her chest, Guantong. Oh, it's you. Chen Fan had just stepped up to the window when Guantong recognized him. Her impression of Chen Fan remained quite vivid. After all, achieving warrior status before the martial exam was quite rare. Hello. Chen Fan also greeted with a smile. It's only been a short while, and you've already broken through to become a 2-star martial artist? A simple chi blood test doesn't require visiting the certification window. Most people coming here are for realm certification, although there's no change in benefits until reaching 6-star warrior after 1-star certification. During 2-star to 5-star phases, certification is optional. However, some situations require proof of strength, so there are still warriors who choose to certify their ranks. For example, when warrior squads recruit new members, they demand a 3-star martial artist. You have to come here for certification to prove you're a 3-star martial artist. No, I'm here to certify as a 6-star martial artist. You've got quite the sense of humor. Guantong cooperated with a smile. Currently, due to the elite martial artist competition, people often throw around the term 6-star martial artist in conversation. As she spoke, Guantong's hands weren't idle either. She swiped Chen Fan's martial artist badge and quickly printed out a slip. It's the same place you went to last time. Get your chi and blood measured, then bring the results back to me. Okay. Chen Fan complied. Watching Chen Fan's retreating figure, Guantong rested her chin on her hand, unable to resist indulging in some gossip. Normally, one wouldn't come straight to the certification window unless they were absolutely certain. How many days had it even been since his last fighter certification? Could he really have reached 2-star fighter status already? She couldn't help feeling excited. If it were true, she would have something new to tell her grandfather. Testing chi and blood levels is quite convenient. Before long, Chen Fan returned. Chen Fan handed the form to Guan Tong. Guan Tong glanced at the chi blood values printed on the form. 51500. Guan Tong's beautiful eyes widened in shock. She could hardly believe what she was seeing. 6-star warrior. He wasn't joking with me just now, he really is a 6-star warrior. My god, what kind of monster is this? After Chen Fan left, Guan Tong couldn't wait to pick up the phone. Hello, my dear granddaughter. Guan Jinshan's cheerful voice came through the line. Grandpa, hurry, come quickly, Guan Tong repeatedly affirmed. Guan Jinshan's expression turned stern. Last time, granddaughter Guan Tong called and asked him to come over, introducing an 18-year-old martial artist. This time, the granddaughter spoke with even greater urgency. Could there be another promising talent emerging, perhaps even more outstanding? Last time, Guan Jinshan had shown some reluctance. But now, he immediately stood up. Excellent, right away. In less than a minute, Guan Jinshan hurriedly arrived at the certification window. Tong Tong, what are you showing Grandpa this time? Did you find another promising martial arts talent? Judging by your reaction earlier, could this one be even better than that last kid from Yao Grandpa's school? Guan Jinshan asked with evident anticipation. Grandpa, you'd better see for yourself. Guan Tong pointed at the computer screen. Guan Jinshan took out his glasses and put them on, looking over with great seriousness. Still Chen Fan? Don't we have any promising new recruits? Grandpa, look carefully at what comes next. Guan Tong said disapprovingly. Good. Guan Jinshan examined it carefully. Below the name was the age, then the address. Realm. Wait. Realm. 6th star martial artist. Guan Jinshan's pupils contracted sharply, he could hardly believe his eyes. Quickly taking off his glasses, he wiped them clean and looked again. Beyond any doubt, it was a 6-star martial artist. Chapter 29, Meridian Condensation Realm, Transcendent Spirit Gathering. Guan Jinshan inhaled sharply, his heart surging with overwhelming waves. How long has it been since Chen Fan was certified to reaching 6-star? Has it even been a month? Guan Tong said, not a month, to be precise, it was 18 days. Just 18 days. Guan Jinshan couldn't suppress his trembling. From a 1-star warrior to a 6-star warrior in 18 days, that's terrifying. An awakened. He must be an awakened. This Chen Fan is truly Lao Yao's lucky star. Recently, the dispute between 1st middle school and 3rd middle school has been making waves. Guan Jinshan was well aware of it too. After Su Wencheng became an awakened, he grew too arrogant, really getting carried away, constantly stepping on 3rd middle school and Chen Fan to show off his superiority. Behind this lies the indulgence of 1st High's principal, Gong Hai. Simply because 3rd High produced a martial artist this year, nearly stealing 1st High's spotlight. Though Gong Hai holds the prestigious position of school principal, his mentality is remarkably narrow-minded. His old brother Yao Fu was so angry that he jumped and cursed more than once. No way, I've got to hurry and share this good news with Lao Yao. Guan Jinshan directly made a phone call. Chen Fan's breakthrough really came at the perfect time. Old Yao is about to make a comeback against all odds. Now things are getting really interesting. Beep. Hey, Lao Guan. Yao Fu's hearty voice came through as usual from the other end. Ha, old Yao, you're still humming tunes? Guan Jinshan sounded surprised. Your mood improved? When we met yesterday, you were still red-faced and fuming over Gong Hai and Su Wen's situation. Good fortune puts a man in high spirits, got to enjoy some tunes. By the way, old Guan, call up our buddies. Tonight at Xingqiao Grand Hotel, my treat. Yao Fuchen beamed with pride. Well, old Yao, is that really you? Guan Jinshan teased. Of course it is. Forget just one meal at Xingqiao Grand Hotel, I'd treat you to 10. Guan Jinshan seemed to have guessed a thing or two and chuckled. Old Yao, looks like you already know. Old Guan, you must be talking about Chen Fan, right? I found out last night. That kid has really made us proud. Let's see how long Gong Hai and Su Wen can keep hopping around. Yao Fu said with vindictive satisfaction. Guan Jinshan also smiled. Alright then, let's not waste breath. I'll make the call right now. We'll see each other at Xingqiao tonight, old mates. Alright. After Chen Fan completed his 6-star martial artist certification, he headed to the registration area for the Elite Martial Artist Tournament. The queue had grown even longer now. Chen Fan chose a relatively shorter line to queue in. Time slowly passed by. Chen Fan slowly inched forward with the queue. Around half an hour later, it was finally Chen Fan's turn. Please swipe your warrior badge. Alright. Chen Fan swiped his warrior badge. Verify cultivation level. Then Chen Fan signed a life and death agreement. Even though the base city dispatches Meridian Opening Realm military forces for security during the Elite Martial Artist competition every year, casualties are still inevitable. The Meridian Opening Realm at Chen Fan is familiar with it. Martial artists from 1-star to 9-star are collectively referred to as the Chi Blood Realm. When the vital energy and blood within the body reach a certain level of abundance, the physique undergoes a transformation to a higher state. This is known as the vein condensation realm. The vein condensation realm is divided into 1st vein to 9th vein, analogous to the 1-star to 9-star stages of the blood vitality realm. Upon condensing all 9 veins, one ascends to the even higher spirit-gathering realm, capable of absorbing heaven and earth's spiritual energy and wielding extraordinary powers. Common feats like soaring through the skies or tunneling beneath the earth are considered merely basic skills at this stage. After registering, Chen Fan left the city. By the time he arrived at marker point 0455, it was already 10:30 in the morning. Chen Fan drew his alloy combat blade. A new day of carnage had begun. Time always flies when you're busy, and nightfall arrived before I knew it. See you later, boss do. See you later. Chen Fan stepped out of Wancheng Pavilion. Though he'd left a bit late today, the gains had been worthwhile. Sold for 7.3 million. About the same as the previous full day. Thinking about it, it's not hard to understand, with improved abilities, efficiency must have increased somewhat proportionally. Chen Fan looked at the panel. Name, Chen Fan. Age, 18. Realm, 6-star martial artist. Chi blood, 58000/100,000. Martial arts, Gale slash, perfected. Wave folding blade, perfected. Blade momentum, golden body, perfected. Fleeting glimpse, perfection. With the enhancement of several perfected martial arts techniques, my strength is probably comparable to a 7-star warrior. But in the Elite Warrior Tournament, who knows how many 8-star or 9-star powerhouses might appear? At best, I'm just slightly below average. Under such circumstances, forget about aiming for officer rank. I might not even make it into the top 50,000 as the principal mentioned. Chen Fan shook his head. Just 2 days left. Gotta push harder. In a private room on the 2nd floor of Xingqiao Grand Hotel, over 10 people sat around a large round table. Holy shit, old Yao, you're ruthless. Chen Fan just broke through to 6-star martial artist and you're already setting him a top 50,000 target? You've got some balls. Guan Jinshan exclaimed in shock. The other old brothers also joined in the laughter, egging him on. Yao Fu chuckled and retorted, the bolder the man, the greater the yield. Chen Fan is no ordinary person. You've all seen how astonishingly fast he's progressed. He's definitely an awakened. And what does being awakened mean? It means boundless potential. Old Yao, just now I heard old Guan say that this kid Chen Fan has only been a certified martial artist for 18 days. In such a short time, he's probably barely scratched the surface of martial techniques, let alone mastered them, not to mention factors like combat experience. Are you really going to let him compete in the Elite Martial Artists Tournament? A stern-faced elder with an air of authority looked at Yao Fu. This year's competition venue and schedule haven't been announced yet, but as you know, my corps has been responsible for event security in recent years. I can give you a hint, the danger level this year will be higher than before. It's not easy to find such promising talent. Don't be too eager for quick success. It would be regrettable if they were lost in the competition. Guan Jinshan and several other comrades in arms nodded in agreement. The old squad leader is right, Lao Yao. The Elite Warriors competition has too many unpredictable factors. Don't let pride cloud your judgment. Now that Chen Fan has broken through to become a 6-star warrior, it's enough to shut Gong Hai and Su Wen up for good. Yao Fu also turns serious. Of course I've considered all the points everyone mentioned. Chen Fan's rapid improvement has left him lacking in many areas like combat skills, practical experience, and wilderness survival. But the Elite Warrior competition would be good training. I still want him to participate. As for safety concerns? With that, Yao Fu smiled and stood up, raising his glass. Old squad leader, let me toast you. No more words needed, I'll finish this first. Yao Fu's move. Everyone could see right through his little scheme. Damn, old Yao, you sly dog. No wonder you were so quick to buy us drinks, you had an ulterior motive. So you're just asking our senior squad leader to give Chen Fan some extra consideration, huh? Alright, for a principal to go this far is pretty impressive. The dignified-looking elder Xiao Jian couldn't help but chuckle and scold. Fine then, Yao Fu. Even back in our class days, you were always the one full of clever ideas. Now at this age, you haven't changed a bit. Chapter 30, Mind Master, Escalating Situation. Old class monitor, just tell us straight, will you help or not? Xiao Jian joked with a smile. We've eaten the meal and drunk the wine, how could I not help? But let me make this clear, I'll look out for his safety, but that's all. I can't get involved in anything else. That's more than enough, old squad leader. Thank you, Yao Fu said solemnly. Lao Yao, now that the objective's achieved, surely we must drink to that? Guan Jinshan laughed. Just one drink? Who do you take me for? I'll take on the whole table first. Time flew by and it was already the final day for registration. Up to now, by noon, the number of registrants for the Elite Martial Arts Tournament had reached 123,359. At that very moment, the authorities finally issued a new announcement. This year's Elite Warrior Tournament will take place at marker point 0612. Marker point 0612 is located 300 kilometers from Jiangnan Base City. Before the spiritual energy resurgence, it was a first-tier national metropolis with vast territory, where monstrous beasts typically range from level 6 to 9. Additionally, a small number of demon beasts are present there. Ferocious beasts correspond to the human she-blood realm, while demonic beasts correspond to the human meridian condensation realm. This year's competition emphasizes both survival skills and combat strength, implementing the same points-based system as previous years. Surviving one day in the wilderness earns 1 point. Killing a 6th level ferocious beast earns 1 point, while killing a 7th level ferocious beast earns 3 points. Level 8 ferocious beast, 9 points, level 9 ferocious beast, 18 points. The competition officially begins tomorrow. All participants must arrive at the designated location outside Zone 0612 within the specified time. Those who fail to arrive on time will be immediately disqualified. The final ranking will be determined based on the highest scores. The rewards remain the same as previously announced. The top 500 will receive cash prizes, while the top 300 will gain access to the Jiangnan Base City Martial Arts Library. The top 100 will be awarded officer status. Additionally, the security for the martial artist tournament is handled by the 6th Corps, all members at the Meridian Forging Realm, with their commander at the 9 Meridians Realm. There are also 4 awakened individuals, psychic masters. This is the standard arrangement for every elite martial artist tournament. Psychic masters are considered extremely formidable even among the awakened. Their mental power was extraordinarily strong, capable of easily covering a range of over 100 kilometers. They could even manipulate objects telekinetically, swiftly identifying any danger to contestants and providing timely assistance. They were always the backbone of security. Now Warriors Forum was completely abuzz. Previous Elite Warrior tournaments never had demon beasts, but this year they've even included them. Arrive at the designated location during the specified time each year, and you can eliminate tens of thousands of people. True, trekking 300 kilometers through the wilderness does pose a certain level of challenge. Anyone forming a team? Count me in. I'm a 7-star warrior. Blood Rose Warrior Squad, led by a 9-star warrior. Those wishing to join, send a private message. Fee, 100,000 per person. Focus, premium efficiency. We 6-star folks are just here for the ride. Rankings don't matter. It's all about participation. Speaking of which, what happened to that awakened from Ichu a while back? Back then he was only a 4-star warrior but boldly declared he'd compete in this year's Elite Warrior Tournament. How's he doing now? Suwon had been lurking on the Warrior forums specifically waiting for someone to bring him up. Now the moment had finally arrived. His fingers immediately flew across the keyboard like lightning. Great question from the brother upstairs. I am indeed the awakened one who made a splash at this year's first primary martial arts academy during the combat exam. Back when I was at 4 stars, I did mention I'd be participating in this year's Elite Warrior Tournament. Going from 4 stars to 6 stars in just a few days is an almost impossible challenge. However, though modest in talent, I have today broken through to 6 stars and completed the registration for certification. Celebration, celebration, celebration. Below was also attached a picture of his 6-star warrior certification. Holy shit. Oh shit, oh shit. Holy shit. Watching the neatly aligned crowd downstairs erupt in a chorus of holy shit, Suwon curled his lips proudly in his dorm room at Jiangnan Martial Arts University. Too awesome. The awakened are no longer human. In just a few days, you've gone from 4 stars to 6 stars. Your future achievements will be truly limitless. Great master, do you still have room on your leg hairs for a hanger-on? Little brother, you're impressive. We're from the Blood Rose Warrior team and heading to marker 0612 tomorrow. Would you like big sister to take you along? It's free for you, you know. Thanks for your kindness, sister upstairs. Though I've signed up, I don't actually plan to participate in the Elite Warrior competition. Don't be fooled by my current 6-star warrior status. I'm actually quite new to the warrior path, as you all know. My skills in martial arts, practical combat, and wilderness survival are all severely lacking. The real reason I signed up for the Elite Martial Artist competition is to wake some people up, to make them recognize the gap between us, and to stop living in their fantasies. Yes, I'm talking about certain people from Sanchu High School, especially that kid named Chen Fan. You might not have heard his name, but you should know that Sanchu High produced a martial artist this year, Chen Fan. He was supposed to shine in this year's martial arts exam, but unfortunately, he met someone even more brilliant, me. I stole his spotlight. Because of this, he envied me, incited the Sanchu people to attack me, and shamelessly kept comparing himself to me just to glorify himself. Now what I want to say is, Chen Fan, I'm already a 6-star martial artist, and you're still stuck at 1 star, right? What makes you think you can compete with me? Wake up, I'm an awakener, someone you'll never catch up to in your lifetime. Holy shit, there's actually such a hidden story? That 3rd-year martial artist has never shown his face, keeping an extremely low profile. Doesn't seem like the type to do such things. Looks can be deceiving, as they say. Suwonji smugly logged out of the martial artist forum and went to check the 1st-year group chat again. After the martial arts exam, Tensions had been rising between the first and third years. First-year students even created a massive 2,000-member group specifically for mocking and attacking third years, these members being the most vocal instigators. Su Wen, the originator of this mess, was the group admin. As the dispute between the two sides intensified, groups 2, 3, 4 were successively created. Before going silent on Warrior Home, Suwon had already posted his 6-star warrior certification and the screenshot of his application for the Elite Warrior competition in the group. Witnessing Suwon's promotion to 6-star warrior level, the freshmen from First High were on the verge of collectively losing their minds. They were all so pumped up, they straight up flooded Third High's campus forum. Over at Third High, they were furious and humiliated. You are an awakener. Breaking through from 4-star to 6-star in such a short time is truly impressive. But could you at least have some self-respect? Who said anyone was competing with you? You're the one who keeps obsessing over Sanchu and Chen Fan, desperate to step on us to show off. Sanchu, our Suwon has already reached the 6-star warrior level. Hurry up and bring out your Chen Fan to show off. Ha! Didn't dare to come out because you were scared, did you? A grain of rice dares to rival the sun and moon, what recklessness. Freshman trash, that's enough, get out of our turf. Third High. Chapter 31, If I claim second place, who dares call themselves first? Oh ho, getting worked up. Are we? Can't measure up to us, so you're just throwing a tantrum in frustration. Our Chusan's Chen Fan hasn't uttered a single word from start to finish, he simply considers you unworthy of comparison. Unworthy or afraid? Looks to me like Chen Fan's nothing but a coward, too scared to even show his face under Suwen's dazzling brilliance. Then again, it's understandable, Suwen's already a 6-star warrior while he's still stuck as a pathetic 1-star rookie. Don't look down on people, Chen Fan has already reached 3 stars. My, 3-star beginner sure knows how to flatter themselves. Why don't you just say Chen Fan has hit 6 stars while you're at it? Alright, you're all amazing, okay? Didn't Suwon sign up for the Elite Martial Artist competition? Let's see just how amazing he can be. Then you'll be disappointed Suwon signed up but isn't competing. You wouldn't dare. Stop making sarcastic remarks. At least we signed up whether it's about daring or not. What about Chen Fan? He doesn't even have the qualifications to register. Both sides were arguing fiercely. Suwon took notice of everything. Now he felt the time was about right, it was his turn to step in. Awakener Suwon, this argument is pointless. Chen Fan, since this matter began between us, let it end between us too. Now that we've both become martial artists, I formally challenge you. If you dare accept, meet me tomorrow at 8 in the duel hall of the Martial Arts Tower. Suwon had planned this all along. Whether Chen Fan accepted the challenge or not, he had already won. If you don't accept the challenge, you're admitting cowardice. But if you do accept, how could a 6-star martial artist possibly lose? The entertainment factor would be absolutely off the charts. TSK, when it comes to showing off and stealing the spotlight. I call myself second to none, who dares claim to be first? Holy shit, Suwon is awesome. Exactly, talk is cheap. Let's settle this with action if you've got the guts. Suwon, have some shame. Stop blaming me when you're clearly the one who started this. How dare a 6-star warrior challenge the weak? Have you no shame? What? Being weak gives you the right to talk back? Ha ha ha. One sentence was enough to shut up those beginner dogs. In the dormitory, Suwon also scoffed coldly. Knock, knock, knock. Just then, a knocking sound came from the door. Suwon was an awakened, and his status at Jiangnan Martial Arts University was unusually high, so much so that he lived in a spacious single dormitory, with 1 bedroom and 2 living rooms. Brother 1, I'm here. A girl in a JK skirt stood outside the door, tall, curvaceous, and sporting twin ponytails today. Her voice, soft and sweet, called out. Hearing that voice, Suwon felt a surge of heat in his gut. He flung the door open and yanked the girl inside. Then, with rough hands, he forced her head down. Suwon closed his eyes. The girl was the campus belle of First High. She had barely passed the martial arts exam's cutoff score to enroll at Jiangnan Martial Arts University. Suwon came from an average family background. In terms of looks, his broad face was covered with acne, barely even qualifying as ordinary. With such conditions, he would hardly have any interaction with the adored campus belle. But after his awakening, everything changed. He suddenly became the most dazzling presence, enjoying unrivaled popularity. He trampled over Sanchu and crushed Chen Fan, commanding instant obedience with a single call. Jiangnan Martial University also considered itself a treasure. Once limited to admiring photos of the campus belle while indulging in fantasies, now she'd been won over in just 2 days, even obediently styling her hair in twin tails today. He only wanted to say one word. Sweet. Night fell as Chen Fan returned to Zhengnan Bay City. The martial artist tower was unusually crowded today. Everyone was speaking with great excitement about something. Chen Fan overheard a few snippets as he passed by. The details of the Elite Warrior competition have been officially announced. Chen Fan hurriedly opened the Warriors' home platform. This year's Elite Warrior competition will take place at Landmark 0612. The beasts range from 6-star to 9-star, and there are even demonic beasts. Arrive at the designated location by noon tomorrow, or you'll be eliminated. Marker point 0612 is 300 kilometers from Zhengnan Bay City. Making it before noon shouldn't be a problem. The Pulse Condensation Realm Core is in charge of security, accompanied by 4 psychic masters. Chen Fan thought to himself, based on past experience, the Elite Martial Arts Tournament usually lasts more than half a month. This year's participant count far exceeds previous years, so the duration might be even longer. Surviving in the wilderness for over half a month would obviously require extensive preparations. No wonder there are so many people in the Martial Tower today. Chen Fan first went to the 4th floor Wancheng Pavilion. Hand the materials to Du Chuanru. Today his gains were quite substantial as well. His chi and blood energy rose from 58,000/100,000 yesterday to 65,500/100,000, bringing him another step closer to becoming a 7-star martial artist. He returned late and received the news late too. With the departure for marker point 0612 scheduled for tomorrow, there were still many things he hadn't prepared. Boss Du, same as usual, you can transfer me later. Got it. Chen Fan smiled and walked away. Just as he reached the door, he suddenly remembered something and turned back, saying, Boss Du, I won't be able to come for a while, I'll be participating in the Elite Martial Artist competition. Du Chuanru was taken aback. Brother Chen, don't they require a 5-star ranking to register? Chen Fan smiled, I was 5-star back then. It just happens to line up with. Du Chuanru's mouth twitched at the corner. So he's caught up, meaning he's already a 6-star warrior. After leaving Wancheng Pavilion, Chen Fan grabbed a simple meal on the 3rd floor before heading out to stock up on supplies. Survival in the wilderness required thorough preparations, food, water, and all manner of necessary gear. Chen Fan had just been browsing the Warriors' home forum, where many were sharing their prepared checklists. He wanted to cover every possible detail. Without hesitation, Chen Fan directly borrowed their ideas. After nearly 2 hours, Chen Fan had spent several 100,000 yuan. His preparations could be considered exceptionally thorough. Spent several 100,000. On Chen Fan's account exceeding 100 million, the figure didn't decrease, instead, it grew by 8 million. That's because Boss Du transferred over 8 million from today's settlement. In the martial arts hall, Chen Fan placed 2 stacks of martial arts manuals on the counter. It's the Diamond Body and the Fleeting Shadow. Still the same 20 copies. He plans to elevate the Diamond Body and the Fleeting Shadow as well, just like how blade techniques evolved into Blade Force. In the upcoming Elite Warrior competition, he would face not only 6-star warriors and 6th-level vicious beasts, but also countless 8-star and 9-star warriors, 8th-level and 9th-level vicious beasts, and even demon beasts. This was no child's play. Chen Fan dared not gamble with his own life. Only by maximizing defense and speed could he feel somewhat at ease. Chen Fan didn't purchase the Layered Waves Saber technique again, whether it was Layered Waves or Gale Slash. Both were ultimately Saber techniques. Having already achieved Saber energy projection in his Saber techniques, further improvement might prove difficult. The attendant at the counter remained the same person as before. However, today she embraced a mature style, heavily made up and strikingly alluring. She gazed at Chen Fan with resentment, as if blaming him for not calling her. Both the Diamond Body and Fleeting Shadow techniques cost 130,000 per manual. 40 manuals totaled 5,200,000. Chen Fan paid the money, collected the martial arts manuals, and hurriedly left. There was a distinct sense of him fleeing from her seductive, scorching gaze as if he couldn't endure it. Chapter 32, Martial Arts evolved again. Battle, we must fight. Returning to his room, Chen Fan placed the Diamond Body and Fleeting Shadow manuals on the table. Ding! Detecting Heaven Rank Upper Grade Cultivation Technique Diamond Body. Would you like to learn it? Ding! Detecting Heaven Rank Upper Grade Movement Technique Fleeting Shadow. Would you like to learn it? Study. A vast surge of memories flooded in. An hour later, Chen Fan opened his eyes. He looked at the panel. Name, Chen Fan. Age, 18. Realm, 6-star martial artist. Chi and blood, 65,500/100,000. Martial arts, Gale Slash, perfected. Wave folding blade, perfected. Blade momentum. Vajra body, perfection. Steel cast iron forged. Fleeting light phantom steps, perfected. Divine movement. The Diamond Body ascends into steel cast iron. Fleeting glimpse ascends into divine steps. These are the lifelong efforts of 2 martial-obsessed Chen Fans, dedicated respectively to Diamond Body and Fleeting Glimpse. Cultivating the Diamond Body, no matter how you looked at it, Chen Fan had been just flesh and blood before. But after ascending to steel-forged iron cast, it became exactly as the words implied. An alloy combat blade struck against his body. It produced a dull clanging sound, truly as if striking a solid block of steel. Then there was the fleeting glimpse technique, elevated to divine movement. When Chen Fan was a 5-star martial artist, his fleeting shadow technique had reached perfection with a speed of 150 km per hour. After advancing to 6-star martial artist, his speed increased slightly to about 170 km per hour. Now evolved into divine movement. The speed directly reached 350 km per hour. To put it another way, everyone knows how powerful the Meridian Realm is. But if we're talking solely about speed, many in the Meridian Realm can't even come close to Chen Fan's pace. Chen Fan exhaled deeply. His defense and speed had multiplied, giving him a much greater sense of security. Ding dong. At that moment, his phone screen lit up a message from Zhong Qing to Chen Fan. The message was brief, just a few words. Chen Fan, check the class group chat. Chen Fan had muted notifications for his class group, otherwise the messages would be incessant, pinging non-stop from morning till night. The class group? What's happened now? Chen Fan thought to himself. Then he opened the class group chat. Damn, you wouldn't know without checking. What a shock to discover over 100 messages in the group all tagging him. Chen Fan scrolled to the top of the messages, glancing quickly. Suwon has reached 6-star martial artist level. He also registered for the elite martial artist tournament, but he's not participating. Did Ichu and Suwon crash Sanchu's campus forum today? This is getting out of hand. Suwon wants to challenge me? Chen Fan's expression turned playful. Tomorrow, it's the elite martial artist competition tomorrow, but I just need to arrive at the designated location before noon. There shouldn't be any problem with the timing. Moreover, if he doesn't accept the challenge, Suwon would definitely think he's afraid of him. Wouldn't that make him even more arrogant? This Suwon has been clinging onto him and Sanchu like a mad dog. This isn't just some recent occurrence. He and Ichu should shut up too. Now is a good opportunity. Zhong Qing, have you texted Chen Fan? Yeah, at Chen Fan, reply if you see this. Bro Fan, we've really had enough. Suwon is now a 6-star. Do you have what it takes? If you do, please go ahead and take him down. Of course, we can't let anger cloud our judgment. If you're not confident, we might as well treat the barking from Ichu like flatulence. Right, act according to your abilities. At that moment, a new message scrolled in. Sorry, classmates, I've been out in the field every day and just got back with endless tasks until now. I already know what happened. During this time, Suwon and the people from Ichu have been attacking me in every possible way, and it's all of you who've been standing up for me. I'm truly grateful. This farce should end now. Finally, what I want to know is how to respond to Suwon. I accept his challenge. See you in the dueling hall tomorrow. Holy shit, brother Fan's going all out. Damn, that's sick. Chen Fan, leave Suwon's matter to us. Brothers, those bastards from Day Junior High came at us from Sanchu today. Now let's gather all the Sanchu crew and hit them back at Day. Forward, forward, forward. In the dormitory of Jiangnan University of Technology, Suwon was toiling like an ox, diligently plowing and working the land. At that moment, there was a ding. The phone lit up. It was a message. Big Bro 1, that kid Chen Fan from Sanchu accepted the challenge. Seeing this message, Suwon smiled. He had genuinely been worried Chen Fan would chicken out. If he had backed down from the challenge, it would have somewhat diminished the desired effect. Accepting the challenge was ideal. Crushing weak opponents was precisely what he loved most. Suwon felt a perverse thrill just thinking about it, which only fueled his excitement further. Outside, birds fluttered about, chirping incessantly. It seemed the ponytailed school beauty's voice had risen a few pitches again, though vaguely heard. On the other side, Gong Hai also learned about the news. He excitedly clapped and cheered. What could better unite the collective pride of teachers and students than a thoroughly satisfying victory? He immediately issued the orders. All faculty and students must tune in promptly tomorrow to watch the live broadcast of Suwon and Chen Fan's duel. Not only should we watch, but we must also integrate Suwon's astounding genius and the theme of defending Ichu's honor, glorifying Ichu, to write a reflection. That's right, before it even begins, Gong Hai has already imagined tomorrow's battle bringing glory to Ichu. Isn't this obvious? Lose? Gong Hai had never thought about it. Suwon was a 6-star martial artist, while Chen Fan had only been certified for just over 10 days, he must still be at 1-star. It'll be hard to lose. The 3rd Junior Martial Arts Academy. Yao Fu also found out about this matter. We must fight. Yao Fu slammed the table. Though it clashed with the elite martial arts tournament schedule, he'd rather forfeit than let that bastard get away with it. This isn't just a personal feud between Chen Fan and Suwon. It's also a battle of honor between 1st High and 3rd High, concerning every teacher and student. For too long, Su Wen and First Hai had been the ones making noise while Third Hai endured in silence. Just as Gong Hai favored Su Wen, the same was true elsewhere. Yao Fu also believed that his side's Chen Fan was certain to win. Of course, this wasn't blind confidence. Yao Fu had his own reasoning. Although Su Wen and Chen Fan were both currently 6-star martial artists. However, after the two of them signed up for the elite martial artist competition, Su Wen didn't dare to participate, while Chen Fan had the courage to take part. Just based on this alone, Chen Fan is undoubtedly stronger than Su Wen. Lu Xian had just lain down when his phone suddenly started ringing incessantly. It was the workers' group chat. The worker group chat is blowing up right now, with so many people mentioning him. Not just him, but also Old Han and Old Wang are being tagged. These past days, the incidents involving Ichu and Sanshu have been making waves, and many co-workers are aware of them. Never mind that Su Wen started the trouble first, just emotionally speaking, Chen Fan is their co-worker, so of course they'd side with him. These past days, Su Wen had been stepping on Chen Fan's superiority, and their co-workers were all indignant on Chen Fan's behalf. Now, learning about Su Wen and Chen Fan's arranged duel, they couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat for Chen Fan. Su Wen was an awakened one, already a 6-star warrior now. Can Chen Fan do it? So they frantically at the three closest to Chen Fan, Lu Xian and the others. Old Lu, Old Han, Old Wang, come out quick and tell us how Chen Fan's doing now. Can he handle a 6-star martial artist? That's a 6-star martial artist we're talking about. He'd better not let pride cloud his judgment. Old buddies, I'm coming. Lu Xian quickly responded. Chapter 33, the plain-looking breed much trouble violently beating Su Wen. Su Wen challenging Xiaofan? First let me thank everyone for your concern on Xiaofan's behalf. Besides, Xiaofan isn't an impulsive kid. If he dared accept the challenge, he must have the confidence to handle it. Old Lu, really? Chen Fan just became a martial artist not long ago, and he's only 1-star now, right? You're saying he has a chance against a 6-star? Are you pulling our leg? Who said Xiaofan is 1-star? Lu Xian couldn't help but laugh, but you're right. Xiaofan did get certified as a martial artist recently. Normally, he would indeed be a 1-star. However, I'll let you in on something. Just a few days ago, Xiaofan brought us 5th-level beast meat from his own hunt. I can vouch for that. I can also testify that what Old Lu said is true. This was Han Kong and Wang Jin, who had arrived at that moment. Slay a tier 5 ferocious beast? All the co-workers were shocked. A 5th-level ferocious beast was an invincible existence to them. Then never mind. Chen Fan is the man. I'm not going to work tomorrow, just waiting to watch the live stream. Same here, cheering on our fellow workers. The night passed swiftly. Martial Artist Tower, floor -6. Chen Fan met Su Wen for the first time in the dueling hall. His face was unusually broad, pockmarked with acne scars. In simple terms, one could sum up his appearance with the phrase, not much to look at. As the old saying goes, ugly people make the most fuss. Su Wen watched Chen Fan with mocking amusement. He rolled his neck from side to side, cracking his knuckles with loud pops, knowing all eyes were on him now. He adored this feeling beyond measure. Now it's time for his own showcase match. Chen Fan is just a prop in his performance. Meeting him was Chen Fan's misfortune. After today, he'll become Chen Fan's lifelong nightmare. The livestream viewer count has already reached tens of thousands, mostly first-year and third-year students, with both sides' comments flooding the screen. Su Wen stared at Chen Fan for a while, then suddenly grinned, a smile tinged with cruelty. Just a one-sided battle, plain and simple. No need for pointless talk. He couldn't wait to crush Chen Fan already. Su Wen shouted angrily. Relying on the formidable physical strength of a 6-star warrior, he swung his fist towards Chen Fan with full force. Such an attack was child's play for Chen Fan, who had been constantly engaged in life-and-death battles outdoors. He just stood there. When Su Wen rushed in to attack, he simply slapped Su Wen hard enough to send him spinning in place. Simple and decisive. Like a spinning top, Su Wen looked utterly bewildered. He couldn't quite process what was happening. Who was he? Where was he? And what was he supposed to do? Wasn't he supposed to be tormenting Chen Fan? How did he inexplicably end up getting slapped? And now he was spinning uncontrollably, unable to stop. For a long while, Su Wen halted his movements, now utterly disoriented. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say he couldn't tell east from west. By this time, Chen Fan had already grabbed his collar and swung his arms wide, delivering a flurry of punches that left Su Wen's face swollen like a pig's head. Su Wen was beaten senseless, teeth flying out of his mouth one after another. With a final kick, Chen Fan sent Su Wen flying, slamming him violently against the alloy wall before he crumpled to the ground, unconscious. That's what happens when you run your mouth. First Primary Martial Arts Academy. Every class was watching the live broadcast. Before the battle began, they were all shouting and cheering loudly. Now, every class seemed to have been struck by a silencing spell. Dead silence. The principal's office, Gong Hai clutched his balding head with both hands, collapsing into his seat in utter disbelief. Meanwhile, at the 3rd Junior Martial Arts Academy, a scene of jubilant celebration unfolded. Is that all? Senior Chen Fan is absolutely amazing. 666. Gotta say, Senior Chen Fan really knows how to deliver the entertainment. Ha ha ha. Messages were scrolling rapidly in the former Class 9 Grade 12 group chat. Bro Fan is awesome. So thrilling it gave me goosebumps. You can always trust Chen Fan. By the way, is Chen Fan really a 3-star? He's beating 6 stars way too effortlessly. Yeah, indeed. Holy shit, could it be that Chen Fan is already a 4-star martial artist? Classmates, don't panic. I'll give my dad a call and ask. The speaker was Du Changza. In no time. Holy shit, holy shit, holy shit. What happened with Changza? Has Chen Fan become a 4-star martial artist? Spit it out already. 4-star my ass, Brother Fan. Brother Fan is already 6-star. Holy shit. Holy shit. Holy shit. Confirmed awakener. At this moment, Du Changza added, not only is Brother Fan now a 6-star warrior, but he's also signed up for this year's Elite Warrior Tournament. Suwon registered but didn't dare compete. Brother Fan's different though, he's actually participating. Holy shit. Oh shit, oh shit. Holy crap. In a classroom at Jiangnan Martial Arts University, Zhongqing's petite mouth fell open in shock. Chen Fan is already a 6-star martial artist? She couldn't believe it. However, these words came from Du Changza. Since Chen Fan had been selling goods at his family's shop regularly, his statement carried considerable credibility. If it were true, with such terrifying awakening speed, Chen Fan must undoubtedly be an awakener. Zhongqing's mood became complicated. First of all, she was undoubtedly happy for Chen Fan, yet at the same time, a trace of disappointment couldn't be concealed on her delicate cheeks. An awakener, after all. This is truly an insurmountable mountain. What could she possibly rely on to catch up to Chen Fan? Back at Sanchu Middle School, neither she nor Chen Fan would yield to the other. They kept competing right up until Chen Fan dropped out. Their eyes remained locked in relentless rivalry. Every little stir between them could make the other particularly attentive. 2+ years passed in a flash. This state unknowingly became a habit. This overly watchful, obsessive attention, an elusive sense of longing had unknowingly taken root. Those days at Sanchu Middle School remained Zhongqing's most cherished memories. After Chen Fan became a martial practitioner, Zhongqing redoubled her efforts with fiercer determination. Her lips spoke only of unyielding refusal to admit defeat. Actually, it's no longer that initial competitive drive. Zhongqing just didn't want to fall too far behind Chen Fan until their paths gradually diverged. Can we really not walk forward together anymore? Chen Fan is an awakened one. The person he'll eventually marry, surely they'd be an awakened one too. Zhongqing's heart ached with sorrow. It felt as if she'd already lost Chen Fan in this very moment. The more she thought about it, the sadder she became. Without realizing it, a mist of tears welled up in her beautiful eyes. Chen Fan stepped out of the duel hall as several medical staff rushed inside. Soon, Su Wen, who had been beaten to a pulp, was carried out on a stretcher. Chen Fan watched as Su Wen was taken away. He should consider himself lucky. A harmonious society saved him. If it were in the wilderness, Su Wen would have been long dead. Chen Fan checked the time. It was 8:30 in the morning, perfectly on schedule. Leaving the martial arts building, Chen Fan headed straight for the city gate. On the way, Chen Fan gave Uncle Lu a call. He would be away from the base city for quite some time and needed to inform him. Otherwise, when they couldn't reach him, they would surely worry. Inside a very large warehouse, the phone had hung up, but Lu Jian was still lost in a daze. Old Lu, was that Xiao Fan? What did he say? Han Kong and Wang Jin both drew closer, asking in unison. Xiao Fan said he's gone to participate in the Elite Warrior Tournament. What? Upon hearing this, both Han Kong and Wang Jin gasped in astonishment. Chapter 34, Can't Keep Up. Absolutely can't keep up. At the city gates, a dense crowd of participants was gathered, all headed toward marker point 0612. Back then, Yao Fu had asked Xiao Jian to look out for Chen Fan's safety. Since it was an old comrade's request, Xiao Jian took the matter to heart. Considering Chen Fan was only a 6-star martial artist, even the journey from the base city to marker 0612 posed some challenge. He specifically arranged for someone to secretly follow Chen Fan. Of course, as he had stated earlier, his only responsibility was safety. The task fell to Xiao Chun, whose comrades had already departed for 0612 the previous day. Only he remained behind. Xiao Chen had been waiting here since before the city gates opened, when the sky was still dark. It's almost 9 o'clock now, and there's still no sign of Chen Fan. Xiao Chen couldn't stop shaking his head. The speed of a 6-star warrior is approximately around 90 kilometers per hour. A 300-kilometer journey. The scheduled time is noon, and there are still 3 hours left now. There's absolutely no way to make it. A 6-star warrior arrived early in the morning, waiting right here to hit the road as soon as the city gates opened. Yet this Chen Fan, look at him, still hasn't shown up. He's treating the Elite Warrior competition like child's play. No matter what, he'll be eliminated now. I doubt he's foolish enough to keep rushing toward 0612. just to be on the safe side. I'll wait another half hour. If they still don't show up by then, I'll go back and report. Xiao Chen thought to himself. He pulled out a big, red apple from his spatial ring and took a hearty bite. To be honest, his first impression of Chen Fan was not very good. Doesn't he understand that the slow must start early? Although the city gate was still crowded with people now, but few 7-star warriors dared to set out at this hour anymore. Most were 8-star or 9-star martial artists. Also, Xiao Chen was wearing highly advanced smart glasses capable of automatic facial recognition. There was absolutely no possibility of missing Chen Fan in the crowd. Several more minutes passed. Beep beep beep. A cursor flickered within Xiao Chen's field of vision. The blinking dot marked a handsome young man in the crowd. Accompanying big data annotations displayed, Chen Fan, 6-star martial artist. Xiao Chen nearly dropped the apple in his hand. Although Chen Fan had come, but he grew even angrier. It's already too late. What's the point of showing up now? Can't you read the fucking room? There were so many people at the city gate that Chen Fan didn't notice Xiao Chen's presence. He swiped his badge and exited the city. Once outside the city, almost everyone was heading towards marker point 0612. Xiao Chen blended into the crowd, following Chen Fan from a distance. All around them were martial artists of 8-star and 9-star rankings, who had already begun accelerating. Chen Fan will soon be left behind, Xiao Chen thought to himself. Suddenly, he opened his mouth in astonishment. The 8 and 9-star martial artists failed to shake off Chen Fan. Instead, Chen Fan broke away from the crowd. A 6-star martial artist, outpacing those of 8 and 9 stars? Interesting. Seems like I underestimated him. However, Xiao Chen was a Meridian Realm expert with a terrifying top speed of 300 kilometers per hour. Yet he continued to follow Chen Fan at a leisurely pace. It didn't even interrupt his apple eating. Gradually, Chen Fan began to distance himself from the crowd. At this moment, he completely unleashed his speed. Under the high-tech lenses of Xiao Chen's glasses, Chen Fan's speed was displayed as 355 kilometers per hour. Holy shit! Xiao Chen was startled and immediately threw away his apple to give chase at full speed. But even if he chased with all his might, the distance between him and Chen Fan didn't close. On the contrary, it grew farther and farther, until Chen Fan completely vanished from Xiao Chen's sight. Xiao Chen was utterly shaken. What the hell? Is this guy really just a 6-star warrior? Chen Fan reached the assembly point outside marker 0612 in just 50 minutes. He encountered many people along the way. Some even faced attacks by ferocious beasts during the journey. His own trip, however, went quite smoothly, because he was too fast. Not to mention ferocious beasts, even some demonic beasts couldn't catch up with him. Many times Chen Fan would pass right before a ferocious beast, and before the beast could react, he'd already be miles away. Report. About 10 minutes later, Xiao Chen arrived as well, approaching a tent. Come in. A commanding voice came from inside the tent. Xiao Chen lifted the flap and stepped inside. Inside the tent, the elderly yet vigorous Xiao Jian stood before a massive sand table, though this was no ordinary sand table in the traditional sense. It was a three-dimensional projection from a device, capable of zooming in or out on specific areas. Extremely advanced, and what it displayed was a vast, abandoned city. Its marker 0612. Xiao Chen saw there was no one else in the tent and smiled. Father, Xiao Jian said impatiently, always grinning like a fool. How's the mission going? Has Chen Fan arrived at the rally point yet? Hearing this, Xiao Chen shrank his head back, stammering, I don't know? What? You don't know? Xiao Jian slapped the table and glared angrily. What did I send you for? Can't even handle this simple matter? Your Uncle Yao has never asked me for anything before. Dad, Father, please don't be angry yet. Let me explain to you slowly. Xiao Chen quickly responded. It's not that I didn't handle things properly. It's mainly because that kid Chen Fan was too fast. I couldn't keep up. Ha! Xiao Jian even doubted whether he had heard correctly. Even if my son is useless, at least he has reached the pulse condensation realm. The speed was approximately 300 kilometers per hour. Unable to catch up to Chen Fan? Father, I know this must seem unbelievable to you, but it's true. Here, see for yourself. Xiao Chen handed his high-tech glasses to his father. These glasses had full video recording and playback capabilities. Xiao Jian put on his glasses. In the footage, he saw Chen Fan. He arrived just before 9 o'clock. He also heard his son's complaints. Then they left the city. Chen Fan sped away like the wind. The goggles displayed a speed of 355. Xiao Jian showed a slight change in expression. No wonder Lao Yao holds Chen Fan in such high regard. That's truly insane. But considering Chen Fan's status as an awakener, it's not hard to understand. I just don't know what kind of awakened being he is. His qi and blood are improving rapidly, and so is his speed. Dad, Chen Fan should have arrived at the gathering point by now. My mission is complete, so I'll take my leave first. Off you go. Xiao Jian waved his hand, still preoccupied with thoughts of Chen Fan. However, awakened domains were strange and varied. For the moment, he couldn't figure out what Chen Fan's innate talent was. Chen Fan only recently became a certified martial artist. His improvement has been too rapid, his combat skills, practical experience, wilderness survival, and other aspects must all be lacking. I initially thought he was just here to pad the numbers. Well, old Yao's intention was just to toughen him up a bit. Now I'm actually starting to look forward to seeing what he can do. Xiao Jian smiled. After reporting to the assembly point, Chen Fan received a pair of high-tech glasses. You need to activate it with your warrior badge serial number. These glasses have many functions. They can calculate a lot of data. Killing beasts and accumulating points all rely on them to record. Additionally, there's a real-time distribution map of participating fighters. On the map provided by the glasses, every fighter is represented by a small green dot. The assembly point is now densely packed with these little green dots. We're currently in the wilderness far from the base city. Mobile phones are completely useless here. We can only use our fighter badges. The warrior badge opened to reveal a palm-sized screen. It can replace the function of a smartphone. Although Chen Fan started late, he arrived relatively early. He logged onto the internet using his badge. The elite martial artist competition was still quite grand. One could say it had the entire nation's attention. The official data statistics are also very well done. Chapter 35, the competition begins, ultra-fast recovery. Not only is there an overall points leaderboard, but also more detailed 6-star, 7-star, 8-star, and 9-star leaderboards. There's even an elimination bar chart. There are also plenty of 6-star, 7-star, 8-star, and 9-star warriors. Of course, the time hasn't come yet, so the eliminations remain at 0. The total number of participants in this Elite Warriors competition is 130,000. Among them, 50,000 are 6-star warriors, 30,000 are 7-star warriors, 30,000 are 8-star warriors, and 20,000 are 9-star warriors. All the data is clearly visible at a glance. Meanwhile, these statistics are updated in real time for public access. More than 2 hours passed in a flash. The countdown has already begun. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Time's up. Even if you're just 1 second late, you're still out. Almost simultaneously, the bar chart on the internet changed. 6-star martial artist, 6550/43-450, eliminated/remaining. 7-star martial artist, 2000/28000. 8-star martial artist, 329/997. 9-star martial artist, 0/20000. Total eliminated participants, 8,553. Among these 8,000, some tried their best but genuinely failed to arrive within the allotted time, while others, like Su Wen, registered but abandoned the competition outright. Everyone, quiet down. At that moment, a voice erupted like a thunderclap. The venue fell into sudden stillness. Everyone turned to look in the direction of the voice. Chen Fan also glanced over. Beside the assembly point, standing atop a dozen-story-tall building, was a dignified and capable old man. Someone recognized him and exclaimed in a hushed voice, "It's Xiao Jian, commander of the 6th Legion, a supreme powerhouse at the Nine Meridians realm." At these words, a wave of hushed exclamations instantly rippled through the crowd. Nine Meridians realm. Chen Fan was also stunned. This must be the most formidable existence he had encountered thus far. I believe you are all already familiar with the rules of the Elite Martial Artist competition, but let me emphasize 3 key points again. First, you must wear the issued goggles properly, otherwise defeating the beasts won't accumulate points for you. Second, there's an emergency call button on the goggles. If you encounter danger you can't handle, press it immediately for rescue. Of course, pressing it also means you'll be disqualified. Third, the competition format has no restrictions. You may participate individually or form teams. Conflicts between martial artists are permitted, but fatalities are strictly prohibited. Xiao Jian didn't use a loudspeaker, he simply raised his voice. Yet every word struck like thunder, exploding beside their ears. Some martial artists couldn't tolerate the volume and covered their ears. Enough talk. I now declare the Elite Martial Artist competition officially open. The words had barely left his mouth. Over 100,000 people began to stir with restless energy. Charge! Forward, forward, forward! A massive crowd immediately surged into Marker Point 0612. Marker Point 0612 was once a first-tier city in the country, with a population of millions. Even with over 120,000 people scattered within, they remained virtually inconspicuous. Soon, many martial artists began battling fiercely. This also included Chen Fan. Before him stood savage beast grade 6 carnivorous giant ants. Not just one. A swarm of them, no less than 100. If it were any other 6-star martial artist encountering this situation, they would undoubtedly turn and flee without a second thought, or immediately press the emergency distress button. But for Chen Fan, he was actually exhilarated. The battle saber danced in his hands, the overlapping waves of blade force merging with his strikes. With a single sweeping slash, a large swarm of man-eating giant ants were cleaved in half at their waists. Ding! Slayed a level 6 monstrous beast, man-eating giant ant vitality plus 60. Ding! Slayed a level 6 monstrous beast, man-eating giant ant vitality plus 60. Ding! Slain. Meanwhile, data continuously refreshed within Chen Fan's glasses display. Points, 6. Points, 7. Points, 8. The scene shifts. Elsewhere, a 6-star martial artist was being chased by a swarm of sky-piercing wasps. These sky-piercing wasps were no trifling matter, they pack lethal venom. A single sting meant certain death. The 6-star martial artist was terrified, frantically pressing the distress button as he desperately fled. In the next instant after he pressed the distress button, whoosh, the scene before his eyes changed abruptly. He found himself already transported back to the previous gathering point. Psychic Master. He knew only a Psychic Master could wield such power. You've been eliminated. Please leave immediately. Before the shaken martial artist could recover, another fighter approached and escorted him out. This warrior was not an isolated case. Within marker point 0612, cries of agony came from many directions. I forfeit, help, someone help me. I'm just a 6-star martial artist, and right off the bat I encounter a 7th level ferocious beast. How am I supposed to play this game? Some were teleported out by Psychic Masters, while others were rescued by Meridian opening experts from the 6th Army Station throughout the area before being sent out. The official statistics kept updating in real time. At this moment, deep within marker point 0612, whoosh whoosh whoosh, 3 throwing knives darted through the air at lightning speed. Boom! A colossal beast several stories tall crashed to the ground with a thunderous impact. This is a level 8 savage beast, one of the most formidable even among its tier. The battle concluded as 3 flying knives, as if possessing sentience, returned to hover before Zhongbo like spirits dancing around him. Score 97, next. On the other side, a 9th grade savage beast, the sky-rending locust, was comfortably shaking its wings. Suddenly, a scorchingly hot female martial artist materialized out of nowhere. With one strike, she pierced its vital spot. The severely injured sky-rending locust lashed out in fury, but in the next instant, the female warrior vanished once more. The next second, when it reappeared, the sharp dagger completely took its life. The curvaceous female warrior sheathed her dagger back into the leather scabbard strapped to her smooth thigh, then swiftly disappeared into the streets. The scene shifted once more. An 8-star warrior had just emerged from a bloody battle. Although he had slain the ferocious beast, he was also grievously wounded. The scars left by the beast's claws on his back ran deep enough to reveal bone, while half his shoulder had been punctured into a gaping hole, blood streaming out incessantly. The injuries were still quite severe. If not properly treated, excessive blood loss could cost him his life. Yet he seemed utterly indifferent to it all. His wounds were visibly healing at an astonishing rate. The deep, bone-exposing gashes soon became perfectly restored, without even the slightest scar remaining. The punctured arm was also automatically repairing itself. In just a few breaths' time, he flexed his body and found himself completely unharmed. He smiled. He was an awakened one, after all. His awakened talent? Hyperspeed regeneration. Chen Fan kept killing, and before he knew it, night had fallen. The entire marker 0612 area was shrouded in nighttime darkness. Gradually, the roars of ferocious beasts rose and fell in waves. Human warriors found their vision severely limited beneath the night sky, yet the beasts remained unaffected. Moreover, many ferocious beasts prefer to move at night while resting during the day, and increasingly more of them are emerging from their lairs. The true test of survival has arrived. Chen Fan dared not let his guard down. After slaying the last beast, he rapidly weaved through the deserted streets. During the daytime clashes, he had already scouted a decent hiding spot. I'm heading over there right now. Chen Fan was moving quickly. 350 kilometers per hour was no joke. A few minutes later, Chen Fan climbed into an abandoned villa complex. The villas here are all detached, each with 5 floors, 3 above ground and 2 underground. When Chen Fan first arrived, this area was the territory of a level 7 ferocious beast. The level 7 ferocious beast was dealt with during the day. After entering one of the villas, Chen Fan took out some powder from his spatial ring and sprinkled it around. This powder was extracted from the venom of a level 9 ferocious beast, the ironclad sky-swallowing toad, and was one of the items Chen Fan had prepared at a cost of several hundred thousand. It's quite useful when spending the night in the wild. Sprinkling it around releases the scent of the iron armor sky-devouring toad. To certain fierce beasts, this scent serves as a warning. Chapter 36, even my third-year dropouts are this impressive. Chen Fan entered the villa and scattered some around as well. Then we went down to basement level 2. Tonight we'll be staying right here. The villa had been abandoned for too long. What was once rather luxurious decor had become utterly dilapidated under time's erosion, with dust covering every surface. This was wilderness survival now. Chen Fan couldn't afford to be picky. Clearing a small area, I sat down directly on the ground. Retrieving pre-prepared food from my spatial ring, I began eating while simultaneously opening the status panel. Name, Chen Fan. Age, 18. Realm, 6-star martial artist. Vitality, 74 460/100 000. Martial arts, Gale Slash, perfected. Wave stacking blade, perfected. Blade force, Vajra body, perfection. Steelcast iron forged. Fleeting light phantom steps, perfected. Divine movement. With steel forged enhancing his defense and divine movement boosting his speed, Chen Fan fought as if blessed by divine power, elevating his killing efficiency to yet another level. Even in the perilous marker .0612, Chen Fan achieved remarkable results that afternoon. A total of 110 level 6 ferocious beasts were slain. 17 level 7 ferocious beasts were eliminated. This precisely corresponded to his blood chi increasing from the original 65,500 to the current 74,460. Additionally, within the glass's field of vision, Chen Fan's points were displayed as 161. Everything matched up perfectly. Slaying a level 6 beast only earns 1 point, and even a level 7 beast gives just 3 points. In comparison, a level 8 beast is worth 9 points, and a level 9 beast yields 18 points. Right now, I can only handle level 6 and 7 beasts. There's no way I can compete with 8-star or 9-star martial artists. But my current energy level has already reached 74,460. At this rate, I'll probably break through to a 7-star martial artist in 2 or 3 days. By then, the speed of accumulating points will be faster. Chen Fan chewed on dried meat while thinking. I wonder how many people have been eliminated by now. Chen Fan took out his martial artist badge, specially designed for wilderness use with connectivity even in outdoor areas. Currently, data about the Elite Warrior Tournament is making headlines across major websites. After all, the Elite Warrior Tournament can be considered the most prestigious annual event in the base cities. A portion of participants had already been eliminated earlier for failing to arrive at the designated assembly point within the specified time. The data recorded at that time showed 6-star warrior, 10,430/43,450, eliminated/remaining. 7-star warrior, 3,100/28,000. 8-star warrior, 15/29997. 9-star martial artist, 0/20000. The total number of eliminated participants was 8,553. After an afternoon's time, the ratio between the eliminated and remaining participants on the bar chart had visibly changed, particularly among the 6-star martial artists. The number of eliminated 6-star martial warriors has now surpassed the 10,000 mark, reaching 10,430. The count of eliminated 7-star martial warriors has risen to 3,100, with 15 8-star martial warriors out. Still 0 9-star martial warriors eliminated. The total number of eliminations has reached 13,545. Chen Fan checked the ranking standings for the points again. On the overall leaderboard, he was placed beyond the 70,000th rank. However, but at the very top of the 6-star martial artist sub-ranking, his name stood out prominently. This wasn't a case of mistaken identity. In front of the name, there was also an avatar, precisely the one he took when registering for the Elite Warrior competition. 161 points, ranked first. Judging by the avatar, the second place was a muscular young man in his 30s with 136 points. I never expected to have the highest points among the 6-star warriors. Chen Fan smiled, but on second thought, it made sense. Although his realm was that of a 6-star martial artist, with 2 perfected blade techniques and the reinforcement of blade energy, his combat power rivaled that of a 7-star martial artist, especially now that his defense and speed had greatly improved. This made it much easier for him to slay 7th-level savage beasts compared to before. An ordinary 6th-level martial artist couldn't possibly handle a 7th-level savage beast, excluding the 6-star warriors. The highest score among 7-star warriors is 402. The highest score among 8-star warriors is 998. 9-star martial artist is 1876. The gap in points is quite substantial. Jiangnan Base City. At Slaughterhouse Number 6, security team leader Zhou Son was on night shift today when another broiler mutation occurred in the workshop, causing a major incident. He led his team to rescue, slay the giant-beaked chicken, and handle the aftermath, working for over 2 hours. Only now has he arrived at the office. He rushed to sit down in front of the computer as soon as he entered. Although Jo Song was already in his 30s, he was still only a one-star martial artist. However, he had a younger brother named Jo Lei, whose martial arts talent far surpassed his own. At 28 this year, Jo Lei had already achieved the rank of a 6-star martial artist. He was currently participating in the ongoing elite martial arts tournament. Jo Song was very concerned about his younger brother's condition. He had checked the data countless times since noon. Although Lei is just a 6-star warrior, I know the kid's chi and blood are only a little over 1,000 points away from reaching 7-star level. You could say his strength is virtually on par with 7-star warriors, though of course he can't compare to 7, 8, or 9-star warriors, but among 6-star warriors, he should have no equal. Jo Song first opened the 6-star warrior points ranking list. Surprisingly, Lei isn't in first place. The top-ranked 6-star warrior is someone named Chen Fan. Jo Song was somewhat astonished. Then he chuckled to himself, Chen Fan. I happen to know someone by that name too, but the one topping the charts definitely can't be my young friend Chen. He just got his warrior certification less than a month ago. You're not even qualified to participate in this elite martial artist tournament. Jo Song shook his head with a smile. Jo Song suddenly caught sight of Chen Fan's avatar and froze for a moment. He instinctively doubted whether his eyes were playing tricks on him, quickly rubbing them before looking again. Holy shit! Jo Song stood up abruptly from shock. It really is Brother Chen. Brother Chen has actually become a 6-star martial artist, and even stronger than Ali? At this moment, Jo Song began questioning his own life. On the other side, because of Chen Fan, Yao Fu didn't leave his computer all afternoon. Initially, he signed Chen Fan up for the Elite Warrior competition just to shut Yi Chu and Su Wan up. Later, he thought since Chen Fan was already registered, some training in tempering wouldn't hurt. Yao Fu knew Chen Fan had advanced too quickly. His martial arts, practical combat skills, wilderness survival abilities, and other aspects were undoubtedly lacking. Participation is what matters. Unexpectedly, starting from noon at 12 o'clock, Chen Fan had been leading the 6-star warrior rankings, and he still is until now. This came as an enormous surprise to him. Chen Fan's growth has far exceeded his expectations. A student in my 3rd year of junior high. Even dropouts are this impressive. Now Yao Fu was positively glowing with pleasure as he pulled out his phone. Hey, old Guan, let's grab some drinks with the old gang tonight at Xingqiao Grand Hotel. My treat. No questions asked, just pure celebration. After hanging up with Guan Jinshan. Then, hey, old G, let's have a drink with the old crew tonight. Don't worry about it. I've got everything arranged at Star Tide Grand Hotel. Now, the former Class 39 Senior High chat group is blowing up too. Bro Fan's legendary, ranked first in 6-star martial artist points. God, with combat power this formidable, Chen Fan's martial arts realm must be incredibly advanced too. In less than a month, Chen Fan mastered both vitality cultivation and martial techniques simultaneously. I just have to ask, how does he do it? Don't ask. Just know that the world of the awakened is beyond your understanding. That hit me right in the feels, bro. Chapter 37, A Night of Terror, Strength Revealed. At this moment, in the female dormitory of Jiangnan Martial Arts University, Zhong Qing was staring blankly at her phone. Just then, her childhood friend Duo, who had entered Jiangnan Martial Arts University with her, suddenly said, Qing, you like Chen Fan? Her friend Duo stated with absolute certainty. This sudden remark pierced right through the young girl's buried secret. Zhong Qing instantly blushed. Duo, stop talking nonsense. Chen Fan and I are just classmates, good friends, that's all. My best friend Duo pouted and said, I don't believe you for a second, and I'm not just talking nonsense, I have solid evidence. Then go ahead and tell me. Zhong Qing couldn't help but laugh. My dear friend Duo said, you've been obsessing over the Elite Warrior competition data since noon. That's totally normal. My big brother entered the Elite Warrior competition. Can't I care about my own brother? Got it. There's nothing wrong with keeping tabs on your brother. But your brother is a 9-star warrior. I've been counting since noon, and you've opened the 9-star warrior rankings 12 times, while clicking on the 6-star warrior rankings 137 times. Among these, opened Chen Fan's personal information 37 times, stared blankly at Chen Fan's profile picture 16 times. Duo, you're so perverted, always peeping at me. Zhong Qing shyly buried her head under the blanket. Qing, there's nothing embarrassing about having someone you like. If you like them, boldly pursue your happiness. As your best friend, I'll make my stance clear first. I approve of this match. Duo chuckled mischievously. Duo, I'll fight you to the death. Duo screamed. Two alluring figures wrestled together, revealing endless spring scenery. Su Wan was now lying in a hospital ward, a private room. After all, he was an awakener, a key cultivation target of Jiangnan Martial University. After being beaten into the hospital, his instructor from Jiangnan Martial University had promptly arrived. They brought with them many expensive healing potions. Su Wen's face, which had been beaten black and blue, had now gone down in swelling. But Chen Fan's last kick was particularly vicious, breaking 3 ribs. Even with expensive healing potions, he'd still be bedridden for quite some time. That Chen Fan truly is a treacherous bastard. I was really careless. Had I known Chen Fan was this strong and prepared accordingly, even if I couldn't defeat him, I wouldn't have lost so miserably. There's no way I'll ever accept this defeat. Su Wen now utterly despised Chen Fan. As an awakened one, his innate talent was eating to grow stronger. He wants to grow stronger to avenge today's humiliation. So even now, lying on the hospital bed, he keeps eating non-stop. Except all his teeth have already shattered completely. Now he can only manage to swallow some thin gruel. Currently hospitalized, Su Wen hadn't informed his family. After all, it wasn't something to be proud of, so the ponytailed campus beauty was taking care of him instead. Here, brother one, open wide. The ponytailed campus beauty's voice was soft and sweet, incredibly pleasant to the ears, as she carefully fed Su Wen spoonful by spoonful. Su Wen obediently opened his mouth to take a bite. He kept scrolling through his phone. When Su Wen woke up, he heard that Chen Fan had gone to participate in the Elite Warrior competition. He let out a cold laugh. Such overconfidence. Now look, he must have been eliminated by now. Su Wen opened the official data. His pupils constricted. There was an unmistakable look of utter disbelief in them. 6 stars rank first. How is this possible? How could this be? He clenched his fists in hatred. Chen Fan was even stronger than anticipated, making his path to vengeance all the more difficult. I was still thinking about getting revenge. The more I thought about it, the more agitated I became. He used to have a big appetite, but now he had no desire to eat. He couldn't help but feel the urge to vent. Then he turned to look at his former goddess beside him, and his hands naturally started wandering with a lecherous chuckle. Stop it, MMM. The ponytailed campus belle fluttered her seductive lashes. She hastily placed the lunchbox on the table, with both arms straining against the bedside. The night grew late. Chen Fan nestled in the corner with his eyes closed. He wasn't asleep, just resting. Outside, the roars of ferocious beasts rose and fell, some sounding terrifyingly close. Chen Fan remained highly vigilant, his ally combat knife firmly gripped in hand, adopting a stance ready for battle at any moment. This was his first night spent outdoors. To say he wasn't nervous would be a lie. After an unknowable length of time, Chen Fan drifted into a fitful sleep. However, he was awakened by a roar that shook the heavens and earth. The ground trembled. It was the sound of a gigantic creature stomping the earth. Chen Fan's expression turned grave. There must be a savage beast that has intruded into this residential area. Moreover, the beast is undoubtedly within 100 meters in a straight line from him. If it dares to enter despite the scent of a 9th-level iron-armored swallowing sky toad, the intruder is almost certainly a 9th-level beast or even something more powerful. At present, Chen Fan stands absolutely no chance against such a formidable creature. His heart suddenly tensed up. Should he call for help now? If the 9th-level ferocious beast discovers him, would it be too late to call for help? Also, not even surviving the first day of the Elite Warrior competition, he felt somewhat unwilling to accept that. Of course, life is still more important, no matter what. Chen Fan's hand was already on the button of his glasses frame. As long as the fierce beast on the ground entered within 50 meters of him, he would immediately call for help. Seconds ticked by one after another. Suddenly, the thunderous sound of footsteps actually began to fade into the distance, accompanied by the noise of collapsing buildings in the far distance. It must have been that beast running wild over there. Chen Fan breathed a sigh of relief. That was a close call. But this encounter, it once again ignited his desire for strength. After this harrowing incident, the following period was relatively calm. The night passed swiftly. Chen Fan drifted in and out of consciousness for a while longer. Around 4 a.m., the dense roars of the ferocious beasts outside gradually began to fade. In about another hour, it should be safe to go out. Chen Fan had a bite to eat while checking the official statistics online. Last night when he checked the data, there were 10,430 eliminated 6-star martial artists, but the number had now reached 16,300. The number of eliminated 7-star martial artists was originally 3,100. Now it's 6,200. As for 8-star martial artists, while there were only 15 before, the count had now risen to 70. The 9-star warrior who had always maintained a 0 elimination count has now become 1. The total number of eliminations has now reached 22,571. Just last night alone saw 9,026 eliminations. Even a 9-star warrior was among them. Chen Fan sighed. He had almost contributed to that number too, but compared to those 9,000 people, he was relatively fortunate. Chen Fan also checked the rankings. The rankings for 6-star and 7-star warriors showed minimal movement. However, Chen Fan noticed some avatars on the leaderboard had turned gray, indicating these participants had likely been eliminated. The 8-star warrior rankings also displayed little fluctuation. Only the 9-star warrior leaderboard demonstrated significant shifts in rankings. Last night when Chen Fan checked, the highest score on the 9-star warrior leaderboard was 1876, but now it's risen to 2960. Not only the top spot, but several rankings below also showed varying degrees of score increases. Clearly, last night was filled with intense battles. Truly, the brave excel through their skills. Chen Fan yearned in his heart. Strength. As the sky began to lighten slightly, Chen Fan emerged from the second basement level. Chapter 38, by Golden Rooster Lake, let the competition begin. Reaching the rooftop and gazing out, many of the surrounding detached villas had collapsed, with enormous craters pockmarking the ground every few meters. These were the footprints left by yesterday's rampaging beasts. Each measured over 3 meters long and approximately 2 meters wide. Chen Fan stood at a height of 1 meter 83, yet just one footprint from yesterday's beast measured larger than his full stature both lengthwise and widthwise. One could only imagine the sheer enormity of such a creature. The eastern sun dyed half the sky crimson. The air already carried a hint of sweltering heat, with several beasts visible prowling in the distance. Chen Fan adjusted his glasses' field of vision. The point display switched to a mini-map mode. The mini-map covered a 30-kilometer radius, dotted with numerous small green markers each representing a martial artist. Most of the green markers remained stationary during nighttime, because everyone was at their hiding spots. Now most of the little green dots have started moving. This signals the beginning of a new day's slaughter. Time flies by swiftly. In the blink of an eye, it was noon. A lakeside, this was once the precursor to Marker 0612, a very famous tourist spot in Sioux City. Jinji Lake. The towering building shaped like giant pants next to it is also very eye-catching, reaching into the clouds. It's already quite remarkable to have stood for so long amidst the ravages of ferocious beasts, but now, one side appears severely collapsed as well. Once picturesque by Jinji Lake, now abandoned all these years, weeds grow rampant everywhere. Many of the former facilities have decayed beyond recognition under time's relentless erosion. Chen Fan ate some food. Never mind last night's terrifying ordeal. It was only this morning that he noticed the significant increase in the 9-star warrior's points. This greatly agitated him, fueling an even greater thirst for power within him. That's why Chen Fan pushed himself harder than ever today. Now his chi and blood have reached 81,500/100,000. His strength has improved yet again. He was getting closer and closer to becoming a 7-star martial artist. At the same time, Chen Fan's current point total is 270. Originally it was 161, but he gained 108 points from slaying mutant beasts this morning. There's also 1 point as today's survival reward from noon yesterday to noon today. Among 6-star martial artists, Zhou Lei still holds the second rank. Points, 199. Keep up the good work. Chen Fan, having eaten and drunk his fill, didn't rest overly much. With a few agile leaps, his figure vanished into the abandoned city. At night, Chen Fan returned once more to the villa complex where he had stayed the day before. His current chi and blood stand at 89,000/100,000. His strength has advanced yet another level. Executing 7th level beasts now comes with increasing ease. In the beginning, only the 12th strike of his rippling wave blade could vanquish a 7th level beast. Now, by synergizing the blade force, the 9th strike can fell a 7th rank ferocious beast. On this day, a large number of martial artists were still being eliminated. The focus remained primarily on 6-star martial artists. The elimination count for 6-star martial artists had risen from 16,300 at daybreak to 25,060 by now. The number of eliminated 7-star martial artists has also broken through the 10,000 mark. At dawn it was 6,200, now it's 10,420. The number of 8-star martial artists was originally 70, now it's 137. 2 more 9-star martial artists have been added, bringing the total number of eliminated 9-star martial artists to 3. This year's Elite Martial Arts Tournament has a total of 130,000 participants. The current total number of eliminated contestants is 35,620. The participant count has now dropped below 100,000. Chen Fan also checked the leaderboard separately. His points total 401. Still ranked first among 6-star warriors. Overall ranking stands at over 65,000. Among 6-star warriors, Zhou Lei in second place has 263 points. In an abandoned hospital, Zhou Lei and a few companions spent the night there. It's much like hunting ferocious beasts in the wild. Usually, only the most formidable dare to act alone, while nearly all 6-star warriors operate in teams. Except for Chen Fan. Lazy, you've been chasing all day, yet the gap between you and the front runner keeps widening, a dark-skinned warrior said. Another warrior chimed in, no need to say more. Surely their team deliberately let this Chen Fan guy take the final blow. Brother Lei's strength is something we all know, infinitely close to a 7-star warrior. Under normal circumstances, no one could leave him so far behind. That makes sense. The others nodded in agreement as well. Zhou Lei, with his robust and muscular physique, leaned against the corner in silence. Truth be told, he was feeling somewhat frustrated. At the 6-star martial artist level, he had been quite confident. He had initially thought securing first place in the 6-star ranking was a foregone conclusion, only to find himself in second place right from the start. He refused to accept it and chased with all his might. Yet the gap between them only grew wider. The crucial point was, he was already infinitely close to 7 stars himself. How could the others still leave him so far behind? This definitely isn't normal. He completely agreed with his teammate's statement. It must be an entire team feeding him resources. The top-ranked 6-star martial artist title carries serious prestige. With that reputation, many things will become easier in the future. Brothers, these points are useless to us, why not give Lazy a helping hand? An older martial artist pondered for a moment before speaking. Alright, we're just here as bystanders anyway. Helping Lazy secure first place will give us bragging rights later. Agreed. But Lazy, you'll have to treat us to Xingqiao Grand Hotel after we get back. Many hands make light work. We'll get Lazy to the top spot tomorrow. Everyone expressed their stance unanimously. Zhou Lei was moved. Thank you all. Thank you. Don't mention it, brother. The whole group burst into laughter. Gradually, the night deepened. Chen Fan remained awake. He watched the green dots moving across the minimap in his augmented reality glasses. Even at this late hour, many green dots were still in motion. This shows they're still fighting fiercely. They're really going at it. Chen Fan thought to himself. Once he breaks through to the 7 stars realm, he planned to return a bit later too. The stronger ones are even more relentless. How can I possibly win? Chen Fan has an unyielding spirit. If others push hard, he can push harder. At this current pace, with an extra push tomorrow, breaking through to 7 stars should be within reach. Let's all compete like crazy when the time comes. The night passed swiftly. The night passed relatively peacefully, interrupted only twice by fierce beasts venturing close. But these disturbances were much smaller in scale, and with the scent of the 9th-tier armored heaven-devouring toad in the vicinity, the intruders quickly retreated. At dawn, Chen Fan once again greeted the rising sun with bloodshed. After the previous night, the number of eliminated participants continued to rise. The amplitude was slightly smaller than the first night. The scorching sun hung high. A tall, straight figure stood on the rooftop of the high-rise building, clad in military combat camouflage, his eyes deep and bright. Though he merely stands here quietly, the scenery within a 100-kilometer radius was perfectly reflected in his mind, down to the finest detail. His name was Lu Wenchang, a cultivator at the 9 Meridians realm, and a mental perception master. He was the core of cores in the security operations for this elite warrior tournament. In his consciousness 70 kilometers away, a 7-star martial artist was severely wounded by a ferocious beast. The beast opened its bloody maw and charged at him with lightning speed. The 7-star martial artist turned deathly pale in terror and frantically pressed the distress button. The beast had already pounced upon him, and the 7-star martial artist's face turned ashen. He could already smell the foul stench emanating from the beast's maw. Chapter 39, The 9 Cauldron Silverfire Crocodile, 7-star martial artist. At this critical moment, whoosh, the 7-star martial artist vanished on the spot. He reappeared at the gathering point outside the city. Overwhelmed with joy after surviving the calamity, he wept. Lu Wenchang remained calm and composed throughout. Despite monitoring tens of thousands of martial artists across a 100-kilometer radius, he handled it with effortless ease. At this moment, 3 martial artists dispersed in different locations simultaneously encountered danger and decisively pressed their distress buttons. With just a thought from Lu Wenchang, all 3 were teleported away almost simultaneously. This was simply child's play for him. Another one is about to be eliminated soon. Lu Wenchang seemed to have noticed something, murmuring faintly in response. At this moment, in his consciousness, approximately 50 kilometers away, a 6-star martial artist wielding an alloy battle saber had encountered 2 9 Cauldron Silverfire crocodiles. The 9 Cauldron Silverfire crocodiles measured over 5 meters in length, with 9 large bony protrusions on their heads, hence their name 9 Cauldron, making them exceptionally ferocious. Their bodies were armored in silver crocodile hide, renowned for its astonishing defensive properties. They ranked among the more troublesome 7th-level beasts to deal with. A 6-star martial artist encountering 2 7th-level Joding Silverfire crocodiles. Absolutely no chance of victory. No wonder Lu Wenchang had said those words. Now he had already prepared himself. As soon as the other party presses the button, he would immediately send it out. Chen Fan was unaware that a powerful psychic master was observing him at this moment. facing the two 9 cauldron silver fire crocodiles before him. He didn't feel the slightest fear. The layered wave sword technique was unleashed, with blade flashes dancing in perfect harmony with its formidable force. Boom 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 boom. Fast. The blade moved too quickly, blade after blade, moving so fast it left after images. The 8 slash descended, its force piercing straight through the 9 cauldron silverfire crocodile's skull. Ding! Slaughtered level 7 fierce beast, 9 cauldron silverfire crocodile. Vitality plus 80. Vaguely recalling how, during Chen Fan's first expedition beyond the city walls, he'd encountered 2 level 1 fierce beasts iron-tailed scorpions on the road. Surrounded by iron-tailed scorpions, he counterattacked only when they struck first. He was no longer that naive rookie now. Having become quite the wilderness veteran, he struck first without hesitation, taking one down immediately. The remaining one naturally stood no chance against him. With a few effortless slashes, he cut them down decisively. What a formidable 6-star martial artist! Dozens of kilometers away, Lu Wencheng couldn't help but gasp in astonishment. His blade technique is incredibly fast. The foundation of his sword arts must be the Gale Slash. His mastery of the ripple blade technique is remarkable. He unleashed 8 consecutive strikes without the slightest strain, having clearly achieved at least Grandmastery level. What's most unbelievable is that he actually manifested Blade Chi. Lu Wensheng found it somewhat inconceivable. Under spiritual perception, every minute detail was revealed. He absolutely hadn't mistaken what he saw. The warrior's blade hadn't even arrived when the 9 cauldron silverfire alligator's head was already pierced through. It was undoubtedly blade energy. Truly, the younger generation is formidable. Lu Wensheng murmured to himself. Time marches on. In the blink of an eye, it was noon, and before anyone noticed, nightfall enveloped the land once more. Chen Fan worked exceptionally hard today. He glanced excitedly at his panel. Name, Chen Fan. Age, 18. Realm, 7-star warrior. Chi and blood, 100100/200000. Martial techniques. Finally reached the level of 7-star martial artist. Breaking through to the rank of 8-star warrior requires reaching 200,000 vitality points. 200,000? Previously I could only handle 6th level ferocious beasts and a limited number of 7th level ones. Now that I've broken through to 7-star warrior, my limitations aren't as severe. I might even stand a chance against 8th level beasts. Chen Fan's confidence grew somewhat stronger. Then let the competition begin. Before, this would have been the time for Chen Fan to head back, but not today. Instead, he continued fighting on. Compared to others, my body is tempered like cast steel. With divine swiftness, whether in defense or speed, I surpass ordinary martial artists. Others dare to move about at night. So do I. The ferocious beasts at night are indeed far more numerous than during the day, and exceptionally active. Chen Fan kept killing. After a busy day, Zhou Lei and his teammates returned to their hideout once more. Lazy, we did great today. How many points do you have now? The dark-skinned teammate couldn't wait to ask. Today they gathered the strength of the entire team to compete against Chen Fan, the top-ranked player. Thank you all today. My current score is 560, nearly 300 points higher than before we started. Zhou Lei was also quite excited. Quick, check the leaderboard, you're definitely the new top 6-star now. His teammates were also thrilled. Zhou Lei becoming the first 6-star was their entire team's victory. Zhou Lei quickly used his warrior badge to go online and then opened the official data. At this glance, the excitement on Zhou Lei's face suddenly froze. What's wrong, Lei? His teammates immediately sensed something was wrong. Zhou Lei said with a trembling voice, I'm still second. Chen Fan's points have already reached 790. Not only haven't caught up, but the gap keeps growing wider. The teammates were also astonished. Thanks everyone, but there's no way to catch up. I'm giving up. Zhou Lei Qiang forced to chuckle. Lazy, it's not that you lost to Chen Fan, it's that our team wasn't as strong as his. Don't take it too hard. Maybe his team was just bigger and better equipped. Yes, teammates offered comfort one after another. At that moment, the dark-skinned martial artist suddenly exclaimed, Quick, look at Chen Fan's points. What's wrong? The others also hurriedly opened their web pages. Zhou Lei also looked over. When he had just checked, Chen Fan's points were still 790, but now they had changed to 793. Just as Zhou Lei and his teammate were astonished, the number changed again, from 793 to 796, increased by 3 each time. This was clearly a slain level 7 ferocious beast. His team is feeding him level 7 ferocious beasts. Each level 7 beast is worth 3 points. While we can only hunt level 6 beasts here, each level 6 beast is just 1 point. No wonder we can't catch up to him. I'm really curious now about who this Chen Fan is, to actually command help from a group of martial artists at 7-star or even 8-star levels, or higher. I've never heard of any young master from the Jiangnan-based city named Chen Fan. Chen Fan didn't return until dawn. The wilderness at night was indeed much more dangerous. He encountered level 8 ferocious beasts several times, but thanks to his speed, he fled at the sight of them, leaving the beasts frustrated and helpless. He didn't encounter any 9th level fierce beasts, perhaps his location wasn't deep enough. Returning to the basement level of the villa, Chen Fan's chi and blood power increased to 104/600/200,000. Not bad at all. Additionally, on the official ranking board, Chen Fan's score is 940, placing him first among 6-star warriors with an overwhelming lead. Zhou Lei remains in second place with 560 points, excluding the 6-star warriors. The top-ranked 7-star warrior has a score of 1350. The top-ranked 8-star warrior has 2,900 points. The top-ranked 9-star warrior has 7,100 points. Additionally, Chen Fan spotted a familiar name on the 9-star warrior rankings: Zhang Bo, Zhongqing's elder brother. Points, 70-50, ranked second. After checking the point standings, Chen Fan also looked at the elimination bar chart. Now over half of the 6-star martial artists have been eliminated. The higher the level 1 reaches, the smaller the percentage of elimination becomes. Even so, the total number of eliminated participants has already surpassed the 50,000 mark. Chapter 40, Perfect Blade Force, the Blade-Obsessed Shueji Gang. In less than 3 days, over 50,000 have been eliminated. The pace of elimination is too fast. Chen Fan didn't know how long he could hold on either. Clutching his combat knife, curled up against the wall, Chen Fan drifted into sleep as usual, half-consciousness taking over. It was past midnight now, and few people remained active outside. After all, whether you're a 6-star martial artist or a 9-star one, everyone needs rest. When martial artists retreat to safe places to rest, Lu Wensheng has it relatively easier. As a spiritual psychic, his mental strength is extraordinarily powerful, requiring little sleep. Now he still stands on the rooftop. From the start of the elite martial arts tournament until now, he spent nearly all his time here. I say nearly, because he left once during that time. During the day, he discovered a remarkably interesting 6-star martial artist. This person possessed extraordinary mastery in the realm of bladed weapons. Surprisingly, without relying on brute force, purely through profound understanding of blade techniques, they unleashed blade energy. This was worlds apart from pulse condensation realm martial artists who relied on their formidable physical strength to unleash blade energy. Lu Wencheng is a mentalist. He's not actually interested in saber techniques, but he has a friend who's absolutely obsessed with them. He recorded some footage of Chen Fan in combat from a distance. Lu Wencheng took out his martial artist badge and dialed a contact labeled Old Shui. Beep, beep, beep. In Jiangnan Bay City, within a brightly lit quiet chamber, a middle-aged man clad in training attire, broad-shouldered and powerfully built, sat cross-legged on the floor. His hands were raised, holding aloft a broadsword. At a mere glance, the broadsword was clearly no ordinary weapon. Under the light, it reflected an eerie, razor-sharp gleam that sent chills down the spine. The burly man closed his eyes. He appeared to be asleep, but he wasn't. Countless flashes of blades were racing through his mind, technique after technique. His achievements in blade techniques were already remarkable, ranking him among the most renowned saber masters in Jiangnan Bay City. Yet he remained unsatisfied. Learning knows no bounds. He sensed vast untapped potential within himself. The more he meditated and studied, the more keenly he became aware of his own shortcomings. Ancient texts mention blade momentum, and even the higher realm of blade intent. My blade force isn't perfected yet, let alone reaching the higher realm of blade intent. It's too difficult. As a blade awakener, though I can execute blade force strikes, I still can't completely break away from relying on brute strength. In situations like this, whenever I slash with my blade energy, it always feels awkward, and the full power of the strike never gets unleashed properly. When will I be able to unleash blade energy purely through my comprehension of sword techniques? The burly man opened his eyes and let out a soft sigh. At this moment, buzz, buzz, his warrior badge began to vibrate. A glance revealed it was Lu Wencheng. He chuckled and answered the phone. Hey, old Lu, calling me this late, you really don't care about disturbing my rest, do you? Shui Ji Gang teased. Lu Wencheng laughed heartily. You night owl, do I not know you? Still studying blade energy, aren't you? Made any progress yet? It's not that easy. Shui Ji Gang shook his head and said, perfect blade strength, if I can achieve that in this lifetime, I'd count myself lucky. How about you? With so many participants in this year's Elite Warrior competition, you must be swamped. Not bad. Lu Wencheng chuckled. Old Shui, I called you in the middle of the night for a reason. I've discovered an extraordinary 6-star warrior at the Elite Warrior competition, with remarkable mastery of blade techniques. I even filmed a video of him during the day specifically for you. Hearing Lu Wencheng utter these words, Shui Ji Gang didn't wait for him to finish before hastily interrupting. Another promising seedling? Old Lu, let me make this clear up front. No matter how talented a blade technique prospect they are, I won't take any more disciples. I simply don't have the time. Lu Wencheng burst into even louder laughter. Didn't I just introduce you to some promising talents before? Look how startled you are. Relax. I'm not asking you to take on any apprentices this time. And, even if you wanted to accept it, I doubt you'd have the capability. Shui Jigang arched his thick eyebrows. Oh, he had never seen his old friend speak so highly of anyone before. I've sent you the video, take a look yourself. With that, Lu Wencheng hung up the phone. Soon, there was a joyful ding-dong sound. Shui Jigang received the video. He clicked to open it. At first, he didn't think much of it, but the moment he saw Chen Fan unleash that blade energy, he startled upright in shock. Utterly natural. Absolutely flawless. Wasn't this precisely the realm he'd been pursuing? Thinking back to what Lu Wencheng had just said, a 6-star martial artist. My god, Shui Jigang is already 44 this year and still a blade awakener. He hasn't even fully grasped the basics of blade force. He felt like he'd wasted all these years of his life, but Shui Jigang had no time to think too much about it now. His two broad, thick hands cradled the warrior badge as if it were the most precious treasure in the world. He watched the video over and over again, lost count of how many times he'd watched it, occasionally mimicking Chen Fan's movements. Before he knew it, the night had passed. Shui Jigang still felt unsatisfied. Don't underestimate these mere few hours late into the night, they yielded more gains for him than half a year of secluded cultivation. What a pity the video was so short, just 3 minutes, and filmed from too far away to observe many details. It's all old Lu's fault. Why not film more and get closer shots? He immediately contacted Lu Wencheng, asking him to shoot more videos today. These recordings held immense value for him. But then he remembered Lu Wencheng also had to oversee rescue operations for the elite martial artists competition. Right, I should go myself. Besides, how could I miss the chance to meet such a master of blade techniques? Shui Jigang slapped his thigh in realization. He immediately sprang into action, leaving the city and rushing toward marker point 0612. Although Lu Wencheng participated in this elite martial artist competition, he wasn't affiliated with the 6th Legion. Both he and Xiao Jian were superpowered experts at the 9 Meridians realm. In terms of status, Lu Wencheng held a higher position. Shui Jigang was on the same level as Lu Wencheng when he arrived at 0612. Even Xiao Jian had to personally greet him, and indeed, that was the case. Upon hearing of Shui Jigang's arrival at the camp, Xiao Jian immediately stepped out of his tent, and he saluted Shui Jigang. Regiment Commander Xiao, pardon the interruption. I'm here on urgent business. Don't mind me, I'm just looking for someone. I know the rules and won't interfere with the competition. Shui Jigang was also polite in response. Alright then, make yourself at home. I'll attend to my duties first. Xiao Jian nodded. Whoosh! The next moment, Shui Jigang vanished on the spot. Though Shui Jigang was formidable, he wasn't yet strong to this extent. It's actually Lu Wencheng. Shui Jigang had known he was coming all along, and had a pretty good idea of old Shui's purpose in being here. I didn't expect you to make the trip in person. On the rooftop, Lu Wencheng looked at Shui Jigang and said with a smile, that video I sent you was useful, wasn't it? Next round of drinks is on you. Arranged, it must be arranged. Shui Jigang responded readily, then couldn't wait to add, Old Lu, quickly take me to the master. Chapter 41, The Shadowflame Ironworm, A Strange Man. Master? Lu Wencheng was surprised. He knew full well how proud his old comrade could be. Alright then, but let me remind you, it's the elite warrior competition season, don't violate the rules. Got it. Shui Jigang replied. The next moment, whoosh, his figure vanished from the spot. At this moment, Chen Fan had only just begun fighting. Lu Wencheng didn't escort Shui Jigang too close. He was about 300 meters away from Chen Fan. Chen Fan was fighting with all his might. Now he faced the flaming iron shadow beetles, level 7 dire beasts that traveled in swarms. The flaming iron shadow beetles were armored from head to toe. Unlike other colossal dire beasts, they were only about a meter long, but their sheer numbers formed a dark, churning sea that made one's scalp crawl. Chen Fan was nearly swallowed by this ocean of shadow beetles multiple times. However, the 9th, 10th, 11th, and 12th strikes of his wave-piling blade technique, enhanced by blade energy, were utterly devastating. Each slash carried the power to sweep away armies, capable of cleaving through raging seas. Under their onslaught, vast gaps tore through the black tide of shadow beetles. Shui Jigang saw all this the moment he arrived. He hastily took out a pair of glasses to wear, the same kind that Xiao Chen had worn before and that Chen Fan was currently wearing. He wasn't just here to observe. He intended to record everything carefully for deeper contemplation upon returning. Ding! Killed a level 7 ferocious beast, flame steel shadow insect, vitality plus 80. Ding! Slaying a 7th level beast. The rapid barrage of notifications rang in Chen Fan's ears, yet he was wholly absorbed in combat, unaware of the person lurking several hundred meters away. Truthfully, even if he had noticed, Chen Fan wouldn't have cared. After all, he wasn't the only one competing. It's completely normal to have people around. Noon arrived quickly. During his break, Chen Fan grabbed a quick bite before diving back into the fight. In the blink of an eye, night fell once again. Shui Jigang stood observing the battle from a position neither too close nor too far from Chen Fan. He had originally planned to strike up a conversation during Chen Fan's noon break, but after some thought, he decided to hold back for now. the timing was too tight. As someone notoriously obsessed with swordsmanship, he worried that once he started asking for advice, he wouldn't know when to stop and might interfere with Chen Fan's upcoming match. Better wait until evening. There's plenty of time in the evening. After finally waiting for nightfall, initially thinking this would be the perfect opportunity to seek advice, as he'd already jotted down numerous questions in his notebook. Who knew Chen Fan was still battling away even after dark? Such dedication. Come to think of it, when I participated in the elite martial artists competition over 20 years ago, didn't I fight just as hard myself? Just wait a little longer. Shui Jigang thought to himself. A whole day had passed. Even if Chen Fan hadn't noticed Shui Jigang at first, he would have definitely spotted him by now. He instinctively believed Shui Jigang was a competitor in the elite warrior tournament. Just some eccentric guy. Didn't kill a single savage beast. Wherever he went, the man would follow. However, since it maintained a safe distance while showing goodwill, Chen Fan decided to pay it no further mind. Chen Fan kept fighting until dawn before returning. Chen Fan's current vitality has now reached 117,000/200,000, from 6 in the morning until now at dawn. In just 18 hours, his chi and blood surged by nearly 13,000, elevating his strength by a significant margin. That very evening, Chen Fan even managed to slay an 8th-level beast. When Chen Fan broke through to the 7-star realm, he could already hold his own against an 8th-level beast, though slaying it would have been difficult. Now, as his chi and blood continue to rise, killing 8th-level beasts is no longer out of reach. Slaying one 8th-level beast grants him 9 points. Chen Fan opened his martial artist badge and checked the official data online. The number of eliminated contestants had already reached 60,000. Still increasing. However, the elimination rate had slowed down somewhat compared to the first few days. 6-star warrior points table. Chen Fan leads with 1,340 points, ranking first. Zhou Lei, previously ranked second with 560 points yesterday, now has 770. However, Zhou Lei's avatar has darkened, indicating elimination. His score will forever remain at 770. The highest score for a 7-star martial artist is 1,700. For an 8-star martial artist, the maximum is 4,100. The top-tier 9-star martial artist peaks at 9,500. Additionally, Chen Fan noticed that Zhong Bo, originally ranked second, had now made a comeback to claim the top spot. That 9,500-point achievement belongs to him. Also ranked first on the overall leaderboard. Currently, Chen Fan is ranked just over 49,000 on the overall leaderboard. Young man, I wonder if I might trouble you for a place to stay the night. Chen Fan was on sub-level 2 when a voice suddenly drifted down from the floor above. Chen Fan instinctively tightened his grip on the alloy combat blade. He cautiously stepped forward, remaining on guard. Upon looking, he realized it was actually the burly man who had been following him all day. Don't be afraid, young man. My name is Shui Jigang. I mean you no harm. I'm not a participant, so we're not competitors. A friend of mine is one of the psychic talents responsible for security this time. He noticed your exceptional sword techniques and showed me a video clip of you. Coincidentally, I'm also obsessed with saber techniques, so I made a special trip from Jiangnan base city just to exchange some insights with you. To put Chen Fan at ease, he took the initiative to explain the whole story from beginning to end. A friend who's a mentalist. Chen Fan's heart skipped a beat. Anyone who could befriend a mentalist clearly wasn't ordinary either. Shui Jigang. Suddenly, Chen Fan seemed to remember something and exclaimed in shock, the super expert of the 9 Meridians realm, known as the Little Blade King, you completed a critical mission for the Alliance a few months ago and even made the news. Haha, it's me. Shui Jigang chuckled. Now you can rest easy. Don't worry, of course I'm reassured. Chen Fan grew excited. Those featured in news specials were all Alliance heroes. Senior, please come in. No, don't call me senior. I came this time to seek your advice. Shui Jigang hastily waved his hands. I'm just a few years older than you. If you don't mind, you can call me Old Shui or Brother Shui. Chen Fan invited Shui Jigang to the underground 2nd level. The two men sat on the floor. Brother Chen, I've hit a bottleneck in my blade technique and have been racking my brains over it. There's a question I'd like to ask for your advice. Shui Jigang couldn't wait to say. Brother Shui, please go ahead. Shui Jigang quickly explained his issue. Chen Fan chuckled. Despite his youth, when it came to blade techniques, having perfected the Gale Slash to achieve blade energy mastery, combined with his wave-stacking saber technique, Chen Fan's experience was equivalent to having cultivated saber arts across 2 lifetimes. The problem that troubled Shui Jigang was nothing in his eyes. He explained it in simple terms. Just a few words made Shui Jigang feel suddenly enlightened. Shui Jigang asked various questions, and Chen Fan effortlessly answered them all. Shui Jigang was utterly amazed, his admiration for Chen Fan reaching new heights. Time flew by quickly. It was now 3 a.m., and dawn would break in just over an hour. Though Shui Jigang was still eager to continue, he had no choice but to stop. Brother Chen, thank you. Tonight alone has saved me at least 10 years of detours. Of course, I feel bad for delaying your rest since you still have the elite warrior competition during the day. You should get some sleep now, I'll keep watch for you, Shui Jigang said. Alright, then I'll trouble you with that. Chen Fan didn't stand on ceremony either. The strongest creature on 0612 was merely a level 1 demon beast. With Shui Jigang, a super expert at the 9 Meridians realm, standing guard, he slept very soundly. At 6 in the morning, Chen Fan woke up. Beside him, Shui Jigang was practicing with his blade. You're awake, he chuckled. Chapter 42, Awakening Privilege, 100 Calamities Blade. Chen Fan responded with a smile. Brother Shui, what's the plan for today? Still staying at marker 0612? No. Shui Jigang shook his head with a smile. Last night you cleared up many doubts in my mind, and now I feel like things have suddenly become clear. I need to go back and retreat into seclusion for a while. Chen Fan nodded in agreement. Brother Chen, you've done me a great favor this time. I have nothing to thank you with, but here's a locally renowned blade technique manual. Please, you must accept it. Shui Jigang took out a thread-bound martial arts manual from his spatial ring and promptly pressed it into Chen Fan's hands. Chen Fan was astonished. Earth rank martial skill. This isn't something you can find out in the open. You'd have to go to the martial arts library in Jiangnan Bay City. Yet gaining entry to Jiangnan Bay City's martial skill repository isn't so easily accomplished. Take this elite martial artist competition for example, only the top 300 qualify to enter the martial arts library in the base city and select a technique. The top 300 in the elite martial artist competition. Only after participating did Chen Fan realize just how difficult it was to break into that top 300. Look at him now ranked beyond 40,000. Reaching even the top 3,000, let alone the top 300, seemed as hard as scaling the heavens. Brother Shui, we were just exchanging some blade techniques yesterday, I didn't do anything special. Besides, this earth rank combat skill is too valuable, I can't accept it. Also, the Alliance has regulations, combat skills are strategic resources and private circulation is prohibited. Chen Fan quickly waved his hands in refusal. The Alliance had strict regulations regarding combat skills. Very strict. For example, previously, Rapid Wind Slash was priced at 25,000 per manual, while Layered Wave Blade cost 250,000 per manual. Why would Chen Fan casually spend millions to purchase these? Couldn't he just buy one copy and make photocopies? No, this violates Alliance laws, with consequences no less severe than counterfeiting banknotes in our previous lives. Brother Chen, you might not feel it's a big deal, but to me, this saves me 10 or even more years of detours. You must accept this martial technique. And, don't laugh at me, this earth grade technique 100 Tribulations Blade is incredibly difficult. I've had it for several years since taking it from Jiangnan Bay City's martial arts library, and I still haven't mastered the basics. My abilities are limited. Brother Chen, you should give it a try. If you gain any insights, you can explain them to me later. Shui Jigang smiled and continued, as for the Alliance's regulations, don't worry about that. We're awakened, you should know that awakened individuals enjoy many privileges. Giving away cultivation techniques is one of them. Chen Fan clicked his tongue in amazement. So awakened have privileges like this. At this moment, Shui Jigang had already forcefully pressed the thread-bound martial technique 100 Tribulations Blade into Chen Fan's hands. This was an earth-grade martial technique. Just think about the difference between Swift Wind Slash and Layered Waves Blade to understand. Chen Fan stared at that 100 Tribulations Blade technique in his hands. It would be a lie to say I wasn't tempted. Alright then, thank you, Brother Shui. I should be the one thanking you. Shui Jigang laughed heartily. Chen Fan held the martial skill manual of the 100 Calamities Blade. Ding! Detected Earth Grade Upper Tier Martial Skill 100 Calamities Blade. Would you like to learn it? Chen Fan chose no. On one hand, Shui Jigang was still present. On the other hand, he had some thoughts. A high-grade earthly tier martial skill was undoubtedly valuable, but there was only one copy available. He had a system, and learning martial arts was different for him, it required quantity. With just one manual, he might not even be able to grasp the basics. That would be somewhat lacking. In the end, it might not even match the power of the overlapping waves blade. Obtaining enough 100 Calamities blades wasn't something mere wealth could accomplish. You'd have to keep going back to the Jiangnan Bay City Martial Arts Library. That's completely unrealistic. He paused. Chen Fan tentatively asked, Brother Shui, with all those privileges granted to awakened ones, can we make copies of martial arts manuals? For example, this 100 Calamities Blade technique, could we photocopy a few dozen copies? Shui Gang raised his bushy eyebrows and looked at Chen Fan in bewilderment. He hadn't anticipated Chen Fan would ask such a question. You already have one copy of 100 Calamities Saber, why bother photocopying another? It's not like you can eat the damn thing. Chen Fan had already prepared his explanation. Brother Shui, as you know, awakened abilities calamities come in all shapes and sizes. Mine happens to be rather special. I need volume to properly comprehend saber techniques. The abilities of the awakened ones are indeed bizarre and diverse. Take Su Wen's eating ability, Zhongbo's magnetic field, or others who can turn invisible or heal at super speed, for example. Chen Fan knew that with his current outrageous growth rate, even if he claimed not to be awakened, no one would likely believe him. Might as well lay all the cards on the table. I am the awakened one. Being an awakened one not only grants many privileges, but also makes all the inexplicable things that have happened to me suddenly make sense. Upon hearing Chen Fan's words, Shui Jigang looked surprised. So that's how it is. Our nation has always placed great importance on nurturing awakened ones. If you're truly awakened, duplicating cultivation manuals won't be an issue. The state itself might even handle the duplication for you, Shui Jigang said with a smile. Hearing the affirmative reply, Chen Fan also breathed a sigh of relief. Brother Shui, could you help me make a copy then? No problem. Of course I can. I'll go to Regimental Commander Xiao right now. He has a printer there. To Shui Jigang, this was just a trivial matter. Thanks, then. Chen Fan handed the 100 Calamities blade to Shui Jigang. Brother Chen, someone will deliver the photocopied books to you. Before I leave, let me give you a word of advice. The Elite Martial Artist Tournament has been going on for several days now. At first, the mutant beasts from District 0612 might have been caught off guard, but based on past Elite Martial Artist tournaments, they'll soon launch a counterattack. That's when the real challenge begins. There are still demonic beasts in Sector 0612. Your talent is extraordinary. Your future achievements will be limitless. Don't take too many risks. Only by staying alive can you have a future. Shui Jigang patted Chen Fan's shoulder with his broad, thick hand. He greatly admired Chen Fan, fearing the young man might meet an untimely end during the Elite Martial Artist competition. Thanks for the heads up, Brother Shui. Chen Fan had previously read guides about the Elite Warrior competition and was aware of the situation Shui Jigang mentioned. High-level ferocious beasts aren't completely unintelligent creatures. They do possess a certain degree of wisdom. Not to mention there are even more formidable demonic beasts. Humans treat their territory as a proving ground. They will certainly retaliate. Alright, let's go. Shui Jigang chuckled, then shouted toward the sky, Old Lu. In the next instant, Shui Jigang's figure vanished from where he stood. They coordinated perfectly. This was clearly not their first time doing this. On that rooftop again, Shui Jigang reappeared. Lu Wencheng laughed. I didn't expect you to give Chen Fan the Earth-tier combat skill 100 Calamities Blade. That was something you obtained by earning a third-class merit in qualifying to enter the Jiangnan base city's martial skill repository. Old Lu, you don't understand. Chen's pointers yesterday saved me at least 10 years of bitter cultivation. Compared to this, a third-class merit or a prefecture-level martial arts manual is nothing, Shui Jigang said. It seems you had quite a fruitful day yesterday. Lu Wencheng smiled. Shui Jigang nodded firmly, then said, Take me to Battalion Commander Xiao. Brother Chen asked me to make copies of the combat techniques. I know everything you're talking about. I'll take you there right now. Soon, Shui Jigang made 50 photocopies of the 100 Calamities Saber Manual, then called out Old Lu. A stack of books instantly vanished from Xiao Jian's tent. Elsewhere, Chen Fan had just slain a 7th-level ferocious beast when a stack of books materialized out of thin air. He smiled. Chapter 43, The Blade Transcends Mortality, Channeling the Power of Heaven and Earth. Ding! Detected Earth-grade superior martial skill, 100 Calamities Blade *50. Learn now? Having learned from previous experiences, Chen Fan didn't make an immediate selection. With several agile leaps, he dashed into a nearby building and found a relatively safe spot. Then he said, yes. As usual, countless images flashed rapidly through his mind in that instant. Chen Fan immersed himself in this state. When studying the low-grade yellow-tier Gale/technique, Chen Fan had secluded himself in a secret chamber to meditate on its secrets. When wielding the Shen-grade superior wave-overlapping blade, Chen Fan was but a humble stall vendor in the ancient martial world, obsessed with the way of the blade his entire life. Now holding the Earth-grade Peak 100 Calamities Saber, Chen Fan discovered that he existed in an ancient world of extraordinary martial prowess. He was born in a tiny mountain village called Small River Village. From the time he could remember, only his father raised him. His father was the village's only blacksmith, usually making farm tools to supplement the family income. His craftsmanship was exceptional. Chen Fan, like all the other mischievous village boys, spent his days either robbing birds' nests or chasing dogs, free from worries, as carefree as could be. Until Chen Fan turned 12 years old, the absolute overlord of a 10,000-mile radius, the Blade Spirit Sect, routinely came to Little River Village to test spiritual roots. Every village child who had reached the age of 12 was required to undergo the test. One of his companions, possessing a superior spiritual root, was immediately taken as a disciple by a powerful immortal on the spot. Some companions with average or slightly above average spiritual roots were also accepted by the Blade Soul sect as outer disciples, embarking on the path of cultivation. Chen Fan possessed inferior spiritual roots and wasn't chosen. All the other companions went to the Blade Soul sect. Only Chen Fan remained in Little River Village. No one would play with him anymore. From then on, Chen Fan grew increasingly gloomy. His blacksmith father noticed all of this. "Kid, want to learn how to wield a blade?" Father asked. Chen Fan idly swatted at the grass with a stick. "What's the use of thinking about it?" Father laughed. "I'll teach you." Chen Fan didn't believe it at first. He had lived with his father his whole life and knew the man was just a blacksmith teaching sword techniques. Forget it, then. But father retrieved a box from beneath the bed. Inside lay a gleaming greatsword. The blacksmith father launched into an impromptu performance. With sweeping motions of his massive blade, countless flashes of steel materialized, grand arcs cleaving through the air with gale force momentum. The fallen leaves around were all swept up by the wind. At that moment, Chen Fan was stunned. After that, Chen Fan began learning blade techniques under his father's guidance. Time flew by like a shuttle. In the blink of an eye, 10 years passed. The once tender child had now grown into a strapping young man standing 6 feet tall. One day, his blacksmith father left without a word, leaving only a letter behind. Gone with him was the gleaming broadsword that had lain hidden beneath the bed in its wooden case. Chen Fan took over the forge and became a blacksmith. Spring passed and autumn came, and in the blink of an eye, who knows how many more years had flown by. All these years, Chen Fan spent his time either forging iron or practicing his blade skills. His mastery of the blade had reached profound heights. A single slash unleashed rolling waves of saber energy. Even childhood friends who returned from the saber spirit sect to visit couldn't match him. However, Chen Fan wasn't satisfied. These years spent immersed in saber techniques had given him his own unique understanding of the art. Chen Fan is gradually perfecting his Dao. It should be an entirely new level. A brand new knife technique. Chen Fan has now touched upon some of it. Yet it's like viewing flowers through a haze, indistinct and unclear. He hit a creative bottleneck. That same year, Chen Fan shut down his blacksmith shop and began wandering the mountains and rivers. He had observed butchers chopping meat in the marketplace streets, had also witnessed duels between formidable swordsmen, would sit for hours in the grass, watching mantises hunt, and had sparred with countless swordsmen. But regrettably, though Chen Fan's blade skills grew increasingly refined, he never quite managed to take that final step. Many years passed. Chen Fan, now an old man in the twilight of his life, returned to Little River Village. Having wandered the world for half a lifetime yet failing to forge his own path, he harbored deep reluctance, yet this was all he could achieve. Suddenly one day, darkness blanketed the land for thousands of miles, with menacing clouds pressing down upon the city and rolling thunder rumbling across the sky. It was the revered ancestor of the Blade Spirit sect ascending to immortality through tribulation on this very day. Watching those lightning bolts that pierced through heaven and earth, such awe-inspiring divine might, Chen Fan suddenly attained enlightenment in his heart. Compared to the divine might of heaven and earth, everything he had experienced before seemed utterly insignificant. This was the path he sought to walk, the blade technique he yearned to master. Chen Fan waved his hand. 100-pound longsword rose into the air, trembling the surrounding emptiness. The blade transcended mortality, channeling the power of heaven and earth. At that moment, Chen Fan, his face creased with wrinkles, smiled. Inside the abandoned building, Chen Fan opened his eyes. His heart was in turmoil, far from calm. The blade breaks into the extraordinary, channeling the power of heaven and earth. Too powerful. Chen Fan was astonished. This time in his memories, he didn't stick to convention. Instead, he created his own blade technique. The 100 Calamities blade of this world definitely can't reach the terrifying level from the memories. It should be limited to 50 volumes. After surpassing the supposed perfection state, it sublimated once more, just like the blade energy before. Entering the extraordinary with a blade, Chen Fan casually twirled the alloy combat knife in his hand, spinning it in a deft flourish. This casual flourish of the blade, with each strike, it unleashed a fury like raging seas, majestic as towering mountains and weighty as the vast earth. It was as if the entire heavens and earth were being brought crashing down, vast and majestic beyond measure. Chen Fan gasped repeatedly in awe. His profound great wave saber technique was also formidable at the 12th strike, but that power simply paled in comparison to the 100 Calamities saber art. The casual flourish of Chen Fan's blade just now was more powerful than 12 charged strikes of the rippling tide saber technique. Even infusing saber energy wouldn't have helped, because the power of heaven and earth far surpasses any saber energy. At this moment, Chen Fan turned his gaze to the status panel. Name, Chen Fan. Age, 18. Realm, 7-star warrior. Chi and blood, 120,000/200,000. Martial skills, Gale Slash, perfected. Wave stacking blade, perfected. Blade force, 100 Calamities blade, heaven and earth power. Fleeting light phantom steps, perfected, divine movement. Vajra body, perfection, steel cast iron forged. Chen Fan grinned. This status panel looked far more impressive than before. His confidence swelled even greater. I just spent half an hour absorbing the memories. Need to pick up the pace now. Chen Fan leaped out of the building. Roar! The moment Chen Fan emerged, he came face to face with a gigantic creature. Moon Howler Golden Wolf, a grade 8 dire beast. Standing over 5 meters tall with a 7-meter-long body, its massive eyes radiated bloodthirsty savagery. It was chewing on half a human leg, ready to swallow it whole. That was a human leg. Clearly, some warrior had met their demise without even having time to call for help. When it saw Chen Fan, the emitting golden crescent wolf's drool increased even more. It quickly devoured its previous meal in a few bites, then its massive body lunged ferociously toward Chen Fan. Kill! Chen Fan was a 7-star martial artist, and with several perfected martial techniques under his belt, he had no fear even without the 100 Calamities blade. As for now, this Howling Moon Shimmer Gold Wolf was merely a practice dummy for testing his blade skills. Boom! Chen Fan swung his long blade, a seemingly ordinary strike, amplified by the primal forces of heaven and earth. Yet its power was immense, like a comet crashing down. The entire earth trembled under its force. The moon-howling golden wolf let out one final mournful cry before collapsing dead on the spot. Ding! Slayed the level 8 savage beast Howling Moon Radiant Wolf. Vitality plus 100. Chapter 44, Sensation, a prodigy of the ages. On a rooftop dozens of kilometers away, Lu Wencheng stared wide-eyed in astonishment. He paid special attention to Chen Fan. At the very moment Chen Fan swung his blade downward, his spiritual sense clearly detected a tremendous surge of power. Majestic as the starry cosmos, vast as heaven and earth, the dazzling might of celestial wrath. That was the power of heaven and earth? Lu Wencheng knew that Shuejigang had given the 100 Tribulations blade to Chen Fan, and legend had it that when the 100 Tribulations blade was cultivated to its ultimate state, it could summon the power of heaven and earth. Could it be? Lu Wencheng took a deep breath. But legends are just legends after all. No one in the Alliance's history had ever achieved such a feat. Besides, if the 100 Calamities blade could unleash such power, how could it merely be an earth-rank martial skill? It's the power of heaven and earth. It must be the power of heaven and earth. Lu Wencheng confirmed it again and again. He let out an excited growl, slapping his thigh in exhilaration. A miracle. He had actually witnessed a miracle. Lu Wencheng frantically pulled out his martial artist badge. Beep beep beep. Soon, the call connected. Hey, old Lu, I just left your place not long ago. Why re you calling again? Something up? The call was for Shuejigang. Half an hour had passed. Shuejigang, a supreme expert at the 9 Meridians realm, possessed unimaginable speed and had just entered Jiangnan base city by now. Old Shuet, about the 100 Tribulations blade technique, is it difficult? Lu Wencheng suppressed his excitement and asked solemnly. Of course it's difficult, extremely difficult. I've spent years trying to comprehend it without even grasping the basics, and I'm a blade awakener myself. Shuejigang hadn't expected Lu Wencheng to ask this. Nevertheless, he answered. At this moment, Lu Wencheng asked, if you cultivate the 100 Calamities blade to its limit, can it summon the power of heaven and earth? Why yes, maybe, but those are just legends. Hey, old Lu, what's going on with you? Why are you suddenly so interested in the 100 Calamities blade? Planning to switch to blade cultivation? Shuejigang teased. Chen Fan must have mastered the 100 Calamities blade, and with a single strike, he invoked the power of heaven and earth. Lu Wencheng said in trembling awe. What? Shuejigang's shocked exclamation came through the phone. Upon hearing that Chen Fan had mastered the 100 Calamities blade, how could this not astonish him? As a blade awakener himself, he had studied the 100 Calamities blade for 2 years without even grasping its basics. Yet Chen Fan had only held it for what? Even counting generously, it hadn't even been a full hour. And he'd already mastered it? This was already shocking enough for Shuejigang. Little did he expect that the second half of Lu Wencheng's sentence would send waves of shock crashing through Shuejigang's heart. Heaven, the power of heaven and earth. Shuejigang trembled. What kind of once-in-a-millennium genius is this, actually achieving the legendary state of sword mastery transcending mortal realms, summoning the power of heaven and earth? Marker 0612. At this moment, Chen Fan was in the midst of a bloody rampage, and now with the empowerment of 100 Calamities blade, he became even more formidable, like a tiger that has grown wings. Even 8th level ferocious beasts were no challenge to him anymore. Killing an 8th level savage beast grants plus 100 vigor points. Additionally, you can gain 9 points. Now, whether it's vigor points or regular points, the accumulation rate has become significantly faster than before. Noon arrived soon. At this moment, Chen Fan's chi and blood levels were 130,000/200,000. Half a day's progress was nearly equivalent to a full day's work before. At this rate, Chen Fan would break through to an 8-star martial artist within a few days. By then, slaying 9th-rank ferocious beasts shouldn't be a problem for Chen Fan, further reducing the threats at marker point 0612. You'll feel much more at ease. Time flew by quickly. In the blink of an eye, night falls upon the land once more. The roars of ferocious beasts rise and fall in waves. Chen Fan could clearly sense that the beasts were unusually active tonight. Or rather, raged. Would you believe an 8th-tier beast, the Howling Moon Gilded Wolf, was leading a pack of Shadowflame Iron Beetles in battle? Chen Fan recalled Shuijigang's earlier warning. The ferocious beasts might unite for a counterattack. This was likely an omen. Yet Chen Fan, confident in his formidable skills, continued battling until dawn before returning to camp. Chen Fan's current chi and blood values are 150,000/200,000. In the morning, it increased by 10,000, in the afternoon, another 10,000, and in the evening, yet another 10,000. A single day now equals 3 days of previous progress. Chen Fan also went online to check the statistical data for the Elite Martial Artist competition. Yesterday his score was 1340. Now, 1 day later, his score is 2501. Indeed, whether it's vital energy or points, the rate of improvement has become several times faster than before. Chen Fan is now undoubtedly firmly seated in first place among the 6-star rankings. The original second place holder, Zhou Lei, was eliminated with his points frozen at 770. He has now been surpassed and dropped to third place. The highest points for a 7-star warrior are 2,200. The peak for an 8-star warrior stands at 5,350. The maximum for 9-star warriors reaches 11,600. Among the 9-star warriors, Zhang Bo still maintained the lead. Chen Fan suddenly noticed something wasn't right. The highest score among 6-star warriors had actually surpassed that of 7-star warriors. Chen Fan shook his head with a smile. This seems rather comical no matter how you look at it. Zhou Lei and his team were eliminated together yesterday. They were quite unlucky. They encountered an 8th-level ferocious beast. After being teleported out by the Psychic Master, they recuperated at the camp for a night before returning to Jiangnan Base City the next day. That evening, elder brother Zhou Song hosted a welcome dinner for them at the Startide Grand Hotel. During the meal, Zhou Lei poured out his grievances. His main complaint was about Chen Fan, who had powerful guardians ensuring his safety and feeding him points. His background was absolutely extraordinary. Otherwise, Zhou Lei insisted, he could have definitely made a name for himself as the top-ranked 6-star fighter. Hearing this, Zhou Song shook his head and smiled. You're mistaken, second brother. Zhou Lei froze. Brother, how am I mistaken? That Chen Fan who's been keeping you down, I know him. Zhou Song laughed. Young Chen isn't what you guessed, some big shot with influential connections. When we first met, his circumstances were actually worse than yours. Brother, do you know that Chen Fan? Zhou Lei was shocked. Everyone else turned to look at Zhou Song as well. Zhou Song nodded and said, about a month ago, Brother Chen was still slaughtering chickens in Factory 6 processing workshop. He dropped out in his senior year of high school and had been scraping by at the job market. That day when the mutation happened in the workshop, he fought and killed a giant beaked chicken. After that, Zhou Song recounted Chen Fan's situation. Upon hearing this, Zhou Lei was dumbstruck. The others were also deeply shocked. Breaking through from a non-martial artist to a 6-star martial artist in less than a month. Rising from the bottom. Just this point alone commands deep respect. Moreover, from what I know, Brother Chen prefers to operate alone. He's never formed a team when fighting outside. In this elite warrior tournament, not only will there be no one to support him, but he might not even have a team. Zhou Song added. Hearing this, Zhou Lei was stunned. Without even a formation. Doesn't that mean when the entire team later helped him chase Chen Fan, the whole team working together still couldn't catch up to Chen Fan alone? For a long while, Zhou Lei slumped back in his chair and murmured, this time, I lost fair and square. Suddenly, someone gasped in shock. Holy shit, look at Chen Fan, quick, what happened to Chen Fan? Everyone was startled. Chapter 45, White Hot, Ferocious Beasts Counterattack. Chen Fan is ranked first among 6-star cultivators, with even more points than the top 7-star cultivator. What? Including Zhou Song and Zhou Lei, everyone was visibly moved. They quickly gathered around to check. At first glance, everyone was profoundly shocked. 6-star points surpassing 7-star, a first in the Alliance's history. Chen Fan is simply too formidable. Yo Lei, tell me why we're looking for trouble and competing with freaks like this for no reason. Ha ha. Everyone burst into laughter. Jiangnan Base City, 3rd Junior Martial Arts Academy. Yao Fu was extremely dedicated, so much so that he often didn't even go home at night, choosing instead to sleep at the academy. The night had grown deep. Yao Fu was already asleep when suddenly his phone rang. Yao Fu was startled awake. It was Guan Jinshan calling. Hey, old Guan. Why are you calling me in the middle of the night? Yao Fu yawned sleepily. Guan Jinshan's voice on the other end was urgent. Old Yao, check the leaderboard. Chen Fan is ranked first among 6-star players with higher points than the top 7-star. What did you say? Yao Fu jolted awake, all drowsiness instantly gone. Go see for yourself, this Chu Sanchu of yours has spawned quite the monster. Guan Jinshan uttered these trembling words before abruptly hanging up. Yao Fu hurriedly went online to check. Ranked first among 6 stars was Chen Fan with 2,501 points. 7 stars first division 22,000 points. Alright, good lad. Yao Fu slapped his thigh excitedly. In a hospital somewhere, after these 2 days of recuperation, Su Wen's condition had improved somewhat. In the dead of night, he had just finished galloping atop the campus bell from Manhwa High. Watching her exquisite figure slump into sleep like a limp rag beside him, Su Wen felt a profound sense of accomplishment. Ever since seeing Chen Fan ranked first among 6-star students last time, Su Wen hadn't checked the scoreboard again. Chen Fan's grades were too outstanding, seeing them only irritated him. But 2 or 3 days had already passed since then. Chen Fan might have already been eliminated, Su Wen thought to himself. Then he couldn't resist checking the official rankings. Chen Fan, 6-star first place, score, 2501. Second place only got 800? The gap is this huge? Su Wen exclaimed in shock. Then he looked at 7 stars top scorer. Holy shit, 7 stars top scorer doesn't even compare to Chen Fan's points. What the hell? What kind of monster is this? Outside marker 0612, the 6th Legion's encampment remained brightly lit despite the late hour. Attend me. Xiao Jian was inside the command tent. Soon, someone hurried in, reporting in, Battalion Commander. Your orders? Tomorrow, go test the vital energy of a participant named Chen Fan. I suspect he has already broken through to the 7-star martial artist level. Xiao Jian had always been keeping an eye on Chen Fan. He was the first to know when Chen Fan's points surpassed those of the top 7-star warrior. Naturally, he couldn't help but be utterly shocked. Breaking through during a major competition was a rare occurrence. Moreover, even after breakthroughs, the improvements demonstrated in the data are typically not too dramatic, so no one pays much attention to it. But with Chen Fan, it's just too outrageous. The top rank of the 6-star tier surpasses that of the 7-star tier. This is the first situation of its kind that Xiao Jian has encountered. You should know that nearly the entire nation is now focusing on the Elite Martial Artists Tournament. A 6-star contestant surpassing the top 7-star contestant's score has caused quite a sensation in society. Even top military officials have been alarmed by this. Just now, Xiao Jian received orders from higher authorities. To ensure data accuracy, the 6th Army Corps must retest Chen Fan's chi blood level. Yes, the soldiers saluted and quickly withdrew. The night passed swiftly. The night was anything but peaceful, as savage beasts seemed to have gone mad, darting through streets, alleys, and buildings. It appeared they were searching for something. In the villa complex where Chen Fan lived, the number of beast intrusions that night increased more than tenfold compared to before. Chen Fan lost count of how many times he was startled awake. He knew what the savage beasts were searching for. They were hunting human martial artists. Their counterattacks grew increasingly ferocious. At dawn, Chen Fan checked the statistics. The total number of eliminations has now reached 70,000. There are still 60,000 people remaining. Currently, only 1/3 of the 6-star warriors remain, with the highest number of eliminations. Over half of the 7-star warriors have been eliminated. There are over 5,000 8-star martial artists. Even the number of eliminated 9-star martial artists has surpassed 200. Additionally, authorities have released new casualty statistics. The current casualty count stands at 113. The casualty figures were prominently highlighted in red for emphasis. After a brief rest, Chen Fan embarked on another day of battle. The first creature he encountered was a level 7 beast. For him now, slaying a level 7 beast was as easy as cutting through melons and vegetables. But Chen Fan noticed something was wrong. Normally, ferocious beasts would charge recklessly at human martial artists the moment they spotted them. Yet this 7th level beast nearby wasn't doing so. It kept lifting its head and roaring continuously. In no time, another level 7 ferocious beast appeared atop the abandoned building nearby. Soon after, 5 level 6 ferocious beasts emerged from the pothole-ridden road. A level 8 aerial beast began circling in the sky. The surrounding beasts were gathering in growing numbers. In barely any time at all, there were already over 100 of them. Chen Fan was astonished. From these creatures' behavior, Chen Fan noticed traces of organization and discipline. Roar! The 8th level aerial beast circling in the sky let out a furious roar and dove straight toward Chen Fan. Its massive body, with wings spanning dozens of meters, cast the world into darkness before Chen Fan's eyes. Beasts from rooftops leaped down while others howled and charged through streets and alleys. Their goal was singular. That was Chen Fan. Kill! Chen Fan shouted fiercely, fearlessly brandishing his ally combat blade in a frenzy. Ding! Slaying a 7th level beast. Ding! Slaying a level 8 ferocious beast. Ding! Slain a level 6 ferocious beast. Facing the relentless onslaught of over 100 ferocious beasts, Chen Fan fought like a war god, bathed in blood, exuding an aura of invincibility where none could rival him. Though Chen Fan's killing speed was swift, but the number of ferocious beasts surrounding him showed no sign of diminishing. On the contrary, they grew even more numerous. Beasts from all around kept arriving in an endless stream, each fighting with reckless abandon as if their lives meant nothing. Level 6 and 7 beasts posed no great threat to Chen Fan, but when confronted with numerous Class 8 dire beasts, Chen Fan immediately felt the pressure. Currently, he faced at least 10 Class 8 dire beasts simultaneously, along with a horde of Class 6 and 7 beasts. The scene rivaled the intensity of a full-scale beast tide, and this beast tide was nothing like the one Chen Fan had previously triggered at marker point 0431. Back then, the highest level beasts were only tier 3. Now, even the weakest ones were tier 6 beasts. 10 tier 8 beasts caused Chen Fan considerable trouble, and despite his vigilance, he inevitably slipped up a few times, taking hits from the creatures. However, the formidable power of being steelcast was fully demonstrated at this moment. A flame iron shadow worm bit Chen Fan on the shoulder. Chen Fan's combat suit was torn apart instantly, yet not even a tooth mark was left on his body. Instead, the flame iron shadow worm nearly shattered its teeth against his skin. Under such intensity, if it were any other 7-star martial artist, no, any other 8-star martial artist would have fallen as well. Chapter 46, The Mystic Armored Stone Turtle, Hell Mode. At that moment, an angry roar exploded like thunder across the sky. Then the earth began to tremble. Chen Fan looked over. His heart shuddered. It was a 9th-tier ferocious beast, the profound armored spirit rock turtle. The black-shelled spirit rock turtle is renowned for its defense, and its attacks are no weak point either, making it an extremely troublesome opponent. Now even the 9th-level ferocious beast, the black-shelled spirit rock turtle, has been stirred into action. Without hesitation, Chen Fan slashed through the attacking 8th-level ferocious beast and immediately activated his Divine Steps technique to flee at top speed. Though he was strong, he wasn't arrogant enough to confront a black-shelled spirit rock turtle. As Chen Fan fled, a dense mass of ferocious beasts chased closely behind. The black-armored spirit rock tortoise was also among the forces chasing Chen Fan, and its speed wasn't the slightest bit slow. After all, it was a 9th-grade ferocious beast, a true behemoth. A single stride covered dozens of meters. Chen Fan isn't the only one being hunted right now. Similar scenes are playing out in many locations throughout marker point 0612. However, few possess Chen Fan's speed that surpasses numerous Meridian Realm experts. Somewhere, an 8-star martial artist watched the oncoming horde of ferocious beasts, his face turning green with fear. This wasn't his first time participating in the Elite Martial Artist Tournament. He had been aware there would be a beast counterattack, but this counterattack was far more vicious than expected. In the next instant, his figure vanished from the spot. Landmark 0612, once a famous tourist attraction, located within Sioux City Amusement Park. A 9-star martial artist was locked in fierce combat. At that moment, the sky suddenly darkened. A nearly 100-meter-long winged serpent hovered ominously above his head. A demonic beast. The warrior's heart pounded with terror. He let out a bitter laugh. Then he decisively pressed the distress button. Tianping Mountain Area. Under Zhong Bo's control, the abandoned cars in the parking lot came crashing down like a tidal wave upon the pursuing horde of savage beasts. Seizing the opportunity, Zhong Bo made several leaps and disappeared into the maze of buildings. The beastly horde roared. Their massive bodies reduced skyscrapers to rubble with each collision. Lu Wenchang remained on the rooftop, noticeably busier than usual today. Not only him, but the other 3 psychics were the same. A large number of martial artists were eliminated. Some 6 or 7-star martial artists, seeing the situation, voluntarily withdrew from the competition. Now, Lu Wenchang was both relocating the martial artists and communicating telepathically with the other 3 psychics. This year's Elite Warrior Tournament has seen particularly fierce resistance from the beasts. At this rate, we'll be wrapping up soon. What day is this now? I think it's the 5th day. Previous Elite Warrior Tournaments typically lasted 15 to 20 days. But given the current situation, making it 10 days would be tough. Earning these 3,000 merit points has been surprisingly easy for us. Ha ha, they all laughed. By the way, old Lu, I think I saw old Shue the day before yesterday. How come that knife obsessive finally left his house? He came to study the craft. Ha, old Lu, you're really humorous. Enough talk, I've got so many distress calls coming from my assigned area, I can barely keep up. Chen Fan's speed surpassed even Xiao Chen's, who was at the One Vein Realm. Shaking off the pursuing beast horde was only to be expected. Chen Fan panted heavily for breath. At this moment, a soldier clad in military combat uniform suddenly appeared. Hello Chen Fan, I've been ordered to retest your chi and blood levels. Please cooperate. The soldier's face was chiseled like a blade, his eyes resolute and steadfast. That kind of demeanor could only be forged through the trials of battle. All right, Chen Fan nodded. Testing chi and blood was simple. It was completed in no time. The soldier quickly returned to report back. Chen Fan continued fighting, was pursued, fled, then fought again. If the elite martial artist competition of the past few days was considered hard mode, then now it had descended into hell mode. Report. A soldier called from outside. Come in. Xiao Jian's voice came from within the tent. The soldier walked in. Regiment commander, as per your orders, I have conducted a new Qi blood test for Chen Fan. Chen Fan's current Qi blood level is 153,050. A 7-star warrior. How much? Xiao Jian was startled, wondering if he had misheard. He had already reviewed Chen Fan's records. Chen Fan only registered within the last few days of the registration period, when his detected Qi blood level was 51,500. No matter how impressive Chen Fan might be, in such a short time, breaking through the 7-star threshold would already be his limit. That means his Qi in blood should be just over 100,000. For example, 100,000 and a few hundred, or 100,000 and a few thousand at most if exaggerated. But the actual result, Chen Fan's Qi in blood unexpectedly reached over 153,000. This is far beyond the threshold of a 7-star warrior. With just over 40,000 more, he'd be approaching the level of an 8-star martial artist. Xiao Jian took several deep breaths. Send the data back to the base city, he said. Yes. Soon, the official data was updated. The top-ranked 6-star warrior was no longer Chen Fan. The original second-place 6-star warrior became the new first, and Chen Fan's name appeared in the ranks of the 7-star warriors. Top scorer among the 7-star warriors. This official statistical change sparked considerable discussion within the base city. Martial Artist Building, 4th floor, Wancheng Pavilion. Du Chuanru stayed in the shop as usual. His shop had a 70-inch television mounted on the wall. He had rarely turned it on before, but ever since the elite martial artist competition began, the first thing Du Chuanru did upon arriving at the shop was to turn on the TV. Not to watch any shows, though. The TV screen displayed real-time updates of this year's elite martial artist competition. Compared to most people, Du Chuanru had a better understanding of Chen Fan's true capabilities. When Chen Fan firmly occupied the top spot in the 6-star tier, he wasn't particularly surprised. Now that Chen Fan has broken through in the competition, moving from the 6-star tier to the 7-star tier, he still didn't feel much of a stir. To be honest, Du Chuanru had already grown somewhat numb from Chen Fan's previous shocks. Now, no matter how unbelievable the things that happened to Chen Fan became, he found them entirely justified. Topping the 7-star rating isn't the end. Just watch, in a few days, 8-star first might also belong to Brother Chen, and who knows, maybe even 9-star first. 9 stars rank 1. Du Chuanru couldn't help but feel a surge of anticipation. The day passed quickly. Once again, night fell over marker point 0612. Today's beasts were too ferocious. Chen Fan didn't dare to fight until dawn like the previous nights. Around 9 o'clock, he returned to his temporary shelter in the villa complex. It had been a day full of tension and thrill. Being chased by 9th-level ferocious beasts happened no less than 10 times, thanks to divine movement. And of course, steel casting too. Without steel casting, Chen Fan wouldn't know how many injuries he'd have on his body. Chen Fan checked his body. He was completely unharmed. However, his combat suit wasn't so lucky. It had long been torn to shreds and couldn't even stay on his body. What he wore now was just ordinary athletic wear. Under such fierce counterattacks from vicious beasts and demonic creatures, 6-star or 7-star martial artists would struggle to survive. Even 8-star ones might not make it. Chen Fan sighed in his heart. He took out the warrior badge and accessed the official data. The numbers were indeed shocking. There were now fewer than 100 6-star warriors remaining. There are still 900 7-star martial artists remaining. Chapter 47, Chen Fan's uncle and aunt. With so few left, they'll likely be eliminated entirely soon. Only about a third of the 8-star martial artists remain now. Now more than half of the 9-star warriors have been eliminated. Yesterday's total elimination count was 70,000, with 60,000 remaining. The current total elimination count has reached 100,000. 30,000 remain. A rough estimate shows 30,000 participants were eliminated in just one day today. This sets the highest elimination record in this elite martial artists tournament. Additionally, the casualty count has skyrocketed. From yesterday's 113, it has now reached 459. The casualty count has quadrupled in a single day. The previous elite martial artist tournaments typically lasted between half a month to a full month. However, this year's event might struggle to even last 10 days, potentially becoming the shortest elite martial artist tournament in history. Chen Fan shook his head with a bitter smile. He then checked the current point standings. Many avatars on the score ranking board had already grayed out. All top 100 spots on the 6-star fighter ranking had turned dark. 7-star's champion remained unchanged. Chen Fan still held the lead. His current score stood at 3860. The top-ranked 8-star warrior is at 6,700 points. The highest-ranked 9-star warrior stands at 14,000 points. However, many avatars have grayed out, their scores forever frozen at the numbers they held before elimination. Now the Elite Warrior tournament is becoming increasingly more difficult. Strength is what keeps you going. Chen Fan's current vital energy stands at 177,000. Just 23,000 more and he'll break through to become an 8-star warrior. 23,000. At this rate, it should be achievable by tomorrow. After breaking through to become an 8-star martial artist, the pressure from facing 9th-level mutant beasts will be much lighter. At that point, the survival pressure will ease up a bit. Chen Fan thought to himself. In Jiangnan Bay City, countless lights twinkled in the darkness. Inside a certain residential compound, snap, the door burst open. Chen Jian and Miao Zuilian, the couple, dragged their exhausted bodies home from work. They were both employees of Zhongtai Chemical. Though not martial artists, their lives were significantly better than those struggling at the bottom of the job market. The moment Chen Jian stepped through the door, he hastily tied on an apron and bustled into the kitchen. Miao Zuilian slumped on the sofa, pounding her shoulders and complaining, "Mr. Chen, marrying you in this life has truly been my greatest misfortune. Back when I was young and beautiful with such looks, why didn't any martial artist take a fancy to me? Yes, dear, you've suffered. Being able to marry a wife like you in this lifetime is my greatest blessing." Chen Jian in the kitchen quickly responded and then hurried out to bring the washed fruits. "The only reason I agreed to marry you was because you had that warrior brother. Who knew your brother would die so young? Both husband and wife, 2 warriors, gone at once, leaving us with this burden. Sai, born from the same parents, how come you're not a warrior?" The more Miao Zuilian thought about it, the more unbalanced she felt. All right, honey, don't think about those things anymore. I may not be a martial artist, but our son could be. He's just started his senior year of high school, and his vital energy is already at 78. As long as we keep supplying him with chi-boosting pills, he'll definitely get into a good martial arts school in next year's exam. After a few years of advanced training, 9 out of 10 will emerge as martial artists. Chen Jian yearned for the Tao. Out of the entire old Chen family, only my son is decent looking now. Miao Zuilian shot Chen Jian a sideways glance. Speaking of the chi blood pills, we still need to buy next month's supply. The compensation money from that couple is almost gone. We should plan ahead, can't let it delay our son's cultivation. I know, wife. I've already calculated if we work extra shifts at the factory during holidays and tighten our belts, we can afford 1 chi blood pill each month. We'll endure this hardship for just 1 year. Once our son becomes a martial artist, we'll have our reward, Chen Jian said. Miao Zuilian suddenly bristled like a cat whose tail had been stepped on, flying into a rage. We're already exhausted to death, and now you want more overtime? No way. Listen here, Chen, forget about overtime. If you want overtime, do it yourself. And my son's training absolutely cannot be delayed. Chen Jian was the typical henpecked husband. The moment Miao Zuilian flared up, he was too scared to utter a word. Now, his face twisted in distress. Working overtime alone is definitely not enough. My wife refuses to work overtime, yet we can't delay our son's training. There's really no way out of this. Look at how useless you are. When things get tough, I'll have to point you in the right direction myself. Miao Zuilian said disdainfully, that little brat Chen Fan still has a condo under his name, doesn't he? Even though it's just a tenement flat, it should fetch over 100,000. Call him right now and tell him we're selling that place. Ha! Chen Jian exclaimed in surprise. Honey, this isn't right. We've already used his parents' compensation money to raise our son, forcing him to drop out of school. Now if we take his only remaining house too, won't that be driving Xiao Fan to his death? He's still just a child. Wouldn't that be too cruel of us? Hearing this, Miao Zuilian immediately became displeased, raising her voice several decibels. Listen to yourself, Chen. What kind of talk is this? What do you mean by taking? What do you mean by cruel? Becoming a martial artist is an honor that brings glory to your ancestors. Since when is it solely my son's responsibility to glorify your Chen family? Can't Chen Fan lend a hand? Furthermore, let me make this clear, I've raised their son for them. That compensation money is rightfully mine. And don't accuse me of being heartless as his aunt. I'll even spare 200 yuan to rent him a basement later. With all those months he's spent toughening up in the job market, he must be quite accustomed to life at the bottom by now. Though basement conditions might be rough, they're more than enough for someone at his level, Miao Zuilian said matter-of-factly. Actually, so-called raising, she basically never inquired about it. Chen Fan spent most of his time residing at school. Just tell me, are you making that call or not? Miao Zuilian stood with hands on hips, the very picture of a shrewish woman. Fine, I'll make the call. Chen Jian hardly dared refuse. Thinking of the massive sum of over 100,000, and imagining their son becoming a martial artist in the future where one person's success elevates the whole family, they could finally enjoy a life of comfort. Most importantly, his wife would be happy now. Chen Jian's lingering sense of guilt gradually faded. Only one person suffered. Happy family. My wife's always the visionary. Chen Jian immediately took out his phone to call Chen Fan. Miao Zuilian leaned in, ready to listen. I'm sorry, the number you have dialed is not in the service area. Please try your call again later. Not in the service area? Chen Jian and Miao Zuelian exchanged a puzzled glance. If that little brat isn't in the service area, could he have actually left the city? Miao Zuelian said. Impossible. Non-martial artists aren't allowed to leave the city. Maybe Xiaofan is working in some special location without phone signal. Chen Jian speculated. Alright then, keep calling frequently and get this matter settled as soon as possible. Got it, honey. At that moment, Miao Zuelian's phone suddenly rang. It's our son. Miao Zuelian was delighted and quickly answered. Hello, son. Did you miss your mom? Do you still have enough allowance? If not, I can send you more. Chapter 48, The Shocked Couple. Hey, Mom, did you hear the news? On the other end of the line came the voice of Miao Zuelian's son, Chen Wei. He was 1 year younger than Chen Fan, making him Chen Fan's cousin. Son, do you know anything? Miao Zuelian asked in confusion. Chen Fan has already become a martial artist, and he's participating in the ongoing elite martial arts tournament. What? Miao Zuelian raised her voice a few notches. Had this not come from her own son, she would have dismissed it as utter nonsense. See for yourselves. The elite warrior tournament is all over the internet right now, and Chen Fan is topping the 7-star warrior ranking. Gotta go, teachers here. Class is starting. Chen Wei hastily said a few words and quickly hung up the phone. Honey, what did our son say? Seeing Miao Zuelian's face filled with an utterly incredulous expression, Chen Jian asked with concern. Lao Chen, have you been following the news lately? It's right after the martial exams. By the timeline, it should be during the elite martial artists tournament period now. We're so busy with work, coming home completely exhausted. Who still has the mood to follow the news? Chen Jian shook his head with a smile and asked, elite martial artist competition? Seems the news you mentioned is related to it. That event is a grand occasion for martial artists, but it's way beyond our reach. Just now our son said, Chen Fan has become a martial artist, and even participated in this elite martial artist competition. Miao Zuelian mumbled blankly. What? Chen Jian immediately exclaimed in surprise, his reaction mirroring that of Miao Zuelian just moments before. Then he hastily took out his phone and went online. On weekdays, he came back from work genuinely exhausted, and the most frequent thing he did behind his wife Miao Zuelian's back was watch videos of pretty women. He's not really into news and stuff like that. Chen Jian soon came across the official statistics for this elite martial artists competition. Top of 7-star martial artists, Chen Fan, score 3860. Next to it was Chen Fan's profile picture. By Chen Jian's reckoning, it had been over half a year since he last saw this nephew of his. Their last encounter was when he went to school to sign Chen Fan's dropout paperwork. After that, he'd paid no further attention, leaving Chen Fan to sink or swim on his own. The Chen Fan in the profile picture. He had lost some of his youthful innocence, appearing more composed with an added air of authority in his demeanor. It's him. He's already a 7-star martial artist. Chen Jian trembled in astonishment, his expression growing increasingly complicated. Even his nephew had become a 7-star martial artist. Only now did I realize. In daily life, I had paid too little attention to him. For a long while, the couple had just calmed down slightly from the shock. After the initial shock, Miao Zuelian instinctively felt furious. You're something else, Chen Fan. Already a martial artist, and a 7-star one at that. Yet you've been hiding it all this time. Martial artists make so much money, just one demon beast can fetch tens of thousands. Did it never occur to you that you still have an uncle left in this world? After all we did for him, taking him in for a while. What an ungrateful wretch. Miao Zuelian was absolutely fuming. In her mind, having a 7-star martial artist as a nephew should have meant living in a lavish villa with servants bustling about, spending her days getting facials and shopping to her heart's content. This was the life she had fantasized about for most of her years. Chen Fan was a 7-star martial artist. He definitely had the capability. An ungrateful wretch, truly an ungrateful wretch. Wife, maybe we went too far making him drop out last time, and he's holding a grudge against us. Chen Jian whispered. I was just thinking about concentrating our resources to raise one child properly. If we raise two, neither might become a martial artist in the end. Besides, it didn't really hold him back. He actually became a martial artist before our son. Right, and who knows, Chen Fan becoming a martial artist might partly be thanks to me. A person's potential is limitless. I pushed him hard. That's why he's so outstanding now. Miao Zuelian was quite adept at justifying herself and spoke with righteous indignation. Old Chen, you're Chen Fan's only uncle. Never mind all we've done for him, now that he's made it big, he can't just ignore us. From now on, he'll be our family's cash cow. As a high-level martial artist, even the scraps from his fingers would amount to millions. Plus, he'll have to cover all our son's cultivation resources from now on. Only the best will do. If he agrees, then we're still family. If he refuses, I'll make a scene. That's right, with short videos being so popular nowadays, I'll expose this ungrateful wretch to the world. It just goes to show how self-centered people tend to be. I'm never wrong. If I didn't get what I wanted, it's the whole world's fault. Absolutely outrageous. Marker point 0612. The night was deep, and now ferocious beasts filled every street, alley, and rooftop. Yet they were behaving unusually. Everything was eerily quiet. They were all waiting. Over a dozen canine beasts sniffed the ground, continuously searching. Soon, they all arrived in front of a building and began barking wildly. The densely packed ferocious beasts seemed to receive an order, charging into the building like a tidal wave. Soon, chaos erupted inside the building. Amid the turmoil were the panicked screams and wails of human martial artists. During this period, over a dozen canine beasts continued their search further afield. Similar scenes were unfolding in many areas around marker 0612. The beasts were becoming increasingly organized. Their division of labor grew remarkably precise. Dogs have keen senses of smell, and there are beasts like bats with exceptional hearing. They are responsible for tracking human martial artists. Large numbers of beasts always gather around them. Once they spotted traces of human warriors, the beasts responsible for the assault would swarm forward in unison. Chen Fan hugged the ally combat knife to his chest, nestling in a corner of the wall. His sleep was shallow. After all, they were in the wilderness, where danger could strike at any moment. Suddenly, Chen Fan abruptly opened his eyes. The footsteps of the surrounding ferocious beasts had clearly grown more concentrated. Though there wasn't much commotion, being underground, every sound from above reached him with startling clarity. At that moment, howling erupted outside. Chen Fan swiftly rose to his feet and dashed out like a streak of light. When he was a 6-star warrior with the divine speed buff, his speed reached 370 kilometers per hour. Now he's a 7-star warrior. His speed has increased significantly. Fast, too fast. In roughly just 2 breaths' time, Chen Fan had ascended from the second basement level to the first floor. The ferocious beasts moved swiftly too. By the time Chen Fan reached the top, some beasts had already charged inside, with even more of the monstrous horde following behind. Chen Fan faced the imminent threat with utmost vigilance. Without a moment's hesitation, he swung his blade to cut down the beast blocking his path and swiftly dashed out of the villa. You must escape the building. Otherwise, even calling for help might not save you. Mind masters can move objects telekinetically, but they're far from capable of walking through walls. The ground rescue teams were too scattered and would take time to arrive. Yet life and death were decided in an instant. After charging out of the building, Chen Fan saw a horde of ferocious beasts. Roaring furiously, they were already charging toward him. There's a level 9 beast. A level 9 beast is something Chen Fan can't handle for now. He immediately fled. The beast army chased after him relentlessly. Chapter 49, Harbor No Evil Intentions. Chen Fan's speed allowed him to handle these ferocious beasts with ease. He fought while retreating step by step. Ding! Slaying an 8th level beast. Ding! Slain a level 6 ferocious beast. Ding! Slaying a 7th level beast. Time marches on. Chen Fan didn't stop until daybreak, either killing or fleeing. The sun rises in the east. This night was more restless than usual. Chen Fan shook off the beast horde and took brief respite in an unfinished building. He wolfed down the dried meat. His eyes were fixed on the official data. Last night, another 10,000 people were eliminated. Now there are 20,000 left. All 6-star warriors have been eliminated. Only one 7-star warrior remains, and that is Chen Fan. The casualty count has also skyrocketed. Last time it was over 400. There are now 724 people. The casualty count has already broken all previous records of the Elite Warriors tournament. And this is still not the end. Also, after last night's fierce battle, Chen Fan's current vitality stands at 186,000/200000. He was one step closer to becoming an 8-star martial practitioner. His current situation was becoming increasingly difficult. Chen Fan's desire to break through to the 8-star martial practitioner level was urgent. Once he broke through to the 8-star martial practitioner level, a level 9 ferocious beast might no longer pose a threat. The real danger lies with the demonic beasts, and his situation would improve somewhat. Jiangnan Base City. It's still early morning, yet the Martial Artists Forum is already bustling with activity. Oh my heavens, what exactly happened at marker point 0612 last night? I woke up to find another 10,000 eliminated. Don't even ask. This year the beast surge has been exceptionally fierce, no need for explanations. I just rushed back from 0612 last night. The Elite Martial Artists competition has only been going on for a few days, and yet all the 6-star martial artists have already been eliminated, with only a lone 7-star martial artist remaining. Who knows how long he can hold on for? That lone 7-star contender is Chen Fan. Chen Fan is truly extraordinary, ranked first among 6-star martial artists, and now first among 7-star. Even if he gets eliminated, this record is already something to be proud of. Before this, Suan even claimed Chen Fan was jealous of him. Give me a break. With achievements like these, why would he ever be jealous of you? I heard that after that day, Suan openly challenged Chen Fan and has been lying in the hospital for many days now. Ha ha ha. Marker .0612. Chen Fan was still fighting like a madman. The 100 Calamities blade summoned the power of heaven and earth with a single swing. It left behind piles of demon beast corpses, truly terrifying. Now, Chen Fan was gradually refining his own combat intuition. That means trying as much as possible to prevent the monstrous beasts from gathering. A few dozen would still be manageable, but any more than that, even if we could kill them, it'd become quite troublesome. So Chen Fan made full use of his super speed advantage. His figure flickered in all directions. The faster the beasts came, the faster he killed them. He did everything possible to slow down the gathering of beasts. When the beast horde truly reached formidable numbers, he simply walked away. Then he'd start anew somewhere else. This continued uninterrupted until noon. By this time, Chen Fan's vitality had already reached 196,000/200,000. Just 4,000 more chi and blood, and he could break through to become an 8-star martial artist. 4,000 chi and blood, that's just 48th level beasts. Chen Fan's heart swelled with excitement. Victory was within reach. The ally battle blade fell, slicing through one level 8 ferocious beast and several level 6 and 7 creatures. At this moment, a distant explosion suddenly echoed, making the very earth tremble. It sounded like the thunderous charge of 1,000 cavalry. Chen Fan's expression grew several shades graver. For the past few days, he had been relentlessly hunted by ferocious beasts, so he knew all too well what this meant. It was a beast horde, and from the sounds of it, a massive one at that. Chen Fan was currently on the street, surrounded by towering skyscrapers that blocked his view of the distance. But through his glasses display, a green dot in the southeast direction was rapidly closing in on his position. Southeast direction. Precisely the direction from which the roar came. This was unmistakably a beast horde chasing down a martial artist. Damn it! There's a 30-kilometer radius with just the two of us, so much empty space around, yet he had to come charging straight at me. Chen Fan's expression darkened. This was clearly passing the buck. Using me as a human shield. Can't shake it off yourself? So you drag others down? Chen Fan could leave early at this moment. With his speed, that scheming martial artist would exhaust himself trying to catch up. But Chen Fan had no intention of doing so. This kind of scum deserves to be taught a lesson. Those green dots are moving incredibly fast. They must be 9-star martial artists. 9-star martial artists can reach speeds around 270 kilometers per hour. They could cover 20 kilometers in just about 4.5 minutes. 4.5 minutes, that's enough. We'll definitely give him a huge surprise when the time comes. Previously, Chen Fan had always tried to slow down the formation of the beast horde. Now he was doing exactly the opposite, moving about deliberately to attract the savage beasts. In just 2 short minutes, he had amassed a massive horde of beasts behind him. Among them were 7 9th-level savage beasts. Soon, the 9-star warrior charged straight toward Chen Fan's position. His name is Cao Pengfei, ranked around 100 in the 9-star points ranking and over 700 in the overall ranking. Cao Pengfei came for the elite martial artist competition's rewards, but with his current results, he won't be able to claim any. However, some of the 9-star martial artists ahead of him have already been eliminated. As long as he survives, he can gradually surpass them. But Cao Pengfei wasn't having good luck today. Soon he was being chased by a massive herd of beasts. He fled desperately, but couldn't shake them off even after running half the day. He was beginning to lose his strength. If this continued, he'd have no choice but to call for help. But he refused to give up. The prize money was unimportant, and becoming an officer was beyond his wildest dreams. What he truly desired was access to Zhengnan Base City's martial arts repository. Just as he was on the verge of surrendering, a tiny green dot suddenly appeared on his minimap. Cao Pengfei immediately had an idea. Use the other party to draw the beast's attention while he seized the chance to shake off the pack. His little scheme was indeed clever, but just as he arrived, God damn it! Cao Pengfei was so terrified he involuntarily swore the beast horde behind the other party was even more massive than the one chasing him. Now he was caught between the devil and the deep blue sea, caught between a rock and a hard place. No solution. Cao Pengfei glared viciously at Chen Fan, then without hesitation pressed the call button. Still dare to glare at me? Then I'll remember you. The officially issued glasses had facial recognition capabilities, directly displaying the other party's information. Cao Pengfei, a 9-star martial artist. As Cao Pengfei pressed the distress button, Chen Fan didn't remain idle. Of course, he wasn't calling for help. Instead, he started running. Chen Fan was moving too fast, his figure flashing like a beam of light as he dashed out before the beasts on both sides could close in on him, leaving only Cao Pengfei behind, waiting for rescue. God damn it! Cao Pengfei's eyes widened, his face wearing an expression of utter disbelief. At this moment, he suddenly recalled the information identified by the glasses earlier. Chen Fan. He is that Chen Fan, ranked first among the 7 stars. The next second, he was teleported to the camp by the psychic. Chen Fan changed locations. A little over 10 minutes later, his vitality broke through 200,000, officially stepping into the ranks of an 8-star martial artist. Chen Fan's current vitality is 200,010/300,000. The threshold for a 9-star martial artist is 300,000 points of vitality. Work hard. Chen Fan leaped from the rooftop. A savage beast spotted him and immediately roared to call for backup. No, not people, but fellow beasts. Chapter 50. 3 blades merged, below 1,000 men. Bang! With an earth-shaking boom, the colossal form of the 9th-rank ferocious beast, the profound armored spirit tortoise, was sent flying dozens of meters through the air. Under its massive frame, steel-reinforced concrete buildings seemed as flimsy as paper, leaving nothing but ruins in its wake. The mystic armored spirit tortoise roared furiously as it shook off the bricks raining down upon it, its enormous eyes flickering with traces of terror and overwhelming disbelief. That human before it, it remembered him. I saw him 2 days ago. At that time, this insignificant human, upon seeing me, was so frightened that he turned and ran. He was surprisingly fast. The reason I remember him so vividly is precisely because of his terrifying speed. But, it's only been 2 days. How did he become so strong? At this moment, Chen Fan was still exhilarated. After 8 stars, one really becomes strong. Although the mystic shell spirit tortoise's defense was astonishing, it didn't cause him any harm. But in the confrontation, it was indeed Chen Fan who gained the upper hand. And this, he hasn't even used his full strength yet. Kill! Having just tested the waters earlier, Chen Fan now erupted with full force. The swift wind/technique taught Chen Fan the essence of speed. The surging wave blade taught him the principle of accumulating momentum. The 100 calamities blade mastered the power of heaven and earth, plus the additional blade force. Boom, 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 boom. The knife technique was too swift. 1 cut, 2 cuts, 3 cuts, 6 slashes, 7 slashes, 8 slashes, 10 slashes, 11 slashes, 12 slashes. 3 strikes in a second. Within a few breaths, Chen Fan had unleashed 12 slashes. The power of heaven and earth, vast and mighty. The 4 colossal legs of the mystic armored spirit tortoise now resemble wooden piles being hammered into the ground by a piledriver. Sinking deep down, snap, a crisp sound rang out. The Xuanjia Lingyan turtle's most prized possession and vital means of survival, its shell finally succumbed to the relentless assaults. A crack began to form, then rapidly spread like a spider's web. The next second, the blade's glint rapidly expanded in the Xuanjia Lingyan turtle's eyes. The mystic armor spirit rock turtle let out a cry of despair. Ding! Slain the profound armored spirit rock tortoise, a level 9 mutated beast. Vitality plus 150. The system notification sounded. This was Chen Fan's first level 9 ferocious beast kill. He was somewhat surprised. He hadn't expected slaying a tier 9 beast would give such a massive boost to his chi and blood. A tier 7 beast only gave 80. Even a tier 8 beast only added 100. The level 9 beasts were instantly taken down, 150 of them. Yet Chen Fan preferred hunting level 6, 7, and 8 beasts, because it was more efficient. In the time it took to slay a single mystic armor rock tortoise, he could kill several times that number, 150 or more, of level 6, 7, and 8 beasts. However, the gap in points is quite significant. Time marches on. Soon, it was another agonizing night. This time, Chen Fan didn't return to the villa complex. With the beasts counterattacking so fiercely now, getting trapped underground would be even more dangerous. So today he found a very tall rooftop. The glow from the screen reflected on Chen Fan's face. Today the ferocious beasts were hunting human martial artists in a more organized manner. From dawn till now, over 20,000 have been eliminated. Of the original 30,000 remaining, only 9,750 are left. The number has already fallen below the 10,000 mark. At this rate, the elite martial artist tournament will soon come to an end. Most of those remaining are now 9-star martial artists, along with a small number of 8-star martial artists. Among the 7-star warriors, only Chen Fan remained. Although Chen Fan had already broken through to 8-star, according to official records, he was still considered a 7-star warrior. In terms of points, Chen Fan ranked first among 7 stars with 5,900 points. The maximum for an 8-star warrior is 8,000. The highest for a 9-star warrior is 17,630. Currently, the top 9-star isn't Zhong Bo anymore. Judging by the avatar, it's a woman. This is because many 8-star warriors and some 9-star warriors were eliminated early. On Chen Fan's overall points leaderboard, the ranking is just over 20,000. As long as Chen Fan persists, his ranking will continue to rise. After all, many avatars above him have dimmed, their point data frozen. Good luck! Chen Fan cheered himself on. By noon, he had broken through to become an 8-star warrior, with a Qi and blood level of 200,010/300,000. Now his Qi and blood had already risen to 212,000. With his improved strength, his efficiency in slaying fierce beasts had also increased significantly. 3 days had passed in a blink. These 3 days, the number of remaining people continued to decrease significantly. It had already fallen below the 1,000 mark, with the exact figure being 976. The pressures of survival have grown even heavier now. Yet this is precisely the moment where endurance is tested. With just over 900 remaining, holding out a little longer could secure a spot in the top 500, which would earn the rewards of the Elite Martial Arts Tournament. And the rewards are just one part of it. Winning the rewards in the Elite Martial Artist competition is itself an unparalleled honor. Now, even the 8-star martial artists have been completely eliminated, leaving only 976 participants, 975 of whom are 9-star martial artists. There remains one 7-star martial artist. Even though all the 8-star contenders have been knocked out, that lone 7-star martial artist still stands strong. A rare occurrence of discontinuity emerged. The people in the base city were all abuzz with excitement. The 6th Army Corps was stationed at the camp outside marker point 0612. Attend me. Inside the tent, Xiao Jian stood before a massive screen displaying officially compiled data. Soon a soldier entered and reported, "Sir," Xiao Jian ordered, "have Chen Fan's vital energy measured again." "Ha!" The soldier couldn't hide his surprise. "But Commander, wasn't he just tested a few days ago?" "Execute the order." Xiao Jian frowned and barked. "Yes," the soldier hastily responded in a loud voice. After the soldier left, Xiao Jian looked at Chen Fan's points and couldn't help but marvel. These past 2 days, Chen Fan's points have been rising too quickly. He's already surged into the top 3 of the 8-star warriors ranking. Chen Fan must be an 8-star warrior by now. But what kind of awakened ability does he actually possess? Xiao Jian shook his head. He still hadn't figured it out. After Chen Fan broke through to become an 8-star martial artist, even slaying 9th-level ferocious beasts was no longer a challenge for him. Within the entire marker point 0612, only demonic beasts could pose a threat to him now. But demonic beasts were, after all, extremely rare. This led to a particular situation. During the later stages of this elite martial artists competition, when everyone felt the survival pressure suddenly escalate, Chen Fan, on the contrary, found it somewhat easier. Over these 3 days, although his ranking remained within the 7 stars tier, his points were already competitive enough to challenge the top 3 in the 8 stars. His Qi and blood increased by nearly 30,000 in a single day. It's worth noting that Chen Fan previously achieved a daily Qi and blood increase of 30,000 as well. However, that was the result of relentless effort from morning until late at night, even extending into the early hours. Now it's approaching 30,000. Chen Fan finished work at dusk, with his time reduced by a third. At this moment, Chen Fan's vitality was at 296,700/300,000. Chen Fan couldn't help but smile. We're about to reach 9 stars soon. Suddenly, a soldier in military combat fatigues came rushing toward them. Chen Fan recognized him. He had come before, and Chen Fan had a good idea of why he was here this time. "Chen Fan," the soldier greeted with a smile. "Are we testing your vital energy?" Chen Fan replied with a smile. The soldier nodded. "Yes, by order from above. We're retesting your Qi and blood levels." "Sure, but could you wait for me a few minutes?" Chen Fan pondered for a moment before replying. "Why, are you busy?" "All right, just a few minutes then. Finish what you're doing first." The soldier was quite accommodating. "Thanks for that." With that, Chen Fan charged straight at the beast. A few minutes later, Chen Fan returned. "Test away." The soldier was utterly confused, his mind filled with question marks. What was that just now? In a bad mood? Went out to vent some frustration? Chapter 51, the famous martial arts prodigy of Jiangnan, dormant Du Chanza. But doubts aside, he quickly took out the instrument. Soon, vitality test completed. Vitality, 300,000/500,000. Exactly a 9-star martial warrior. Not a bit more, not a bit less. The soldier's eyes widened in shock. He looked at Chen Fan as if staring at a monster. When he first received the assignment today, doubts had stirred in his mind. It's only been a few days since the last test, and now another one? Could Chen Fan possibly have broken through to the 8-star level in such a short time? Who knows? Straight to 9th level. What about 8 stars? I ate them. Thinking back on those years when I was at 8 stars myself, suddenly my heart ached with bitterness. This is utterly demoralizing. Next time the squad leader asks someone to test Chen Fan's Qi blood levels, whoever wants to come can come. I'm done. Is there anything else? After finishing the Qi blood test, Chen Fan noticed the soldier spacing out and asked the question. Oh, never mind. You're busy. I'll leave now. A quarter hour later, the soldier returned to camp. He even forgot to announce himself, rushing straight into the command tent until he stood before Xiao Jian, regiment commander. Chen Fan has become a 9-star warrior. As expected, 8-star warrior. Xiao Jian wore an expression that clearly said, just as I expected. But then he suddenly exclaimed, WH. What? A 9-star warrior? That's right, 300,000 chi and blood. Exactly 9 stars. Knowing how unbelievable this was, the soldier quickly handed Chen Fan's chi and blood test results to Xiao Jian. There it was, unmistakable, 300,000. Chen Fan, truly, is astonishing. The 8 stars seem utterly insignificant to him. Quickly transmit the data back to headquarters. Xiao Jian was still submerged in overwhelming shock. Yes, the soldier acknowledged the order and quickly withdrew. Xiao Jian grabbed the phone. Jiangnan Base City, 3rd Junior Martial Arts Academy. Yao Fu had just finished his meeting. As he pushed open the door and entered his office, he heard the phone on his desk ringing incessantly. He hurried over in 2 quick steps to pick it up. Hey, old Yao. Old squad leader. Yao Fu recognized the voice of his old squad leader, Xiao Jian. He was somewhat surprised. This was when the old squad leader should have been carrying out a mission at marker point 0612. Old Yao, Chen Fan, he. Xiao Jian's voice trembled as he struggled to speak, overcome with emotion. Yao Fu suddenly grew anxious and asked, Old squad leader, what's wrong with Chen Fan? The old squad leader was out on a mission. Normally, he wouldn't call unless something was up. It reminded me of the time I had asked our old class monitor to look after Chen Fan. Look at how emotionally stirred our old squad leader is now. Yao Fu suddenly had a bad premonition. He was the one who had encouraged Chen Fan to participate in the Elite Warrior competition in the first place. If anything should happen to Chen Fan, then it would be all his fault. Old squad leader, speak quickly. At the thought of that scene, Yao Fu also began to feel somewhat agitated. Chen Fan, he's broken through to become a 9-star martial artist. Hearing this, Yao Fu was stunned. It took a good while to regain composure. Is that all? Old squad leader, has anyone ever told you not to pause dramatically when speaking? You scared me to death. I thought something terrible had happened to Chen Fan. Yao Fu's emotions at the moment could be described as bittersweet. He burst into laughter, saying, a 9-star martial artist is good, really good. The official data soon changed as well. Many people were shocked when they saw the statistics. Damn, did you notice? Chen Fan, the last of the 7 stars, is gone, just completely vanished. He was ranked first among them. Even if he was eliminated, they should have just dimmed his profile pic. How could he just disappear? Yeah, so weird. Are you guys stupid? Didn't the same thing happen when Chen Fan got promoted from 6-star to 7-star last time? You're saying Chen Fan got certified as 8-star? Let me go check. Just then, someone chimed in, don't bother. I already checked, he's not on the 8-star list. He's probably just gone. Let's wait for the official explanation. If he's not in the 8 stars, check the 9 stars. Upstairs, you really dare to imagine that Chen Fan just broke through to 7 stars a few days ago. Holy shit, holy shit, holy shit. At this moment, someone exclaimed in surprise. What happened? What happened? Quick, check out rank 7666 on the 9-star points leaderboard. Holy shit, holy shit, holy shit. Holy crap, holy crap. Everyone was stunned. Rank 7666 on the 9-star scoreboard belonged unmistakably to Chen Fan, with 10,300 points. Am I dreaming? Chen Fan skipped 8-star and went straight to 9-star. Honestly, I'm crying. Don't ask why, this is just too damn demoralizing. Yeah, for God's sake Chen Fan, have some humanity. Upstairs neighbors, not to be rude, but why are you comparing yourselves to Chen Fan? Isn't that just asking for trouble? Ha ha. Jiangnan Martial Arts University. Ding-a-ling. The school bell rang for class. A female teacher wearing high heels walked into the classroom. The students, who had been gathered in small groups excitedly discussing something just moments before, immediately settled into their seats and fell silent. The teacher had probably overheard some of it while outside the door. She smiled and said, just now I heard all the students discussing a martial artist named Chen Fan. Seems like you all already know about him too. Teacher, Chen Fan is just too amazing. In just about 10 days, he went from a 6-star martial artist to a 9-star. I wish I could improve half as fast as him. One student couldn't help but blurt out. Another student immediately retorted, half? You dare dream that big? If you could even get 1/10 of his speed, you'd probably be so thrilled you couldn't sleep. Chen Fan is my idol now. I originally wanted to learn more about him, but all the news online is about his participation in the Elite Martial Artist competition. Same here. If you find any useful information, we can share it with each other. All I know is that Chen Fan used to study at 3rd Junior High, and it seems he was forced to drop out. The moment everyone started discussing Chen Fan, excitement erupted and the classroom descended into chaos again. Alright, students. The female teacher waved her hand. Since everyone is so interested in Chen Fan, let's spend this lesson talking about him, okay? Alright, teacher, I love you the most, this decision is brilliant. The students erupted in cheers. But, teacher, no one knows anything about my idol, a classmate said. The female teacher smiled. Are there any former 3rd middle school students in our class 17? At this moment in the back of the classroom, Fatso, stop sleeping, wake up. His deskmate nudged Du Changza. Rubbing his bleary eyes, Du Changza quickly asked, "What? What's wrong? Did the teacher notice me again?" Du Changza himself had no idea what was going on. "I'd been feeling sleepy ever since finishing the martial arts exam, easily getting drowsy. Sometimes I even doze off while waiting in the cafeteria line. Could it be because I was too tense before the martial arts exam, and now that I've entered Jiangnan Martial Arts University, the pressure has lessened, letting my mind relax?" Noticing this, Du Changza saw not just his deskmate, but all the other classmates looking at him. Du Changza's face fell. It was clear he'd gotten caught by the teacher during class again. He stood up, hanging his head low, and mumbled, "Teacher, I was wrong. I promise I won't ever again." Just then, his deskmate tugged at the chubby boy's sleeve and whispered, "What are you doing, fatty? Didn't you come from Sanchu school? Everyone wants to hear you talk about Chun Fan's story." "Oh, so that's what it was. You gave me quite a scare." Chapter 52, savor it slowly. Du Changza was invited by the teacher to come up to the podium. He wasn't the shy, introverted type at all. Leaning on the podium with both hands, I grinned at the sea of eager faces in the audience and said, "All right, class, if we're talking about Fan Ge, now you've got my full attention. Tell us, the students urged. All right. Next, he began to recount every little detail of Chen Fan's time at Sanchu with animated gestures and flying spittle. The classmates listened as if entranced. Even the female teacher standing by the door was no exception. And when it came to Chen Fan, there was one person who simply couldn't be left out of the story. That was Zhong Qing. She and Chen Fan were deskmates, close friends, and also each other's rivals. Their lives had too many intersections. Du Changza went on and on, for a full half hour. His throat was parched from all the talking. "All right, students, I've pretty much finished." Du Changza gazed at the students in front of him. He was waiting for their reaction. "Brother Fan is simply outstanding. Just share a bit about Brother Fan's diligent and inspiring story, and they'll surely scream with admiration, going wild with excitement." Du Changza instinctively tilted his ear, ready to listen. Scream away. Go crazy. Hearing Du Changza say he finished telling the story, the classmates all still looked like they wanted more. So sweet. I ship this couple. I was expecting an idol's motivational story, but instead got force-fed some dog food, couple sweetness. Damn this sickeningly sweet love scent, I want some too. Du Changza, when you said sometimes Chen Fan is on top while Zhong Qing is below, and sometimes Zhong Qing is on top while Chen Fan is below, this on top and below, does it mean what I think it means? I was just about to ask Chen Fan if he had a girlfriend, but now I've given up. Not because I'm not good enough, but because I can't bear to break them apart. If they're not together, it would be against the laws of nature. I fully support this pairing. Just as Du Changza had anticipated, the entire class erupted into madness, absolute pandemonium. But this content, Du Changza was utterly bewildered. Did I open it incorrectly? Or are my classmates' thought processes just that peculiar? How did such an inspiring story become something that feels like a teen romance drama in the feedback? The female teacher is now also overwhelmed with emotion. Her heart remains unsettled for a long time. Youth is tender, hazy, and sweet. How wonderful young love is. I wonder how that special someone from my past is doing now. Du Changza stepped down from the podium and returned to his seat. He nudged his deskmate with his shoulder. "Hey San, what's wrong? Was my speech not inspiring enough?" My deskmate looked nostalgic. Upon hearing Du Changza's words, he sighed melancholically. "It's inspiring alright, but Chen Fan and Zhong Qing's love-hate relationship of bickering lovers resonates with me more." Then he even exaggeratedly clutched his chest and cried out, "Ah, my maiden heart, is it really that dramatic?" Du Changza laughed mockingly. "Think about it, really think it through," deskmate Asan said very earnestly. Du Changza scratched his head. He tried recalling what had just been said. The previous account was essentially a summary of 3rd junior high. Bit by bit, there was laughter, chasing, horseplay, frenemies, loving yet fighting. Hiss, seems like that's the right scent. He immediately pulled out his phone and opened the photo album. He remembered Zhong Qing had once asked him to take a photo of her. It was a group photo with Chen Fan. Du Changza quickly found it. In the photo, Chen Fan looks handsome and elegant while Zhong Qing appears strikingly beautiful and sweet. They're arm wrestling, both gazing at each other with smiles, yet neither yielding as they strain harder. At that moment, it was nothing short of an intense contest. Even the person responsible for taking the photo got utterly pumped up watching them. Look now. Whoa, this is clearly flirting. Bro Fan and Zhong Qing have something going on. Oh no. Du Changza suddenly remembered something, startling upright. I accidentally spilled Fan Ge and Zhong Qing's little secret. Fan Ge wouldn't make a big deal of it, but Zhong Chang would literally kill me. Marker 0612. Night once again enveloped the land. Another day has passed. Though the ferocious beasts fought back fiercely, Chen Fan faced them today with noticeably more composure than before. He is now a 9-star martial artist. Were it not for the vast gap separating ordinary beasts from demonic creatures, he might even be capable of confronting a tier Tier 1 Demonic Beast. Ferocious beasts correspond to human Chi-blood realm warriors. Demonic beasts correspond to the pulse condensation realm experts. The gap between ferocious beasts and demonic beasts can be understood by comparing the leap from a human warrior's Chi-blood realm to the pulse condensation realm. The Chi-blood standard for a 9-star warrior is 300,000. The Chi-blood standard for the first meridian realm is 500,000, almost doubled. Moreover, there is a fundamental difference between the meridian-forming realm and the Chi-blood realm. The meridian-forming realm, as its name suggests, focuses on condensing spiritual meridians. This represents an entirely new level of physical evolution, creating a vast gap. However, although Chun Fan could no longer fight beyond his level as he did before, killing 8th rank beasts with 7 stars, or 9th rank with 8 stars, now, as a 9-star fighter, he could easily handle 9th rank or lower opponents. Even when surrounded by hordes of ferocious beasts, he was fearless. High on the rooftop, a gentle breeze blew, and the night sky was dotted with twinkling stars. Chen Fan looked at the panel. His current Chi and blood were at 345,000/500,000. In just one day, his Chi and blood had increased by 45,000. As his strength grew, the speed at which he dispatched his enemies had also accelerated. It was safe to say he had now fully adapted to marker point 0612, just like how Chen Fan had previously adapted to marker 0431. For someone at the 9-star level, this place was practically tailor-made for leveling up. Chen Fan took out some dried meat and water from his spatial ring, then began wolfing them down hungrily. The Elite Warrior Tournament has been going on for many days now. Chen Fan has killed so many savage beasts, and these beasts are so massive in size. His spatial ring had long been filled to capacity, with its contents having been completely replaced more than once. At first, Chen Fan discarded all the materials collected from those level 6 beasts. Now they're all replaced with level 9 beasts. From now on, even if he kills beasts, he'll have to abandon their materials. If only I'd known, I would have prepared a larger spatial ring. The supply list for the Elite Warrior Tournament, I copied someone else's homework. They probably knew they wouldn't last very long or wouldn't be able to kill that many creatures. So I didn't think too much about the spatial ring. Chen Fan shook his head with a smile. After eating and drinking his fill, he opened the warrior badge again. When he checked in the morning, the remaining count was still 976 people. Another day passed, and over 100 more were lost. The remaining count now stands at 832. However, the number of casualties didn't increase further. Chen Fan speculated that as the beasts launched increasingly fierce counterattacks, the 6th Army Corps and the 4 Psychic Masters must have reinforced their protective measures. Of course, it's also possible because there are fewer people now. This allows for better attention and care to be given to each individual. Now that all 6-star, 7-star, and 8-star martial artists have been eliminated, all data has been locked. The remaining 832 individuals are all 9-star martial artists. The current top scorer on the 9-star warrior leaderboard is 27,400 points, still held by that woman. Zhong Bo ranks second. Chen Fan's score is 12,300 points, the lowest among the remaining 832 9-star warriors. Chapter 53, Special Forces Squad, Chen Fan's Blade. After all, Chen Fan only started killing level 9 beasts these past 2 days. Before that, he mostly dealt with level 6 and level 7 ones. Each of those only earned him 1 or 3 points, but a single level 9 beast is worth 18 points. That created quite a gap, so even if Chen Fan hunts quickly now, he still has some catching up to do. Also, on the overall leaderboard, Chen Fan's rank was 7,666 in the morning. After a day of fierce competition, his current score stands at 12,300, placing him at rank 4,300. Among the over 4,000 players ahead of him, more than 3,000 have already been eliminated, and their data has been permanently locked. By tomorrow, Chen Fan's ranking could jump significantly higher. The night passed quickly, and the blazing sun dyed half the sky red. Last night, the beast's counterattack was even more ferocious. Chen Fan had to change locations multiple times, managing only about 3 hours of intermittent sleep. Survival in the wilderness is just like this. He had to seize every spare moment to catch up on sleep. Fortunately, 3 hours were enough. Since he couldn't sleep during other times, Chen Fan naturally didn't waste them. He spent all his time killing and killing. At this point, Chen Fan's Chi and blood stats were 385,000/500,000 points, 16,500. Still the lowest among surviving participants. However, the overall ranking has improved significantly, now at 3053. Also, last night, the savage beasts went mad hunting human martial artists, further reducing the remaining participants in the Elite Martial Arts Tournament to just 750. No new casualties were reported. Chen Fan stretched his body. Previously, he had felt breaking into the top 50,000 was incredibly difficult, but now, as a 9-star warrior, he truly had the ability to charge into the top 500, perhaps even 300. or 100. Winning prize money, accessing the martial arts library of Jiangnan Base City, securing an officer's rank. Chen Fan clenched his fist, his fighting spirit burning fiercely at this moment. The sun was high in the sky. Jiangnan Base City, hospital, a private ward. Su Wen, with his broad face still covered in acne, was now fully dressed. Although he had been seriously injured this time, Jiangnan Martial University provided high-end gene healing medication. In just over 10 short days, his broken bones had already healed. His teeth had even grown back. Today was the day Su Wen was discharged from the hospital. Now he was dressed formally because today wasn't just about leaving the hospital, something far more important awaited him. Brother 1. The ponytailed campus belle pushed the door open and walked in. Dressed lightly today in a slim camisole paired with extremely short denim hot pants, she exuded fiery sensuality. Almost immediately, she naturally wrapped her arms around Su Wen's neck and planted a fragrant kiss. Brother 1, congratulations on your double blessings today. Thank you, my little wild mare. Su Wen reached out to lift the ponytailed beauty's chin, gazing at those irresistibly alluring lips. He couldn't help feeling restless urges stir within him again. This mouth is quite skilled indeed. It once had Su Wen completely enthralled. There's still plenty of time to get there. Su Wen flashed the ponytailed school beauty a roguish smirk. Hate this. The pretty schoolgirl with the ponytail instantly understood, then slowly knelt down. Shortly after 10 a.m., Su Wen appeared at a high-end cafe on the 54th floor of the Warrior Tower. Su Wen, a man standing 2 meters tall, brawny as a bear, waved his hand. Su Wen noticed and hurried over. Made up your mind? The burly man asked. Su Wen nodded firmly. The burly man smiled and extended his hand. Then welcome to join our Windchaser Class E Special Combat Squad. Su Wen also smiled and shook hands with the burly man. Martial artists ranked 6 stars and above must serve in the military. Military service takes 2 forms, the Common Regiment and Special Combat Squads. Both regiments and Special Combat Squads operate under military command, though regiments are stationed at military bases. In comparison, Special Combat Squads offer much more flexibility. When there's a mission, carry it out. When there's none, time is yours to arrange freely. Of course, Special Operations Squads undertake specialized combat missions, which are far more dangerous than regular army operations, hence their selection process is much stricter. After all, when performing such perilous missions, no one wants to be burdened with dead weight. Quite the opposite. With a good teammate, you gain a formidable ally. Completing missions and returning alive becomes significantly more likely. Each special operations team varies in size. Some consist of just a few members, others over a dozen, and there are even teams numbering in the dozens. Of course, some people prefer to operate alone. There are indeed one-person Special Forces squads. Special Forces squads are classified from top to bottom into 7 levels, S, A, B, C, D, E, and F, corresponding to 7 levels of mission difficulty. One more thing, joining a Special Forces squad is hard, but creating one is even harder. The Alliance has 2 mandatory requirements for establishing special operations teams. First, they must be officers, and second, they must reach the Meridian Opening Realm. Just the first requirement alone, the officer status. Just consider how difficult it is to rank in the top 100 of the elite martial artist competition to understand. Ordinary people don't even dream of forming a special ops team. Most would consider themselves lucky just to get a chance to join one. Su Wen was different. As an awakened, he had drawn considerable attention since dazzling everyone during the martial arts examination. Back then, he was only a 4-star fighter, still below the military service threshold. But Su Wen progressed at an astonishing pace after that. Within mere days, he broke through to become a 6-star martial artist. Then he was beaten and hospitalized. However, in the hospital, Su Wen didn't spend all his time giving injections to the ponytailed school beauty. The rest of the time he was constantly eating. There was hatred in his heart. This also became his driving force. His advancement speed grew even faster. During his brief hospital stay, he directly broke through from a 6-star warrior to an 8-star warrior, simultaneously attracting recruitment offers from multiple special operations teams. Such is the uneventfully straightforward life of an awakener. While others were breaking their necks trying to get into special ops teams, he could afford to pick and choose. In the end, Su Wen opted for the Windchaser E-Class Special Ops team that offered better benefits. Actually, Su Wen wasn't in a hurry initially. After the martial arts exam, he chose to enroll at Jiangnan University of Martial Arts precisely because he wanted to gradually adapt to all aspects of becoming a martial artist, things like combat techniques, fighting experience, wilderness survival, and so on. But he brought trouble upon himself by provoking Chen Fan and ended up getting humiliated while trying to show off. He was furious. He wants revenge. To seek revenge, one must step out of their comfort zone and be even harsher on themselves. The Windchaser Special Ops Squad has tailor-made a comprehensive training plan for him. It covers all aspects including food supply, combat skills guidance, and field combat training. When it comes to speed, Su Wen was absolutely confident he wouldn't lose to Chen Fan. Now with additional help from the Windchaser Special Combat Squad, Suwon believed the day to wash away past humiliations wasn't too far off. Inside a spacious training hall, Shui Jigang stood motionless, his eyes closed, gripping the combat blade in his hand. Many days had passed since his last meeting with Chen Fan at marker 0612. After returning, Shui Jigang had secluded himself for training. In this very training room, all these past days, he hadn't once touched his blade. He had spent all his time studying Chen Fan's combat recordings, every cut, every subtle movement. Until today, he finally had the confidence to pick up the blade. However, just standing like this had already lasted over an hour. He was brewing thoughts. His mind was flooded with images of Chen Fan's blade. Chapter 54, Shui Jigang's Recommendation, See Class Tianyao. Suddenly, Shui Jigang opened his eyes, a fierce gleam flashing in his tiger-like gaze. In that instant, Shui Jigang's mind seemed to be cleaved by a blade as well, splitting the chaos asunder. A faint light illuminated him through the haze, bringing forth a sudden epiphany. All his previous blade techniques and countless insights were rapidly merging and flowing together. At this moment, he forgot everything. A strike from the heart. This time, he did not rely on any mighty power. Just a normal swing of the blade. Bang! The wooden dummy 3 meters away exploded instantly. Shui Jigang experienced an unprecedented smoothness. With that single slash, there was not the slightest burden after exerting his full strength. Instead, it felt exhilaratingly satisfying. This saber energy, this is genuine saber energy, seamless, exhilarating. In terms of power, it's improved several-fold at least. This is what I've been pursuing all along. Shui Jigang roared excitedly under his breath. All those years of persistent searching and confusion. Now suddenly enlightened, I feel as if a great light has dawned upon me. If not for Brother Chen's explanations that night in his sword technique videos, with my dull mind, I might never have reached this level in my lifetime. If that were the case, it would have been too regrettable. Shui Jigang couldn't help but sigh with emotion. I've been in secluded training for several days now. I wonder how the Elite Warrior Tournament is progressing. Has Brother Chen returned yet? Now that I've achieved Blade Force Mastery, he's the first person I need to thank. I must arrange a banquet at Startide Grand Hotel. Thinking excitedly, Shui Jigang walked briskly out of the training chamber. During his period of secluded cultivation, not wanting to be disturbed, he hadn't kept his warrior badge or phone with him. Consequently, he remained unaware of the Elite Warrior Tournament's current status. He walked into the living room. Shui Jigang received the warrior badge and his phone. My God! Shui Jigang looked at the official data with some surprise. This year's Elite Warrior competition is eliminating participants so ruthlessly? It hasn't even been half a month, but 6-star, 7-star and 8-star warriors have already been completely knocked out. Now less than 1/10 of 9-star warriors remain. If only 9-star warriors are left, Brother Chen is a 7-star warrior, so he must have been eliminated too. Last time, Shui Jigang and Chen Fan had exchanged contact information. He was about to call Chen Fan. This meal must be arranged by myself. On one hand, it's to express gratitude. Also, it serves as a welcome-back celebration for Brother Chen returning from 0612, though a bit belated, admittedly. Additionally, it's to congratulate myself on breaking through to Blade Force. By the way, now that Brother Chen is back from the Elite Warriors competition, it's time to consider the path ahead. I wonder if Brother Chen leans more towards joining the Legion or a special squad. Shui Jigang thought to himself. At this moment, an idea struck him. Invite the captain to join us for dinner tonight. I want to enthusiastically recommend Brother Chen to him. It would be wonderful if Brother Chen could join our Tianyao C-Class Special Ops team. By now, the call had already been dialed. Right after. Sorry, the number you dialed is not in the service area. Shui Jigang was somewhat surprised. Participating in the Elite Fighter competition involved tremendous survival pressure and intense competition, making it extremely demanding. Most contestants would choose to rest in the base city for a while after returning. You're really pushing yourself, Brother Chen. Just came back from the martial artist competition not long ago, and you're already out in the wilds fighting again? Shui Jigang thought instinctively. Suddenly, he thought of another possibility. Damn! Shui Jigang couldn't help but let out a curse. Little Brother Chen surely isn't still at the Elite Fighter competition. But even he felt this idea was completely unrealistic. The last time he saw Chen Fan was only a 7-star warrior. How could he possibly have advanced to 9-star in just these few days? If Brother Chen's comprehension of blade techniques is already unparalleled in the world, and if his cultivation level is also improving rapidly, Shui Jigang shook his head lightly with a smile. He dismissed this absurd notion. Since when does such a good thing exist in this world? Yet despite thinking it impossible, Shui Jigang subconsciously still glanced at the remaining few hundred people. His thick fingers kept swiping across the phone screen. His eyes scanned name after name. He read very quickly, and would finish in just a few more minutes. Shui Jigang smiled and shook his head. He felt like he'd gone completely mad. Here he was, actually searching for Brother Chen among a crowd of 9-star martial artists, until he reached the end and saw a familiar name there. Chen Fan. Fuck. Shui Jigang was so startled he nearly leaped into the air. He couldn't believe his eyes, rubbing them and looking again. It's Brother Chen. My heavens, Brother Chen has actually reached 9-star martial artist level. His sword skills are unparalleled in the world, and his realm advancement is nothing short of miraculous. Recommendation: we absolutely must recommend Brother Chen to the captain. Shui Jigang immediately made a phone call. Hey, Gongzi. A deep, resonant voice came through the phone. Captain. Shui Jigang also called out. The voice on the phone laughed and said, if you can make a call, that means you've come out of seclusion? So, any gains from this retreat? Don't be too impatient. Perfect blade force isn't something easily achieved right now. There aren't even 5 people in the entire alliance who can do it. By the way, do you remember the Blade King Senior I mentioned last time? I've already arranged for someone to contact him. Later, I'll take you to visit him. As for how much you can gain from it, that will depend on you. Captain, let's put that aside for now. I called because there's something very important. Shui Jigang said solemnly. Oh, Captain Guolu also became serious. Go ahead. Captain, have you been following this year's elite martial artist competition? Shui Jigang asked. Of course I've been paying attention to such a major event like the elite martial artist competition. Although our Tianyao team is a Class C special operations squad with high selection standards, we still need to keep an eye out for promising talents in advance. Guo Lu replied. No matter how skilled a special forces team may be, it's impossible to operate indefinitely without replenishing fresh blood. Then have you noticed someone named Chen Fan? Shui Jigang asked. Chen Fan? Guo Lu chuckled. It's hard not to notice him. This Chen Fan started at 6 stars, then topped the 7-star ranking, and now he's jumped straight to 9 stars. His growth rate is incredibly fast. With a bit of nurturing, he could be a real gem. So, Gangzi, do you know this young man named Chen Fan? Thinking of recommending him to join our Tianyao Special Ops team? Guo Lu could pretty much guess the purpose of Shui Jigang's call now. Yes, Captain. I'd like to recommend him for our Tianyao Special Ops team. Shui Jigang admitted openly. Hearing this, Guo Lu's tone grew more serious. Gangzi, it's not that the captain isn't giving you face, you know full well our Tianyao is a C-tier special ops squad. We undertake highly dangerous missions and have stringent standards for selecting teammates. And Tianyao has never accepted anyone below the Qi blood realm. This Chen Fan you mentioned may have rapid growth, but you should understand growth rate is just one aspect of evaluation. Martial skills and practical combat experience are both indispensable, especially martial skills. Breaking through in this area is exceedingly difficult. Clearly, he has yet to meet our standards in this regard. Chapter 55, Dual Awakening. Who do you think you're looking down on? Feeling that his words might have been too harsh, Guo Lu added, of course, Chen Fan is still quite outstanding, probably a hot commodity in the eyes of some E and F class special combat teams. Just today, the Windchaser E class special combat team recruited an awakened individual like him. Hearing this, Shui Jigang wasn't the least bit discouraged. He actually laughed. Captain, if you say Chen Fan's martial skills are lacking, I'll be the first to oppose you. Let me tell you this, my blade force has broken through. Shui Jigang's words seemed to come out of nowhere, leaving Guo Lu momentarily stunned. But upon hearing what followed, he became instantly excited. What, Gangzi, your blade force has broken through? That's fantastic news. Yes, Captain, I just broke through. Good, very good. Guo Lu repeatedly said good. And finally, Gangzi overcame this hurdle. The overall strength of the Tianyao Special Combat Squad also improved a notch. Captain, I want to say that this time, my breakthrough to Blade Force was entirely thanks to Chen Fan. Shui Jigang said seriously. Breaking through the Blade Force relies on Chen Fan? Guo Lu asked in surprise. What's the situation? Tell me quickly. I know you must think that Chen Fan awakened an ability to enhance his qi and blood, while other aspects like martial arts must be ordinary. Actually, that's not the case. Compared to his growth speed, I think his martial arts skills are even more terrifying. What? Guo Lu was startled. Double awakening? I don't know about double awakening, but I do know that Brother Chen could execute perfect saber force at the Qi blood realm. When I went to 0612 Burrow to seek his guidance, that night's instruction laid the foundation for my breakthrough. And that's not all, Captain. You know I have an Earth-grade martial skill called 100 Calamities Blade. Even though I'm a Blade Awakener, after 2 or 3 years, I still haven't fully grasped its basics. It's really tough. But old Chen, in just half an hour, he succeeded. Such astonishing talent, and you say his martial skills are lacking? Shui Jigang chuckled and countered. Right. You must find this unbelievable, but you can ask old Lu, he knows all about these things. Lu Wenchang was also a member of their Tianyao Sea-level Special Combat Squad. Silence lingered on the other end of the line for a long while. What Shui Jigang just said was truly earth-shattering. He needed time to process it. For a comrade in arms who'd trusted him with life and death, his instincts told him to believe. But it concerned something too important, so he had to confirm. Gangzi, wait for me a moment. All right, Shui Jigang responded and hung up the phone. He knew the team leader must be contacting old Lu. 3 minutes later, Guo Lu called. As soon as Shueji Gang answered, he heard Guo Lu's excited voice. Gangzi, how could you wait so long to tell me? We almost missed a once-in-a-generation talent. Quick, since you know Chen Fan, reach out to him immediately. While others are still unaware of his martial arts potential, we must get him to join Tianyao at all costs. By the way, we'll meet any condition he names. Shueji Gang responded with a mix of amusement and exasperation. Captain, so now it's my fault? Who was it that just opposed him when I made the recommendation earlier? My fault. Gangzi, this matter must be handled properly, this is an order. Guo Lu said with solemn and earnest seriousness in his tone. Yes, Captain. The day passed quickly, and night once again shrouded the land. Marker point 0612. At the summit of Lingyan Mountain, Chen Fan plopped down onto the ground. A full day of fierce battles had finally come to an end. Tonight was utterly dark, like spilled ink. In the distance, the roars of ferocious beasts rose and fell incessantly while the earth rumbled as if 10,000 horses were galloping. It was the sound of the beast army encircling and hunting human martial artists. Come nightfall, those creatures turned as if they'd taken stimulants. Everywhere was in chaos and noise. Chen Fan was eating. After a day of fierce battles, his current vital chi was 432,000/500,000. Around 50,000 vital chi had been gained in roughly one day. Compared to before, the speed of improvement has accelerated a bit, bringing him closer to the 500,000 standard required for the meridian condensation realm. At this current pace, Chen Fan could break through to the 1 meridian stage of the meridian condensation realm in just 2 days. By then, elimination would be out of the question. 0612 can't eliminate him. By the end of the day, the number of remaining participants in the Elite Warrior competition had decreased again. From 750 in the morning, it dropped to 505. Casualties increased by 1. On the leaderboard, the top spot with 30,030 points now belongs to Zhong Bo at 9 stars. The previous female martial artist was eliminated today and now ranks second. Chen Fan's current score is 20,010. Representing a significant leap forward, just like his vital energy. However, he remains in last place among the remaining martial artists. His overall ranking improved from 3053 in the morning to 2200. Chen Fan wasn't in any hurry. Now that his strength had increased, his living conditions were incomparably better than before. By steadily advancing like this, he would eventually break into the top 500, then 300, and finally 100. Roar! At that moment, a savage roar rang out at the foot of the mountain. Immediately after, Chen Fan heard the sounds of fierce beasts gathering and charging. Whoosh 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 whoosh. It's too dark today, but Chen Fan can tell the entire mountainside is probably teeming with ferocious beasts, all charging toward the summit. The target goes without saying, Chen Fan himself. Chen Fan stuffed the last piece of dried meat into his mouth, wiped his hands on his clothes, then stood up gripping his longsword. In the wild, one must always be ready for battle. These days, he had already grown accustomed to life at 0612. The ferocious beast charged within 3 to 5 meters before Chen Fan could barely make out its outline. Kill! Chen Fan unleashed his power like thunder, striking out with a single blade slash. Enhanced by the force of heaven and earth, not only did it cleave through the beast, but it also gouged a massive ravine into the mountainside. Ding! Slaying a 7th level beast. Ding! Slain a 9th level ferocious beast. Ding! Slaying an 8th level beast. Ding! Chen Fan's vitality was continuously rising. The wilderness was pitch black as ink, while Jiangnan Bay City now shimmered with countless lights. It was almost dinner time. In a small restaurant, the owner bustled about as diners sat waiting. To pass the time until their meals arrived, they all watched the television mounted on the wall. The screen displayed the official statistics of this year's Elite Martial Artist Championship. Most of the people coming here to eat aren't martial artists. They've heard of the Elite Martial Arts Tournament and follow it with interest, but such grand events of the martial arts world are far removed from their daily lives. Once the owners served their meals, they buried their heads in eating without another thought. None of them noticed the black dog crouching at the diner's entrance, staring unblinkingly at the television screen. This black dog must be eating well. It's plump and strong, with glossy fur, jet black all over without a single stray hair. It didn't look like a stray dog at all. Right now, its attention is completely focused on the TV. It didn't even spare a glance when a diner tossed him a bone, seemingly even disdainful of it. Throwing bones at Dog Lord? Who exactly are you insulting? Just like the razor-toothed tiger cat that broke into the house last time to assassinate Chen Fan, this was another hidden chess piece the Demon King had planted in Jiangnan Bay City. Chapter 56. The Prudent Demon King. The Demon King had always prioritized stability above all else. It never does things with mere steadiness, it always goes beyond. Steadiness has its own virtues. Take this instance, for example. The plan to eradicate all traces of Chen Fan within the human alliance proceeded exceptionally smoothly precisely because of its meticulous execution, and it took immense pride in that. Until one day, the Demon King received word that the Razorfang Tiger Cat had failed its mission. Its target, Chen Fan, was just a newly certified 1-star human martial artist. The Razorfang Tiger Cat was a second-level ferocious beast. Failed to kill a freshly certified 1-star martial artist? The Demon King suddenly doubted himself at that moment. Could it be that I'm not cautious enough? Not being cautious enough would be a very dangerous sign. The plan to eliminate Chen Fan must still proceed. Since the Razorfang Tiger Cat failed, what should our next move be? Should we dispatch a third-level ferocious beast? The Demon King immediately dismissed this notion. It once had a peculiar dream where it read a book. The protagonist was originally a genius, but due to certain circumstances, his cultivation stagnated, and he even suffered the humiliation of a broken engagement. Later, he encountered a miraculous opportunity. His cultivation advanced by leaps and bounds. Villains lined up one after another to meet their doom. The Demon King's blood pressure skyrocketed from watching this. This must be a bunch of idiots. Every time they're just one realm stronger than the protagonist, they go after him full of confidence, only to be shocked. What? How did you grow so fast? This is terrifying. And then they get killed in retaliation. Why can't they just go all out and finish him off in one strike? The Demon King had also reflected. If it were me. If you're a 3-star fighter, I'll assign at least a 6-star warrior to deal with you. Overwhelming suppression. For a grandmaster, dispatching a combat king wouldn't be excessive. Now, regarding the Razor-Tooth Tiger Cat. Although the Razor-Tooth Tiger Cat is only one cultivation realm higher than the target, Chen Fan. But actually, that's not entirely accurate. After all, Chen Fan has just received his certification, and his martial skills and combat experience are practically negligible. Deploying a second-level savage beast is definitely the prudent choice. I never expected to still fail. With this lesson learned, there's no way I'll use level 3 next time. Aiming for roughly 2 stars, it shouldn't be too much for me to directly arrange a level 9 savage beast. And so, the black-haired dog arrived. It took over the mission of the saber-toothed tiger cat. Indeed, this black-furred dog was a 9th-level ferocious beast, its true form being the three-eyed blazing hound. The three-eyed blazing hound arrived at Century Residential Complex on the 3rd day after the saber-toothed tiger cat's mission failed, yet it never caught sight of Chen Fan from start to finish. Later, he discovered Chen Fan hadn't returned. He was staying at the Warrior Tower. The Warrior Tower was a gathering place for martial artists, housing warriors at the Blood Chi realm, Pulse Condensation realm, and Spirit Gathering realm. To him, it was nothing short of a dragon's den and tiger's lair. All he could do was wait for Chen Fan to come home. The wait lasted for many days. The three-eyed flame hound grew somewhat irritated. Never did it expect that as a mighty 9th-level savage beast, killing some measly 1 or 2-star warriors would consume so much of its time. These days it has been wandering around Century Garden continuously, yet Chen Fan never returned. There was no news from Chen Fan either. A few damn stray dogs even thought it was competing with them for territory. Just thinking about the three-eyed blazing hound filled it with anger. It wasn't until just now, when it saw on TV, that it learned Chen Fan had actually gone to participate in the Elite Warrior competition. To be honest, the three-eyed blaze hound was utterly shocked. Wasn't the Human Elite Martial Arts Tournament only open to martial artists ranked 6-star and above? Holy shit! The three-eyed blaze hound suddenly screamed inwardly. The target Chen Fan had actually reached 9 stars. It simply couldn't believe it. Originally, it had been quite unwilling to kill a mere 1 or 2-star martial artist, considering it beneath its abilities. But at this moment, it suddenly understood the Demon King's foresight. Sending someone at levels 5 or 6 would practically be serving them up on a platter. The Demon King. Brilliant. The target is growing too quickly. We must relay this information to the Demon King immediately. Moreover, the target happens to be in the wilderness. The Demon King will know what to do. A glint of sharp intelligence flashed in the three-eyed flame hound's pupils. Soon after, it rose and trotted away, wagging its tail. At this moment, Shuejigang arrived at marker point 0612. Although the gates of Jiangnan Base City would close after dark, Special Ops squads could be dispatched on missions at any time. After presenting their credentials, they easily passed through the city gates. Shuejigang arrived, and Lu Wencheng noticed him immediately. In an instant, he teleported Shuejigang right before him. Old Shue, what brings you here again? And venturing out of the city after dark, is there an urgent mission? On the rooftop, Lu Wencheng asked with a smile. The captain assigned me an important mission. Shuejigang said with a smile, but old Lu, I should thank you first. Thank me? Lu Wencheng was utterly perplexed. Why on earth would you suddenly thank me? If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have met Brother Chen, and without knowing Brother Chen, I couldn't have broken through to perfect blade energy so quickly. What? You've achieved a breakthrough in blade energy? Lu Wencheng was immediately overjoyed. Shuejigang nodded. After holding me back for so many years, I've finally broken through. You have no idea how incredibly satisfying this feels. Alright, sounds good, Lao Shue. Congratulations. By the way, the captain called me today asking about Chen Fan. Don't tell me you're here too. Exactly. Shui Jigang nodded. This time I'm here on behalf of our special ops team to invite Brother Chen to join us. I recommended Brother Chen to the captain today, but he initially refused, saying he didn't meet the standards of our Tianyao unit. After checking with you, he started blaming me for telling him too late. Ha ha ha, excellent. That young Chen Fan is truly remarkable. Having him join our Tianyao unit would be the best possible outcome. Hearing that Shui Jigang was representing their special operations squad to invite Chen Fan, Lu Wenchang was also delighted. These days he had been keeping a close eye on Chen Fan. No one understood Chen Fan's brilliance better than he did. Enough chat, old Lu, quick. Take me to Brother Chen. I'm here on official business, and the mission comes first, Shui Jigang urged. To his surprise, Lu Wencheng shook his head. Old Shui, no, you can't see Chen Fan now. What's wrong? Didn't I meet him last time? Why can't I see him now? Are you stupid? When you last met Chen Fan, he wasn't very noticeable, and his performance didn't make much difference. But now it's different. Chen Fan has already become a 9-star martial artist, and his ranking is rising fast. Now he has the strength to challenge the top 500, or even higher rankings. Going to see him now will only give people a reason to gossip, making them say he cheated. Do you understand? Be serious, Lu Wencheng said sternly. Shui Jigang's expression turned solemn. He hadn't initially considered the implications. Indeed, Brother Chen's results were already bordering on unbelievable. If others were to discover a 9-meridian realm warrior appearing by his side, there truly would be no way to explain it away. If someone actually made an issue of this, having Brother Chen's scores invalidated would be the least concern. The real trouble would lie in being accused of cheating at the Elite Martial Artists Tournament. Both he and I could land in serious trouble. What should we do now, old Lu? Many special ops teams must have their eyes on Brother Chen by now. We can't let others snatch him away, Shui Jigang said urgently. Chapter 57, Overwhelmed by Favor, the competition's finale. Don't worry, don't forget you can't go. But I can. After all, I was already part of this elite martial artist tournament from the beginning, Lu Wencheng said. Yeah. Shui Jigang patted his head in sudden realization, exclaiming excitedly, alright, old Lu, hurry up and go. The captain said any conditions Chen requests are negotiable. Bottom line is, Chen must be ours. Tianyao is determined to have him. Lu Wencheng was somewhat surprised. From these words, it could be seen that the captain held Chen Fan in unusually high regard. Alright, I'll escort you out first. Then go meet Chen Fan immediately. MHM. The night had grown deep. No matter how massive the beast horde was, they couldn't do anything to Chen Fan. He could engage in battle whenever he wished or leave freely when he didn't. After a prolonged period of fierce combat, Chen Fan shook off the beast horde and decided to take this opportunity to rest briefly. Chen Fan. Suddenly, a soft call sounded out. Without realizing when, another person had appeared beside him. Chen Fan sprang to his feet in an instant, an ally combat blade appearing in his hand as he immediately entered a combat stance. Yet, upon seeing the face before him, he couldn't help but feel a flicker of surprise. It turned out to be one of the 4 top psychic masters from this elite warrior competition. Before the competition began, Chen Fan had glimpsed him from afar in the camp. Do you know who I am now? Lu Wencheng smiled gently. Indeed, I'm one of the 4 psychic masters overseeing this elite warrior tournament, each responsible for one cardinal direction. As it happens, I'm in charge of your sector. My name is Lu Wencheng. Old Shui Jigang and I were comrades. He came looking for you earlier. But considering your potential to break into the top 500, we thought it inappropriate for a 9-meridian realm expert to approach you directly, so I persuaded him to stay back. I came here on his behalf. Brother Shui? Chen Fan was somewhat surprised. When Shui Jigang first met Chen Fan, he had mentioned having an old friend who was the spiritual master of this elite martial artist competition. What Lu Wencheng said now matched perfectly. Senior Lu. Chen Fan promptly called out respectfully. None of that formality. Since you call old Shui Brother Shui, just call me old Lu or Brother Lu, Lu Wencheng said with a laugh. Hearing this, Chen Fan had an overwhelming sense of disbelief. Not long ago, as a mere fledgling martial artist, he'd had the fortune to befriend a Blade Awakener of the 9 Meridians realm. For Chen Fan, this had already been an incredibly thick branch to cling to. Now the situation had grown downright absurd. I've made acquaintance with another mental perception master at the 9th Meridian realm. Lu Wencheng looked at Chen Fan with a smile, as if waiting for Chen Fan's response. Chen Fan didn't hesitate either. Brother Lu. Ha, deal. Lu Wencheng laughed heartily and then said, Brother Chen, you might only know that old Shui and I are at the 9 Meridians realm. As for our identities, perhaps you're not entirely clear. Let me formally introduce us now. Both old Shui and I belong to the Tianyao Sea-Level Special Combat Squad. Currently, there are 12 members in total, all at the 9 Meridians realm, and all are awakened individuals. Brother Chen, you're now a 9-star warrior and must also serve military duty. You should already know there are 2 ways to fulfill this obligation. One is through the regular army, and the other is by joining a special combat squad. Lao Shui rushed over in a hurry just to invite you to join our Tianyao Class C Special Operations team. So, are you interested? By the way, feel free to state any requirements you may have, we'll do our best to meet them. Chen Fan was somewhat startled. The Celestial Radiance Special Ops Squad, all members at the 9 Meridians realm, all Awakeners. Such formidable foundational strength. Chen Fan had also contemplated his future path. First and foremost, military service would undoubtedly be unavoidable. There are 2 ways to serve in the military. One is the regular army, and the other is a special operations unit. If given the choice, he would naturally prefer the special operations unit. However, Chen Fan also knew that the selection process for special operations units was very strict. Chen Fan had even fantasized that perhaps a special operations team might invite him to join. He simply never dared to imagine that the team inviting him would actually be a Class C squad. This genuinely left Chen Fan both flattered and astonished. A Class C Special Operations Squad. Just think back to Lu Wenqing's introduction, every member at the 9 Meridians realm, every member an awakened. Brother Lu, you can't be serious, right? Your team's a Class Special Ops Squad. How could I, just a 9-star warrior, possibly qualify? We're dead serious, buddy. Don't even realize how terrifying you are? Honestly, we're worried our humble temple might not be worthy of such a mighty Buddha. Lu Wenqing said with genuine earnestness. Chen Fan replied, I'm honored that Tianyao Special Ops would think so highly of me. Joining would be a privilege. Upon hearing this, Lu Wenqing burst into laughter. Ha, excellent, Brother Chen. Then we have a verbal agreement for now. Wait, don't rush to agree yet, feel free to state your terms boldly. No need to hold back. The Tianyao family has deep pockets. Terms? Chen Fan remained somewhat dazed. Seeing that Chen Fan clearly didn't understand this aspect well, Lu Wenqing patted him on the shoulder and said with a chuckle, leave these to Lao Shui and me. We'll organize a list for you, and then you can modify it according to your needs. How does that sound? Thank you then. Chen Fan smiled. Ah, Brother Chen, from now on we'll be teammates fighting side by side. There's no need to be so polite. Let's talk later. I still have a mission to complete. After the Elite Warrior competition ends and we return to Jiangnan Base City, we'll follow the official procedures. Lu Wenqing said. All right. Chen Fan nodded. Soon Lu Wenqing left. Now Chen Fan felt somewhat excited. He never expected to be invited by a Class C Special Operations team. He had originally thought getting into a Class E squad would be lucky enough. Amid fragmented rest and sporadic battles, another night passed. At dawn, sunlight spilled across the earth. The air carried a hint of scorching heat. Chen Fan's current chi blood level is 465,000/500,000. He's getting closer and closer to the 500,000 chi blood threshold required for the Meridian Condensation realm. Barring any unforeseen circumstances, he should break through the chi blood realm today and officially step into the Meridian Condensation realm. Additionally, his current point total has reached 23,500. Yesterday's ranking on the Elite Martial Artist Competition leaderboard was 22,000, now it has climbed to 11,000, showing significant progress. After all, many martial artists above Chen Fan have already been eliminated. The top spot on the overall leaderboard remains Zhong Bo, with 33,000 points. The number of remaining participants in the competition was 505 yesterday. The number has now dropped to 346. At this rate, in 2 or 3 days, only a handful will remain. Calculating by the current progress, the Elite Martial Artist competition can be said to have reached its final stage. Roar! A prolonged roar exploded like thunder across the sky, so distant yet so powerful it made Chen Fan's eardrums throb with pain. No ordinary beast could produce such a sound, only a demon beast possessed that capability. Then from another direction came the furious roar of a second demon beast, rumbling like muffled thunder, followed by another, and yet another. 0612 All the demonic beasts roared in unison. Then all the ferocious creatures grew increasingly restless. An atmosphere of tension and impending violence began to permeate the air. Chapter 58, Where there's anomaly, there's demon, the beast tide. Chen Fan was now a 9-star warrior, with explosive strength. With just a few leaps, he reached the top of a tall building. Looking around, beasts from all directions were charging toward him, and their numbers were rapidly increasing. Hundreds, thousands, several thousand. A dark, overwhelming tide of them stretched as far as the eye could see. It was as if they had all gone mad. Chen Fan felt his scalp tingle with fear. Though he feared no beast, the sheer number before him now was simply too much. There will be more to come. Even ants can kill an elephant when they swarm in great numbers. If all those savage beasts gather around, their combined saliva alone could drown me. Chen Fan's expression grew unprecedentedly grave. This was no ordinary beast tide anymore. Not even a meridian channeling realm expert would dare confront it head-on, let alone a 9-star martial warrior still in the blood chi realm like him. He couldn't just sit and wait for death. His only chance for survival now was to break through before the savage beasts completed their encirclement. He had to break through. he moved immediately. His speed instantly surged to the limit. When Chen Fan was a 6-star martial artist, his speed had been around 355 kilometers per hour. Now, as a 9-star martial artist, with his vitality even approaching the meridian formation realm, he was faster now, reached an astonishing speed of 450 kilometers per hour. Chen Fan identified the weakest point in the beast horde, charging rapidly while slashing his blade to carve a path. Given the current situation, Chen Fan fully understood the number of beasts was still skyrocketing. If he became entangled with these creatures now, coupled with the endless waves charging from behind, he was certain of his impending doom. He genuinely sensed a life-or-death crisis. This feeling, it reminded him of when he first became a martial artist and encountered the giant beaked chicken at Factory 6. His life hung by a thread, his nerves stretched to the breaking point. Kill! Boom 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 boom! Slice after slice after slice. Facing this life-and-death crisis, Chen Fan erupted with full force. Each slash unleashed an invisible power that completely crushed and annihilated every savage beast within 30 meters ahead. Limbless bodies and severed limbs, the river ran red with blood. Ding! Slaying a 7th-level beast. Ding! Slaying an 8th-level beast. Ding! Slain a 9th-level ferocious beast. Ding! On the rooftop of a building, Lu Wencheng's expression was unprecedentedly grave. Through his divine sense, he could clearly see that at this moment, across the entire marker 0612 area, millions of ferocious beasts were gathering and charging, and astonishingly, they were all heading straight towards Chen Fan. Brother Chen. Lu Wencheng couldn't help but sweat for Chen Fan. The entire city hunting down one man. This is simply unimaginable. This is no longer rare, it's something that's never been seen before. Watching millions of ferocious beasts gather, even Lu Wencheng couldn't help but feel a chill crawl up his spine. As a 9-channel level psychic master, even he found this scale of confrontation daunting. As for Chen Fan, there's not a shred of hope. Liu Wencheng was ready to save him at any moment. Meanwhile, at another location of marker point 0612, Zhong Bo was locked in battle with a level 9 ferocious beast. Suddenly, an ear-splitting roar exploded across the sky. Then the earth began to tremble. The surrounding ferocious beasts all seemed to be summoned by something, becoming agitated and running swiftly. Even this level 9 beast before me behaved the same way. Just a second ago, it had been locked in deadly combat with me. The next moment, it turned its head and left without hesitation, leaving Zhong Bo with a bewildered look on his face. What's going on? Xiao Qin was carrying out security duties at marker point 0612 when, after a series of howls from beasts, all the savage creatures seemed to go mad. They were all running in one direction. Even when passing right in front of him, they ignored him completely. The beast had little intelligence, and its slaughter of humans was instinctual. In the past, it would have fought to the death without hesitation. But now, this situation. Something's off. Seriously off. What the hell is over there that's drawing them in like this? Outside marker point 0612, the campsite. Now the entire earth was trembling, as if struck by an earthquake. Xiao Jian hurriedly emerged from the tent. He gazed solemnly at the massive abandoned city of 0612, his expression grave. 032, report on the city's situation. Xiao Jian contacted his soldier through the communicator. 032 received. Reporting, Commander, due to unknown reasons, the beasts are rapidly gathering toward the same direction. I'm currently going to investigate. Report complete. Xiao Jian was somewhat surprised. Gathering towards the same direction? There must be something fishy when things go against the norm. This is no ordinary beast tide. Agent 032, stay safe and maintain contact. Yes. Jiangnan Base City, Beast Tide Monitoring Center. The screeching alarm suddenly sounded. All staff immediately sprang into orderly action. Soon. Beast Tide location, marker point 0612. Beast Tide level, class 7. Every staff member's face turned grave with tension. Level 7, that's an extremely high rating. A magnitude 7 earthquake can inflict catastrophic damage upon a city. But a level 7 beast tide is at least 10, if not dozens of times more destructive than a magnitude 7 earthquake. Marker 0612, isn't that precisely the location of this elite warrior tournament? At this moment, a staff member suddenly realized. Hearing this, everyone present felt their hearts skip a beat. Hurry, issue the alert immediately and report this upstairs. Yes. Then the staff at the Beast Tide Monitoring Center became busy again, some drafting reports at their computers, others grabbing phones to make calls. The upper echelons of Jiangnan Base City, along with military officials, were alerted. The military decisively issued orders, deploying 3 army regiments and 12 special operation teams to the 0612 zone. The government promptly convened an emergency press conference. Also, several high-precision satellites focused on Area 0612. In the high-level military conference room, within the Jiangnan Base City Government Building, the martial artists' tower, countless households, streets, and alleys, Every television screen abruptly switched to live footage of the current situation in Zone 0612. Viewed from above, the scene across Zone 0612 resembled a satellite image of a typhoon. A dark tide of ferocious beasts blotted out the sky. At the storm's eye stood a lone martial artist, moving with lethal speed through the carnage. But ferocious beasts from across the city were converging here, coming from all directions. It spanned hundreds of miles in every direction. There was simply no way he could break through. At this moment, the entire Jiangnan base city was thrown into an uproar. What did this warrior do to provoke all the ferocious beasts in the city? Heavens, the whole city hunting down one man even in death, it's glorious. The satellite's precision is high, but the footage still isn't clear enough. Can't make out the face. I'd love to pay my respects. Really can't see it clearly. Let's wait for official news. At this moment, Lu Wensheng had already relayed the message to Xiao Jian. Upon learning it was Chen Fan, Xiao Jian's eyelids twitched violently. Not daring to delay, he promptly reported the information to the higher-ups. The news was soon made public. Holy shit, Chen Fan, it's Chen Fan. 6-star first place, 7-star first place, this is truly something to be proud of. I originally thought that was his limit, but no, it wasn't. Speechless. In one word, insane. In 2 words, absolutely insane. Person above, did your math teacher also coach you in PE like mine did? Chapter 59, Sensation, the Single Vein Realm. Marker point 0612, Chen Fan had already charged and slaughtered his way through several miles. Yet he still hadn't broken free. Ferocious beasts surrounded him on all sides. A dark, overwhelming tide of them stretched as far as the eye could see. Chen Fan grew increasingly alarmed. Just how massive was this beast horde? By all logic, they should have broken through long ago. Surely it couldn't be that all the savage beasts in the entire city had gathered here. Chen Fan thought it unlikely. Currently, besides the Meridian Channel security personnel, there were still over 300 participants remaining in District 0612, and he certainly didn't carry enough weight to attract the attention of the entire horde. Things are tough for me now, but they must be tough for others too. Chen Fan could only comfort himself this way. He fought desperately. Facing such an overwhelming sea of ferocious beasts, he couldn't stop. The moment he paused, he would be completely submerged by the beasts within seconds. This scale was incomparable to before. When Chen Fan had been overwhelmed by beast hordes previously, he'd still managed to fight his way out. But this time, being engulfed by the beasts would mean certain death. Ding! Slaying an 8th level beast. Ding! Slain a 9th level ferocious beast. Ding! Slain a 9th level ferocious beast. As long as he could still hold on, Chen Fan would never consider giving up easily. With terrifying blade force empowered by the energy of heaven and earth, swaths of beasts fell before him. Amidst relentless slaughter, Chen Fan's vital energy and blood were rapidly surging. 473200, 479990, 482000. Jiangnan Base City, a certain military base. On the massive screen in the conference room, a live broadcast showed Chen Fan charging through the endless horde of savage beasts. One by one, they watched the scene with bated breath, utterly awestruck. None of them could have imagined that a 9-star martial artist could hold out for so long amidst such a terrifying beast tide. Sir, the 3 major corps and 12 special operations squads have reached marker point 0612 and joined up with the 6th Corps. They're requesting instructions. Should we immediately terminate the elite martial artist competition and safely evacuate all participants? An officer with sword-like brows and starry eyes turned to the elder seated at the head of the room. The elderly man wore a military uniform, his figure slightly frail, yet exuding an imposing demeanor that commanded respect without anger. Wait a little longer. Suen's voice was deep and resonant. After a moment of contemplation, he spoke. Now that all the savage beasts and demonic creatures are targeting Chen Fan alone, the safety of the other participants isn't a concern. Order the 4 psychic masters to focus entirely on protecting Chen Fan. There must be no mishaps. Yes. Upon learning it was Chen Fan, Suen immediately obtained all available information about him. He had dropped out of high school in his 3rd year, struggling at the bottom, then rising against the odds to become a warrior. In just over a month, he had already reached the level of a 9-star warrior, a truly dazzling talent. Moreover, Chen Fan's progress wasn't just about rapid level advancement. His combat skills and practical experience kept pace without falling behind. Suen couldn't hide his admiration amidst his astonishment. Normally, incidents like a 7th level beast tide would immediately terminate the elite martial artist tournament. Yet Suen chose not to do so. While ensuring Chen Fan's safety, he wanted to see just how far Chen Fan's limits could be pushed. Martial Artist Building, 4th floor, Wancheng Pavilion. Du Chuanru stared fixedly at the screen. His hands were sweating profusely from tension. Chen Fan was fighting on TV, but he appeared even more nervous than Chen Fan. Somewhere, in a warehouse, Lu Jian, Han Kang, and Wang Jin remained frozen in their poses while moving goods, their eyes glued to the television. watching Chen Fan charge through the horde of beasts. Whenever Chen Fan encountered danger, they would hold their breath. In a spacious and well-lit room, Su Wen was watching too. Die, just die. His flushed face was feverish with excitement, his eyes brimming with hatred and insanity. Zhou Song, Guan Tong, Guan Jinshan, Yafu, Xiao Jian, Xiao Chen, Shuiji Gang, Lu Wencheng, Guolu, the captain of the Tianyao Special Forces, along with many classmates and co-workers, were all watching now. Ding, slain a 9th level ferocious beast. Ding, slain a 9th level ferocious beast. Ding, slain. 485000, 490990. 499000. Chen Fan's vital energy was continuously surging. At long last, vital energy 500,000/500,000. On the status panel, his cultivation realm also changed from 9-star martial artist to the first pulse stage of the meridian refining realm. At that moment, all the vital energy in Chen Fan's body seemed to reach a boiling point, as if some shackles had been broken. The body was undergoing rapid transformation, hearing sharpened, vision cleared, bringing a completely new perception of the world. Yet these transformations Chen Fan could perceive were actually secondary. The most fundamental transformation was, a spiritual meridian was rapidly condensing within his body. This was a true leap in the hierarchy of life. It was an impassable chasm. Normally, 9-star martial artists would break through with utmost solemnity, often secluding themselves for extended periods to avoid any disturbance. Yet Chen Fan simply didn't have that luxury. He can't even think about seclusion now. He doesn't dare to stop. He just keeps killing and killing. Bang! Suddenly, his saber energy that originally extended 30 meters instantly surged to over 60 meters, instantly shredding hundreds of ferocious beasts to pieces. Chen Fan couldn't contain his delight. The first Vein Realm was truly terrifying. This gave him even more confidence. With all the vicious beasts chasing after Chen Fan, the other 300-plus martial artist competitors naturally had it much easier. The previous vicious beasts' counterattack had been so fierce that it left them in a sorry state. Now they finally caught a breather. However, they didn't dare delay too much. After all, this was the elite warrior competition, and they were at the critical sprinting moment. They had to rack up points. After a brief rest, they all began hunting ferocious beasts. The beasts might ignore me, but I can't ignore the beasts. Now without large-scale beast pursuits, all the pressure fell on Chen Fan, making their battles considerably easier than before. Jiangnan Martial University. The projectors in every classroom were now switched on. The displays all showed real-time satellite footage from marked point 0612. Waves of startled gasps kept erupting across the school buildings. Inside one particular classroom, Zhongqing's beautiful eyes were fixed tightly on Chen Fan. Her heart was in her throat. Her delicate hands were clenched together so tightly that her knuckles turned pale, yet she remained oblivious. Fool! Give up already. Zhongqing's heart was in turmoil as she prayed fervently. She didn't care whether Chen Fan was strong or weak, nor did she care about the rankings in the Elite Warrior Tournament. All she wanted was for Chen Fan to be safe. Watching Chen Fan repeatedly face life-threatening dangers, only to narrowly escape each time, Zhongqing's emotions rollercoastered wildly, rising and falling with each turn of events. Perhaps it was prolonged heightened mental tension. It could also be worry, fright, or having experienced a shock. Zhongqing instinctively rubbed the spot between her eyebrows, where she now felt intense throbbing pain. Qingqing, are you alright? Her roommate Duo, who sat beside her, noticed something was wrong. Hey, Qingqing, why do you look so pale? I'm fine, really fine. Zhongqing's delicate face was indeed very pale at the moment, yet she forced a smile and kept her unwavering gaze fixed on Chen Fan on the screen. Several more minutes passed. The throbbing pain between her brows showed no signs of easing. If anything, it had grown worse. Her entire head was throbbing with pain now. Suddenly, bang! It felt as if something had exploded inside her mind. Zhongqing gasped in pain and clutched her head instinctively. The agony came in relentless waves, yet Zhongqing forced herself to look up. Chen Fan was still in danger, and she couldn't rest easy. Chapter 60 Zhongqing's Awakening, Plant Affinity. What's wrong with Qingqing? Don't scare me. Her best friend Duo asked urgently. Zhongqing's delicate eyebrows knitted tightly in pain as the sound she heard began turning ethereal, sometimes distant and sometimes near. Waves of dizziness surged through her. The entire world seemed to spin around her. Finally, the splitting headache triggered her brain's emergency protection, and she ultimately lost consciousness. In the dwindling moments of awareness, she faintly heard Duo's urgent cries. I don't know how much time had passed. In the school infirmary, within a clinical white-painted ward, Zhongqing lay on the hospital bed. Duo kept vigil by her bedside. After Zhongqing fainted, with the help of teachers and classmates, she had brought Zhongqing to the school infirmary. The school physician checked and found nothing seriously wrong. It was likely caused by excessive mental stress. Some rest would help. Duo finally breathed a sigh of relief. You, I know you like Chen Fan, but I never realized you cared about him this much. Duo muttered to herself, silly girl, why didn't you speak up sooner if you liked him? You two were so close in high school, you should have made it official. Now Chen Fan is a 9-star martial artist and an awakener. He's too outstanding, which means you'll have plenty of competitors, and they're all remarkable too. It'll be hard for you to be with him again. At this thought, Duo couldn't help but feel heartbroken for her best friend. She pouted angrily. If anyone's to blame, it's Chen Fan. Why did you have to be so outstanding? How could my Qing ever catch up? At that moment, Zhong Qing on the hospital bed trembled slightly, her long eyelashes fluttering. Duo was overjoyed and quickly called out, Qing, can you hear me? Zhong Qing's consciousness reconnected. She slowly opened her eyes, turned her head somewhat dazedly, and scanned her surroundings. She found herself in a hospital room. Her best friend Duo was right beside her. Duo. Zhong Qing called out weakly. Thank goodness, Qing, you're finally awake. Duo nearly cried with joy. You suddenly passed out, you scared me to death. How long was I unconscious? Where's Chen Fan? Zhong Qing quickly asked. When you were unconscious, it was still morning. Now it's already dark outside, Duo said. Don't worry about Chen Fan for now, he's doing just fine. You stay still, I'll go call the doctor. As she spoke, she hurried toward the door. Though Zhong Qing was now awake, she still looked extremely weak. She wasn't quite at ease, so she thought it'd be better to call the doctor for a checkup. The hospital room was empty except for Zhong Qing. She was somewhat surprised. She couldn't believe she'd been unconscious for so long. But hearing that Chen Fan was alright gave her a slight sense of relief. Only then did she begin to examine her own condition. During this coma, she felt as though some change had occurred within her body. The moment she awakened just now, she immediately noticed her perception of the surrounding world had become markedly different. It was like the potted greenery placed on the windowsill. Zhong Qing felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity had developed between herself and that green plant, as if they had merged into one. She could feel everything about the plant, its growth, its joys and sorrows. This feeling is truly wondrous. As if sensing Zhong Qing's gaze, the plant's emerald leaves fluttered and swayed, conveying a joyous emotion. Moreover, Zhong Qing keenly noticed that whenever she focused her attention on the potted plant, its growth visibly accelerated, with wisps of vegetative essence rising from its leaves. This vegetative essence remained invisible and intangible to ordinary senses, yet Zhong Qing could perceive it with astonishing clarity. As if sensing Zhong Qing's fragility, the essence drifted toward her with deliberate intent, then dissolved into her delicate frame with almost animate intelligence. Not just this potted plant on the windowsill. The flowers, grass, and trees planted below the hospital ward are all swaying. Wisps of plant essence drift in through the window. They gather before Zhong Qing, enveloping her completely. Zhong Qing now felt warmth coursing through her entire body, the weakness ebbing away like a receding tide. At the same time, her vital energy was also soaring. A profound, almost mystical sensation welled up in her heart. For a long while, Zhong Qing had an epiphany in her heart. She had awakened. Awakened ability, plant affinity. Excited, Zhong Qing stepped down from her hospital bed. I've actually awakened. After being excited for quite a while, she clenched her pink fists. Chen Fan, this time I won't let you leave me behind again. Doctor, come quickly. At this moment, Duo happened to bring the school doctor over. When she pushed open the door, she saw a vibrant and energetic Zhong Qing. Duo froze. The doctor was also taken aback and looked at Duo in confusion. Didn't you say the patient was very weak? They seem to be in pretty good condition. For a moment, Duo was at a loss for words. After the doctor left, Duo looked at Zhong Qing from all angles in disbelief. Qing, what's going on? Was I just dreaming earlier? Zhong Qing smiled. You weren't dreaming. I'll explain it to you later, but let's go now. Zhong Qing was now in a hurry to return and find out about Chen Fan's condition. With that, she quickly pulled Duo and left. Zhong Qing and Duo hadn't been gone long when a nurse came to tidy up the ward. The nurse happened to notice the potted plant on the windowsill, the very one she'd been tending to, which she'd just watered that afternoon. But now, the plant had visibly grown several times larger than its size just hours before. How could so many grow at once? This left her utterly bewildered. At marker 0612, Chen Fan was still charging frenziedly through the endless horde of beasts. He persisted from morning till night, still showing no signs of slowing down. Countless people were astonished, as Chen Fan's performance far exceeded their expectations. Now the entire Jiangnan base city was in an uproar. This isn't just about strength anymore. If it were me, running and fighting at such high intensity would have worn me out to death. Lasting is what makes a real man. The latest official stats show Chen Fan's points have reached 28,700. This morning his overall ranking was still 1,100. But now he's broken into the top 500, specifically 496th place. With 28,700 points, he's not far behind the top-ranked competitor who currently has 34,900. At this rate, catching up to first place isn't impossible. I declare Chen Fan the brightest rising star in this elite warrior competition. Who agrees? Who objects? Agreed. Agreed +1. Am I the only one who noticed how fast Chen Fan is moving? Indeed, Chen Fan's speed is astonishing. Had he been just a bit slower, he wouldn't have lasted this long. Century Community, Grandpa Wang from the first floor of Chen Fan's building, Wang Shanru, was taking an evening stroll after dinner. Despite his age, except for a slight hunchback, his legs were still quite nimble. Old Wang, still out walking? Your son's home to see you, hurry back. Someone spotted Grandpa Wang and reminded him. Oh, that little rascal is back? Wang Shanru chuckled happily, thanked the person, then immediately headed home with his hands clasped behind his back. Soon, Wang Shanru arrived downstairs. A middle-aged man in his 40s, bearing some resemblance to Wang Shanru, was waiting at the entrance of the small vegetable garden. He carried numerous gifts in his hands, among which 2 bottles of premium liquor stood out conspicuously. Chapter 61, An Unexpected Clue. Seeing Wang Shanru, the middle-aged man exclaimed with joy, "Father." Wang Shanru responded with a smile, "Let's go, home first." Got it. Wang Shanru pushed open the gate to the vegetable garden, and father and son walked in one after the other. Wang Shanru's son, Wang Daokui, is a 2-star martial artist with a decent income. After starting his own family, he moved out but frequently returns to visit his elderly father. Dad, is Chen Fan, the son of our neighbor old Chen on the 4th floor, still living here in this building? Wang Daokui entered the house and plopped down onto the sofa. You mean young Fan? This is his home, where else would he live if not here? Wang Shanru answered instinctively, then added, but I'm not sure what Xiaofan has been up to lately. We used to see each other often, but it seems I haven't spotted him for days now. Son, why are you suddenly asking about Xiaofan? Immediately after, Wang Shanru lit up with joy. Does this mean there's progress on that favor I asked to help find Xiaofan a job? Wang Shanru was known for his kind heart, and Chen Fan was truly a good kid. Last time, he even brought me wine as a gift. That very night, Wang Shanru called his son, hoping he could help find Chen Fan a job. His son was a 2-star martial artist, so he should have the capability to do so. Dad, I bet you haven't been keeping up with the news lately. Wang Daokui teased with a smirk. Wang Shanru looked baffled. Finding a job is straightforward, either you've got one or you don't. What's that got to do with me watching the news? Just tell me straight, did you get the job or not? Wang Shanru's expression turned stern. Wang Daokui quickly put on an apologetic smile. Don't be angry, Dad. What you asked me to do has been taken care of. I found the job for sure. Hearing this, Wang Shanru finally cracked a smile. Good lad, not bad at all. Just then, Wang Daokui added, But what? But the job offer is no longer useful. Chen Fan won't need it anyway. Dad, you should drink less and watch the news more from now on. Come on, I'm at this age already. Why should I care about news? What do you mean by saying the job was found and Xiaofan is no longer needed? Wang Daokui didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Dad, do you know why you haven't seen Chen Fan recently? Because he went to participate in the elite martial artist competition. Bullshit, you're treating me like a senile old fool. Wang Shanru snapped irritably. Your old man was a martial artist in his youth too. I know the standards for the elite martial arts competition. The minimum requirement is 6 stars. You're saying Xiaofan participated in it? Don't tell me he's already a 6-star martial artist now? Not just a 6-star warrior, he's already reached 9 stars. Wang Daokui knew this was truly unbelievable, so his old man's skepticism was perfectly understandable. He simply stopped speaking. He turned on the TV. Every channel was broadcasting news about Chen Fan. Take a look for yourself, old man. He read the news. Wang Shanru was dumbstruck. A 9-star warrior? Awakened? A meteoric rise in just over a month? Elite martial artist competition. Top rank among 6-star fighters. First place among 7-star fighters. And now bursting into the top 500 of the overall rankings. Wang Shanru's mind was overwhelmed by monstrous waves of shock. In his youth, he too was a martial artist and knew how difficult each of these achievements was to attain. For a long while, son, am I dreaming? Is Xiaofan really this strong now? Shangru Wang's lips trembled visibly. That ain't no lie. Wang Daokui laughed heartily. Good, very good. Wang Shanru repeatedly said the word good. He was very pleased with Chen Fan's current achievements, and also felt relieved. Military base. In the conference room, numerous high-ranking officials were still watching the footage projected on the screen. The scenes showed Chen Fan still rampaging through the battlefield. Everyone present watched with their hearts in their throats, yet they couldn't help but marvel at the spectacle. Everyone present here is a military big shot. Even they probably could only achieve what Chen Fan has accomplished at best. But the key point is, Chen Fan is merely a 9-star martial artist. Report. At that moment, a sonorous voice rang out from outside the conference room doors. Come in, soon. A soldier with a ramrod-straight posture entered. Reporting to the commander, the 6th Army has sent back word. At marker 0612, the savage beasts have erupted into violence. The reason why the entire city is hunting down Fong Chen alone remains unclear. However, within the Jiangnan base city, we unexpectedly obtained a lead. Oh, speak quickly. All the senior officials turned their gaze toward the soldier. It's like this, the lead came from the security department of the base city. They've recently encountered numerous homicide cases where the victims included both martial artists and non-martial artists, spanning many professions. However, all the deceased shared the same name, Chen Fan. The security department has been working relentlessly to apprehend the killer, but the perpetrator has shown exceptional counter-surveillance awareness. So far, there hasn't been a single clue. When Chen Fan was hunted by the city's mutated beasts in Sector 0612, it suddenly gave them a new direction. There's a high probability that the pursuit of Chen Fan is connected to the Chen Fan murder cases within the city. The soldier reported. Is this really happening? Suan was stunned. The other officers all wore grave expressions. One officer said, if these two incidents are indeed connected, that would mean the Chen Fan homicide case within Jiangnan Base City was committed by a beast. Does this imply there are beasts lurking within the city? That would be extremely serious. How did those savage beasts infiltrate, and how many are there? This is literally a ticking time bomb. And why are they targeting people named Chen Fan? Killing martial artists is one thing, but even non-martial artists. What kind of scheme is behind all this? Suan frowned, lost in thought for a moment. Then he commanded, contact the security bureau and deploy a special operations team to handle this matter. Also, conduct a citywide search. The lurking of savage beasts is an extreme safety hazard, and this is of utmost importance. We'd rather err on the side of caution than ignore potential dangers. Yes. Suan held a high-ranking position. He only needed to set the general strategy while specialized personnel would take charge of the specific plans. He paused. The soldier added, also, regarding the reason for Chen Fan's dropout you inquired about last time, it has now been clarified. Both of Chen Fan's parents were martial artists affiliated with the 13th Corps. They fell in battle during a mission 2 years ago, and the Alliance issued the standard compensation accordingly. However, at that time Chen Fan was a minor, so the money fell into the hands of his uncle Chen Jian and aunt Miao Tzuelian. Yet this couple didn't fulfill their responsibilities. Instead, they embezzled the compensation meant for the two martyrs, forcing Chen Fan to drop out of school and struggle to make ends meet in the job market ever since. The soldier reported the situation truthfully. Suan's expression darkened like still water. The 13th Corps was under his command, meaning Chen Fan's parents had been his soldiers. His own soldiers sacrificed their lives for the country. Their children were actually forced to drop out of school. Especially the words talent market pierced his heart deeply. He knew all too well what the job market signified. It meant struggling at the very bottom of society. Suan's eyes turned slightly red. He was utterly ashamed. I owe an apology to my soldiers who died in battle. I failed to take proper care of their aftermath. Suan stood up and walked away with heavy steps. But when he reached the door, he paused and left behind two resolute words, investigate thoroughly. Yes. All officers stood up and saluted, shouting in unison. Chapter 62, Arresting the Couple, Poisonous Fire Spiders Unleashed. Snap. The room door was opened. The couple Chen Jian and Miao Tzuelian returned home after working late into the night. This time returning home was different from before. Chen Jian didn't rush straight into the kitchen to cook, because they had already eaten out. They'd been eating out these past 2 days. The food was still quite good. Compared to their previous frugal lifestyle, they were now living in far more luxurious conditions. However, the couple didn't feel anything unusual. In fact, they believed they were already exercising restraint. Once Chen Fan returned and they got their hands on the money, their current lifestyle would be nothing. They aspired to live in a villa with servants attending to their every need. They envisioned a leisurely life as wealthy gentleman and lady. Chen Jian returned home and sat on the sofa. The first thing he did was take out his phone to check the official statistics. Miao Tzuelian quickly crowded in to look as well. They had never cared about this sort of thing before. Now they cared far too much, just like caring for their own wallets. At this moment, Chen Jian exclaimed in utter disbelief, "Honey, look quick. Chen Fan has broken into the top 500 rankings, top 500. The prize money reaches 10 million. Miao Tzuelian was equally thrilled. 10 million, an astronomical sum they could never earn in their entire lives. I didn't expect Chen Fan to be so capable. Then my previous thoughts won't do, we'll have to raise our standards. Old Chen, how about upgrading from a 200 square meter villa to a 400 square meter one? As the house gets bigger, we'll need to hire a few more servants. Chen Fan is so wealthy, it's not unreasonable to ask him for an extra 500,000 yuan as our monthly allowance. No, make it 1 million. And don't forget our son's cultivation resources. Making him cover everything is the least he can do, not just everything, but the best of the best. No matter how impressive Chen Fan is, it's never as good as our son becoming stronger. Raising our son properly is what truly matters. Miao Tzuelian planned. My wife is right. After all, Xiao Fan has money, it's nothing for us to ask for a bit more. Once our son starts making it big, we won't even care about his money anyway. Shen Jian chimed in enthusiastically. Miao Tzuelian chuckled. Well now, you finally understood for once. Seeing how well you've behaved today, this old lady will give you a reward. Didn't you always want to be on top when Today I'll let you have your way. Really? Shen Jian eagerly rubbed his hands together. Miao Tzuelian gave him a coquettish sidelong glance. You devil, what are you waiting for? Go take a shower already. Okay, alright. Chen Jian was already excitedly heading toward the bathroom. Knock knock knock. Just then, a knocking sound came from the door. Who was it? The couple froze in surprise. Who could possibly be visiting at this late hour? Chen Jian peeked through the peephole. Outside stood 4 soldiers in military uniforms, their postures erect and imposing. Soldiers? Anyone who could join the military had to be at least a 6-star martial artist. Such beings were beyond the reach of the couple. Chen Fan. Chen Jian and Miao Tzuelian exchanged glances, their thoughts instinctively turned to Chen Fan. Chen Fan had performed exceptionally well. It would make sense that the military got involved. Now that the military has come knocking, 9 times out of 10 it's good news. Before Chen Jian could react, Miao Tzuelian rushed to open the door, flashing the warmest smile she could muster. Comrade soldiers, please come in. The 4 soldiers wore stern and solemn expressions. They ignored Miao Tzuelian's enthusiasm, with the leader directly presenting an arrest warrant. Chen Jian, Miao Tzuelian, the 2 of you are suspected of embezzling martyrs' pension funds. We are now lawfully arresting you both. In an instant, it was as if Miao Tzuelian and Chen Jian had plummeted from heaven into hell. You must have made a mistake. What gives you the right to arrest me? Chen Fan became so outstanding because of my upbringing. We didn't embezzle his parents' pension funds. Making him endure hardships at the bottom was a special form of education. What do you people know? We meant well. Truly meant well. Miao Tzuelian protested loudly like a madwoman. I know now, it must have been that little brat Chen Fan who reported us. Fine, how impressive. Biting the hand that feeds him, a real ingrate. Absolutely shameless. Take them away. Marker .0612. Chen Fan was still fighting like crazy, the beast tied too ferocious to give him even a moment's respite. He dared not stop. The slightest pause would bury him beneath the tsunami of beasts. Like an indefatigable machine, he kept charging through the hordes, slaughtering from dawn till dusk, then through the dead of night. The kill count in Chen Fan's visor display kept climbing endlessly. His virtual panel showed his vitality soaring rapidly. Chen Fan's current vitality was 553,000/1000000. The requirement for condensing the second spiritual meridian, achieving the 2-meridian realm, was 1 million vitality points. A piercing roar rang out, causing Chen Fan's eardrums to throb with pain. By the dim moonlight, Chen Fan saw a massive creature over 10 meters tall charging toward him at frightening speed. The surrounding beasts all scattered in panic to make way. A first-level demonic beast, the Venom Blast Fire Spider. A spider demon beast over 10 meters tall was visually striking. During the day, Chen Fan had already encountered explosive poison fire spiders. Marking .0612 contained at most first-level demon beasts, numbering around over 100, of various species. From daytime until now, Chen Fan had encountered most of them. However, Chen Fan dared not prolong the fight, always engaging briefly before retreating. But even first-level demon beasts were still demon beasts after all. Each encounter still caused Chen Fan considerable trouble. Among them, the toxic flame-burst spider proved particularly troublesome for Chen Fan. Just like now. Whoosh! The venom fire spider spewed forth a web spanning over 10 meters, descending from the sky to ensnare Chen Fan. Chen Fan's eyelids twitched violently as he pushed his speed to the limit. He barely dodged it by a hair's breadth. Chen Fan managed to dodge, but the fierce beasts around him weren't so fortunate. The dozen or so beasts caught in the spiderweb instantly emitted miserable shrieks, their massive bodies being corroded. The blood that flowed out was dark brown. After struggling for just a few breaths, the dozen-plus beasts completely perished. The first-level demon beast showed no regard for the ferocious beast's life, continuously spewing attacks from its maw. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Each spiderweb spanned over 10 meters, and now dozens burst forth at once, engulfing the sky and earth, instantly sealing off all escape routes for Chen Fan. Chen Fan's eyes turned icy. This time, instead of retreating, he advanced. His figure was like a streak of light as his long blade swung through the air. Boom! The distance of several dozen meters closed in the blink of an eye. The explosive poison fire spider never expected this insignificant human to dare take the initiative. It had initially been dismissive. Yet sensing the razor-sharp edge of the blade's force, its heart quivered with dread. Instinctively, it crossed two of its spider-like legs in defense. Bang! A terrifying surge of energy erupted instantly, like furious waves of a raging sea crashing skyward, sending the surrounding horde of dark beasts flying through the air. Those creatures farther away whimpered in fear, tucking their tails as they scrambled to flee. A first Vein Realm cultivator facing a first-tier demon beast. Horrifying beyond words. The massive body of the poison explosion fire spider was sent staggering backward several steps by the impact. Yet its defenses were astonishing. Chen Fan's blade force infused with cosmic energy actually failed to sever the spider spear that didn't appear particularly thick. Chen Fan didn't dare to delay any further. He was absolutely certain that within a minute, hundreds of other first-level demon beasts would come crashing down upon him. Chapter 63, What a Sneaky Old Fox, certified by Zhongqing. However, the venomous fire spider had caused Chen Fan plenty of trouble before, and this time he didn't want to just walk away like he had done previously. Leaving it alive would bring endless future calamities. Then let's settle this quickly. 0612 is undoubtedly a first-level demonic beast. Killing one would ease his burden slightly. Chen Fan utterly erupted in that instant. The hurricane slash's swiftness, the layered wave blades gathering momentum. Strike after strike after strike, the gleaming blades flashed with dizzying speed. The 12th strike, imbued with blade force and the heavenly power of 100 Calamities saber. Bang! A single slash descended. The void rippled as if stirred into waves. The venom flame arachnid seemed to sense an immense peril. Sharp shrieks erupted instinctively, but it was too late. Faster than words could describe. Chen Fan wiped out everything within 100-meter length and 20-meter width ahead of him. It was equivalent to clearing a 4-lane bidirectional road with a single strike. Even the explosive venom fire spiders couldn't offer the slightest resistance. This made even Chen Fan pause in astonishment. Could the full power strike of his newly advanced First Meridian Realm cultivation really be this terrifying? He was both startled and delighted. Just as he was about to leave, Chen Fan spotted a glimmering speck of light among the remains of the explosive toxic flame spider. It stood out vividly in the darkness. He walked over, put on gloves, and took it out. It was a fist-sized crystal nucleus, completely fiery red. Monster core. Chen Fan had seen this thing in textbooks at school. It was the core of a demonic beast, the most essential part of a demonic beast. It contains pure, concentrated energy that has many uses, making it extremely valuable. Only demonic beasts possess these, as savage beasts do not. Although Chen Fan knew of demonic cores, this was actually his first time seeing one in person. The demon core was small, yet Chen Fan forced it into his spatial ring before his body shot forward like an arrow loosed from a bow, swiftly vanishing from sight. Not long after, the earth trembled as a group of terrifying first-level demon beasts arrived with violent killing intent. However, Chen Fan had already charged 100 miles away. The beast tide surged violently. Chen Fan kept charging and killing. It seemed like they had returned to the previous rhythm. Lu Wencheng and the other 3 mental masters were now all astonished. They were communicating through divine thought. Did Chen Fan just kill a level 1 demonic beast? Right? I feel like I'm dreaming too. Let me say this up front. Chen Fan is reserved for our Gale Special Ops team. None of you dare try to snatch him away. A psychic adept struck first to claim him. Don't fight with you? Why shouldn't I? I'm calling the captain right now. Our Eagle Special team won't back down either. Lu Wencheng coughed lightly. Save your breath, it's too late. Chen Fan is already one of Tianyao's people. Seriously? Old Lu, do you really think we'd believe that? You're just saying this on purpose to scare us off so you can make your move alone, aren't you? Whether you believe me or not is up to you. Or you can just ask Chen Fan yourself when the time comes. Lu Wencheng burst into laughter. Seeing Lu Wencheng's confident demeanor, the other 3 momentarily froze with stunned expressions. Holy shit, this can't be real. Old Lu, your Tianyao team acted way too fast. Plus, Chen Fan has always been at the Qi and Blood realm level. Since when does your C-rank Special Ops squad recruit people below the Martial Disciple tier? Damn, what a sneaky bastard. Lu Wencheng didn't respond, just kept grinning like an idiot. The night had grown deep. At the outer camp 0612, Xiao Jian stood motionless before the enormous screen, watching intently. His heart trembled with shock. Just moments ago, Chen Fan's single sword stroke had cleared a vast swath of savage beasts, including a level 1 demonic creature, the explosive toxin fire spider. Chen Fan has broken through to the Meridian Opening Realm? Jiangnan Base City, military base. In the conference room, a group of officers were utterly stunned. On the other side, the guard hastily delivered the message to Supreme Commander Suan. Upon hearing that Chen Fan had slain a first-level demonic beast, Suan was also shocked to his core. Originally, an outbreak of such a large-scale beast tide would require the elite martial artist competition to be halted immediately, but he wanted to see the limits of Chen Fan's capabilities. And so, this was the outcome. Chen Fan's limits far surpassed his own expectations. Slaying a level 1 demon beast, this was a result he'd never dared to imagine before. For a long time, Suan let out a long sigh. The younger generation is formidable indeed. Time flies by swiftly. That turbulent night finally passed as a new day dawned, and the hustle and bustle returned to the Jiangnan base city once more. Back at Jiangnan Martial University, inside the girls' dormitory. What? Qingqing, you're going to the martial artist tower today? To get certified as a martial artist? Duo stared at Zhongqing in disbelief. She touched Zhongqing's forehead, then her own. No fever, so why was her friend talking nonsense? As closest friends who shared everything, Duo knew Zhongqing's circumstances all too well. It was only 189 vitality points yesterday. Has it already surpassed 200 today? From yesterday until now, Zhongqing hasn't cultivated at all. Not only that, she was unconscious for most of the day. Oh, could it be some after effect from yesterday's fainting spell that gave her these unrealistic fantasies? Just tell me, are you coming with me or not? Zhongqing said with a smile while packing her things. Of course I'm going. In your current condition, I wouldn't feel comfortable letting you go out alone. Duo said. How am I doing? Stop making assumptions, will you? Zhongqing didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Afterwards, the two asked for leave via phone from their instructor and then took a taxi to the warrior building. The martial artists' tower was as bustling and noisy as ever. Zhongqing and her companion arrived at the martial artist certification counter. The person in charge of certification was still Guantong. Guantong swiped Zhongqing's ID card, and a large amount of information soon appeared on the screen. Guantong gazed on. 18 years old. The education section reads Jiangnan University of Martial Arts. Little sister, go to that window over there to have your qi and blood tested. If you pass, they'll give you a form, just bring it back to me. Guantong remarked. All right, Zhongqing replied. Watching Zhongqing's retreating figure, Guantong muttered to himself, another 18-year-old coming for martial certification. Are all young people this capable nowadays? The last 18-year-old who came here for martial artist certification was Chen Fan, who left a deep impression on her. Now, look at Chen Fan's current achievements. First place in the 6-star division, first place in the 7-star division of this elite martial artist tournament, and yesterday, he actually killed a toxic flame spider. He must have reached the Meridian Awakening realm. And what else? His ranking on the overall leaderboard has now risen to 219th place. Not only does he qualify for the prize money, but he's also earned the opportunity to access the martial arts library in Jiangnan Base City. Chen Fan is truly exceptional. It's unlikely anyone could replicate his legendary feat. The last person to achieve the level 18 martial artist certification before Zhongqing was indeed Chen Fan, although Suwon also became a martial artist at 18. But he was different. He was certified during the standardized testing of the martial examination. Not long after, Zhongqing and Duo returned to the certification window. Even Zhongqing was stunned when she saw the qi and blood values. Duo's chubby, pretty face was filled with overwhelming disbelief. They handed the paperwork to the window. Guantong effortlessly took it over. At first glance, her beautiful eyes instantly widened in shock. Qi and blood, 750. A 2-star martial artist. An 18-year-old 2-star warrior. If not for Chen Fan and Suwon setting such high standards ahead of him, an 18-year-old 2-star warrior would normally be terrifying enough to cause a huge sensation. Chapter 64, You're My Little Wild Horse. Marker point 0612. From yesterday until now, for a full day and night, Chen Fan had been charging and slaughtering non-stop. He seemed to have transformed into an emotionless killing machine, completely unaware of exhaustion. Currently, Chen Fan's vitality stood at 601,000/100,000, increasing at a staggering rate. But there was no choice, he was forced into this. Fortunately, as his vitality and energy continued to grow, dealing with the beast tide became slightly easier for him. Following the self-destructing venom fire spider incident, Chen Fan adopted the same approach last night, swift and decisive, killing 3 more Tier 1 demon beasts. He now held 4 demon cores in his possession. In Jiangnan Base City, all parties are now focused on the official data, especially Chen Fan's. Currently, Chen Fan has absorbed nearly all of the 0612's firepower, significantly reducing pressure on other contestants. From yesterday until now, only a dozen or so have been eliminated. This marks the smallest decline so far in this elite warrior competition. Those who have persisted until now, without exception, all have become awakened ones. As for the point standings, Zhong Bo still holds first place on the overall leaderboard. The points have reached 37,600. Chen Fan's points, on the other hand, rose from yesterday's 28,700 to the current 33,000. and his ranking also improved significantly. Yesterday, he was ranked 219th. Now he has surged into the top 100, ranking 72nd. This ranking doesn't even include the points Chen Fan would have earned for killing 4 first-tier demonic beasts. The gap between Chi Blood Realm and Pulse Condensation Realm, or rather, between Chi Blood Realm and demonic beasts, is enormous. In the history of the Elite Warrior competition, no one has ever managed to slay a first-tier demonic beast. That's why the competition rules never even included points for killing first-tier demonic beasts. Level 6 fierce beasts are worth 1 point, level 7 are 3 points, level 8 are 9 points, and level 9 are 18 points. A level 1 demon beast should at least be double that of a level 9 fierce beast. If a level 1 demon beast is worth 36 points, then 4 level 1 demon beasts would total 144 points. Chen Fan's ranking could rise another 20 places. It's worth mentioning that after Chen Fan killed the explosive poison fire spider yesterday, the authorities had already begun discussions to urgently supplement the points system for slaying first-level demon beasts. The top 500 receive cash prizes, the top 300 gain access to Jiangnan Base City's martial arts repository, and the top 100 earn official military officer status. Chen Fan ranked 72nd. He had already secured all 3 of these rewards: bonuses, qualifications to enter the Jiangnan Base City Martial Arts Library, officer status. However, Chen Fan was unaware of all this. He had been frantically charging and slaughtering without a moment's respite. When would he have had the chance to check official data? He didn't know his own ranking, nor the situation of others. All he could do was grit his teeth and keep killing. Military base. As the highest-ranking commander of the base, Suan was bent over his desk at work. Chief. At that moment, an officer hurriedly entered. Go on. Suan set down the pen in his hand. The officer handed over several documents and said, "This is our satellite-monitored data on the marked locations near 0612. The demonic beasts within these marked points have been migrating since yesterday. These Tier 3 to Tier 5 demonic beasts rarely leave their own territory under normal circumstances. After overnight observation, we confirmed their destination is unmistakably 0612. Hearing this, Suan took the matter with the utmost seriousness. He decisively ordered, except for the 6th Corps continuing their security mission, the other 3 major corps and special teams must establish a defensive perimeter within a 100-mile radius of 0612. These demonic beasts absolutely cannot be allowed to interfere with the elite martial artist competition. Yes, in a spacious bedroom, Suan lay on a large bed, wrapped in a towel. Watching Chen Fan break into the top 100, he felt no envy, only envy and hatred. He gritted his teeth with hatred. Geniuses are all arrogant. Though I'm no match for you, I simply refuse to accept your superiority. What's more, Suan had a personal feud with Chen Fan. Drop dead, you bastard. Staring at Chen Fan's skyrocketing statistics on TV, Suan could only curse angrily. Chen Fan could now even kill first-level demon beasts. Revenge seems more hopeless by the day. Suan is pissed. He needs to vent. So he booked a deluxe room early, showered, and is now just waiting for his little wild horse to arrive. Knock, knock, knock. Just then, a knock came at the door. Brother Wen. The voice was sweet enough to melt one's bones. It was indeed his little wild mare. Suan sat up immediately and said, "Come in quick, the door's unlocked." The door to the room was quickly pushed open. However, it wasn't just the ponytailed campus belle who entered, there were also 2 other schoolgirls dressed in revealing outfits, roughly the same age as her. Roughly the same didn't just refer to their age but also to certain, specific proportions of their bodies. Dressed so lightly, large tattoos were visible on their exposed skin, and one even had a steel ring through her nostril, giving off a wild, untamed vibe. Brother One, these 2 sisters are from our Jiangnan University of Wuxia. They're my roommates, and they've always admired you, so I took the liberty of bringing them along. The ponytailed campus belle nestled into Su Wen's arms and coquettishly said, "And also, you're just too intense. Every time you make me black out. So I brought these 2 sisters to help share the load. Don't be mad, okay? Mad? How could I possibly be mad?" Suan laughed heartily, spreading his arms wide as the 2 beauties smiled and climbed onto the bed. At noon that day, the authorities released a new announcement. The announcement detailed supplementary rules for earning points in the elite martial artists competition. A new tier of demonic beasts was added. The difference between ferocious beasts and demonic beasts is astronomical. It's like comparing a 9-star martial artist to the pulse condensation realm. After numerous deliberations, slaying a first-tier demonic beast earns 54 points. The data has received strong support from everyone. A level 9 ferocious beast at 18 points, the difficulty of slaying a level 1 demonic beast is several times greater than that of a level 9 beast. 54 points is perfectly reasonable. After the rules were amended, Chen Fan's points received an additional increase of 324. Yes, it's 324, not 216 from 4 Class 1 Demon Beasts, because Chen Fan killed 2 more Class 1 Demon Beasts this morning, plus Chen Fan's other kills from the morning. Chen Fan currently has 36,700 points, ranking 19th on the leaderboard. The top player on the overall leaderboard has 38,800 points. It's still Zhang Bo. Zhang Bo is currently fighting at the outermost edge of the Beast Tide. He had just reviewed the official data. Chen Fan's rapid rise in points still put considerable pressure on him. In this elite martial artist competition, I originally thought my only opponent would be Luo Qingyin. After she got eliminated, I felt the first place was secure. Who would have guessed Chen Fan would emerge out of nowhere? Zhang Bo was somewhat speechless. Chen Fan had participated as a 6-star martial artist, yet in less than half a month, he experienced successive breakthroughs and had now reached the 1 Meridian realm. Moreover, he had endured for so long amid such a terrifying beast tide. He admitted that Chen Fan was incredibly strong. But as they say, geniuses all have their pride. I admit you're strong, but I just can't accept it. First place is mine. Don't even think about taking it. Chapter 65 The First Ascent. Zhang Bo raised his hand, and the steel reinforcement materials from the surrounding ruins lifted into the air. With but a single thought. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Like arrows loosed from their strings, they tore through the void, trailing sharp whistles of displaced air. In the blink of an eye, over a dozen 8th-level savage beasts were instantly turned into pincushions. All met their demise in an instant. Under normal circumstances, steel rebars would hardly be able to penetrate the defenses of 8th-level beasts. But it's not absolute. Remember, if one's strength is formidable enough, even picking a leaf can become lethal. Roar! This seemed to enrage the beast horde. Originally charging in a single direction, they suddenly reversed their assault like a tidal wave, without warning. Hundreds upon thousands of ferocious beasts came charging. Zhang Bo's expression changed rapidly. He was caught completely off guard. Holy shit! There's even a level 1 demonic beast in there. Zhang Bo's heart pounded violently as he pressed the distress button without hesitation. In the next instant, his figure vanished from the spot. It wasn't just Zhang Bo. The same scenario was occurring in many places simultaneously. Although the primary target of the savage beasts and demonic creatures was Chen Fan, they weren't complete fools either. Provoke them, and they would strike back without hesitation. It's like when you're deeply focused on work, yet an annoying fly keeps buzzing around your face incessantly. You might bear with it for a little while, but 1 or 2 days would be a different story. In the blink of an eye, noon turned to night. The moon is bright and the stars are sparse. Chen Fan was still charging forward in battle. City number 0612 had already been quite dilapidated after being abandoned for so long. Now it's enduring a level 7 beast tide. Everywhere it passed, all the towering buildings lay completely level to the ground. Even mountains like the one in Hengshan Park were flattened. Horrifying beyond words. Chen Fan's current vital energy had reached 653,000/1000000. As for the data regarding the elite martial artist competition, he simply hadn't found the time to check. However, Chen Fan also had his speculations. With so many kills to his name, he estimated he should be within the top 300 at the very least. Just a bit more effort, and the officer rank would be his for the taking. A conservative estimate? Well, it's indeed quite conservative. At this moment, the city of Jiangnan Base was aglow with countless lights. Many people were eagerly discussing the elite warrior competition. The warriors' home forum was in an uproar. That's brutal, eliminating so many people during the day. Even Zhang Bo got knocked out. Now only 69 are left. Upstairs, correction, in the few seconds it took you to post, the remaining count dropped to 60. Wait, scratch that. 59 now. Earlier when Chen Fan was drawing all the heat, those on the periphery had it easy. But now, those who couldn't kill Chen Fan are already fuming with frustration, and you dare provoke me? Ha! I can totally picture that scene. Chen Fan currently has 38,000 points, ranking second on the overall leaderboard. The previous top player, Zhang Bo, has already been eliminated with his points permanently locked at 39,000. Chen is only 1,000 points behind. Barring any surprises, he'll reach the top very soon. Together, we'll witness this historic moment. Previously, the strongest contenders for the championship were Zhang Bo, Luo Qingyin, and a few other monstrously powerful awakened ones. Who could have predicted a dark horse would emerge like this? Sheer awesomeness, that's all that needs to be said. Friendly update, Chen Fan's points have risen to 38,300. With 41 participants remaining in the game. This night was destined to be extraordinary. Many people couldn't sleep. They just stared at their phones or sat before their TVs. Lu's restaurant. Lu Jian, Han Kong, and Wang Jin sat around the dining table where 4 dishes and several bottles of wine were laid out. Since securing stable jobs, their benefits and compensation had improved significantly compared to before. Their livelihoods were secured, and dining out no longer had to be as shabby as in the past. Yet now, none of them had touched their chopsticks. Their entire attention was fixed on the television mounted on the restaurant wall. The 3rd Junior Martial Arts Academy. Yao Fu sat at his desk, keeping his eyes fixed on the computer screen. In the classroom, having just bid farewell to the graduating class, Wang Fong, now handling freshmen, occasionally glanced at her phone while teaching. Meanwhile, at Warrior Tower, Du Chuanru, the establishment's boss, and blade fanatic Xue Jigang were also paying close attention. Back at Jiangnan Martial University, inside the girls' dormitory, Zhong Qing sat at the desk, nervously staring at the tablet. Beside her, Duo pulled up a stool and squeezed in to watch with her. Qing, you've got to learn from past mistakes. If you like him, you should say it boldly. Chen Fan is so outstanding. Soon there'll be swarms of admirers around him, and undoubtedly all exceptional too. Thankfully, you've awakened. Otherwise, what chance would you have against them? Now, in my opinion, you should strike first. You and Chen Fan have such a good relationship, and you've been together for so long. As long as he's not a block of wood, he surely has feelings for you in his heart. Duo was being adorably clueless, but for the sake of her best friend's happiness, she was seriously offering advice at this moment. Don't worry, Duo. This time I'll be very brave. Zhong Qing's delicate face showed determination. After becoming an awakener, she gained much more confidence. That's more like it, keep it up. Duo's beautiful eyes curved into crescent moons as she smiled. Suwon hasn't gotten out of bed since morning. Taking on 3 women at once was indeed overwhelming. But he had his special skills, and in the end he managed to hold his ground. Logically speaking, after venting like that, his mood should have improved. Yet now he felt even more irritable, because Chen Fan was about to become number 1. Suwon cursed under his breath as he turned off the TV, refusing to watch any longer. It was ruining his mood. Late at night, Chen Fan successfully topped the leaderboard with 39,100 points. Half an hour later, the remaining player count froze at 1. Only Chen Fan remained. And now Chen Fan was still making conservative estimates. A conservative estimate would put him at around 100 kills by now. When his vision blurred and he was suddenly teleported from the beast tied to a rooftop, he was still utterly bewildered. Not only was Lu Wensheng here at this moment, but the 3 other psychic masters were also present. Brother Lu? Chen Fan was somewhat surprised. Brother Lu, what's going on? I didn't call for help. Lu Wensheng laughed heartily. Brother Chen, everyone else has been eliminated. You're the only remaining contestant in the elite martial artist competition now. With your current score of 39,100, you've also topped the leaderboard. The higher-ups have decided we can conclude the competition. The other 3 psychic practitioners were also looking at Chen Fan with smiles on their faces. Turns out everyone already knew he ranked first. Yet he himself remained completely in the dark. Am I the only one left? Did my points really put me in first place? Hearing Lu Wensheng's words, Chen Fan instinctively felt stunned. Then came the pleasant surprise. Chen Fan, you're calling old Lu brother Lu, seems you two are quite close. Could it be true that you've already joined the Tianyao Special Ops team? One of the psychic masters still refused to give up, pressing for confirmation. The other 2 also fixed their scorching gazes on Chen Fan, waiting for Chen Fan's answer. They were even prepared, should Chen Fan shake his head, they would immediately start grabbing. Yes, I've already joined Tianyao. Chen Fan replied calmly. Hearing this, the 3 mental masters all slapped their thighs in frustration. Chen Fan, I see you're not getting any younger. Do you have a girlfriend? My daughter is about your age and quite outstanding herself, also an awakened individual, a 9th-level martial artist with long legs and a great figure. Would you like to meet her? Holy shit, old Chen, you're really something. When you couldn't recruit Chen Fan straight away, you changed tactics and went straight for father-in-law status. Though I must say, I have a daughter too. Chapter 66, Dust-Covered Emotions, Lieutenant Chen Fan. Mentioning girlfriend. Chen Fan instinctively recalled those beautiful days spanning over 2 years with Zhong Qing at the 3rd Junior Martial Arts Academy. They had been desk mates. They were also each other's closest opposite-sex friend. Humans aren't made of wood or grass, and they were both at that age when first love blossoms. So naturally, affection grew between them over time. This budding romance, youthful, hazy, wistful, even their squabbles carried a sweet undercurrent. They could both clearly sense each other's feelings. Though their relationship remained undefined, only that final layer of window paper still separated them. Back then, Chen Fan had planned to confess his feelings to Zhong Qing after the martial exams. Unfortunately, before that time came, Chen Fan was forced to drop out of school. Later, his uncle and aunt kicked him out, leaving him to fend for himself. Fortunately, Chen Fan had a resilient personality. He survived by struggling at the bottom of society. But it was merely survival. The hardships of the lower class wore away his ambitions. Becoming a martial artist became something he no longer dared to dream of. But Zhong Qing was different. She would have an exceptionally bright future. Their paths were destined to diverge into separate worlds. Although Chen Fan had fallen on hard times, Zhong Qing reached out to him many times. She wanted to offer him help. But Chen Fan, barely managing to survive himself, couldn't possibly give her happiness and didn't want to drag her down, so he decisively cut off contact with her. This love, too, was buried deep in the depths of his heart. Actually, Chen Fan had no idea. After he unilaterally cut off contact, Zhong Qing was heartbroken for quite some time. Later, Chen Fan rose to prominence once again. And now, here we are. More than half a year had passed, neither long nor short by any measure, though Chen Fan still carried Zhong Qing in his heart. Yet this span of time had inevitably cast a faint shadow of distance between them. Such was the fragile nature of their bond. With a bit less confidence and a bit more unease, though his heart remained unchanged, he still had to consider Zhong Qing's side of things. Just as Chen Fan didn't know, Zhong Qing used to share everything with him. Their bond was seamless, but recently when messaging Chen Fan, she started hesitating and editing her words. In truth, neither of their hearts has changed. Only time has added some complications to these feelings. You two should just quit it. Judging by Brother Chen's expression, he must already have a girlfriend, or at the very least, someone special in his heart. Lu Wencheng noticed something from Chen Fan's expression and helped him out of the awkward situation with a smile. The other three telekinesis masters weren't fools either. They could more or less read between the lines. They sighed with emotion. What lucky girl wouldn't know where she's blessed? Yeah, I'm so jealous I could cry. I'm doing alright. Cut the crap. Of course you're alright, you've got 3 sons. Ha. They all burst out laughing. Chen Fan, from the beast tide until now, counting it up, you haven't eaten or rested for 2 days and a night. Now that the Elite Warrior tournament is over, let's head back to camp first. Lu Wencheng said. Brother Lu, now that you mention it, I really am hungry. Right now I just want to eat and drink my fill, then sleep deeply. Chen Fan laughed. Earlier during the beast tide, his nerves were stretched to the limit, as if he had forgotten hunger and exhaustion. Now that he relaxed, hunger pangs and weariness hit him all at once. Let's go then. The other 3 mind masters chimed in. Almost instantly, the 5 vanished from their spots. The next moment, they reappeared in the camp. Chen Fan was assigned to a tent, and soon after, a lavish meal was brought to him. Chen Fan was utterly famished. He wolfed down his meal. With Chen Fan's return, the 6th Army responsible for security within 0612 completely withdrew, along with several other reinforcement armies and special operations squads that had originally formed a defensive perimeter across a 100-mile radius outside 0612. Their purpose had been to block demon beasts from other cities that might interfere with 0612. Now they had all returned to camp. They were all teleported back by the mentalist masters. The first thing these Legion commanders and captains of special teams did after returning was to come to Chen Fan's place. They had already learned the news of Chen Fan joining the Heavenly Radiance C-Grade Special Combat Team. Even if they couldn't recruit him, it would still be good to get acquainted. Chen Fan is only 18 years old this year, yet he's already reached the Meridian Realm at such a young age. His future achievements are boundless. Chen Fan, the Elite Martial Artist competition has now concluded. As the first place winner of this competition, you've automatically been awarded the military rank of 2nd Lieutenant, a bounty of 300 million, as well as access to the Jiangnan Base City Martial Arts Library. Just swipe your martial artist badge when you go, Xiao Jian explained. Thank you, Battalion Commander Xiao. By now, Chen Fan had already become acquainted with all the battalion commanders and special forces squad leaders stationed here. Through conversations, he'd also unexpectedly learned that Xiao Jian, the 6th Army Battalion commander overseeing this security operation, had actually served as the senior squad leader for his 3rd junior high school Principal Yao Fu back in the day. Even right before the competition, Principal Yao even specially asked Commander Xiao to look after Chen Fan. This inadvertently brought their relationship even closer. By the way, Chen Fan, we have one more important matter to ask you. Why did the 0612 suddenly form a level 7 beast tide? And why was it specifically targeting you? The higher-ups ordered us to investigate, but we've been lacking leads. As the person involved, do you know anything about it? The captain of a special operations squad looked solemnly at Chen Fan. Xiao Jian, Lu Wencheng, and the others also turned their gazes toward Chen Fan. They were very puzzled as well. Yet Chen Fan shook his head. I don't know why either. I was just normally participating in the elite martial artist competition when suddenly, these ferocious beasts and demons went insane chasing after me for the past couple of days. I also speculated whether I might have touched their reverse scale somewhere, but after thinking it through, it seems I didn't. You don't know either? The crowd was astonished. They had originally thought that Chen Fan, being the person involved, must know something. At this moment, a Legion commander spoke up. Chen Fan, the security department has provided a lead. Recently, many people named Chen Fan have been assassinated. Some are martial artists, others are ordinary civilians, spanning all age groups. This isn't just happening in Jiangnan Base City, other base cities have reported similar cases. Have you ever faced an assassination attempt in the city? Many people named Chen Fan have been assassinated? Chen Fan's heart skipped a beat. This was the first time he had heard such news, and he couldn't help but feel unsettled. He thought about it carefully. Counting back, I've only encountered danger twice in the city. Once was when I was slaughtering chickens at the 6th slaughterhouse. One chicken suddenly mutated into a first-grade vicious beast, a giant beaked chicken. Mutations happen regularly at slaughterhouses, so I don't think this was an assassination attempt, just bad timing on my part. Chen Fan said. Only twice? What about the other time? The leader of the Special Forces team immediately pressed for details. Well, the giant beaked chicken probably doesn't count. Xiao Jian and the others all chimed in agreement. The second time was at home. I live on the 4th floor of a condo complex when a level 2 beast, a razor-toothed tiger cat, broke into my apartment. What struck me as odd was that it was around dinner time when the roads and complex were packed with people, yet such a huge level 2 beast caused no commotion at all, heading straight for my place. Chen Fan said. Chapter 67, Chen Fan returns, a reunion after half a year. Upon hearing this, the group became excited. That's it. This must be it. The date, do you still remember the date? May 18th. Chen Fan provided the precise time. Excellent, this clue is too important. Through it, we might be able to trace things to their source and uncover the beast's method of concealment. Quick, report it immediately. After quite some time, everyone had left. Chen Fan also ate and drank his fill. Drowsiness swept over him at that moment, and he simply lay down on the cot and fell asleep. With several legions stationed here, plus so many special ops teams and 4 psychic masters, safety was absolutely guaranteed. At last, Chen Fan could relax and dare to enjoy a good sleep. Soon he sank into a deep slumber. This was the first time he had slept so soundly since the Elite Warrior tournament. The night passed quickly. Early the next morning, Chen Fan woke up. Today, he would return to Jiangnan Base City along with the various legions and special squads. Meanwhile, at Jiangnan Warrior University, Qing, hurry up, Duo urged. All right, just a minute. Qing responded while quickly gathering her things. Last night's elite martial arts tournament has concluded, and today Chen Fan is sure to return from the wilderness to the base city. Many citizens have already gathered at the city gates, all eager to catch a glimpse of Chen Fan's charismatic presence. In their eyes, Chen Fan is nothing short of a legend, a competitor who entered as a 6-star martial artist, made astonishing progress during the tournament, and has now broken through to the One Vein realm. Unprecedented. This is Legend 1. For the first time, someone slew a demonic beast in the Elite Warrior tournament, single-handedly forcing the organizers to hastily amend the tournament's scoring rules overnight. This is Legend Part 2. Fighting fiercely through the 7th level beast tide, enduring for 2 days and 1 night. Such a feat is legendary. In comparison, the identity of champion in the Elite Martial Artists competition seems less dazzling, merely a minor embellishment on Chen Fan's brilliance. Soon, Zhongcheng emerged. She was also going to the city gate to welcome Chen Fan. Today, she had deliberately chosen a floral print maxi dress and even applied rare, delicate makeup, making her already striking appearance utterly breathtaking. Duo was also a great beauty with naturally high standards. Yet, the moment she saw Zhongqing, she couldn't help but feel a sense of awe at her dazzling beauty. Qing, you're not just charming men now, you're even attracting women. Not bad at all. Today you'll definitely win over Chen Fan. Zhongqing still lacked confidence, speaking nervously. Do you see anywhere I could improve? Should I change my outfit, a guy? Duo quickly interrupted. No more changing. If you change again, I won't be able to resist tackling you. Then she pulled Zhongqing and hurried out of campus. Inside a massive warehouse, Lu Jian, Han Kan, and Wang Zhen were still hard at work. They stayed glued to the television until the competition ended yesterday. Chen Fan took first place, and they were beyond excited. Although they knew today was Chen Fan's return to the city, the 3 of them remained dutifully at work, too embarrassed to take personal leave for private matters. They'd already agreed to call Chen Fan after clocking out, to celebrate his homecoming. At this moment, warehouse supervisor Sun Haijie hurriedly arrived. Seeing the 3 men still busy at work, he stomped his feet anxiously. Old Lu, Old Han, Old Wang, why are you 3 still here? Today is Chen Fan's return to the city. The boss just called specially to say you're all getting the day off. Hurry. Ha! Lu Jian and the other 2 were stunned for a moment, then overjoyed. Thank you, Supervisor Sun. Thank you, Boss Du. With that, the 3 men excitedly headed out. Time marches on. An ever-growing crowd pressed toward the city gates, shoulder to shoulder, a veritable sea of humanity. The public safety department had contingency plans in place. Whenever the elite tournament concluded, whenever champions returned through these gates with their legions, people always gathered here just to watch. What they didn't anticipate was the sheer overwhelming number of people this time. The original contingency plans couldn't handle it, forcing them to repeatedly call for reinforcements. By now, Chen Fan was already en route. Now that all matters are settled, there's no need for a hurried march back to the city. Chen Fan had now reached the My Realm, achieving an astonishing speed of 560 km per hour, which in terms of velocity alone could rival experts of the For My Realm. Had he gone all out, he would have arrived long ago. However, Lu Wencheng had warned Chen Fan earlier. The champion of every elite warrior competition always returned to the city with the army, with crowds gathering at the city gates to watch. Since this was the tradition, Chen Fan naturally wouldn't go against the grain. Sneaking back would have looked utterly petty. At around 11 in the morning, Chen Fan passed through the city gates. Coming. Someone cheered, and many others spontaneously applauded Chen Fan. The long lenses and flashes of media cameras clicked and flickered incessantly. Chen Fan is the man. Idol, oh, my idol. Brother Chen Fan, notice me for once. Though Chen Fan knew there were onlookers, he never expected such a massive crowd, a veritable sea of people stretched as far as the eye could see. His gaze swept across the throng, as if searching for any familiar faces among them. Chen Fan's face lit up with joy as he spotted Uncle Lu, Uncle Han, and Uncle Wang, who were now enthusiastically waving at him. Chen Fan promptly waved back in response. Holy shit, my heart can't take it, my idol just waved at me. Stop being so damn narcissistic, okay? They're clearly waving at me. Stop arguing, you two. There's no way Brother Chen Fan would wave at either of you boys, he was obviously waving at me. A girl proudly lifted her chin and casually tugged her tube top lower, letting more of her snow-white skin show. Listening to these youngsters bicker, Lu Jian and the other two standing behind them exchanged knowing smiles. Chen Fan, look here, Zhong Cheng is over here. Amidst the clamor, Chen Fan faintly caught a voice calling. He turned his gaze toward the direction of the sound. To my surprise, I saw Duo. Because of Zhong Cheng, Chen Fan and Duo got along quite well. At this moment, Duo was waving her fair arms, jumping up and down while shouting, trying to catch Chen Fan's attention. Beside Duo, Zhong Cheng was also excitedly waving her hands. Chen Fan was pleasantly surprised and waved at them. Who would have thought that after nearly a year apart, they'd be reunited under such circumstances? Chen Fan saw us, he's waving at us. Duo's excited little face flushed bright red. Zhong Cheng also nodded excitedly. Go ahead, I'll clear the way for you. For the happiness of her best friend, Duo went all out. Her petite frame squeezed through the crowd. Excuse me, coming through, thank you. Chen Fan also witnessed this scene. Are Zhong Cheng and Duo coming over? With so many people around, it'll be tough squeezing through. Brother Lu, I've got two friends over there who want to come through. Could you do me a favor? Chen Fan said to Lu Wencheng. 2 friends? One of them must be your girlfriend. Lu Wencheng smirked mockingly. The next moment, Zhong Cheng and Duo felt their vision blur, and when their sight cleared, they were already standing before Chen Fan. Chapter 68. All lovers eventually reunite. At this moment, Zhong Cheng looked at Chen Fan. Chen Fan also looked at Zhong Cheng. Then, they both smiled, because the slight unfamiliarity and distance that had come from being apart for more than half a year vanished in that instant. At this moment, they were just like during their first 3 encounters, could still perceive each other's feelings. Even after more than half a year of longing and yearning, these feelings have matured into something even more genuine and profound. Zhong Cheng smiled, gazing at Chen Fan with tender, affectionate eyes. Right there, under the watchful eyes of everyone, she boldly yet gracefully opened her arms toward Chen Fan. The meaning was clear as day. A warm embrace. In that moment, Chen Fan was utterly moved. The Zhong Cheng in his memory had always been so reserved, he could hardly imagine how much courage it must have taken for her to make such a bold move under the gaze of thousands. Chen Fan quickly took 2 steps forward and pulled Zhong Cheng into his embrace. The scene instantly erupted with deafening cheers and teasing. The media reporters' cameras kept flashing incessantly. Is this really free content? Large-scale public display of affection. Single folks better scram. A perfect match in looks and talents. I approve this union. I object. Chen Fan is mine, girls. Give me 3 minutes, I need all this chick's info ASAP. Maybe you should take a look in the mirror first. Chen Fan held Zhong Cheng in his arms. Her delicate body was soft, incredibly comfortable to embrace, and she carried a unique natural fragrance that was utterly captivating. Nestled in Chen Fan's embrace, Zhong Cheng wore an expression of pure happiness. At this moment, Chen Fan was her entire world. The noisy clamor outside seemed to be automatically shut out. Suddenly, she opened her little mouth and bit Chen Fan's shoulder fiercely. There was no sight of Chen Fan grimacing in pain as one might have imagined. After all, Chen Fan was a first Vein Realm expert, with exceptionally strong physical qualities, especially in defense. Being as tough as forged steel was no joke. Though it had little effect, the catharsis was undeniable. You disappeared for half a year, worrying me sick. Then after becoming a martial artist, you rose so fast, how could I ever catch up? Do you even know how close I came to losing you? Zhongqing couldn't help but feel her eyes growing moist. Indeed, she had truly almost lost Chen Fan. If not for becoming an awakened, she wouldn't be standing here bravely today. Chen Fan understood Zhongqing's feelings at this moment. Without a word, he simply held her tighter. Watching lovers finally unite, Duo beside them was already crying with joy. Young love is truly wonderful. Lu Wenqing smiled and took a few steps back. At his age, he had no intention of being a third wheel. The clamor in the crowd rose to another crescendo. What's happening? What's happening? No idea, they replied. Someone dug up Chen Fan's girlfriend's information. Guess what they found out? Tell me. Her name is Zhongqing, a classmate and deskmate of Chen Fan at the 3rd Junior Martial Arts Academy. This year, she just advanced to Jiangnan Martial Arts University. Wow, campus romance. I'll gladly take this dose of relationship envy. No, campus romance or whatever is secondary here. Take a close look. Zhongqing, Zhong, this surname. Holy shit, could this actually have something to do with the Zhong family? Her brother is Zhong Bo. Her father is Zhong Bancheng. What do you think? Holy fucking shit, the Zhong family's treasured jewel. I thought this girl was out of Chen Fan's league, but clearly I was wrong, dead wrong. Alright, Zhongqing, I'll concede Chen Fan to you. As thanks, introducing me to your brother isn't too much to ask, is it? Ptana, can't compete so you become someone's sister-in-law. 666. Ugly looks but wild playstyle, that's just like you. The 3rd Junior Martial Arts Academy. It's break time between classes now. Though the students didn't go to the city gates, there's a live stream online. Chen Fan and Zhongqing were their senior classmates. Because of Chen Fan's meteoric rise, their love story also spread widely across the 3rd Junior High School. The moment they saw Chen Fan and Zhongqing embracing each other, the entire campus erupted in excitement. So sweet, even teen romance novels wouldn't dare write anything like this. Congratulations! Throw the flowers and send them to their wedding chamber. I also wish to have someone like this by my side, supporting and inspiring each other. A chubby boy let out a long sigh, but when he glanced at his female deskmate, who was twice as plump as himself, he shook his head again. Never mind, I'd better not think about it. In the office, teacher Wang Fong was also watching the live stream at the city gate. She was so moved that tears streamed down her face, and a large pile of used tissues had already accumulated on her desk. Wang Fong had been through it all before. As their homeroom teacher, she had long noticed the affection between Chen Fan and Zhongqing. Those days Zhongqing spent with Chen Fan made her reminisce about her own student days more than once. Had things gone normally, these two students of hers would surely have ended up together. Unfortunately, fortune is fickle. Disaster struck when least expected. Chen Fan was forced to drop out of school. This dealt too heavy a blow to their relationship. Perhaps there would be no future between them anymore. Fortunately, the situation took a dramatic turn for the better. After enduring hardships, the lovers were finally united in marriage. How could this not move her deeply? Teacher Wang Fong was still pulling tissues to wipe away her tears. At that moment, she suddenly noticed a bullet comment scrolling across the screen. Zhongqing, she's the eldest daughter of the Zhong family? Wang Fong gasped in astonishment, her eyes wide with shock. The Zhong family's security measures are really top-notch. If it weren't for the all-knowing netizens this time, even Zhongqing's homeroom teacher of 3 years would still be completely in the dark. With Zhongqing's such lofty status, why would she come to study at this ordinary junior high school? Since when has the Zhong family been so down-to-earth? It's said that Zhong Bo, the eldest son of the Zhong family, has always had access to the top-tier resources with one-on-one tutoring. After the initial shock, she quietly drew a sharp breath. The Zhong family. Wang Fong knew all too well the influence wielded by the Zhong family. Zhongqing and Chen Fan's relationship, if placed in ancient times, would be nothing short of a princess or noblewoman falling for a commoner boy. Even though Chen Fan is an awakened. Even though Chen Fan is the champion of the elite martial artist tournament. But these mean nothing in the eyes of the Zhong family, who knows how many awakened individuals, how many champions of past elite martial artist tournaments, serve them. Wang Fong shook her head. She was beginning to worry about her two students. Sigh. All good things come to those who wait. Jiangnan Martial University. The classroom was bustling with noise, yet Du Changze at the very back remained completely undisturbed, sound asleep with his head resting on the desk. Zay, wake up. Come on, wake up. His deskmate ran over excitedly and nudged him several times. What's wrong? Du Changze barely managed to pry his eyes open a slit. He was utterly exhausted. The way his eyelids kept drooping, you'd think he hadn't slept for days. But the reality was, out of 24 hours in a day, he spent 23 of them sleeping, and yet, he still felt bone-tired. Du Changze even suspected that he might have contracted some serious illness. He actually went for a checkup, and the results came back perfectly fine. Chen Fan and Zhong Qing got together. Wow, they've actually hugged already. Ever since Du Changze told the story about Chen Fan and Zhong Qing, his deskmate had become their die-hard shipper. Now that the star-crossed lovers had finally ended up together, his excitement surpassed even what he'd feel if he himself had gotten into a relationship. His deskmate spoke rapidly. There was no helping it. If he spoke any slower, Ace would definitely doze off again. Upon hearing his deskmate's words, Du Changze immediately sprang up from his seat, looking more energetic than ever. What did you say? Fan Gu and Zhong Chang are together now? Chapter 69, Second Generation Gathering, Daring Zhong Qing, Martial Arts Tower. The certification window wasn't busy at the moment, so Guan Tong was watching the livestream from the city gates. Oh my god, birds of a feather flock together. Who would have thought Chen Fan and Zhong Qing were actually boyfriend and girlfriend? That couple is destined for extraordinary things in the future. The shock made her bosom tremble like waves. In the supreme VIP private room atop the Xingqiao Grand Hotel, the massive rotating banquet table was laden with exquisitely presented delicacies, every dish a masterpiece of color, aroma, and taste that clearly bore a princely price tag. Standard like this represented the absolute pinnacle of what the stellar Tide Grand Hotel could offer. Though when you think about it, it makes sense. Their supreme VIP private dining rooms started at a minimum expenditure of 1 million yuan. A meal costing millions is beyond the imagination of ordinary people. Dining here today aren't political dignitaries, renowned celebrities, nor mighty martial artists of great fame, but rather a group of young people, all in their 20s, each dressed in extravagant attire. Zhong Bo was also among them. To be precise, this gathering was arranged specifically for Zhong Bo. Zhong Bo had just returned from the Elite Martial Artists Tournament. Today, his second-generation friends were hosting a welcome banquet in his honor. Alright, young Master Zhong, stop dwelling on it. Weren't your initial goals just to secure second place and aim for first? You've achieved that, so come on, let's drink up. A young man dressed in trendy fashion, with earrings and a small ponytail, said loudly. Zhong Bo picked up his glass and downed it in one gulp, complaining indignantly, sure. My goal before going was to secure second and aim for first. If I had lost to Luo Qingyin, I wouldn't have anything to say, but she got eliminated. I thought first place was absolutely in the bag. Who knew Chen Fan would come out of nowhere and snatch it? So losing to Sister Qingyin is fine, but losing to Chen Fan is unbearable? One young master joked. Another added, young Master Zhong, if you ask me, you just have rotten luck. A freak like Chen Fan only comes around once in ages, and you had to run into him. Chen Fan may have some skills, but in the end, he's just a minor martial artist, barely fit to shine our shoes. Young Master Zhong, if you're really fired up about it, I can send someone to teach him a lesson for you. Still another young master chimed in. He wore a well-fitted suit paired with gold-rimmed glasses, giving off an air of refinement intertwined with shrewd calculation. Dealing with an awakened individual, the champion of the Elite Martial Arts Tournament, a powerhouse at the Single Meridian Realm, was to him no more significant than handling a trivial matter. Perhaps it was a habit formed from always looking down on others. In his eyes, many people were scarcely different from ants. Young Master Lu, we all know you like Zhong Qing, but you don't have to butter up your future brother-in-law like this. The guy with the earrings chuckled. The others burst into laughter too. Holy shit. Just then, one of them who had been playing with his phone suddenly exclaimed, quick, check your phones. Zhong Qing, what's wrong with my sister? Zhong Bo quickly asked. The second-generation rich kid known as young Master Lu Tao, with his gold-rimmed glasses, immediately stood up and walked over to the shocked young man. Zhong Qing went to the city gate to pick up Chen Fan. Duo was there too. And, right in front of everyone, Zhong Cheng and Chen Fan even hugged each other. Hearing this, many people present were visibly taken aback. Their gazes then involuntarily turned towards Zhong Bo before shifting from him to Lu Tao. Zhong Bo remained relatively composed. Some time ago, when he saw his younger sister chatting on her phone with that sweet smile, he had already guessed she might have a boyfriend, Zhongqing. Though Zhong Bo might seem stern in daily life, he's actually an absolute doting brother when it comes to his younger sister. If it's something his sister likes, he'd even tolerate her having a boyfriend, let alone anything else. He could go tie people up and kidnap them if needed. What he didn't expect was that this person would turn out to be Chen Fan. My sister got it done. The person I couldn't win over ended up being conquered by her. Zhong Bo rubbed the tip of his nose with a peculiar thought. Losing to Chen Fan now didn't seem so unacceptable after all. After all, we might become family someday. On the other side, Lu Tao's face was as dark as deep water. However, he habitually adjusted his gold-rimmed glasses, swiftly concealing his emotions. Come on, let's keep drinking, young Master Zhong. Must have been tough out in the wilderness, eh? Today's arrangements go beyond just this meal, we've got programs lined up later. While you were away, my club got a fresh batch of girls, all students from Jiangnan Martial University. We've checked, they're all virgins. Today's treats are on all of us brothers. Ha ha ha. With deliberate efforts to warm up the atmosphere, the private room soon became lively again. It was indeed time for lunch now. Inside a restaurant, Chen Fan, Zhong Chang and Duo chatted and laughed while enjoying their meal together. Just like how it was back at Sanchu Middle School. After dinner, Duo refused to stay with Chen Fan and Zhong Ching no matter what, heading straight back to school instead. In her own words, "I'm stuffed with all this dog food, seeing PDA, can't take it anymore. Go enjoy your couple's world." Then she left without even turning her head. By the riverside, Zhong Ching and Chen Fan walked hand in hand, laughing incessantly. A single glance at each other was as sweet as tasting honey. "Chen Fan, you're an awakener, already at the first meridian realm now. You're so outstanding, you could have easily found an awakener girlfriend to be your powerful ally, or married some wealthy heiress and spared yourself decades of struggle. Don't you feel like you're settling by being with me?" Zhong Ching looked at Chen Fan with a sparkling smile, though she was smiling, but his eyes were full of warning. "Be careful how you answer, this is a life or death question." Chen Fan looked at Zhong Ching's playful antics, gently stroking her hair as he smiled and said, "I don't care about awakeners or heiresses, I just want you." "That's more like it." Zhong Ching blossomed into a smile, stood on her tiptoes, and planted a quick kiss on Chen Fan's cheek. With flushed cheeks, she explained, "That's your reward. Then I'll give you a reward too." Chen Fan smiled and planted a kiss directly on Zhong Ching's lips. He had originally intended it to be just a quick peck. Who would have thought Zhong Ching would immediately wrap her arms around Chen Fan's neck, responding to him passionately? The battle grew increasingly intense. In the end, Chen Fan had to rely on sheer willpower to force himself apart. This isn't appropriate, broad daylight, and outside too. Having shared a desk with Zhong Ching for over 2 years, he understood her all too well. Zhong Ching is a girl who dares to love and dare to hate. Once she believes in someone, she loves boldly and bravely. She cares nothing for maidenly reserve or worldly opinions. She lives freely and wisely. In ancient times, she would have undoubtedly been a wandering swordswoman roaming the rivers and lakes. Yet Chen Fan felt their relationship had come a long way against all odds. Zhong Ching was willing to sacrifice everything for him. He also needs to shoulder some responsibility. He wasn't with Zhong Ching just to take advantage of her physically. He genuinely cared for her as a person. Zhong Ching gazed at Chen Fan with smiling eyes, knowing he had her best interests at heart. "To be honest, I was quite moved. The weather this season was scorching hot, and Chen Fan suggested going back. But Zhong Ching didn't want to leave. She just wanted to spend some time alone with Chen Fan. Hot weather? Easy fix." With a wave of Zhong Ching's hand, the grass by the riverbank surged into frenzied growth. The few centimeter-long blades of grass transformed in the blink of an eye, first to 1 meter, then 2, 3, 5 meters and beyond. Countless blades of grass intertwined rapidly, soon forming an enormous thatched house, with Chen Fan and Zhong Ching conveniently situated right inside it. The interior space was surprisingly spacious. Giant blades of grass rustled beside them as a gentle, cool breeze swept through, creating an exceptionally comfortable atmosphere. Witnessing this spectacle, Chen Fan was utterly dumbfounded. Awakening? Zhong Ching was actually awakened too. "Look at your silly face." Zhong Ching laughed. Chapter 70 The Hypocrite, Lu Tao. Jiangnan Base City, Public Security Bureau. Captain Zhang Li rubbed his temples as he faced an enormous screen displaying a grid of surveillance footage. Every frame showed footage from Century Residential District, all timestamped May 18th. He had lost count of how many times he had reviewed these surveillance recordings since yesterday. He wasn't the only one watching. Other team members were doing the exact same thing. They all hoped to find a breakthrough in the footage, but still no clue. "Chief, take a break and grab some food." Team member Xiao Lu handed over a lunchbox. Zhang Li expressed his thanks, but having no appetite, he placed the lunchbox on the table beside him. Xiao Lu pulled out a chair and sat down, looking somewhat helpless. "Boss, it's really strange." Chen Fan said he was attacked by a second-tier ferocious beast, the razor-toothed tiger cat. He wouldn't lie about that. "But why haven't we found even a trace of this tiger cat?" Zhang Li also shook his head. "If it were that easy to find, would we have been completely baffled by those previous cases?" "The previous cases?" A sudden realization dawned on Xiao Lu. "Boss, in all those earlier cases there were no survivors, and we never considered the possibility of ferocious beasts. Now that we have this incident at Century Community where Chen Fan was attacked, maybe we should revisit the surveillance footage from those old cases. With a comprehensive analysis, perhaps we can uncover some clues." Hearing this, Zhang Li was momentarily stunned. "Yeah." Zhang Li brightened up. "Xiao Lu, you're right. This method is worth a try." Soon, the entire security bureau was bustling with activity. More than an hour later, after comprehensive analysis and comparison, they had indeed made a major discovery. In all the surveillance footage around the crime scenes, surprisingly, there were always animals present. Some were stray dogs, others were kittens, hedgehogs, mice, birds, all sorts of creatures. These small animals are very common in daily life. yet they are the most easily overlooked. It's perfectly normal to see a few mice or stray dogs searching for food in the neighborhood on ordinary days, but on the day of the mass murder, small animals appeared in hundreds, even thousands, of surveillance footage from the surrounding areas. This seems a bit too coincidental. The beast that attacked Chen Fan in Century neighborhood was a razor-toothed tiger cat. The surveillance footage at the entrance and corridors showed a large fat cat. Razor-toothed tiger cat. Zhang Li's body trembled violently. After dinner at the Stellar Tide Hotel, a group of second-generation elites moved on to their next entertainment. Only one person didn't join them. That person was Lu Tao. It's not that he was a decent gentleman. It was mainly because of Zhongqing. Zhongqing was the eldest daughter of the Zhong family, a person of noble status. Winning Zhongqing's favor was crucial for his standing within the family and his future prospects. He was determined to have her. Being shrewd, of course he wouldn't go reveling with his future brother-in-law. This would become an obstacle in his future pursuit of Zhongqing. Lu Tao adjusted his gold-rimmed glasses. The thought of all those guys going out to have fun made him feel restless and overheated. As for Zhongqing's current boyfriend, he didn't give him much thought, just a warrior of common origins. Even if he had some skills, he was hardly worth worrying about. He could easily send someone to deal with him later. Back to the estate. Lu Tao boarded a luxury car, his voice carrying a hint of urgency. His companions had all gone to the club for some fun, though he couldn't join them, but he would absolutely not deprive himself of pleasure either. Yes, the chauffeur, dressed in a suit and white gloves, acknowledged respectfully before the luxury car sped off. 15 minutes later, the lavish vehicle entered a massive estate. In this era of spiritual energy resurgence, where humans huddle within fortified city bases and every inch of land is precious, owning such a vast manor is truly extraordinary. Lu Tao stepped into a magnificent and unique castle. As he entered, he loosened his tie in one swift motion. Inside the spacious, bright bedroom, 8 slender women already waited completely unclothed. Lu Tao walked in. At this moment, all 8 women were kneeling and crawling on the ground, their backsides covered with a layer of soft fur. Lu Tao gave a wicked laugh as he took down a leather whip from the wall. Snap! A bloody streak appeared directly across the pale, beautiful back. The woman's face twisted in pain, but she bit her lip tightly, not daring to make a sound. Fucking scream for me. The woman's agonized expression, lips clenched in pain, only seemed to further excite Lu Tao, heightening his frenzy. Bang bang bang. You bitch, I'll have you sooner or later. No wonder I pursued you for so long without success. Turns out your heart already belongs to someone else, slut. What a fucking slut. I'll beat you to death. Beat you to death, ha ha ha. Lu Tao was frenzied, his face twisted with ferocity. This was a stark contrast to the persona he presented in public. By the small river, the vegetation here had grown exponentially lush over time, and when the breeze blew, it stirred waves of green. Inside a massive thatched cottage, Zhongqing nestled in Chen Fan's embrace, her face radiant with happiness. Perhaps it was because the artificial respiration earlier had been performed too vigorously. Zhongqing's cheeks were flushed crimson, her shimmering eyes now brimming with infinite allure. Are you alright? Chen Fan gently brushed Zhongqing's silken hair aside and asked with tender concern. You're the one who said. Zhongqing shot Chen Fan a coquettish glare. Rubbing the tip of his nose, Chen Fan chuckled sheepishly. Just now, I might have been a little too intense. Fool. Zhongqing looked at Chen Fan's appearance. The more she looked, the more she adored him. She said sweetly, now I'm your girlfriend, and you're my boyfriend. You'd better treat me well from now on, got it? Of course, I'll treat you well too. Of course. Chen Fan planted a kiss on Zhongqing's forehead. Zhongqing's face was filled with an expression of bliss. At this moment, Chen Fan smiled and said, Zhongqing, I have to admit you're quite mischievous. Just now you asked me when you could have found an awakened to become powerful support, or some rich heiress to save 20 years of struggle, whether being with you would feel like settling. Aren't you already an awakened? Yet you deliberately asked me that. When did you become an awakener? Judging by your ability just now, it seems related to plant growth. Zhongqing smiled, I just awakened 2 days ago. My ability is plant affinity, and controlling growth is just one aspect of it. So, do you feel like you hit the jackpot? Chen Fan ran his finger along Zhongqing's straight nose bridge. I told you, I don't care whether you're an awakener or some rich young lady. I care. I don't want to be a burden to you. I must become worthy of you, otherwise, I'd rather keep these feelings buried in my heart forever. Zhongqing said very seriously. You're still as strong-willed as ever. Chen Fan didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Zhongqing grinned mischievously. Chen Fan, you just said I'm bad? Well, you should brace yourself, I can be even worse. What? Chen Fan raised an eyebrow. Zhongqing said, not only is the awakener real, but the rich young lady is as well. Ha! Chen Fan froze. Let me put it this way, people call my father Zhong half the city. Ah! This time Chen Fan's exclamation rose several octaves higher. Your father is Zhong Bansheng? You're the Zhong family's young miss? My god, really? How does a Zhong family young miss end up studying at Sanchu School? Chapter 71, First Meeting at Tianyao, The Lightning Awakener. Chen Fan felt utterly incredulous. If what Zhong Qing said was true, then this isn't your ordinary rich young mistress we're talking about. She'd be among the highest echelon even within Jiangnan Base City. What? Scared now? Too late, I'm already yours anyway. As for why I'm attending 3rd Junior High, well, that's a long story. I'll explain it to you properly later. Zhong Qing lifted her chin in a coquettish manner. Now her eyes were wholly fixed on Chen Fan. Chen Fan smiled and said, "There's some pressure, but I'm not afraid, there's really nothing to fear. Although in terms of status, there's quite a gap between us now, and we might face some obstacles being together. I truly believe that one day, I'll be worthy of you, the esteemed Miss Zhong." His tone was resolute. This isn't just idle talk. Pressure is what drives him. I believe in you too. Zhong Qing flashed a sweet smile. At that moment, Chen Fan's martial artist badge vibrated. A glance revealed it was Shui Jigang calling. "Lie down for a while first, I need to take this call." "All right." Chen Fan stood up and answered the phone, revised. "Hey, Brother Shui. Brother Chen, do you have time tonight? The captain wants to talk to you and introduce you to a few of our Tianyao comrades." Shui Jigang's voice came through. "All right, Brother Shui. What time and where?" Chen Fan agreed without hesitation. He had already verbally committed to joining the Tianyao C-Class Special Ops team earlier. Tonight's meeting would likely make it official. "How about 7 p.m. at the Starwave Grand Hotel?" Shui Jigang suggested. "All right." After sharing another tender moment with Zhong Qing, the two got ready and left together. Chen Fan escorted Zhong Qing back to Jiangnan University of Martial Arts. Sweet times always seem to pass too quickly. Reluctantly, Zhong Qing waved goodbye to Chen Fan. After leaving Jiangnan University of Technology, Chen Fan made a call to Uncle Lu. In the morning, the three uncles had also gone to the city gate to welcome him, but he hadn't paid them any attention at the time. "Hey, Xiao Fan." Lu Jian was pleasantly surprised by Chen Fan's call. "Uncle Lu, are you with Uncle Han and Uncle Wang right now?" "Yes, we're all working at the warehouse together. We were just talking about throwing you a welcome dinner tonight." Lu Jian replied with hearty laughter. Although manager's son had given them a day off, they were afraid of delaying their work and went back to the office in the afternoon. "Hey, Xiaofan, it's your Uncle Wang here." "It's your Uncle Han, you rascal. You've really made something of yourself." The excited voices of Wang Jin and Han Kong came from beside them. "Uncle, I'll come find you right now." Not long after, Chen Fan arrived at the warehouse where his three uncles worked. By this time, Lu Jian and the other two had already been waiting here. "Uncle Lu, Uncle Han, Uncle Wang," Chen Fan called out warmly. It had been quite some time since they last met. All three of them smiled and gave Chen Fan a big hug in turn. "Xiao Fan, you've suffered so much out in the wild these past days." Lu Jian and the other two couldn't help but look at Chen Fan with aching hearts. Many people merely envy the glory others have achieved. Only those who truly care about you will understand all the hardships you've endured. Chen Fan chuckled heartily. Could anything be harder than our days at the job market? Hearing this, Lu Jian and the other two couldn't help but laugh too. After such a long time apart, reunion brought endless words to share. Chen Fan also caught up on how his three uncles had been doing lately. Since becoming regular employees, the lives of the three uncles have improved significantly. Moreover, there's another piece of good news. Uncle Lu's vital energy has broken through to 190, bringing him even closer to the martial artist's benchmark of 200. Both Uncle Wang and Uncle Han have also made varying degrees of progress in their vital energy, but none were as high as Uncle Lu's. After all, from the very beginning, Uncle Lu had possessed the highest chi blood levels in their small group. Chen Fan had always remembered the matter of the three uncles and the fierce beast meat. On his way back from the wilderness this time, he had specifically prepared some level 5 fierce beast meat. Indeed, level 5. It wasn't that Chen Fan was stingy. One gene of level 5 savage beast meat was equivalent to one blood chi pill. For non-martial artists, level 5 savage beast meat was already the limit. Any higher would do more harm than good. The warehouse supervisor, Sun Haijie, was also very enthusiastic. He fetched chairs, served tea, and busied himself attending to every detail. As the sun was setting and Chen Fan was about to leave, Sun Haijie mustered his courage and said, "Mr. Chen, my son is your fan. He admires you very much. I was wondering if you could take a photo with him." Having said this, he looked at Chen Fan nervously. Don't be fooled by Chen Fan's youth. This is a supreme expert at the Meridian Formation realm and the newly crowned champion of this year's elite martial artist competition, having consecutively created several legends. Of course. A short while later, Chen Fan left. Sun Haijie gazed delightedly at the photo of himself and Chen Fan. "Take this photo home, and my image in my son's eyes will surely grow even more towering." At 7 in the evening, Chen Fan arrived punctually at the Xingqiao Grand Hotel. Shui Jigang was already waiting at the entrance. "Brother Shui." Chen Fan greeted with a smile. Young brother Chen. Shueji Gang was also pleased. Let's go, we'll head up. Soon, led by Shueji Gang, the two of them arrived at a private room on the third floor. There were already 5 people seated in the private room. One of them Chen Fan recognized it was the psychic practitioner Lu Wencheng, brother Lu. Chen Fan entered, and all 5 stood up, giving him warm and friendly smiles. This is our new teammate at Tianyao, Chen Fan, brother Chen. Shui Jigang introduced, then addressed the 5 people present. Now it's your turn to introduce yourselves. While you're at it, show off your abilities too. Let our young friend Chen see something impressive. Captain Guo Lu was the first to speak. Hello Chen Fan, I'm Guo Lu, captain of the Tianyao Class C Special Operations Team. At the 9 Meridians realm, an awakened one. My awakened talent is lightning. As he spoke, a pair of hammers materialized in his hands. The hammers bore an archaic design, their surfaces etched with intricate and profound patterns. Guo Lu gently tapped his twin hammers together. Instantly, dense arcs of electricity enveloped the hammerheads as an overwhelmingly destructive energy erupted forth. Chen Fan's scalp instinctively prickled with terror. A thunder awakener at the 9 Meridians realm, truly terrifying. Hello, Captain. After the initial shock, Chen Fan greeted politely. Guo Lu responded with a smile. At this point, Lu Wencheng said, Chen, my friend, since we're acquainted, I'll spare the formalities. You've experienced the object control abilities of a spiritual thinker before, but that barely scratches the surface of their capabilities. Next, I'll show you the offensive power of a spiritual thinker. Don't be afraid, I'll just give you a little taste. Lu Wencheng had barely finished speaking when Chen Fan suddenly felt a wave of dizziness. This was immediately followed by a sharp headache. No, this wasn't just an ordinary headache. It was a stinging pain originating from the spiritual soul level. As mentioned earlier, Lu Wencheng only skimmed the surface. Yet even though Lu Wencheng withdrew in time, the stinging sensation in Chen Fan's mind remained intensely strong, lingering for a long while. Compared to physical harm, damage to the spirit and soul is more perilous and far harder to repair. Liu Wencheng spoke up at the right moment to explain. While it was called a self-introduction, showcasing abilities was indeed the underlying purpose. But to be precise, this was more like a teaching session, allowing Chen Fan to experience and witness various awakened abilities. At this moment, a dazzling radiance enveloped Chen Fan. Chapter 72, Frog in a Well, Chen Fan's growing urgency. This radiance felt like a gentle breeze caressing one's cheeks. It felt wonderful, or like a blazing sun dispersing the morning mist. The dull, stinging sensation receded like tidewater, replaced by indescribable warmth and comfort. The soul felt enveloped, a comfort so profound it sent shivers coursing uncontrollably. Chen Fan was astonished. An unprecedented clarity surged within him, even his thoughts felt markedly sharper than before. Chen Fan, hello. I'm Yan Ko, awakened at the 9 Meridians realm. My awakened talent is hyperspeed regeneration. A somewhat thin-looking man gave Chen Fan a friendly smile. The dazzling glow just moments ago had come from his hands. Hello, Brother Yang. Chen Fan responded with equal politeness. Now he felt somewhat shaken inside. Awakened abilities come in countless varieties, emerging endlessly. Today truly opened my eyes. At this moment, Shui Jigang added with a smile, in this year's elite martial artist competition, there was an awakened whose talent was hyperspeed self-healing, though it only worked on himself. Old Yang's hyperspeed healing ability is far more impressive than his. Hearing this, Chen Fan also nodded. Superspeed self-healing, ultra-fast recovery. Though the difference is just one character, the gap is immense. Lu Wencheng also said, Old Yang is the most crucial logistical support for our Tianyao. Guo Lu and the others nodded with smiles. They all agreed wholeheartedly. Ha ha ha, Old Yang has finished his introduction, now it's my turn. The speaker was a huge man, standing 2 meters tall with long hair, wearing a suit, no shirt underneath. The suit looked unmistakably expensive. Yet, he somehow managed to make it exude the aura of a suit-clad thug. He said, since Chen Fan has chosen to join Tianyao, he's one of us now. Brother Chen, you can call me Taizhan, full name Lin Taizhan, 9 Meridians realm, awakened. My ability is gravity control. Brother Chen, let me show you right now. Lin Taizhan was an exceptionally straightforward man. Then, Chen Fan suddenly felt as if a mountain was pressing down on him. His body became unbearably heavy. He tried lifting his hand but found the effort extremely taxing. Brother Chen, after the spiritual energy resurgence, everyone's physical constitution has improved to varying degrees. For non-martial artists, the average adult can withstand about 15 times gravity at most, while a 1-star martial artist's limit is around 20 times. As a first Meridian realm cultivator, your limit should be approximately 35 times gravity. What you're experiencing now is 30 times gravity. How does it feel? The suit-clad ruffian Lin Taizhan asked with a grin. Chen Fan's face flushed crimson. Under the intense gravitational force, even his bodily functions were pushed to a terrifying extreme: heart rate, blood pressure. Lin Taishan showed good judgment. Seeing Chen Fan's expression, he quickly withdrew the gravity. Yang Ke once again enveloped Chen Fan with radiant light. Chen Fan immediately felt much better. He exclaimed in amazement, "Brother Taishan, your gravity control is utterly unreasonable. Just now my heart rate and blood pressure nearly went through the roof. If the gravity increased a few more times, I feel like I would have exploded." Lin Taishan laughed heartily. "Little brother Chen, don't forget there's a cultivation realm gap between us. I'm currently at the 9 meridians realm and can control gravity up to 100 times normal. Against opponents of the same realm, at most it just makes them standing targets for beating." Standing targets for beating. Chen Fan's mouth twitched. This is actually quite terrifying too. Guo Lu chuckled and said, "Chen Fan, apart from Iron Mountain's gravitational effects, there are some other wonderful applications too. You must have felt it just now. Your physical functions improved significantly. Let me give you a simple example. All martial artists striving to enhance their vital energy rely on cultivation resources. Items like vitality pills and vitality powder. But after taking them, one must temper the body to better absorb their efficacy. Back when you were at the 3rd Junior Martial Arts Academy, digesting a single vitality pill would take you a whole month, right? Under the gravity of Iron Mountain, bodily functions are enhanced several-fold, and correspondingly, the efficiency of absorbing blood chi pills also improves significantly. Chen Fan's eyes lit up. That was indeed the case. A simple principle, easy to understand. This actually works. At this moment, Chen Fan gained a deeper understanding of the phrase "awakened ones are uniquely favored by heaven," truly worthy of being called heaven's favored child. Brother Chen Fan. At this moment, the last and only woman in the private booth stood up. She appeared to be in her late 20s, wearing a flowing red dress that exuded mature charm, her delicate fingers holding a slim cigarette. Yet incongruously, a pair of goggles hung from her fragrant forehead. "I'm Sister Fong Ru, also at the 9 Meridians realm," she said. "My awakened talent is speed. I've seen footage of you charging through that beast tide during the Elite Warrior tournament. Your speed's not bad either. Though still a notch below mine," she added with a smile. "There's no room to demonstrate here today. How about I take you for a spin later?" Fong Ru watched the handsome young newcomer with keen interest, her face breaking into a radiant smile. Yang Ke couldn't help but tease with a chuckle, "Chen Fan, when Sister Fong takes you for a ride, remember to bring goggles." Hearing this, everyone present burst into laughter. Chen Fan was astonished. How fast must Sister Fong be to require wearing goggles? Yang Ke chuckled, "Chen Fan, how fast Sister Fong is might be beyond your imagination. Let me put it this way, she could play ping pong against herself, serving from one end then darting to return at the other." Chen Fan shuddered. He immediately visualized the scene. Moreover, this image stirred up some memories in him. In his previous life on Earth, he had seen a series of movies called X-Men, where a mutant named Quicksilver had pulled off something similar. Just how fast was it? He's fast enough to leave after images. Chen Fan's heart trembled in awe. No wonder he needed goggles. Yes, even Quicksilver wore goggles. Quicksilver has another iconic scene. In the split second before a bomb explodes, he carries everyone out of the building one by one, even finding time to take a sip of Coke in between. Thinking again of Sister Fong, this seemingly sexy and charming older sister is truly extraordinary. Looking at these future teammates of mine, Chen Fan couldn't help but take a deep breath. Lightning, psychic power, blade awakening, gravity, speed, hyperhealing. Today he truly had his horizons broadened, and gained an even deeper understanding of the terror of awakeners, the violent destruction of lightning, the dimensional strike of a psychic master, unbreakable gravity, speed beyond the limits of imagination, the miraculous healing touch. Relatively speaking, Brother Shui, the Blade Awakener, was somewhat more normal. No, it wasn't that Brother Shui wasn't terrifying enough. It's just that I was even more terrifying when it came to blade techniques. Abilities come in all varieties, each more miraculous than the last. Being surrounded by such outstanding individuals creates tremendous pressure. This served as a sobering realization for Chen Fan. Ever since awakening his panel, everything had gone suspiciously smooth for him. Growing too fast, the vision hasn't broadened. Being like a frog at the bottom of a well, becoming unconsciously overconfident in comfort. There is always someone better beyond the sky and among men. Today he learned a harsh lesson. His horizons were broadened. It also gave him a sense of urgency. Chapter 73, Atavism, different approaches but similar results. Today, I only experienced a few abilities among the awakened, and I was completely stunned. Thankfully, they're my teammates. If they were opponents, even at the same level, many of them could utterly crush me. Only now do I truly understand the power of the awakened. On the path ahead, I will undoubtedly encounter countless more awakened individuals. Not all will be allies, some may be rivals, even enemies. Chen Fan's expression turned grave as he silently pondered. If a man takes no thought about what is distant, he will find sorrow near at hand. This is something one must guard against. Chen Fan, as you know, the Special Operations Team operates with relative freedom. Besides the few members present today, Tianyao has several other teammates who were too busy to make it. I'll introduce you to them later. Guo Lu spoke up at this moment. Okay. Chen Fan suppressed his swirling thoughts and responded. Brother Chen, having seen these awakened abilities, how do you feel now? Lu Wenchang asked with a smile. A sense of urgency. The awakened are too powerful. Before this, I was like a frog at the bottom of a well. Chen Fan shook his head, unable to resist a self-deprecating laugh. Shui Jigang said, Brother Chen, don't underestimate yourself, but it's good that you feel a sense of urgency. You should know that while some human martial artists awaken their talents, beasts also have their version. It's called ancestral reversion, where they inherit mystical abilities. Essentially, it's the same concept as awakening, just manifested in different forms that are hard to guard against. Ancestral reversion in beasts. Chen Fan recalled learning about it from school textbooks. Ancestral reversion in beasts was quite similar to human awakenings. He was indeed a uniquely favored child. However, Chen Fan had encountered very few demonic beasts, and had never seen one that had undergone ancestral reversion. Alright, Chen Fan, now let's talk about your own situation. You're also an awakened, and we suspect you might be a rare case of dual awakening. If you're comfortable sharing details, it would help us formulate a plan to assist you more effectively. Guo Lu replied. That just broadened Chen Fan's horizons. After all, Chen Fan's progress had been too rapid. From certified martial artist to single vein realm in just over a month, his perspective couldn't keep pace with his advancement. After this, it was time to discuss serious business. Before coming, Chen Fan had already prepared his explanations regarding this matter. The concept of crossing over with cheat-like system abilities is simply too fantastical to state directly. Awakened individuals possess abilities of all imaginable varieties. Using this identity provided a plausible explanation. But Chen Fan's exceptional performance in both martial arts and chi blood enhancement was impossible to ignore. How should this be explained? As it turned out, team leader Guo Lu's mention of double awakening gave him an idea. You're absolutely right, Captain. I do have two abilities. One is slaughter, the other is combat skills. Killing increases vital energy. As for martial techniques, my comprehension is extremely fast. But Brother Shui knows, there's one condition for my quick mastery of martial techniques: I need massive quantities. Chen Fan wore an expression of utmost seriousness. Though he omitted mentioning his golden finger, his abilities perfectly matched the description. Level up through killing? That makes sense. No wonder you, Chen Fan, didn't have time to cultivate during the elite martial artist competition yet still advanced so quickly in your realm. This ability is quite astonishing too. I once met an awakened with a slaughter talent. When he killed a first-level demon beast, his blood energy increased by 50 points. His limit was gaining 10,000 blood energy points by slaughtering from dawn till dusk, making everyone else green with envy. Brother Chen, you've killed first-level demon beasts in Area 0612 before. So, how does your slaughter ability compare to his? Which of you is stronger? Upon learning of Chen Fan's ability, everyone gasped in amazement while staring at him with curiosity. The same innate abilities can also vary in strength, they can't all be lumped together. Slaying a level 1 demonic beast increases chi and blood by 50 points? Chen Fan was stunned. Wasn't this the same as when he had slain a level 6 ferocious beast? I might be slightly better than him. Chen Fan remained rather modest. Guo Lu and the others immediately grew excited. Better than gaining 50 chi points by slaying a first-level demon beast? Nice one, Brother Chen, you've really outdone yourself. Chen Fan, how much stronger exactly are we talking? 50-something? Old Yang, can't you aim a little higher? Think 60. Chen Fan, am I right? Wild guess 100. Though that's probably impossible. You guess 100? I'll raise you 200. Has to be 200. Old Shui, you said 200, right? What's the bet? I'm gonna make sure you lose everything down to your underpants today. Get lost. No bet. No bet at all. You think I'm stupid? I was just having fun, talking big. Shui Jigang backed down. He really was happy. Everyone present was delighted. Initially, learning that Chen Fan's kills boosted his vitality had already thrilled them. As a result, they discovered slaying a tier 1 demon beast yielded a vitality gain exceeding 50. This made them even more delighted than they had anticipated. What a rare and exceptional talent, once in 1,000 years indeed. Chen Fan's abilities and potential vastly exceeded their expectations. Just then, Chen Fan's voice rang out. Brother Shui is right, it's 200. Each level 1 demonic beast I kill increases my chi and blood by 200 units. With those words, the venue fell silent, followed immediately by waves of astonished exclamations. 200? Actually 200? Oh my god, am I hearing this right? Brother Chen, you're fucking amazing, amazing, amazing. Missed out on billions, Taizhan. Still wanna bet now? Fangru's charming eyes also flickered with a peculiar glow. What an interesting little brother. For quite some time after, the group gained further understanding of Chen Fan's martial arts comprehension abilities. In the end, they couldn't help but marvel in amazement, relying on large quantities for rapid enlightenment. Truly unheard of. At this point, Guolu said, Chen Fan, we've understood your situation. Next, I'll outline what the team can offer you. Listen first, and if there's anything unsatisfactory or additional conditions, feel free to bring them up. I'll try my best to accommodate. First, there's the 9th grade material set, including combat gear, a combat knife, and a spatial ring. All you've handled before were ordinary materials. You probably don't quite understand 9th grade materials yet. Let me put it this way, during the Elite Martial Artists Tournament, your combat suit was torn to shreds. A 9th grade material combat suit can absorb attacks to some extent at the Meridian Realm level, or even against demon beasts. Even if your physical body can't withstand the blows, the combat suit itself would remain completely intact. A 9th grade material combat blade could also carry you through the Meridian Realm. Hearing this, Chen Fan was genuinely surprised. The combat suit and battle knife I previously spent nearly $1 million on can only be considered ordinary materials? Does armor made from tier 9 materials really absorb attacks? Even if the wielder's body can't withstand the force, the equipment won't break? His previous battle knife, costing nearly $1 million, was technically only suitable for Blood Chi realm warriors. A 9th level material combat blade can sustain an entire Meridian Consolidation realm. That must be insanely expensive? Additionally, there's a monthly living stipend of 10 million. Of course, that's just pocket money. I originally prepared 100 million in cultivation resources for you, but given your talent, they won't be needed. If you're willing, we'll take turns sending people to take you slaughtering. Exactly, the kind where the killing blow is left for you. Also, there's a villa under military jurisdiction with top-notch security. According to my intel, 3 more Chen fans were assassinated in Jiangnan Bay City today. You mustn't let your guard down, especially after just winning the Elite Warrior Tournament. Being in the spotlight makes you an easier target. By the way, the Public Security Bureau had been clueless about these assassinations before. Thanks to the leads you provided, everything is now crystal clear. Oh, Chapter 74, Strengths and Weaknesses, The Substitute Puppet. Guo Lu was the captain of the Class C Special Operations Team, holding a higher rank and consequently greater authority. He had access to information unknown to most people. He shared what he knew with Chen Fan. After hearing it, Chen Fan finally solved the puzzle in his heart. No wonder such a large fang-toothed tiger cat appeared at his doorstep without causing any commotion. In daily life, all kinds of small animals are too common. Who would pay attention to a stray cat? Who would have thought it was a dangerous level 2 savage beast? Guo Lu said, a mere level 2 savage beast definitely shouldn't possess shapeshifting abilities, nor could it have such high intelligence. Forget level 2 beasts, even level 9 beasts couldn't accomplish this. This is clearly the ability of a primordial reversion beast. Primordial reversion beasts rival awakened human martial artists, with bizarre and unpredictable abilities. During this assassination attempt targeting Chen Fan, a triple Meridian Realm expert from North China Base City perished. I suspect what we've uncovered might just be the tip of the iceberg regarding the demon beasts conspiracy. Who knows how much power they've still concealed within the human base cities? Chen Fan's expression changed involuntarily. Even a 3 Meridian Realm expert couldn't escape unscathed? The sense of crisis weighed even heavier in his heart. Guo Lu nodded and then comforted, but you don't need to worry too much. The Alliance is already taking action. All major base cities are conducting investigations. Soon, the lurking savage beasts and demonic creatures will likely be eliminated. Of course, the methods of these demonic creatures might not be limited to shapeshifting. There could be other tricks. Lu Wencheng added, Brother Chen, stay inside the city for now. If anything happens, contact us immediately. Honestly, isn't it strange? Why would demonic creatures go to such lengths to assassinate people named Chen Fan across the entire Alliance? Lin Taishan was thoroughly puzzled. The Alliance has already started investigating, and the truth will come out sooner or later, said Guo Lu. Chen Fan remained silent. He picked up his teacup and took 2 large gulps in succession. The hand holding the teacup trembled almost imperceptibly. It was clear he wasn't entirely composed at the moment. Chen Fan truly felt unsettled within. The world he'd known before had been far too small. Until today, with intentional guidance from teammates, it's like discovering a whole new world. I've come to realize my own insignificance, and I've developed a sense of urgency. Especially now, we must also face the assassinations by ferocious beasts and demonic creatures. The reversion to ancestral forms among demonic creatures rivals human martial artists awakened. Their abilities emerge endlessly, bizarre and unpredictable. Could there be any among them like Brother Lu, who excels in psychic attacks? His ironclad body had indeed reached the level of being cast from steel. Yet against spiritual attacks, it was utterly defenseless. Even if Brother Lu were at the same cultivation realm as him, let alone being at the 9 Meridians realm with a superior strength gap, he would still have no means to resist. Such attacks targeted the mind exclusively. And then there was Brother Tieshan's gravity. Could ancestral beasts also possess such abilities? This was an invincible existence that could make opponents of the same cultivation level stand still and take a beating. Not to mention Sister Fang's speed and the captain's devastating lightning. Even at the same cultivation level, Chen Fan wasn't confident he could handle them. And these were just the known factors. Their ancestral regression and awakened abilities vary greatly. The unknown aspects are even more numerous, and potentially more terrifying. An unprecedented sense of crisis surged within him. Chen Fan suddenly realized, in the face of awakened beings and ancient mutant beasts, he had almost no reliable means of self-preservation. This left him feeling deeply unsettled. Gradually, his state of mind grew somewhat unsettled. The private booth remained utterly silent. Guo Lu, Lu Wencheng, Shui Jigang, and the others also fell silent. They understood that today's revelations had delivered a powerful impact on Chen Fan's perception. They have been through it all. They've experienced all of these. Originally full of confidence and high spirits, but after truly understanding how the world works, they suddenly found it hard to accept, leaving them somewhat adrift. They even felt a sense of defeat. Chen Fan probably felt it more intensely. After all, he was also facing the survival pressure brought by the demon beasts. For quite some time after, Brother Lu, I consider my physical defense to be quite solid, but it's completely useless against your mental attacks. While physical defense can be improved, are there any ways to enhance mental and soul defenses? Chen Fan asked. Hearing Chen Fan's question, Lu Wencheng replied with a smile. As your cultivation improves, both your physical defense and soul strength will naturally increase. Chen Fan was well aware of these facts, but it was too slow. Take physical defense as an example. If one relied solely on natural progression through cultivation realms, how could the Blood Chi realm ever achieve durability comparable to cast steel? Oh, I see. You're asking if there are any quick methods similar to physical defense martial techniques. At this moment, Lu Wencheng also came to his senses. However, he then shook his head. There might be martial techniques and secret methods targeting the soul, but I've never encountered them. Even though I'm a mentalist, the enhancement of mental and spiritual strength relies on natural progression through cultivation levels. Of course, as an awakened in this field, every time I break through a cultivation level, my soul grows much stronger than yours. This once again demonstrates the innate advantages of the awakened. At this moment, Shui Jigang spoke up. Brother Chen, every awakened has their own strengths. You're an awakened too, don't just focus on others' advantages while overlooking your own. Right now, are you feeling inferior to old Lu in mental abilities, weaker than the captain's lightning in offense, less effective than Taizhan in gravity control, slower than Fang Ru in speed, and lacking Yang Ke's healing capabilities? Chen Fan was taken aback. Shui Jigang's words struck a chord with him. That was exactly how he felt. Shui Jigang continued, every awakened has their own strengths, what's yours? Your cultivation advancement is ridiculously fast. And combat skills. Take old Lu for example. Mental masters are terrifying. He once killed an 8 meridian expert at his 6 meridian limit. But think about your advantage. Your cultivation progresses rapidly. If you surpass him by 3 realms, or even 5, how would that play out? And then there's Iron Mountain, who can make opponents of the same realm stand still and take hits. If you surpass him by 3 or 5 realms, just imagine. The same goes for Fang Ru, and even the captain. You've fallen into a strange pattern, always comparing yourself to others' strengths while overlooking your own. Same realm? Why aim for the same realm? Your advantage lies in being ahead in cultivation. Shui Jigang's words were like a wake-up call. Chen Fan's mind suddenly cleared. Right, each has his own merits. I also have my own strengths. Brother Shui, what you said was truly wonderful. Thank you. Chen Fan expressed his gratitude. Figured it out? Shui Jigang also smiled. MHM. Chen Fan gave a solemn nod. Seeing this, Wo Lu and the others couldn't help but laugh too. Fang Ru took a drag from her cigarette with her fiery red lips, slowly exhaling clouds of smoke. She said, the demon beast's motives are unclear now, and we have no idea how many hidden tricks they still have up their sleeves. There's no way to guard against them all. Given Chen Fan's current situation, what he needs most right now would be a precious treasure, a substitute puppet. Sadly, such treasures are extremely hard to come by. Lu Wencheng nodded in agreement. That's true. A substitute puppet would give him much greater peace of mind. Substitute puppet? Chen Fan was astonished. This was the first time he had heard of it. Chapter 75, a grown daughter no longer belongs to her parents, her elbow leans outward now. Lu Wencheng explained, among the awakened, there exists a type called puppet masters. They can create proxy puppets, quite literally what the name suggests. Carrying a proxy puppet with you allows it to substitute for your true self and endure one fatal strike at a critical moment. These are highly sought-after treasures. Endure one fatal strike? Hearing this, Chen Fan felt a stir in his heart. Brother Lu, How much do these proxy puppets cost? Where can I buy one? Lu Wencheng shook his head. Shui Jigang replied, everyone knows life is priceless. With a substitute puppet, it's like gaining an extra life. Just for this reason alone, you can imagine how fiercely sought after such a treasure would be. Substitute puppets aren't usually sold normally, they're auctioned off in bidding houses. They come up for auction maybe once every few months, and even then, the quantities are extremely scarce. Although the starting bid is said to be 300 million, countless people compete for them, driving the final price sky high. The last transaction price, I think it was around 10.7 billion. Chen Fan's heart skipped a beat. 107 billion. He had just won a 3 billion prize in the Elite Warriors competition, which, combined with his previous earnings, totaled roughly 4 billion. That wasn't even enough to cover a fraction of the doppelganger puppet's cost. But life is priceless. Over 10 billion for an extra life? Worth it. If only I could afford it. I'll buy it once I've saved enough, Chen Fan thought to himself. Although over 10 billion is a huge sum, but he had confidence in himself. Back when he was struggling to make a living at the job market, earning just 3 or 4,000 a month, he never imagined someday holding 400 million in his hands. At this point, Lu Wencheng couldn't help but let out a peculiar chuckle. Brother Chen, if you ask me, you might have a shortcut to acquiring that substitute puppet. Me? Chen Fan pointed at himself in astonishment. Brother Lu must be joking. How could I possibly have any shortcuts? Besides, this is literally the first time I've even heard of substitute puppets. Are you dumb? Your girlfriend is the eldest daughter of the Zhong family. You might not know this, but puppet masters are extremely rare, even fewer than psychic masters. The handful that exist were recruited by the Zhong family years ago. In other words, the Zhong family controls substitute puppets. Lu Wencheng shot Chen Fan a meaningful look. It meant something like, you get what I'm saying, right bro? Chen Fan was somewhat surprised. He hadn't expected that the substitute puppets were actually part of Zhongqing's family business. Yet he soon shook his head in dismissal. His bond with Zhongqing was genuine. He didn't want to trouble Zhongqing with this matter, nor did he wish to taint this pure emotion with other considerations. Chen Fan preferred to save money through his own efforts to buy the substitute puppet. Then the conversation returned to the main topic. Chen Fan sincerely wanted to join the Tianya Class C Special Operations team. Guo Lu's offer was also made in good faith. Guo Lu handed Chen Fan a dark golden spatial ring containing a level 9 combat suit, battle knife, villa keys, and 100 million in cultivation resources. As for the official formalities, Guo Lu would arrange for dedicated personnel to handle them. After completing the procedures, Chen Fan officially began his military service in the Tianya Class C Special Forces. In addition to the items previously provided by Guo Lu, he would also receive a monthly allowance and allocated resources from the military. Moreover, Chen Fan was currently only at the One Vein realm and couldn't take on Class C missions in the short term. His immediate task was to improve his strength. Everything was settled. Guo Lu stood up, smiling as he extended his hand. Chen Fan, welcome to Tianyao. Chen Fan also rose and shook hands with Guo Lu. Shui Jigang, Lu Wencheng, Yang Ku, and the others all applauded. All right, Gangzi, tell the waiter to serve the dishes. Got it. Meanwhile, after school in the afternoon, Zhongqing returned home from Jiangnan University of Martial Arts. She usually lived on campus, but today she made a special trip home. When she was boarding at school, aside from the servants, usually only her brother Zhong Bo lived at home. As for Zhong Bansheng, he was always busy. Even Zhongqing often went months without seeing him. Right now, Zhongqing was bustling about in the kitchen. 7 or 8 servants stood around nervously. Miss, was the previous meal not to your liking? If there's anything unsatisfactory, please tell us and we'll correct it. With your noble status, how can we let you step into the kitchen? Zhongqing, wearing an apron and holding a spatula, was busy cooking. She smiled and said, Auntie Lian, don't overthink it. The meals you all prepare are just fine. Nothing needs changing. We're all ordinary people. Why shouldn't I be able to cook in the kitchen? Quick, don't just stand around here. Go attend to your duties, or take a break if you're free. Let me tell you a little secret. I'm cooking this meal to humor my brother. Hearing this, the servants finally breathed a sigh of relief. How about letting them leave, and I'll assist you instead? Suggested Aunt Lian. Got it. About half an hour later, 6 dishes and 1 soup were arranged on the dining table. Just then, Zhong Bo happened to return. Seeing his younger sister Zhongqing wearing an apron, Zhong Bo paused in surprise. Well now, isn't it a weekday? My dear sister actually came home and is cooking in person? I thought you'd forgotten about your brother after getting a boyfriend. Zhong Bo teased. How could that be, big brother? Come, have a seat. You must be tired? Zhongqing greeted him with a beaming smile and, as soon as her brother sat down, immediately began diligently massaging Zhong Bo's shoulders. Zhong Bo couldn't sit still anymore. Oh my dear sister, here you go again with your tricks. Buttering me up as always. Come on, out with it. What earth-shattering favor do you need this time that merits both a home-cooked meal and a shoulder rub? I'll say up front, I can't handle anything too big. Worst case scenario, I'll cook you a meal tomorrow to make it up. Bro, come on. Who knows your capabilities better than me? You can handle it, absolutely no problem. Zhongqing's sweet talk was simply irresistible. Young Master Zhong couldn't help chuckling. Alright, out with it then. Zhongqing's face lit up with joy as she leaned in to whisper something in her brother's ear. After hearing her words, Zhongbo's expression changed dramatically. You're something else, Zhongqing, you little spendthrift. Brother, just say whether you'll agree or not. Zhongqing pouted and started acting coquettishly. Brother, my dear brother. Though Zhongbo looked pained, seeing his sister's cute demeanor, he couldn't bring himself to refuse. Next time something like this happens, go to Dad, don't come to me, got it? Thanks bro, you're the best. I'll still come to you next time. Scram. Zhongbo laughed and cursed. After leaving the Xingqiao Grand Hotel, Chen Fan parted ways with Guo Lu, Shui Jigang, and the others. Chen Fan returned to the warrior tower. Now that he knew more, his sense of crisis had grown even stronger. There was no way he would dare to live in his century residential district home anymore. What Brother Shui said today was absolutely right. His advantage lies in his rapid strength progression and the lead in cultivation realms. As long as his growth speed far exceeds others' expectations, he'd be much safer. Just like when he encountered the razor-toothed tiger cat in century residences before. Normally speaking, having just been certified for a few days, one would undoubtedly still be a one-star martial artist, not even having come into contact with martial techniques yet. For anyone else, encountering a razor-toothed tiger cat at that time would have meant certain death. But Chen Fan was already a 3-star martial artist by then. Chapter 76, Zhongqing's Gift, Sweet Moments. As the saying goes, as long as you run fast enough, knives can never catch you. Right now, Chen Fan understands this saying very profoundly. Fast enough. Now it's time to work even harder. Chen Fan clenched his fist. Ignore his situation. Compared to before, it appears much better now, if viewed from certain perspectives. Yet it seems unchanged. Survival remains a challenge he could never escape. Dropping out before, struggling at the bottom, the challenge was mere subsistence. Now that Chen Fan has become a martial artist with ample money, he has long been free from struggling for basic survival. However, he must now face mysterious assassination attempts. The challenges of survival persist. They have become even more severe. When struggling at the bottom of society, Chen Fan was utterly alone, yet he never abandoned himself to despair. Now Chen Fan possesses a golden finger and a girlfriend. He naturally values his life even more. Power. Only strength matters. Chen Fan's eyes burned with determination. We'll take one more day to rest and settle unfinished business at the base city tomorrow. The day after, we venture beyond the city walls. It's risky, but staying cooped up inside forever solves nothing. For safety concerns, as the team leader mentioned today, they'll arrange someone to guide me in the wilderness. If all else fails, I'll just have to trouble them again, he thought. For Chen Fan, stagnant strength was the greatest risk. Even a few short days were unacceptable. He had just returned from 0612 today and planned to visit Wancheng Pavilion tomorrow to process the materials from his original spatial ring. Furthermore, he was the champion of this year's Elite Warrior competition. In addition to the prize money and the rank of second lieutenant, he also earned an opportunity to select a martial technique from the Jiangnan base city's martial arts library. If not for these two matters, Chen Fan might have left the city tomorrow. Hello, I'd like to check in. Certainly, please show me your warrior badge. The receptionist maintained a standard professional smile. Chen Fan handed over his warrior badge. In no time, room 77077. Chen Fan swiped his keycard and entered. This was because Chen Fan had already attained the rank of second lieutenant. The identical room now cost only half of its previous price. It must be said that the Alliance's military support policies were truly well implemented. Chen Fan went to the bathroom to take a shower. When he came out, he was drying his hair with a towel when the phone suddenly rang. Chen Fan glanced at it. It was Zhongqing. He smiled knowingly. Hey, Zhongqing. Hearing Chen Fan's voice, Zhongqing on the other end of the phone felt a sweetness in her heart as if tasting honey. She replied sweetly, Chen Fan, where are you right now? At the Warrior Building, just checked in. Oh, what's your room number? I'll come find you. Got some good news. About 10 minutes or so later, there came a knock at the door. Chen Fan went over to open it. Zhongqing was standing gracefully outside the door. Seeing Chen Fan, Zhongqing immediately opened her jade-white arms and gave him a big hug. Chen Fan laughed. You're getting bolder by the day. Shouldn't you be attending classes at Jiangnan Martial University at this hour? Classes aren't as important as you are. Tell me, did you miss me? Zhongqing clung like an ornament, her long legs wrapped perfectly around Chen Fan's waist as she asked with a playful smile. Think. That's more like it. The two clung to each other, indulging in sweet affection for a while. Chen Fan said, spit it out. What are you doing sneaking out so late at night? Yes. Zhongqing answered with just one word. Chen Fan? The car was moving too fast. Chen Fan felt like the wheels had rolled right over his face. he replied with a mix of amusement and exasperation. Well, I'll be damned, Zhongqing. I suddenly realize I've misjudged you. I always thought you were a quiet, reserved girl who knew you'd turn out to be such a little minx. I wasn't asking if you wanted to do it. I meant what exactly are you here for so late at night? Of course it's for serious business. Zhongqing giggled. What kind of serious business? I am the serious matter. This reply, Chen Fan was caught off guard, nearly throwing his back out. Zhongqing was doubled over with laughter. All right, I won't tease you anymore. I really came for serious business, and it's genuinely good news. Zhongqing took out an exquisitely small gift box from her spatial ring. Open it and see. This is a gift I specially prepared for you. Zhongqing shoved the gift box toward Chen Fan. What's the occasion for buying me a gift out of the blue? Chen Fan was somewhat surprised, yet pleasantly so. He didn't particularly care about the gift itself. It was mainly this feeling of being cared for that felt truly wonderful. If you like it, then I'll buy it for you. Zhongqing smiled, her beautiful eyes crinkling into crescent moons. Chen Fan felt somewhat moved. There's nothing wrong with buying gifts when you like someone. He made up his mind to prepare a gift for Zhongqing as well. With this thought in mind, Chen Fan opened the gift box. Inside was a pendant. The pendant was about the size of a thumb, very delicate. It was shaped like a chubby baby, entirely golden in color. It looked like gold, but the weight was off, clearly not real gold. Chen Fan's appraisal skills were mediocre at best. I can't really tell what it is, but he asked, is it expensive? Although my girlfriend is quite wealthy, I can't accept gifts that are too pricey, otherwise I'd be mooching off her. Zhongqing smiled, don't I know you well enough? Don't worry, it's not expensive. I bought this when I went to the night market with Duo after dinner tonight. Look, I have one too. Zhongqing pulled out one identical to Chen Fan's from beneath her clothes. Here, let me put it on for you. There was also a red string inside the gift box. Zhongqing threaded the pendant onto the string and placed it around Chen Fan's neck. Then she instructed earnestly, this is my first gift to you, it's very meaningful. You must promise me never to take it off, no matter what. Wear it forever, and don't even remove it while showering. I'll be checking, you know. Chen Fan looked at Zhongqing's delicate yet serious face. Got it. Chen Fan agreed. A smile bloomed on Zhongqing's face as she cupped Chen Fan's cheeks with her delicate hands, pressing her fragrant forehead against his. Good boy. The next moment, she suddenly gasped in surprise. It turned out Chen Fan had scooped her up in his arms. This girl had been teasing him relentlessly. Enough was enough. Shall we get serious? The night passed quickly. Perhaps because they had been too wild the previous evening, Chen Fan and Zhongqing didn't wake up until after 9 o'clock. Zhongqing seemed to have urgent business today. After a quick shower, she gave Chen Fan a perfumed kiss and hurried away. Chen Fan also packed up and went to check out. Indeed, checkout time. He had only rented the room for a day. Now, he owns an entire villa. After finishing 2 tasks today, he planned to visit the villa to see what might be missing and make arrangements for any necessary additions. After breakfast, Chen Fan headed straight to the 4th floor of the martial artist tower. Just one day after the elite martial artist competition concluded, the uproar sparked by Chen Fan continued to intensify. Now, not only were Chen Fan's legendary feats during the competition the talk of the town, but even snippets of his daily life had become a hot topic, and widely acclaimed. For example, has Chen Fan been selling materials at Wanqing Pavilion all along? Brothers, charge with me. When Chen Fan arrived at Wanqing Pavilion, he found the place bustling with activity. The shop was packed with people, the clamor and noise spilling out unrestrained. Old Gao, you've come to Wanqing Pavilion to sell materials too. Yes, from now on I'll only trust Wanqing Pavilion. That's right. In this regard, we're exactly the same as Chen Fan. In all its over 10 years of operation, Wanqing Pavilion had never accommodated so many guests at once. Du Chuanru was both utterly exhausted from the rush and absolutely delighted by it. Chapter 77, Wishing a Rich Lady Would See Through My Tough Act. Beyond the shoulder-to-shoulder crowd inside the store, even more people had gathered outside. Some young people seemed to treat this place as the hottest check-in spot. They were all taking group photos or selfies here, with the entrance and signboard of Wanqing Pavilion as their backdrop. Hey there, handsome, are you also here to take check-in photos? Could you help us take a group shot first? I'll return the favor and take one for you later. Chen Fan was marveling at the crowd in front of the entrance when a cheerful voice suddenly called out from behind him. Yes, it was just a small favor, so Chen Fan didn't refuse. He turned around and took the phone from the girl's hand. Catching an accidental glimpse of Chen Fan's appearance, the girl let out an excited scream. Not only at Wanqing Pavilion, the scene at the 3rd Junior Martial Arts Academy was equally grand today. For years, the primary martial arts academies in Jiangnan Bay City had always allocated cultivation resources and equipment with priority given to the 1st Primary Martial Arts Academy. The 2nd Primary Martial Arts Academy came next in line. The 3rd Primary Martial Arts Academy always ended up with whatever was left over from the other 2. After all these years, the resources and equipment at the 3rd Primary Academy had fallen severely behind, making it utterly incomparable to the first and second academies. The resources and auxiliary training equipment are severely outdated. There's no way they can compete with first high and second high like this. Yao Fu had repeatedly visited the Education Bureau about this matter, but after all these years, there had been virtually no results. His anxiety was written on his face and weighing on his heart. Just yesterday, he suddenly received a call from the leadership of the Education Bureau. In light of Third High's current situation, they would replace and supplement its resources and equipment. Moreover, special approval for special cases, they'll be delivered tomorrow. And sure enough, they arrived this very morning. Yao Fu smiled. The entire school's teachers and students were also in an uproar. No one is a fool. The sudden generosity and unprecedented efficiency of the Education Bureau in delivering resources and advanced equipment certainly didn't stem from a sudden awakening of conscience. As for why, because of Chen Fan. Inside the slaughterhouse of the 6th Slaughter Factory, security team leader Zhou Song was describing it vividly. Beside him stood a crowd of reporters holding microphones, along with many cameramen lugging their equipment. I'm not exaggerating, that giant beaked chicken was easily this big back then. Zhou Song gestured broadly, but Brother Chen wasn't scared at all. He grabbed the giant beaked chicken barehanded and smashed it repeatedly against the ground. Come, everyone look here, you can clearly see these repaired patches on the ground. These were exactly where Brother Chen smashed it. Century Residential Compound. Wang Shanru was dressed more formally today than he had been on his wedding day in his youth. He sighed to the reporter and said, Xiao Fan is a good kid, very kind-hearted. Even when he didn't have much money back then, he still bought this old man wine to drink. See, this is the wine Xiao Fan bought me. Well, now only the bottle remains, I've already drunk the wine. But this bottle holds great meaning. I'll keep it forever. Su Wen irritably tossed his phone aside. Even though he had just broken through to become a 9-star warrior today, it still irked him. Right now, whether it was on Warrior Home, the news, or short videos, every click brought up Chen Fan. Change the channel, and there was Chen Fan again. Too glorious for words. Chen Fan, sharing this era with me is your misfortune. Under my radiance, you're doomed to be eclipsed. Now when I think back on how arrogant those words of mine were, Su Wen wished he could slap himself silly. It had all gone wrong. Everything was completely fucking backwards. I'm only 18 years old and already a 9-star martial artist. If it weren't for Chen Fan, I would definitely be the most glorious one. And now, under Chen Fan's radiance, I've practically become invisible. Of course, that wasn't what angered him the most. What infuriated him most was that Chen Fan's girlfriend turned out to be the eldest daughter of the Zhong family. How envious. Although he's living quite happily now. But deep down he knew, whether it was the ponytailed campus belle or those 2 newly added wild fillies, they were all reaching above their station with him. Chen Fan was different. He genuinely latched onto a young sugar mommy. Ah, how I wish there was a wealthy lady who could see through my tough facade and let me shed all pretenses. Even if she's a bit older, a tad saggy, a little loose, I'm willing to. Chen Fan caused quite a stir at Wancheng Pavilion, feeling somewhat unaccustomed to being the center of attention like a moon surrounded by stars. After meeting Du Chuanru and exchanging just a few words as usual, he handed over the materials and hurriedly departed. His next destination was the Martial Arts Archive in Jiangnan Bay City. But before he could leave the Warrior Tower, Shui Jigang called. Hey, Brother Shui. Little Chen, where are you now? Shui Jigang's hearty voice came through the phone. He's still at the Warrior Building. Perfect timing. Come to the 79th floor. The paperwork for you to join Team Aurora's C-Class Special Combat Squad is complete. I just got back and even brought your 2nd lieutenant badge along, Shui Jigang said. Thanks for your trouble, Brother Shui. I'll be right there. After hanging up the phone, Chen Fan stepped back into the elevator and pressed the button for the 79th floor. Both the 78th and 79th floors served as leisure spaces for martial artists. The only difference was one specialized in coffee while the other focused on tea. Chen Fan arrived at the 79th floor. Soft music played in the background. Groups of 2 or 3 martial artists sat in the booths, chatting quietly. Shui Jigang spotted Chen Fan and raised his hand to wave. Chen Fan smiled and walked over. Brother Shui. Chen Fan greeted him while bending down to pull out a chair and sit. As he bent over, the small pendant gifted by Zhongqing slipped out from beneath his clothes. Shui Jigang was just about to welcome Chen Fan. Suddenly he caught sight of the small golden pendant, and his expression involuntarily changed. Sichen, young Chen, did you buy this? Suppressing the shock trembling in his heart, Shui Jigang asked. Big Brother Shui, you mean this pendant? Nah, my girlfriend gave it to me yesterday, Chen Fan replied with a smile, his face beaming with happiness. Shui Jigang's pupils contracted sharply. Sure enough, so it was Miss Joan who gave it to you. It must have been quite expensive. She said she bought it at the night market, so it probably wasn't too expensive. What's the matter, Brother Shui? Do you like it? I can ask her where the night market is so you can go buy one too. Chen Fan said with a smile. Night market? Seems like Brother Chen truly doesn't know the truth. Poor fool, still kept in the dark. Night market? Since when do night markets sell such precious goods? Shui Jigang waved his hand with a smile. Oh no, I can't possibly buy it. Just let me feast my eyes on it. Mind if I take a photo? Of course not, came the reply. With that, Chen Fan started to take it off. No need to take it off, Shui Jigang quickly stopped him. Keep it on, I'll just snap a photo of you wearing it. Gifts from lovers bring good luck, you shouldn't remove them. Chen Fan was somewhat surprised. Brother Shui, I didn't know you understood this? My girlfriend said the same thing, that I shouldn't pluck it. Hearing this, after taking the photo, Shui Jigang nearly spat out his tea. Sorry, the tea was too hot. Yeah, way too hot. After chatting for a few more minutes, Shui Jigang handed the military badge to Chen Fan. Since Chen Fan still needed to head to the Jiangnan base city's martial arts library, he didn't stay long and soon bid farewell to Shui Jigang. After Chen Fan left, Shui Jigang immediately took out his phone and opened the group chat for Team C of Tianyao Special Forces. Right, this group hasn't added the newcomer Chen Fan yet. Chapter 78, so kind and so extravagant. The group chat is eerily quiet now. Shui Jigang uploaded the photos he just took. It was like dropping a massive bomb into a tranquil lake. Holy shit, am I seeing things? Old Shui, what's going on? A substitution puppet, and a golden one at that? Substitution puppets come in 3 grades, bronze, silver, and gold. Usually, we only see bronze ones at auctions. Silver and gold ones, those never hit the market. Old Shui, you've hit the jackpot? Huh? Won the lottery? No, even winning the lottery wouldn't cut it. Silver and gold substitution puppets aren't something you can buy with just money, you need serious connections too. Old Shui, say something. You're killing me here. If Old Shui has that kind of backing, I'd swear allegiance to him as my boss right this second. On the 79th floor, Shui Jigang remained seated in his original spot. Looking at his bombing results in the game, he couldn't help but laugh. You guys overestimate me too much. I can't even handle a bronze doppelganger puppet, let alone a golden one. Then whose is this? Stolen picture from the internet? You wouldn't be this bored for no reason, right? Exactly. Hey, now you're just being insulting. Am I really that bored? Let me tell you this, that golden doppelganger puppet belongs to one of our Tianyao members. Shui Jigang deliberately left them hanging. Who else? The person with the most connections and wealth in our Tianyao is our captain. But even he hasn't managed to get a bronze-grade substitute puppet all these years. At this moment, Lu Wencheng sent a shocked emoji. It couldn't be Brother Chen, could it? Ha, old Lu, your psychic master's brain still works the best. It is indeed Brother Chen's. Holy shit. Holy shit, holy shit, holy shit. I get it now. Chen Fan must have used his girlfriend's connections, but damn, she really pulled through by arranging a gold grade one directly. I previously thought even if Chen Fan asked, Miss Zhong would only be generous enough to get him a bronze grade at most. That would have been considerate already. What are you thinking? Not only did Brother Chen not say a word, but that silly boy still hasn't figured it out yet. Guess what he told me? He said it was a gift from his girlfriend. Nothing expensive, she bought it while strolling through the night market. Help me ask where the night market is, I'd love to go shopping there. At which point I almost spat out my tea in shock. Is that so? At the level of the Zhong family's eldest young lady, she must have been aware of the assassination attempt against Chen Fan. Without him even asking, she proactively gave him a body double puppet, even going so far as to tell a white lie out of concern that he might refuse. My god, a girlfriend like this is just too considerate. I'm so jealous, I'd trade 30 years of Lao Shui's single dom for such a sweet romance like this. Shui Jigang? Why me? Lao Shui, the Zhong family's young lady has gone to great lengths. You're loose-lipped, you didn't slip up and say anything, did you? No, but I really wanted to. Don't. Chen Fan really needs this right now. If he learns the truth, he might give it back. After all, young people nowadays tend to care a lot about saving face. Makes sense. Nothing more to say. I'm just filled with envy for Brother Chen having such an amazing girlfriend. Not just an amazing girlfriend, but one who's so incredibly generous too. After parting ways with Shui Jigang, Chen Fan headed to the Jiangnan Base City Martial Arts Library. The Jiangnan Base City Martial Arts Library wasn't too far from the Martial Artists' Tower. If the Martial Artists' Tower was like an unsheathed sword piercing the sky, then the Jiangnan Base City Martial Arts Library, with its massive domed roof, resembled a sturdy turtle shell crouching on the ground. These two landmark buildings, separated by just 4 intersections, dazzle each other with their brilliance. Only 4 intersections apart. For Chen Fan, it's nothing. Soon enough, he arrived. This is an enormous structure, roughly the size of several dozen sports stadiums. Although not as towering into the clouds as the Warrior Tower, it appears even more imposing and majestic, delivering an overwhelming visual impact. Because we were coming here today. Yesterday, Chen Fan had made a special effort to research it on the Warriors' home platform. The Jiangnan Base City Martial Arts Repository is one of the important foundational assets of Jiangnan Base City. The security here is exceptionally high level. In addition to being permanently guarded by 3 military regiments, there are also 9 special operations squads assisting in defense. Many among them are awakened individuals. Of course, this is only the surface of things. Rumors have long spoken of super beings surpassing the spirit-gathering realm stationed here. Chen Fan was merely at the first vein stage within the Meridian Cultivation realm. Above the Meridian Cultivation realm lies the spirit-gathering realm, a super existence beyond the gathering spirit realm. He dared not imagine. Hello, please store all personal belongings. No items other than clothing are permitted inside. Outside the massive domed structure of the Martial Skills Repository stood a white perimeter wall, with only one enormous iron gate left accessible. 2 rows of soldiers stood guard in full readiness. This is the first checkpoint to enter the Martial Arts Repository. Chen Fan placed all his belongings into his dimensional ring before handing it over. A soldier brought over a storage bag to collect it, while another soldier scanned Chen Fan's entire body with a device to ensure compliance. After a respectful salute, they granted him passage. Chen Fan stepped inside the perimeter walls. The martial arts archive was enormous, divided into numerous sections, each with multiple entry points. This being Chen Fan's first visit and knowing little about it, he simply chose an entrance at random. To actually gain entry, he still had to pass through a security checkpoint. Please swipe your warrior badge. Soldiers stood ready at the entrance as well. Chen Fan complied. With a beep, Chen Fan's information appeared on the screen. Name, Chen Fan. Age, 18. Awakener, yes/no, yes. Realm, 1st Meridian Stage. Rank, 2nd Lieutenant, attached to Skyglory's C-Class Special Combat Squad. Access to Martial Arts Repository, 1 visit. Source, 1st place in the Elite Warrior Competition of Jiangnan Base City. Military Special Authorization Privileges, Martial Arts Skills *30, maximum one-time single-use acquisition of *30. Chen Fan was astonished. It was the first time he had encountered such an information list. The rest wasn't particularly unusual, but the last item stood out: military-approved privileges, martial arts techniques multiplied by 30. This made Chen Fan pleasantly surprised. Brother Shui once mentioned that the military would grant certain privileges based on each awakened individual's specialties. Martial arts *30 foot must be my privilege, choosing one martial art technique while receiving up to 30 copies of the same technique. On the night after the Elite Warriors competition ended, while still outside Camp 0612 during casual conversation, Chen Fan learned some things from Lu Wenchang. Earlier, Brother Shui had given him a heaven-grade martial arts manual called 100 Calamities Blade. He asked Brother Shui to make many photocopies for him. Although Brother Shui delivered them quickly, many follow-up procedures had to be completed afterward. Martial techniques are valuable strategic resources. The security of martial techniques is naturally of paramount importance. Good, with this privilege, I can avoid a lot of trouble in the future. Qualification confirmed successfully. Hello, Lieutenant Chen Fan. Please wait a moment, a specialist will be here to assist you. The soldier's voice was loud and resolute. After seeing Chen Fan's information, he immediately rendered a crisp military salute to the lieutenant. Chapter 79, The World's Chessboard, Invisibility Art. Although Chen Fan held the rank of 2nd lieutenant, in strict terms, he had never actually served in the military. Faced with this situation, he could only clumsily return the salute by copying others' gestures. This also somewhat reflects the difference between non-commissioned officers and commissioned officers. Non-commissioned officers don't have dedicated reception personnel. Only commissioned officers do. In no time. Hello Lieutenant Chen Fan, I'm Lu Yen. I'll be responsible for your reception from now on. Please. A female officer approached, appearing to be in her 20s with an erect posture, short hair, and a heroic bearing. Her speech was notably efficient and concise. Chen Fan followed her inside. Upon entering, the first impression was of vastness. It was about a dozen stories high, with shelves embedded in the walls densely packed with martial arts techniques. And this was just one section of the martial arts library in Jiangnan Base City, known as the Comprehensive Section. Lieutenant Chen, the martial arts library is divided into many sections, like offensive techniques, including blade, sword, spear, and hammer areas, as well as defensive techniques and movement techniques, each further subdivided into multiple zones. There are also divisions into heavenly and earthly tiers, along with the integrated district where we're currently located. All told, there are roughly several thousand small zones. You can briefly describe your needs, then I'll take you there, said Lu Yen. This was something Chen Fan had already considered. Earlier, while chatting with the captain and Brother Shui, he suddenly realized that he had almost no reliable means of self-preservation. Yet, whether it was sword techniques, physical defense, or speed, Chen Fan had already far surpassed his current level. So this time at the martial arts archives, his priority was to select self-preservation techniques. Lu Yan asked, self-preservation techniques, defense, movement techniques? Is there anything related to mental defense? Although he'd already discussed it with Brother Lu before, he still couldn't resist asking again at this moment. Lu Yan shook her head. The secret techniques of the mental domain aren't available in Jiangnan Base City's martial arts archive. They exist in Yanjing Base City, but your clearance level isn't high enough, she answered bluntly. After a pause, she added, currently, the entire alliance universally acknowledges that the mental domain contains infinite power potential. All nations are focusing their efforts on this area, attempting to master the method of unlocking this treasure trove within the human body, thereby gaining greater influence within the alliance. The alliance is far from monolithic. Take the ninja base city of Sakura Country, for example. They conduct no fewer than several thousand infiltration and theft operations targeting our Xia nation's spiritual secrets every year. Raising the corresponding security clearance is an unavoidable measure. Chen Fan understood this perfectly well. The Alliance, officially known as the Global Human Coexistence and Development Alliance. There are not just the 8 major base cities of Xia Kingdom. There were also many base cities like Sakura Nation, Kimchi Nation, and Pretty Country. As Lu Yan said, the alliance was far from monolithic. Whether in the past or now, the power struggles between major nations have never ceased. Chen Fan didn't dwell too much on this issue. He asked again, battle techniques, defense, movement skills, those areas are straightforward. But what does this comprehensive zone we're in now mean? Everything included? Given such detailed zoning, why not place them in their corresponding areas instead of having this mixed section? Lu Yan gave a rare smile. Every year, relics from secret realms yield many martial arts manuals in our base city. Not all of them can be identified or deciphered. If they can't be deciphered, and we don't even know roughly what they are, where could we place them? Hence, this comprehensive zone exists. Hearing this, Chen Fan nodded in understanding. After the spiritual energy resurgence, some ancient secret realms reappeared in the world. This was something Chen Fan had learned about in textbooks. Moreover, it constituted an extremely important knowledge point in cultural studies. The civilization of Xia country was ancient and enduring, possessing numerous secret realms that made other nations within the alliance green with envy. Chen Fan casually took a book from the shelf. The text in the book was hieroglyphs, chaotic and incomprehensible. After flipping through a few pages, it indeed felt like reading celestial script to him, so he put it back. Can I choose books from here? At this moment, Chen Fan suddenly asked. You could, but I wouldn't recommend it. Even experts can't decipher it, so it would be useless for you to take it back. The opportunity to access the Jiangnan Base City's martial arts library is rare, don't waste it. Lu Yan kindly reminded him. Chen Fan thanked her, but he does have his own ideas. In terms of blade techniques, he possesses blade force and cosmic power. For defense, his body is like forged steel, and for speed, miraculous movement capabilities. All these surpass his current cultivation level. Whether he chooses blade techniques, defense, or speed next, there won't be any major surprises. Rather, it's these undeciphered books. They hold infinite possibilities. The ceiling is higher. Of course, the floor is lower. It feels like opening a mystery box. As for not understanding, that's not even an issue. Nor does Chen Fan need to understand it. It depends on whether the system can recognize it or not. On one hand, it's like opening a blind box, and on the other hand, it can test the Golden Finger's ability. Let's do it. Then, Chen Fan closed his eyes and randomly picked a book from the shelf. This one it is. Lu Yan sighed and rubbed her forehead in resignation. This rash? So her earlier warning had fallen on deaf ears. You sure about this? Confirmed. Lu Yan sighed and didn't say anything more, proceeding with the standard procedures. The original book could definitely not be taken away. The martial arts repository would provide a transcribed copy. You can take this rubbing with you. However, since Chen Fan had special privileges, he eventually made 30 copies. He signed multiple pages of confidentiality agreements, and each rubbed book was marked with a tracking code. Only after completing these procedures did he successfully bring the books out of the martial skills library. Lu Yan escorted Chen Fan to the exit of the martial skills library. Watching his retreating figure, she shook her head. Then Chen Fan arrived at the outermost iron gate checkpoint. After scanning inspection, there was no prohibited carry-on. A soldier retrieved Chen Fan's storage bag and handed it to him. Inside was Chen Fan's spatial ring. After putting back on the pendant Zhongqing had given him, Chen Fan eagerly rushed toward the martial arts building. The warrior building has dedicated meditation rooms for cultivation. They charge by the hour, and the price is steep. However, as a military officer, Chen Fan gets 100 hours of free usage each month. Soon, inside a sealed chamber, Chen Fan sits cross-legged, facing 30 unidentified books laid out before him. Chen Fan nervously placed his hand on the book. He wasn't sure if the system would recognize it. The next moment, ding! Detected secret stealth technique *30. Proceed to learn? Chen Fan suddenly became excited. It could actually recognize it. Invisibility technique. Chen Fan froze for a moment. Had he accidentally chosen a book about survival techniques? Images of invisibility scenes from films and TV shows instinctively flashed through his mind. Not just for survival, but also assassination, intelligence gathering, peeping, ahem. It's incredibly useful in many ways. Chen Fan couldn't contain his excitement. Study it, learn it right now. As usual, Chen Fan closed his eyes, and a flood of memories rushed in. Chapter 80, The Immortal's Gift. Chen Fan severely injured. This time, the memories began from the moment Chen Fan was born. From his first unsteady steps to his earliest babbling words, Chen Fan gradually gained some understanding of this new world. Although it still maintained the backdrop of an ancient feudal dynasty, it was different from the previous worlds of martial arts or high-powered fantasy. Immortals seemed to exist here. There are many legends circulating among the people about immortals. It is said they do not consume ordinary food. They typically dwell in deep rivers and vast marshes, withdrawing from the world to seek immortality. Year after year passes by. Chen Fan gradually grew from an infant into a child. The tales of immortals he heard grew ever more numerous, stirring his heart with longing. Yet immortals shunned the mortal world. The path to immortality was elusive as mist. Legends remain just legends. Fortunately, he came from a good background. His family was a prominent clan in a large city, and from childhood, he lived a life of luxury and comfort. In the blink of an eye, Chen Fan reached school age. The family specially hired a tutor to teach him to read. The writing here is composed of pictographs, and the ancient tome that Chen Fan obtained from the martial arts repository in Jiangnan Bay City, it wasn't just similar, it was absolutely identical. Several more years passed, and Chen Fan began assisting his father with managing various family enterprises. His understanding of this world deepened significantly. Cultivation is not without foundation. This world indeed has immortals. However, the realms of immortals and mortals are separated, leaving ordinary people utterly unable to make contact. In the blink of an eye, it was Chen Fan's joyous wedding day. The lady was from another prominent family in the city, and the wedding between these two great aristocratic houses was celebrated with exceptional grandeur. The entire city was bustling with excitement. During the wedding banquet, a man dressed in white robes, with an aura of transcendent elegance, entered the hall. A gourd of wine hung at his waist, and his every movement carried an air of unrestrained freedom. He stated his intention, hoping to toast to the celebration. A guest is always welcome. Chen Fan, being open-hearted, arranged for him to be seated. Fed and content. The guests had all dispersed. Only this man remained, shaking his empty wine gourd, wanting to fill it up and take it with him. Eating and taking? That's a bit excessive. The servants couldn't bear to watch any longer. Chen Fan had received an excellent education since childhood, but he thought nothing of it. Asking the man to wait a moment, he immediately had his servant fetch some wine. It was merely a gourd of wine after all, no serious matter. Yet the servant who went for the wine returned in great haste before long. Something strange has happened. The small wine gourd seemed bottomless, even a waist-high wine jar couldn't fill it completely. At that moment, the man burst into laughter. With a wave of his hand, the gourd flew into his palm. Young Master Chen, your temperament is admirable. Moreover, today is your joyous occasion. Since I've drunk your wedding wine, I can't leave empty-handed. Let me gift you this minor art manual, my blessing for the happy couple. Wishing you everlasting joy and a lifetime of companionship till silver-haired old age. A thread-bound book suddenly materialized before Chen Fan. The man then soared into the sky, vanishing beyond the horizon in the blink of an eye. This scene left everyone utterly dumbfounded. The celestial being's gift was treasured by Chen Fan as if it were priceless. From that day onward, he studied tirelessly, forgetting to eat and sleep, immersing himself in the celestial art known as the invisibility technique. Seasons turned, spring to autumn, year after year. From the vigor of youth, to the steadiness of middle age, until his temples turned silver with white hair. After exhausting most of his life, Chen Fan barely managed to cultivate the stealth technique to a minor mastery stage. The immortal remains unseen. Even a modest success had made Chen Fan an extraordinary figure. Under his stewardship, the family's enterprises flourished, expanding their influence across several nearby cities. In the warrior tower, within the quiet chamber, Chen Fan slowly opened his eyes. Unlike the usual calm upon waking, now his brows were tightly knitted, as if bearing immense agony. And indeed, that was the case. At this moment, Chen Fan's face was deathly pale, his head throbbing with pain as if it were about to explode. The exhaustion from mental exertion washed over him like a tidal wave. He was dazed, so weak that he was on the verge of passing out. Using his golden finger to deduce techniques had never caused such a reaction before. Chen Fan was overwhelmed with fear. The level of the stealth technique was clearly too advanced. It far exceeded the limits of what Chen Fan's mental energy could endure. And this was just from interpreting the technique to a rudimentary level. Fortunately, there were only 30 copies. Any more, and if he continued deducing further, he would have risked his life. Chen Fan weakly propped himself up on the ground with his arms. This accident served as a wake-up call for him. Advanced techniques aren't necessarily better just because they're higher level. Know your limits. From another perspective, one can also deduce just how terrifying the level of stealth techniques is. Chen Fan had thoroughly mastered the golden finger long ago. The higher the rank of the martial skill secrets, the greater the quantity required. With the previous Earth rank martial skill, 100 Calamity's Blade, 50 copies were enough to deduce until the blade transformed with the power of heaven and earth. Now with the invisibility technique, 30 copies only bring it to minor mastery. Imagine how many would be needed to achieve major mastery. How much can perfection truly achieve? Not to mention evolving the invisibility technique to a higher level. The tier of this invisibility technique, it's unimaginably high. Even a minor technique from an immortal's mouth is still an immortal technique, never to be underestimated. Previously, I was fearless out of ignorance, but now I dare not be so reckless again. Chen Fan shuddered at the thought. With great difficulty, he pulled out his phone and made a call. It was meant for Yang Ku. Yang Ku awakened the ability of rapid healing, and he's currently in terrible condition. He needs Yang Ku's help now. Hey, Brother Yang. As the call connected, Chen Fan spoke weakly. Hearing Chen Fan's feeble voice, Yang Ku jumped up in alarm. Chen Fan, what's wrong? You sound so weak. Are you in danger? Tell me your location, I'll contact the captain, and we'll be there immediately. Brother Yang, no need to bother the captain. I'm in meditation room 0932 of the Warrior Building. I'm not in any immediate danger, just ran into some trouble during cultivation. I might need your help, Brother Yang. Chen Fan quickly explained. Got it. I'll be right there. Yang Ku let out a slight sigh of relief. He still thought Chen Fan was in danger. After all, Chen Fan was still facing quite a challenge at the moment. Yang Ku arrived quickly. By the time he got there, Chen Fan could no longer hold on and had collapsed to the ground, his face deathly pale, though he was barely conscious. Yang Ku was startled and quickly enveloped Chen Fan in layers of dazzling radiance. 1 minute, 10 minutes, an hour, 2 hours. Only after a full 2 hours did color gradually return to Chen Fan's face, and his spirits improved slightly. Yet he still suffered from a severe headache, his mind heavy and clouded. Yang Ku looked grave. Chen Fan, how did you get so severely injured from cultivation? Not only is your mental energy completely drained, but your soul is also damaged. This isn't something that can recover in a short time. For the next month, I'll treat you every day. Let's hope there aren't any lasting effects. Brother Yang, is it really that serious? Chen Fan's expression changed as well. I'll need treatment for the next month, and there's no guarantee I won't be left with any after effects. Yang Ku nodded solemnly. It's quite serious. What exactly happened? Chen Fan sighed and told the truth. Today I went to the martial arts library in Jiangnan Bay City. I picked out an ancient manual from the general section and, relying on my talent in martial arts, tried to forcefully practice it. But that manual was far beyond my current capabilities, and well, this is what happened. Chapter 81, Herbal Essence. Zhong Qing saves her husband. Hearing Chen Fan's explanation, Yang Ku widened his eyes and exclaimed loudly, are you crazy? The chance to enter the Jiangnan Bay City's martial arts repository is rare. And you actually chose from the comprehensive section? Too reckless, far too reckless. The books in the general section are all undeciphered. Why would you even think of choosing from there and forcibly cultivate them? Even if you have a talent for martial arts practice, it's not advisable. You truly have no idea how deep the waters run in those texts. Fortunately, you stopped in time, or you might have even lost your life. Yang Ku was angry, yet also felt a lingering fear. Yes, Brother Yang, you're absolutely right. Chen Fan sighed and said, this was truly reckless. Seeming to notice his tone was a bit harsh, Yang Ku patted Chen Fan's shoulder, his mood softening somewhat. Brother Chen Fan, don't mind my earlier attitude. I know the achievements you've made must have required more effort from you than others, but cultivation should be done within your means. Never gamble with your life. I know Brother Yang means well for me. Chen Fan expressed his gratitude. Come on, I'll help you rest. Your soul's been wounded, you'll need proper recovery time. Yang Ku helped Chen Fan up. If this incident hadn't occurred, Chen Fan had planned to visit the villa. Now there was certainly no time for that. He booked a room at Warrior's Tower and soon fell into a heavy sleep. Yang Ku closed the door behind him and quietly stepped away. After much deliberation, he decided it would be best to inform the team leader about the matter. That's serious? Upon receiving the news, Wu Lu's heart also sank. He immediately instructed Yang Ku, for the next month, don't worry about anything else. Focus all your efforts on treating Chen Fan. ensuring he doesn't suffer any lasting effects that might impact his future. Yes, Captain. The news of Chen Fan's injury quickly spread through the Tianyao Special Ops team. Upon hearing the news, Shui Jigang, Lu Wenchang, Lin Taizhan, and Fang Ru all came. However, Chen Fan was asleep, and Yang Ke didn't allow them to enter. My dear brother Chen, of all the choices you could have made, why did you pick the comprehensive zone? Though younger brother Chen Fan made the wrong move this time, I'm increasingly sensing there's more to him. The comprehensive zone. Those books there haven't even been deciphered yet, and he actually managed to cultivate from them. Truly remarkable indeed. But being undeciphered also means the waters run too deep. This time it nearly cost him his life. Old Yang, brother Chen isn't in good shape right now, so security falls to us. You take the day shift, and I'll relieve you at night. It was Lu Wencheng who spoke. Got it. Yang Ke responded. No need for shift work. All of you can leave now, I'll stay and keep watch here. The voice belonged to Fang Ru. In the end, Fang Ru stayed behind while the others temporarily returned first. Fang Ru gently pushed the door open and entered. She had just settled onto the sofa. Then Chen Fan's phone on the bed rang. The caller ID showed Zhong Qing. At this moment, Chen Fan was still fast asleep. Fang Ru picked up the phone. Hello, Miss Zhong. Zhong Qing had originally called Chen Fan in high spirits. I never expected to hear a woman's voice on the phone. Who are you? Why do you have Chen Fan's phone? Despite Zhong Qing having received a relatively elite education since childhood, even she couldn't hide the tremor in her voice now. Don't misunderstand, Miss Zhong. I'm Fang Ru from Tianyao's Class C Special Ops team. Today Chen Fan. Fang Ru explained the ins and outs of the matter. What? Chen Fan got injured? Out in the wilderness, Zhong Qing's eyes instantly reddened with anxiety. Indeed, after hurriedly parting with Chen Fan today, she went straight to the wilderness. Although their relationship had already been established, Zhong Qing remained acutely aware of the gap between her and Chen Fan. Even after awakening her abilities, despite her rapid progress, on the day of certification, he became a 2-star warrior with 750 units of qi and blood, and the very next day, he broke through to become a 3-star warrior. Now, he is already a 5-star warrior. But Chen Fan is at the single vein realm. Zhong Qing is fiercely ambitious. She refuses to be just a pretty face and even more so, a burden to Chen Fan. She loves Chen Fan and cares deeply for him. She wants to continue walking the path of life with him, supporting each other as they did before. So she works exceptionally hard. Having toiled all day and missing Chen Fan, she decided to give him a call. Unexpectedly, she heard the news of Chen Fan being injured. At this moment, Zhong Qing's heart ached to return home immediately. She swiftly made her way back to Jiangnan Base City from marked point 0431. On the road, an iron-tailed scorpion blocked her path, but the serrated grass blades instantly enveloped it, slicing it into countless pieces. About an hour later, Zhong Chang arrived at Chen Fan's bedside, drenched in fragrant sweat. At this moment, Chen Fan's complexion had improved slightly compared to before, but still remained somewhat pale. Zhong Qing's heart ached so much that tears fell pattering down without stop. Sister Fang Ru, please let me take care of Chen Fan, she said. This big sister address. It straightaway threw Fang Ru into a fluster of pleasant surprise. This was after all the eldest daughter of the Zhong family. Alright, then I'll get a room next door, give me a shout if you need anything. MHM. Fang Ru left, leaving only Chen Fan and Zhong Qing in the room. Chen Fan was still sleeping deeply. He had been fine when they parted in the morning. Now he had become like this. Tears of heartache welled up in Zhong Qing's eyes as she pulled Chen Fan into her embrace and closed her eyes. The next moment, tiny glimmers of radiant light began to converge upon Chen Fan's body. The essence of all surrounding flora and fauna stirred in response. 1 kilometer, 5 kilometers, 10 kilometers. The scope grew ever wider. From all directions, like the sea embracing 100 rivers, the room suddenly became vibrant with life. Though the essence of plants was originally invisible to the naked eye, yet it had reached such an astonishing degree of richness, it also became visible. Tiny glistening lights merged into Chen Fan's body. In his sleep, he only felt a comforting warmth, and his tightly furrowed brows relaxed slightly. In the group chat of the Tianyao Special Ops team, Fang Ru updated them about the situation here. The Zhong family's young lady had arrived, so Lu Wencheng didn't need to come over for the shift change. To say Miss Zhong truly cares for Chen Fan, normally speaking, as a wealthy heiress, she's hardly the type who knows how to look after others. Indeed, there's no questioning Miss Zhong's feelings for Chen Fan. Sigh, it would have been better if Miss Zhong were an awakener too. Not that I'm prejudiced, but Chen Fan is simply too outstanding. The gap between their martial arts realms will only widen with time. Eventually, he'll be constantly busy, and they'll inevitably spend more time apart than together. Yes, that's indeed an unstable factor. If Miss Zhong were also an awakener, they could be together forever, that would be perfect. But the world isn't that kind to be fair-skinned and beautiful, born into nobility, and an awakener all at once. Well, wouldn't all those perks just fall into Brother Chen's lap? What if they all did? I'd trade 30 years of old Schwez. Alright, Fong Ru, enough. Why is it always me? It's you, what's up? Lao Schwez sent a facepalm emoji. Pretend I never asked.